In a small room, an injured person was lying on a bed, surrounded by many people, and the whole room had furniture scattered everywhere. The pink-haired girl named Trino sat next to the bed and looked at the trembling arm of the person lying there. She sobbed and said, "Elder Tu." The fifth disciple of Li Sun said, "Senior brother, the master is about to go bad. What should I do now?" Senior disciple Deep Thu Han next to him replied, "What should I do? Of course I will go find another elder to worship the teacher. If not, are you going to stay here and mourn for him?" The third disciple, Ngo Fan, turned around and said, "You bunch of useless trash, you went out to do a mission to get injured like this, wasting my time." The second disciple Lam Hao Nian next to you also touched your chin. "Hidden thoughts, unless I get the secret of his magic, how can this old man die so easily?" The fourth disciple of Vuong Fan patted the fifth brother's shoulder and said, "It's good that he's dead. I already wanted to leave. Whoever wants to keep this temple can keep it. This young master wants to go worship the second elder who has the most female disciples. Monk here." The pink-haired girl clenched her fists, slowly stood up and scolded her, "Damn it." She shouted loudly, "If it weren't for Elder Tu, the five of you who came to the door to cultivate immortals wouldn't have been able to step in. Now I'm afraid you would have rotted into piles of bones. You guys are a bunch of ungrateful animals." Treachery. When the disciples were scolded by her, anger flared up. Third disciple pushed her to the floor. "Ha!" he said harshly, "really giving you face." He looked from above, his eyes were red and continued to say, "What rank, dare to talk to me?" The boss glanced at it and said, "Old man, there's nothing worth mentioning about a waste like her. If she's willing to stay, then just stay." He picked up the bottle of medicine on the table and said, "Anyway." All five brothers carried a lot of things in their arms and went out. "We have already cleaned up all that trash. Ha ha ha. The waste elder is living with the female slave. It's really suitable." Trino lay in the middle of a mess, so angry that he trembled as he thought and played with his things. She sat up and wiped the stains on her face and scolded her, "What a bunch of traitors who deserve to die." Tuian's voice weakly called, "Trino." She quickly crawled closer to his bed and said, "Elder Tu, are you okay? Don't worry, those ungrateful people are gone. Trino can take care of her. Care is good for people." Tuian whispered, "After taking you to the mountain, I never let you worship the master, never taught you how to practice. Do you hate me?" She wiped away her tears. The hemorrhoid slave knew that his bones were not strong enough. He had no chance to practice. When the elder first saved the hemorrhoid slave from the hands of the slave traitors, the hemorrhoid slave was extremely grateful, never held grudges. Hemorrhoid slaves only resent God for being unfair. Evil people are rampant, good people will not die. Tuian's hands trembled as he grabbed the blanket. At first, it would have been better if he had accepted me as a disciple early. He sat up and said, "Cough cough cough cough." Trino worriedly supported his hand. The elder. Tuian sat in the middle of the sunset. In his hand was some of the blood he had just coughed up. Tuian regretfully said, "Naiha, I am already like a dead person now." Trino knelt down. She sincerely knelt down and bowed to Tuian and said, "If the elder doesn't mind, please accept the hemorrhoid slave as a disciple. In the future, the hemorrhoid slave will definitely personally kill the traitor and avenge the elder. If the elder doesn't accept, I will not get up." Tuian looked at her with surprise. "Child." Then he smiled and sighed comfortably. Sigh. Tuian touched the wound and said, "Hemorrhoid slave, I'm sick, not stupid. If I agree, won't it push me to death?" She's worried about his wound. She quickly said, "Elder, don't move, cover." He gave her a glowing blue pill bottle and said, "There's also a bottle of Nin Vien Dan here, although it's not a good thing. This is the last thing I can give you." Trino's eyes were filled with tears. "Don't worry about me anymore, lie down." He reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not that fast." In the middle of speaking, he suddenly vomited blood. The medicine bottle in his hand also fell and broke. Trino next to him kept calling, "Elder, elder." His eyes gradually became blurred. Trino kept calling him, "Elders, people who stopped moving, we're all bad. Trino, I don't worship the monk anymore, please wake up." His eyes gradually became darker. Tuian thought to himself, "So this is the feeling of dying from swinging. Trino, your crying is too loud, it makes my ears hurt a bit." He thought, he was really angry. What was he angry about? The image of Tuian is weak, about to leave this world. It would be good if he accepted him as a disciple soon. Suddenly a few strange lines of text appeared, checking to confirm the true master and disciple relationship, and the disciple acceptance system officially started. He stood suspended in the middle of a space. Before his eyes a system board appeared, announcing the official launch of the disciple acceptance system. He thought in surprise, system. He picked up the medicinal pill that was emitting golden light in front of him and exclaimed, but it was truly an immeasurable golden pill. In front of Tuian is a medicinal pill with a dragon and phoenix pattern that is radiating golden light. An immeasurable golden pill containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is equivalent to nearly 10,000 Ninvine pills. After recovery, there is not only chi pulse realm, but also can heal wounds. He holds the medicinal pill and holds it in his hands, cherishing it like a treasure. Having lived in this world for 20 years, the golden hand has finally arrived. Tuian recalls, 20 years ago, I came to this world because of a car explosion. I originally thought that I was the one who got the script from Long Hao Tian. With an outstanding family background and outstanding talent, less than 10 years old, he built his own fortune. The image of the surrounding brothers laughing and looking down on Tuian appeared. I did not expect that. 15 years after joining the Hongmeng sect, my cultivation level was not only not as good as before, it was even worse, becoming a joke for everyone. Tuian looked up and continued to think. Fortunately, God had eyes and gave me another chance. He wondered, what does this system and program refer to? The display and information system. As the name suggests, anything the owner gives to the disciple as a master will be received as part of it, bonus based on multiplier mechanism. Tuian continued to ask, then passing on the technique to disciples also counts. The system displays the explanation and calculation. Under the master's guidance, the disciple's cultivation level or comprehension is increased, and the master also receives a corresponding increase in value. To put it simply, if the master teaches the disciple a cultivation base equivalent to 200 days, he will receive a cultivation base equal to 200 times n times. At the same time, under the master's guidance, the master will gain 1 level of swordsmanship, and the master will also receive n times more, directly leveling up and mastering n more levels. Tuian asked further, so if I give this golden pill to my disciple now, can I get n times? The system replied, no, all the system's anti-benefit items are in no way valuable. The second time, the system added, but if the master teaches the disciple new insights that are not on the system's list, then it can be received twice. Tuian put the pill in his mouth and said, so that's it, although it can't be simply created indefinitely. He thought, if that's the case then take this opportunity. Tuian's whole body glowed. One punch broke through the golden pill realm. Back to reality, Trino is still kneeling next to Tuian, constantly trembling and crying. Eager, elder, wake up quickly. I agree with you. I won't worship the monk anymore. I won't report it either. No more enemies. No need for Ninwen Dan. Trino just needs you to wake up. While sobbing and crying, he reached out and rubbed her head, making Trino extremely surprised. Tuian said, you stupid slave, remember, the first thing to teach your child is. His whole body continued to exude a golden aura. He sat up and continued, if we take revenge, we will definitely repay him. Moreover, it must be increased many times more. At the Hongmeng Luke Fan sect, Ngo Fan knelt in front of the door and announced that under Ngo Fan, I would like to worship the Elder King and accept me as a disciple. A voice echoed from inside, is this the entire secret of 7 winds? He smiled cunningly and deliberately gave it to the Elder King to show his sincerity. Vuong Ngan used his foot to wrap the scroll in Ngo Fan's hand. Holding the scroll in his hand, he stroked his beard and said proudly, Tuian has taught a good disciple, no, arrogant for a while, yet this day has come. With a despicable look on his face, Vuong Ngan said, if you want to worship me as a monk, you can, but the law enforcement hall always has restrictions that can cut off the human spirit. Ngo Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his expression wicked as he looked at the small knife he threw down in front of him. Vuong Ngan pointed down and said, if you can bring Tu Xuan's spiritual roots back here, I will immediately make you a great disciple. You must keep it well. If this chain meets blood, it will be fine without using secret techniques, can easily break out. Ngo Fan grabbed the small knife and said, Elder Vuong, rest assured, under Ngo Fan's command, it will definitely be completed. Just as he stood up, before he could react, he saw a ray of yellow light flying towards him. Because he was so surprised, Ngo Fan did not have time to avoid it. His whole body collided with the stone statue in front of the gate and then exploded with the attack that had just gone there. He trembled and coughed. His whole body was thrown into a rock into a hole, his body was covered in injuries. Ngo Fan was startled and stared wide-eyed at the hole in his stomach. The hand that was holding the knife tightly began to explode. He screamed frantically, his whole body trembling, no, I can't die here, my future has only just begun. Vuong Ngan raised his head and asked, who was it? Above is Tuian and Trino who have come with the sword. Tuian, you said, Elder Vuong wants to get my spiritual root, why don't you come and get it yourself? Hearing that, he immediately changed his face to a smiling face and said, Elder Tu is exaggerating, just now I was just joking with your younger brother, but in my heart I was whispering a complaint, not talking. Is this trash about to die? Why is the aura so strong, like it just broke through a golden pill? Looking at that fakeness, he smirked and said, oh, is that so? It's just... I don't joke like Elder Vuong, I just started performing a great move that made thousands of flashing swords appear. His face immediately turned pale, his eyes widened in fear as he thought, the spear sword technique. I remember at first, Tuian and I joined the Hongmen sect, because he created the spear sword technique. He was favored by the sect leader and received countless training resources. Fortunately, later I broke through the golden pill first, but he turned into waste. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became, so he took out a treasure to create a protective screen orbiting around him, and said loudly, Elder Tu, don't do anything, I've only reached the second level of Golden Dan today, if you and I fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to stand. Before he could finish speaking, the next moment, his curtain was shattered by swords. Vuong couldn't believe his eyes and thought, what? Up here, Tuian showed a satisfied and excited expression and said, ha ha ha, Elder Vuong, Golden Pill 2 dragons, is that all? After speaking, he used his hand to continue controlling the sounds, the sword approaches. Each storm-like attack made him stagger. Looking at this level of damage, he secretly judged that this power must be at least 3rd level, or even higher. In a moment of indifference, he was immediately hit, looked at his broken and bleeding arm and shouted, my arm. Immediately, he quickly ran back to escape later, but his mouth continued to curse, damn it, Tuian, if you dare to kill me, the sect will definitely not forgive you. Hearing those words, his face didn't change at all, on the contrary, he smiled and said, is that so? I want to see, if I intentionally kill someone, how will the sect deal with me? He finished speaking, ordered to speed up the attack. The swords headed straight towards him. When he got there, he pulled out another treasure, silently cursing in his heart, damn Tuian, he can only use this. When thrown high, it immediately turned into a giant shield to block him. Looking at that, he couldn't help but feel regretful, hateful. The magic weapon of the top level profound level can only be used 3 times, this is the last time. Of course, I wanted to wait until I had a breakthrough so I could use it against lightning. Over here, Tuian glanced over and said with some surprise, wow, our Elder Vuong is really profound. He has kept quite a few treasures over the years, so let's try this trick and see how it goes. In the blink of an eye, thunderbolts came and aimed at Vuong. Made me scream in fright, Tuian, you dare. His eyes became more extravagant and said, why don't I dare? There was a loud explosion, and his shield shattered into pieces. His heart immediately trembled and shouted, no. But there was no time, the attack directly hit him, creating a scene that made heaven and earth miss. When everything gradually stabilized after the earthquake, Vuong was lying limply on the ground, coughing. Seeing Tuian walking towards him, he quickly said loudly, you, don't come over here. He slowly approached and said, this shield is at least a high-grade profound level, right? Dharma weapons in this world, of high and low quality, are divided into human, mysterious, earthly, heavenly, and immortal, 5 levels, which are further divided into lower, middle, and top 4 types. The top-grade mystical world, placed in common sects, can also be considered a sect's treasure. Unexpectedly, Vuong hid this treasure. However, when it was time to finish, as soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked the old man. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Elder Tuian, my subordinates have mercy, and thanks to that, at the decisive moment, a protective barrier appeared, helping him save his life. In the space came the screams of Vuong, Elder Tuian, and his subordinates. Faced with Vuong's frightened expression, he moved the technique with a dazzling light and the sword was heading towards him at a rapid speed. As if he discovered something, he suddenly stopped moving, his sharp eyes raised his head and looked in another direction. At this time, Tong Trong Hak, the leader of the Redbutt sect, was standing on the spirit beast, raising his hand to emit a blue light to protect him and urgently said, Elder Tu, please don't incite his fellow sects to fight, it's a violation of the sect, you will only be expelled from the sect. He took the exercises back and looked towards him and said, hey. As if seeing the straw that saved his life, he opened his eyes wide and raised his hand in fear and said, Master, you must take charge of me. Tuian, he massacred his fellow sect. At this moment, his heart was secretly happy, that's great, saved. But contrary to what he thought, he reached out from above and moved his magic while slapping him and shouting loudly, shut up for me. He suddenly received a painful slap and shouted, ah. After teaching him a lesson, he turned black and angrily continued, Elder Vuong, do you want to follow me into the lake to inquire about the heart of the law enforcement hall to see who deserves to be kicked out of the sect? The old man raised his hand to cover the side of his face that was slapped in pain and shed tears as he looked at him and said, No, no. He changed his attitude, looked at him and said, congratulating his junior brother on finally entering the Golden Dan realm, he politely said, Thank you master, if I can't break through, Kim Dan, this time I'm afraid that someone else has joined forces with the traitor and robbed me of my spiritual roots. The old man heard that and spoke loudly, misunderstanding, but this was actually my negligence. I agreed to accept people from outside the sect. I still hope junior brother Tuian will not calculate with me. He crossed his arms on his chest in difficulty. If you agree, I can temporarily spare your life in front of the sect leader. The old man staggered to his feet, holding his stomach in discomfort. He looked back emotionlessly at this moment and said, But that Ngo Fan killed the master and destroyed his ancestors, and to repay a favor with revenge, he would definitely have to destroy his cultivation and chase him away. Sect. Looking at him, who was writhing in pain under the rubble and crying soundlessly, he continued to say, From now on, don't set foot even half a step closer to Hong But Tong. At this time he screamed for help. The sect master saved me. He turned around and stroked his beard and said, This is Hayes, leave it to Elder Tuian to handle. As soon as he finished speaking, Trino quickly came and said, No need for the master to do anything. He still refused to submit and moved his magic towards her and shouted loudly, Relying only on your trash, you dare to attack me. She calmly watched his attack flying towards her. Gently moving the magic under her hand, she easily broke the attack. To this day, Ngo Fan still hasn't been able to understand the Kang Lang sword technique. He opened his mouth in surprise and asked, Aren't you trash? Since when did you learn the Kang Lang sword technique? Hearing him say that, he pondered and said, What a waste. The story must be told 3 days ago. Trino obediently knelt on the ground. All information about her was displayed. Full name Trino, status as a true disciple, ability to comprehend 260, core 15, natural talent infinite sword power has not yet activated the activation conditions to reach the basic level, recognized by the ancestral sword technique of the Land family. He pondered and said, If it was a rare innate sword body. She knelt on the ground and asked, Master, what is an innate sword body? With an awkward look, he turned to the other side and said a little embarrassedly, It's okay because the teacher feels that you have a talent for practicing swords. She didn't ask any more, just questioned and said, Oh. After that, he described his sword technique to her, only to see him swing his hand and slash a large tree trunk that had split into two, saying, I will go find Ngo Fan later. The teacher cannot let you lose face. This is the truth. It's the double sword art. It's a technique that the master created himself that year. You only need to learn this part. She observed him from the back with a high spirit of learning and then enthusiastically said, key points, and notes, again. She was practicing her swordsmanship very diligently and then asked him, Is your master watching like this? At this time, information kept popping up. The introduction to the Blue Dragon Sword Technique. The master passed on the excellent Purple Blue Dragon Sword Technique. The human world received a prize 10 times higher and received Melaleuca Tien Quet, a top-grade mystical world. Seeing that, he couldn't help but exclaim. Then heaven and earth woke up and answered her question. I'm not a teacher. Say you did very well. She is the real deal at this real price. Returning to reality, she stepped closer and stepped on Ngo Fan's wound. Seeing his pain and fear, she said, with the teacher's teachings, he was still unable to understand. He was powerless, begged, no, she was still cold and mocking, not knowing who was the trash. She definitely stepped on it so hard that she almost lost her life. Then she walked towards him and said, The traitor's spiritual roots have been destroyed by me. Please check with your master. He still calmly said, Good job. From above, Tun Trong Hock spoke up, If Elder Chu has beaten him, and punished him, then Elder Vuong here will be brought back to handle it. He crossed his arms across his chest and looked up at him with an annoyed expression and said, When will this conversation end? He quickly said, Didn't you agree to spare his life just now? This old man over here was also worried, so what are you thinking? He smiled cunningly and said, I say spare his life. Then he coldly pointed his finger at him and continued speaking, rather than just ignoring him. As for how to satisfy me, then let's see Elder Vuong's sincerity. Vuong Ngan's unwilling smile gradually disappeared and said, Okay. Then he put his hands on a bag and said, All my belongings are in this Qianqin bag and I hope Elder Chu won't laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, he used his magic to suck up the object in his hand and said, Elder Vuong is a smart person who truly understands morality, so thank you Elder Vuong. After taking the things, he turned around and walked in the other direction, saying, "Don't come over again, Elder Vuong and Trino, let's go." She was walking next to him and kept praising him. The master was so amazing. He also happily responded, "Went back to rest for a day. Tomorrow the teacher will officially teach me to practice." Tong Trong Hak saw this and left him a message before turning around and leaving. "I will also go first. Elder Vuong will take good care of himself." At that time, he was so angry that his eyes turned red and he couldn't speak clearly. "Tuian, you wait there." At that wind god, light radiated to cover a mountain area. He was currently opening his Quiankim bag to look at it, but couldn't help but frown and said, "Vuong Ngan has accumulated quite a lot. These are all golden pills used to make medicinal pills, but the quality is mediocre, try it too." The human world's mystical world, the human world's mysterious world, the innate power in this world is just right for Trino. If we say that the best thing in this group of Vuong Ngan's things is this one, the 5 elements red middle great earth world, but I don't use this thing at all for Trino. As for the treasures, we still have to wait. Feedback system 2. He looked at the bag with a satisfied smile and continued, "What's left is all spirit stones." A small elder with over 100 high-grade spirit stones. Surely this brat Vuong Ngan also earned a lot in those days. He put his hand on his chin, looked at the loot and said with satisfaction, "This is how I make a fortune, then go build a villa and live there another day." From outside, Trino knocked on the door and said, "Master told me to come and find someone to practice in 2 hours. Can I come in now?" He said from inside, "Come in." As soon as she walked in, he immediately said, "Trino, sit down." She replied, "Okay, master." He began to teach. From low to high, the realm of monks is divided into postnatal, prenatal, chi refining, bamboo structure, golden elixir, primordial essence, spirit division, fusion, Mahayana, traversing the 10 realms. Each realm is divided into 10 levels of miniature landscapes. The post-celestial realm stimulates the power of energy to train muscles, bones and skin to improve physical strength and quality. The innate realm of chi and blood is transformed into internal energy, enhancing the body's attack power and defense ability. Only after passing through the thunder tribulation and practicing to the highest level can one become an immortal, but those are all legends that cannot be achieved. He was sitting across from her, teaching her the golden light of the exercises. He continued to say, "The teacher will teach you the innate martial arts before you fully comprehend them." She closed her eyes and concentrated. "Seriously, answer, yes." At this time, he stood aside and said, "Please run a few rounds to feel it." At the same time the updated information appeared. Full name Trino, status as a true disciple, ability to comprehend 260, base 15, innate sword body talent has not been activated. Activation conditions reach the foundation level to win the recognition of the sword lineage ancestor. Looking at the information, he pondered, there are only 15 cores. At what level does the system of normal people have the highest core and ability to comprehend? The system immediately displayed, the average value was 50, 60. Seeing that, he thought to himself, no wonder Trino was so slow in comprehending the exercises, but wanting to practice, it was indeed very difficult. It seems that the pulp can only be forced to remove the pulp. He raised his hand towards her a small distance away from her head and then moved the magic. As if she felt something, she slowly opened her eyes. The light gradually dissipated after the 10th day. Then she looked at him with tears in her eyes and looked worried, saying, "Master, how could you do the magic directly for me? I heard that the price to pay when performing it is very high. Not only will my cultivation be damaged, but it will also be harmful. If his realm could fall and even damage his bones, he would comfort him and rest assured that the teacher would be fine." At the same time, a notification appeared. The master had instructed the disciple to cultivate for 100 days to receive a reward 5 times greater than achieving 500 days of cultivation. Seeing this, he thought to himself, even better. Then he stood up, took the Quiankim bag and gave it to her and said, there were some things he didn't take away. At first it was because the master was confused and didn't have anything good for you. She looked at the bag, her eyes lit up and she opened her mouth to say, "Master, this is all the gift you gave me." The notification appears again. The master gives the disciple a 3-world small pill, 10 2-world Ninveen Dan, and the reward received increases 15 times to receive the 4-world big pill. She said with a serious expression, "Thank you for your kindness. If you need to entrust Trino with anything in the future, Trino will do his best. Trino will definitely not refuse for the sake of the dead. Just inform him. Appear continuously." The master gives the disciple 17 martial arts techniques to receive a reward 20 times higher and receive a heavenly masterpiece of heaven and earth. He still remained calm in the face of the bargains that the system brought and then looked at her and said, "How about being polite to the teacher? Why should he go back and practice to increase his ability to comprehend and wait until he gets along well and the teacher will return?" Passed on the practice to her child. When she heard that, she looked at him in surprise and said, "Is there still another time?" The notification pops up again. The master gives the disciple a mid-grade 5 element red earth stone, receiving a reward 20 times greater than receiving many excellent earth swords. She looked at him with a worried face and said, "Is it really okay for your master to be teaching Trino like that?" He placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. "Master, it's very kind of you to wait for me if you don't believe me. 3 days of seclusion is guaranteed to break through the 5 levels of Jindan," she said with a serious expression and a determined voice. "Then I must protect my master very well and no one is allowed to come close." Hearing that, he helplessly said, Okay, stop being so exaggerated, I'll go digest some food." She immediately replied, "Oh, then I won't bother the master anymore." He stood in a private room looking into the system's space and said, "Okay, next let's see what treasures the system gives." He took out a yellow spirit pill from space and said, "I have long heard of this 4-world great pill. At least you need to reach the level of a monk to be able to practice it. All the genius earth treasures here in the 4 realms are also the highest grade." The medicinal pill in his hand was emitting a yellow smoke, he said, "But even if he overthrew the entire Hongmen sect, he might not be able to find 5 pills." At this time, he pulled out a green sword and a yellow scroll from space and said, "However, what pleases me the most is still the masterful sword technique of the heavens. This is the absolute best, pinnacle skill in sword control." He looked closely at that blue sword and said, "With this great skill combined with the world's masterful martial art, no one can match it." Suddenly he had an idea. He immediately pointed 2 fingers outside the door. The power in his body was thus released. He thought, "Let's try it." The power from his body shot outward, destroying a large rock in the yard. He went out to see his results and said with satisfaction, "It's not bad to use this 10,000 Li sword technique to research the way of swords. If he can find more types of swords, I'm afraid there will be more challenging levels. Surely, it's also digested some of the system's cultivation base." The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile and thought to himself, "This time he can at least break through to the 5th level of the golden pill." At the Hongmeng Sect fair, the atmosphere was extremely noisy and bustling. Behind Vuong Fan, the 2 girls began to talk to each other. What they heard was that Elder Tu, who had not yet lost his breath, seemed to have recovered after being secretly attacked and had now refined his golden pill. Luke Fan King Elder King has been defeated. At this time, 2 people's minds appeared. Both of them were extremely excited and cried. I also heard Elder Tu himself imparted the technique to his female disciples. Elder Tu is so handsome. I really admire the person who can have the master sub like that. When Li Sun heard that, an image of Trino appeared in his heart and he thought to himself, Tuian imparted the technique to his female disciple, who is probably the brain of Trino. A blonde girl lying in Vuong Fan's lap asked, "Were senior brother Vuong and senior brother Li both from that Fan?" The brown-haired girl heard that and immediately said, "Why did they leave?" Hearing that, he sneered a little and looked back and said, "Senior sister, don't believe the rumors that old man Tuian was very cruel to us disciples and left when he couldn't bear it, right Li Sun?" Hearing that, he quickly replied, "Ah, that's right." Hearing him say that, a girl asked again, "Is what the Vuong junior brother said true?" Their conversation was heard by Lam Hao Tian from afar. A thought appeared in his mind. That old man, Tuian, had already broken through the golden pill. Even Elder Vuong could not defeat him and passed on the technique to his disciples. Is it true or not? He had to go see the situation. Thinking so, he flew to the roof and left. At this time, at that Fan Mountain gate, the space rang out with voices, greeting Elder Tu. Hokdeeptham was kneeling in front of him and said, "This time Elder Tu came to represent the sect leader." 100 days later it was the sect leader's exam that sent his disciples to remind Elder Tu to prepare well. He was a bit shy at this moment, looked at the person next to him and said, "But please forgive the disciple for speaking frankly. The person who chooses a disciple doesn't choose carefully, so if he comes to the sect's competition, he'll probably be beaten until he cries." Trino heard that and shouted angrily. You and I stood next to you and confidently said, "Master Deep is afraid he will lose a boil." Hearing that, he got angry and asked again, "What?" Hearing that, Tuian smiled lightly and replied, 3 days ago my female disciple was not as good as a normal person, but now she has increased to level 10. With this speed of cultivation, I dare to ask, can Master Deep win?" Hearing that, Hokdeepthan's eyes widened in surprise and said, "After 3 days, what are you joking about?" Seeing that he didn't believe him, he immediately told Trino that he didn't believe that he was a good child to show him. Hearing that, she immediately burst out with spiritual energy and replied, "Master." Seeing her ability, he said in surprise, "It's still really the 10th level, but how is that possible?" Lam Hao Tian, who was hiding in the bushes nearby, was very surprised when he saw this. He turned around and said, "Everything is possible, Master Deep." Trino stood there making a bad face and mocking him. Lam Hao Tian stood in the bushes, biting her nails and thinking anxiously. That trash suddenly reached the 10th level. With her qualifications, if she cultivated herself, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to reach that level. It turned out that Tuian had already passed the technique on to her. As if he realized something, he let out a dangerous smile and thought, but he didn't expect that this old man would suddenly change his personality. I heard that the transmission technique takes a lot of damage to his cultivation, so it's better to take this opportunity to beat him up. At this time, in the third meeting hall, Lam Hao Tian clasped his hands to respect Third Elder Tam Fan, who was sitting with his chin resting on his throne. He asked, "What do you mean that Tu Deep took all of Vuong Yai's fortune and is now teaching the practice to his disciples? At this time, when he is at his weakest, he can take the opportunity to attack." Lam Hao Tian's face is sinister and Trinte is a strong and martial elder. You should have obtained the most cultivation resources in the inner sect. That bastard Tuian is just a waste of heaven. Hearing that, Din Manvu frowned. "If that's the case, then come with me. If it succeeds, I will accept you as my eldest disciple." Lam Hao Tian was pleased and thanked the elder. At the same time, in the practice room, two disciples Tuian and Trino sat practicing. Tuian started teaching. "Are you ready yet? Today, as the teacher helps you break through the innate, the teacher is ready to give you the marrow and punishment. If things go well, your future practice path will be much easier. It's just very painful." Facing the challenge of cultivation, Trino remembered Deepthan and was filled with enthusiasm. "I have prepared. Damn Deepthan, he dares to underestimate me. When I finish studying, I must let him wipe his eyes and look." Tuian saw her determined attitude and was happy and satisfied, even though that kid Deepthan was spoiled by the sect master. Looking at Trino's boiling fighting spirit, I felt it was not a problem. Bad. Fortunately, Trino's breakthrough to the great realm is a good time to cleanse the scales and punish the marrow. Tuian raised his hand to summon a bright golden pearl and thought to himself, last time he took a lot of resources from the king's place and bought a level 4 marrow cleansing pill. Today I have the opportunity to use it. Tuian is serious, starting to cultivate, then start as a teacher. A stream of power was transmitted into Trino's body. She was in pain. The feeling was even more painful than the previous initiation. But after enduring it, the whole body feels light. At this time, the system displayed a notification, informing that the host transmitted 200 days of cultivation to the disciple, and the bone balance increased by 70 points. The reward is returned 2 times, receiving 400 days of cultivation and water sword technique, earth level lower grade. Hearing that, Tuian was secretly happy. It was successful. He was pleased. This feeling, this enjoyment, is not bad. After finishing the transmission, a pink light was emitted around Trino's body. She was surprised. This was the cleansing of the scales in the marrow. Now that I have reached the innate realm, can I fight with Deepthan? Display system, full name information, Trino, identity, eldest female disciple, enlightenment, 260, base, 85, natural talent, not yet activated. Activation conditions reach the bamboo level, recognized by the ancestral sword embryo of the forest family. At this time, Tuian stroked Trino's cheek and smiled and said, "A bit bolder, hang little Deepthan up to beat him." After defeating Deepthan, my teacher still wants to take you to challenge the heavenly arrogance in the world. Trino was excited. Can I really do it? Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door outside. Was Elder Tu here? Your disciple was seriously injured because he picked herbs to treat your illness. Come out here and see. Tuian frowned. Hearing this, Trino was surprised. A disciple of his master. Besides me, does the master have any disciples? Tuian opened the door and immediately saw Din Manvu and his men standing in front of the door. As for Lam Hao Tian, who was covered in bandaged wounds, he weakly called out, "Master." He held up the herb and pitifully said, "Master, this useless disciple, I only picked 1 dragon blood grass to save my life. Everyone should quickly use it." Trino shouted angrily, "Haven't you traitors who don't need your face already worshipped the third peak? What about?" Lam Hao Tian still acted pitiful but tried his best. "The reason I worshipped in the third wind was just to seek the help of the third wind to pick dragon blood grass to save my master's life." The people present heard this and criticized Tuian and junior brother Lam because of this dragon blood grass and almost lost their lives. "What do you mean by this?" Din Manhwa also criticized, "That's right, Elder Tu, your disciple begged me to help and knelt in front of my door for 3 days, even I was touched by him." Trino objected, saying nonsense, it was clear that he wanted to betray his master, but at this time he could still change black and white. Tuian smiled confidently, "Let the master handle this place. You have already worshipped the 3rd level, why are you coming back today?" Tuian looked menacing and said, "Do you still want to return to my subordinates?" Lam Hao Nian knelt down in front of Tuian, face bowed, both hands raised, palms facing up, containing something red and said, Lam Hao Nian knew his crime was serious, betraying his master, not worthy of it, worthy of becoming the master's disciple. I hope the master will accept this dragon blood grass. The green-haired man stood behind with his arms crossed, looking at Lam Hao Nian and said, "But Elder Tu is full of vitality and blood, unlike having a serious illness. I'm afraid there is no need for this type of dragon blood grass." Brown hair stood opposite green hair and grimaced, saying, "What a pity, Lam Shidi, his bones were injured. If he didn't have the 4 realms pill, I'm afraid his cultivation would be limited in the future." The green-haired eyes gradually became sharper and said, "Elder Tu, this 4 realms pill person wouldn't take it out, right?" Brown hair added, "Lam Suda was injured because of people." He turned back to look at the 2 of them and then pretended to wink and said, "You 2 are being harsh." Seeing that, Tuian immediately smirked and winked at Trino and said, "Who said there is no need for a teacher? Today the teacher is physically weak, just when he needs the dragon blood grass to nourish his body, right, Trino?" She also cooperated and said, Right. Master's body has been very weak recently." Lam Hao Nian saw this and got angry. He gritted his teeth and thought, why did this old dog turn into such a faceless look? Forget it, anyway, this dragon blood grass is not worth the money, if it can really be exchanged, and the 4 realms medicinal pill, that's not bad either. Then he raised his face to look at Tuian and said, "If that's the case, then this dragon blood grass, master, keep it and use it, anyway, my poor life will be fine." When I heard that, I ran quickly to his place to get it, not forgetting to say, "Thank you." He was stunned on the spot because he saw how fast his speed was. He brought it back and told her to keep it and eat chicken stew tonight. She said in surprise, "Dragon blood grass, chicken stew." Din Manhwa crossed his arms and said, "Cough cough cough cough, it's good to be able to help the master." Brown hair and green hair ran to help Lam Hao Nian. The green-haired man said while calming down, in order to save his master, Lin Shidi did not hesitate to damage his own cultivation. Elder Tu really felt that death would not save him. Man Trong Lao, the one who had to take charge of Lam Master Da. Din Manhwa said, "Elder Tu, fate is important to heaven. We as masters, how can we see death without saving? Later this matter spreads out, can we still deny it to our disciples?" Tuian now slowly, step by step walked towards the people. They said, "Wait a minute, what's the hurry? If we have performed a profound scene of love, how can I see that death cannot be saved? Isn't it just the 4 realms of medicinal pills? But I am seriously injured and afraid that I cannot absorb the strength of the pills, otherwise I will pass on. The force clears the meridians for the first person." Din Manhwa smiled and said, "Elder Tu is really kind," but in his mind he thought, it seems that Tu Xuan passing on the technique to his disciples is real. He dares to actively teach the technique, afraid that there is a secret. The method doesn't require any effort, just observe and see. Tuian placed 2 fingers on Lam Hao Nian's neck and said, "Everyone does not care about their lives because of me. How can I not fulfill these requests?" Suddenly a yellow light flashed, Lam Hao Nian's mouth foamed and screamed. The scream lasted for a long time. The brown-haired guy saw this and immediately looked at Din Manhwa and asked, "Is this where he is transmitting the practice? Why is junior brother Lam screaming like that?" He replied, "Don't panic, transmitting the initiation technique is essentially through suffering. That is the fate of Lam Master D and the others." Lam Hao Nian rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, that old dog is not imparting the technique to me at all, but is actually cutting off my tendons and bones, taking away my cultivation base. I'm done, why can't I speak? Elder Mon, quickly save me. Then he lay on the ground, looking at his devastated body. Only then did Tuian speak, "Okay, you can treat the disease with medicine. I was a bit strong when I used it. His cultivation level was too low and he couldn't stand it. You guys should take him back to rest first." He walked back to her, tiredly raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead and said, "Half of my effort was wasted. I also want to rest for a while, not holding you back anymore." She supported him and said worriedly, "Master." Din Manhwa smiled and replied, Okay. Suddenly a blue light gradually appeared in Din Manhwa's hand. He spoke, although he could not see the path of the initiation. Tuian's aura was much weaker, not as good as human. "This is a great opportunity, Elder Tu, take care of it." He came forward to attack him, but he promptly controlled him. He said, Eldermon deserves to be a teacher, why would he poison a weak person who had just finished teaching the practice to others? He glared in surprise and thought, wait a minute, didn't he just transfer the technique to Lam Hao Nian? How could his spiritual power surge like that? He used his strength to knock him away. Din Manhwa was hit by Tuian's move and was immediately thrown back, sliding several meters. The two orange-haired and blue-haired men immediately shouted elder and ran towards him. While they were worried about Din Manhwa, over here Tuian remembered the Chulong blood grass he had just gotten and happily told Trino that Trino, let's go back to the chicken stew, you for now, extremely excited, smiling happily and saying yes. Suddenly, the unconscious Lam Hao Tian sat up, so angry that the veins on his forehead flared out and shouted at the two guys helping Din Manhwa up, what are you waiting for? Hearing that, the red-haired guy nodded to the blue-haired guy and hummed. Then, from somewhere in his hand appeared 3 sharp purple ice blocks. The red-haired man's eyes were now full of murderous intent. Those 3 ice blocks were emitting smoke. He thought of the hidden weapon that he had previously used while traveling. Eldermon's practice has been collected, with a special method of manipulation. His hands had veins all over his arms. He put 3 needles behind him, preparing to attack. He smiled sinisterly, his eyes glowing red, thinking to himself that these needles could dissolve in the air. No, the scent is tasteless, so far no one has been able to block it. Before leaving, Eldermon specially gave me a needle. If something goes wrong, I can use it to deal with Tuian. Saying that, he strongly threw out 3 needles and rushed forward with the absolute will to not let him get up again. The needles rushed towards Tuian, when they flew close to his body. Unexpectedly, Tuian just gently sidestepped. His eyes looked contemptuously back. 3 purple needles pierced straight through his hair. They rushed forward, crashing into the wooden wall, making thumping sounds. Soon, the needles immediately dissolved, creating a sizzling sound on the wood, flowing out a milky liquid and white smoke coming out. After Tuian dodged the orange-haired man's hidden weapon, he squinted his eyebrows nervously, looked towards the hidden weapon and whispered, it's really strange. Fortunately, after using countless golden pills, my 5 senses have become stronger. After saying that, he glanced back and continued to think that he could feel the killing intent, otherwise he would have to suffer again today. The fact that Tuian had dodged the hidden weapon made these 2 guys extremely surprised. They let out a cry and exclaimed how they could block it. After that, the 2 guys joined forces to rush forward, thinking that they should block it again. They launched the hidden weapon, sword forward. Tuian immediately turned towards Trino and told Trino, it was Trong Lang Kiem Quet, the target on the back right. Hearing that, Trino also tensed up and shouted loudly. After that, she used her internal energy. A green light appeared, gradually revealing a weapon like a pair of pliers, which was Ting Lang Kiem Quet. Then, she chanted a spell and used her weapon to pass by, blocking all the hidden weapons, creating clicking sounds. The purple hidden weapons immediately fell to the ground. Trino stammered in surprise and said this is it. After that, a system voice dinged, reward, checking that the host disciple under the host's guidance had comprehended the first level of Fang Lang sword intent, received 3 times the reward, and received spirit, Long Bao Zop of the mid-level earth realm, to the surprise and wonder of Trino. Tuian behind him smiled confidently and felt a bit proud, thinking that she was indeed an innate sword body. This Ting Lang sword technique had only been taught to her for a few days and yet she had already comprehended the sword intent. And even Trino was able to block the hidden weapon that the other 2 thought was the best, making them both surprised and scared. What did the orange-haired guy say? How is this possible? The blue-haired guy immediately added, not to mention the innate stage, even the clone stage cannot be achieved, so where does he rely? When Lam Hao Tian saw that his side was losing miserably, he hurriedly crawled to find a way to escape and shouted, oh my god, we have to run quickly, but his actions were discovered by Trino. Her eyes radiated anger, staring at him. Her hand raised the Ting Lang sword blood, preparing to attack. She shouted each word, Lam Hao Nian, you betrayed the master and destroyed the ancestors. Changing white to black, now he is still plotting to harm his master. When Lam Hao Nian heard Trino discover him, he immediately froze, his face pale. Having finished speaking, Trino flew up, preparing to lower his attack, screaming unforgivably, but Lam Hao Nian was afraid and weakly resisted, shouting, don't come over here. But how could he escape in time? The sword immediately pierced his stomach. He screamed in pain, his eyes widened. The next second, I saw Trino's sword covered in blood, drop by drop dripping to the ground. Before the eyes of Tuian and Trino, Lam Hao Tian fell to the ground. His mouth was full of blood, his eyes were wide open, seemingly unwilling to tremble and say, this is impossible. After dealing with Lam Hao Tian, Trino slowly approached the two colored-haired guys who were helping Din Manvu escape. The orange-haired guy trembled and said, "Don't come here." Din Manvu stammered to answer, You kill. If you harm a fellow sect, the sect leader will not forgive you." But the blue-haired guy is still not aware of the danger. "No, the two of us combined add one golden pill. Why are you afraid of her alone?" In Tian, it's true that you're not afraid of a strong enemy, you're only afraid of stupid teammates. The blue-haired guy said that, causing the orange-haired guy to cover his mouth in time. Who was behind her? Hearing the orange-hair's words, the image of Trino was full of courage and bravery moving forward, while the extremely powerful Tuian stood right behind her as her solid support. Trino held his weapon firmly, his eyes firmly stared at the three men in front, with a voice saying, "Master, don't get your hands dirty, my disciple will take care of them." But Tuian put his hand on his shoulder. She tried to stop him, but he said that my disciple and teacher still need to teach me something. There are times. I thought Tuian intended to forgive them, but no. Tuian smiled cunningly, his eyes emitted a red light and opened his mouth to continue saying that death is easier than life. Hearing him say that, the two dark-haired guys now completely lost hope, opened their mouths trembling in fear and stammering, taking turns saying, What do you want to do, and don't come over here." Just seeing those eyes that were scared to the point of tears appeared the image of Tuian like a devil rushing towards them with a voice like hell. "Now I know I'm scared, but it's too late. The mountains and hills are massive, the wind is strong, the air is fresh, their sect is located in the center and looks majestic. Inside is vast and magnificent, the sect master sits in a high position, below there are two disciples kneeling on the floor with their hands clasped to report, the sect master, this is the case, Manvu cooperates with the traitor, our group's followers came to the gate without any reason to start a fight. Tuian clasped his hands respectfully and continued, in order to protect themselves, our two disciples killed Lam Hao Nian, and destroyed the cultivation of two disciples, the sect leader is a man of principles, firmly believes that will not punish me. The majestic sect master silently looked at him, thinking deeply. Then he also spoke, Elder Tu, even though the traitor has not died yet, his crimes have been violated many times. He bowed his head, clasped his hands in prejudice and replied, Yes, Tuian followed the sect master's instructions. Din Manvu angrily pointed at Tuian, looked at the sect leader and shouted, How can you be so biased towards Tuian, sect leader? He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and glared at him. I brought my sincere disciple to the door to worship him, but you killed him again, breaking the sect's rules, being impeached and expelled from the sect. He frowned and asked with a dark face, bowing, Since you have accepted Lam Hao Nian as your disciple, you are responsible for his life and death. When things are going well, why did you send him to my seventh peak? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his arms and legs chaotic, angrily shouting at him. What's more, what kind of person could prepare something like this in advance, making him tremble and speak incoherently? I don't know. Yes, I don't. You talk nonsense. Witnessing such a fierce argument, the sect leader angrily shouted, Enough, it is difficult for Elder Mon to have the heart to protect the sect's rules. I see it is better to let Elder Mon take the initiative to cause trouble. According to the sect, set an example for yourself in your practice. He looked uncomfortable, bowed his head to the ground in disagreement and stammered, Master. This matter stops here. Elder Mon acted recklessly, was punished with 3 months of benefits, and was imprisoned in the cliff for a month to think. No more arguments. Hearing this, he smiled brightly, clasped his hands respectfully. The sect leader was wise. Elder Mon was so depressed that he disagreed and was so angry that he could not answer. He gritted his teeth with a scary face and thought to himself, Tuian, this revenge is not reported. Manvu, I swear not to be human. The seventh room, the practice room. Trino closed her eyes and calmly practiced the exercises. A dazzling golden light appeared around her, a majestic scene. He stood at the door and spoke inside, causing her to wake up. Trino, how are you doing? She was startled and turned her head to look at him. Master. She quickly asked from one side to the other, making him unable to answer. The master went to see the sect leader this time. Did the sect leader make things difficult for him? Trino was immediately moved to solve the traitor. If the sect leader blames him, punishment, Trino was willing to bear it alone. He chuckled softly and replied, You stupid child, how could the teacher let this matter get to him? Don't worry, with the teacher here, no one can do anything to you. She blushed shyly and looked at him intently. In the future, remember, don't say it's a petty traitor, even if it's angels, Buddhas, human emperors, prime ministers, whoever offends me, I offend them. He looked at her firmly and said, Even if the sky falls, the master will support you. Master, tears fell from her eyes. She knelt down on the floor to worship him, making him panic. What are you doing? He walked over to help her up. If you had anything to say, she answered him. There was something wrong. She felt she shouldn't hide it from her master. In fact, the disciple's real name is Lam Trine, is the daughter of the head of the Lam family in the southwest. He panicked and asked again. The Southwest Lam family is a famous martial arts family from ancient times in the southwest, but I don't know what happened 10 years ago. One night people destroyed the door. She warmly recounted, 10 years ago. 10 years ago on the Lam family's territory, a huge spirit mineral mine was dug up. The spirit stone resource was so rich that it could overnight create a force as powerful as the Hongmeng sect. My father was also the head of the Lam family at that time. He gave orders not to let this matter spread out, for fear of causing disaster and killing himself. Unexpectedly, my uncle had the face of a human and a night beast, because he was not satisfied with his senior father, when he sold the information to Lac Van Tong. Lac Van Tong, in order to rob the spiritual minerals, even killed my entire Lam family. Only I, under the protection of my father, was lucky enough to survive. At that time, she was very young, sobbing quietly and calling for her father, but her father was no longer able to wake up. The chaotic scene at that time must have been deeply engraved in her small memory. Later, while I was in exile, I encountered bandits, my money was robbed and there was nothing left, and I was even sold. At that time, she only had a thin sheet of cloth to cover her body, was chained by bandits, handcuffed, and led away to be sold as a cheap female slave. Her nobility was no longer replaced by a pitiful face. Then Tuian appeared like a ray of light that saved her life. He gently raised his hand and said softly, "Follow me." His gentleness was like a ray of light deeply embedded in her dark, bad memories. Luckily I finally met my master, otherwise I wouldn't have known where I was drifting. He was moved and tried to control his emotions. 2 tears fell like a flood, excited. He didn't expect that my disciple's situation would be so miserable. Why didn't you tell me sooner? It's no wonder you didn't. Hate betrayal. It's actually not that serious. He grabbed her wrist and was about to lead her somewhere. Go. The disciple took the child down the mountain. She asked suspiciously, "Down the mountain? Where are you going?" "Of course, if you accept me as your teacher, then we will repay favors and revenge." He turned his head and looked at her radiantly like the first time the two of them met. Wasn't it just Lac Van Tong? The teacher and his son went down the mountain to take revenge themselves. She was moved with tears falling and softly called out, "Master." She rushed forward and hugged him, talking incoherently, eager for Master. "I only wish for Master's life to be peaceful. I volunteer to be your companion for the rest of my life." He awkwardly continued, "Don't say such things, with such polite words. From now on, our disciples will take one step into the clouds, and our future will be immeasurable. So let's go." She happily replied, "Okay." The forest outside Lac Van Ton. Each cliff is close together, the trees are luxuriant, the sunlight shines on each tree top, making the scene breathtakingly beautiful. Below there is a man and a woman in battle, both exhausted, standing opposite the other person in defense. Bak Lak Nyet frowned angrily, pointed his sword in the opposite direction and said, "I knew it was you. For money, I pushed my subordinate to death, wasting the physical strength of the two of us, and there was only you to be able to do this." The woman next to her, Li Tan Tuian, was no less angry than him. Sun Moon Ghost Sect Trong Ni, his body was strong and looked very savage, carrying a sword on his shoulder, standing tall and answering his words, worthy of being the disciple that Fairy Chuk brought, killing so many of my disciples. The two swords of blue and purple, the name is unfailing. He widened his eyes and bulged with blood, swung his knife and jumped forward, shouting loudly, but that was all. The two of them panicked because he was too strong and deserved to die. Suddenly, a light pink strip appeared from behind him, causing him to temporarily lose momentum. Who the hell is that? The rock behind the two of them cracked and crumbled, making both of them extremely confused. That is. Cough, that's wrong. Tuian and Trino came out from the bushes. She pouted. He smiled softly and said, "Look, the teacher said earlier that you took action too early, child, too hasty." He turned his head to look at the two people. "Yo, it turns out it's a little beauty." His face became terrible and barbaric. "You just ruined a good thing for me. How are you going to compensate me, little beauty?" She got angry and swung her knife at that disgusting barbarian, that big-hearted bastard, whose mouth was full of meaningless obscenities. Did she want to die? He still kept that terrible face, waved his hand one step ahead of her, and even dared to open his dirty mouth to mock her. "Little beauty, your master didn't teach you, if you don't have strength, don't show your face indiscriminately." Star Beach. Bak Lak Nyet and Li Tan Tuian opened their mouths and shouted loudly, "Be careful, miss." She was unharmed and began to perform magic. "My master taught me before, when she met a wretched person like you." She couldn't be soft-hearted. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave him a palm strike that made him open his eyes in pain so much that he wanted to fall out. After a while, that horrible guy was lying flat on the ground. She turned around and said to her master, "Master, this is his Quiankin bag. I took a look and there were only some spirit stones and medicinal pills inside. There's nothing good." He gently touched the bag and gave it to her to take. "You take it first." Since when did Bok Lak Niet and Li Tan Tuian come to clasp their hands and bow their heads? Thank you both for your support. We are disciples of Elder Chukwuyan and Hong Mung Tong. We dare to ask about your noble names. Tuian smiled lightly and replied, "It turned out to be the disciple of Chuk's senior sister Fan. That Fan Tuian. This is my disciple Lam Tri. It turned out to be Elder Tu, visiting Elder Tu." He waved his hand and signaled, "Stop this kind of ceremony. I'm very curious, why are you guys in this deserted place still hanging out with people from Sun Moon Mamon?" Bok Lak Niet, who was covered in dirt, took out a box of some sort from the slit of his shirt. The Sun Moon Demon Sect has always had a grudge against the Hong Mung Sect. There are demon cultivators of the Sun Moon Demon Sect who even torture Hong Mung monks. Mung Tong did it for fun. This time the danger was because of the pill. In this low-grade world without heartless grass for thousands of years, inside the box is an eye-catching object, with a shining green color. Note, human, mystical, earthly, heavenly, immortal, 5 realms. Each realm has lower, middle, upper, and 4 excellent levels. He continued, even though the 100-year-old heartless grass was just a bamboo-based material, its value was not low. It wasn't easy for the two of us to find it. We didn't expect that because of lack of money, Trong Ni would follow us. Followed. He was chased all the way here. Then suddenly he bowed down and earnestly gave that ingredient to Tuian, repeatedly pleading that if Elder Tu hadn't arrived in time, he would have been robbed by the Sun and Moon Demon Gate for thousands of years. Gone. So to repay you for saving my life, please accept it. He looked extremely confused and asked Bok Lak Niet in return, "If you want to have this 1,000-year-old heartless herb, do you want to practice Bamboo Company pill? Drink Bamboo Company pill and the success of Bamboo Company will increase a lot." Why? Gave it to me again. In response, he said, "The Master teaches us that when we receive kindness, we will always repay revenge. This is what Elder Tu deserves. You should accept it. Li Tan Tuian's back and I are both sincere, wish to give." When Tuian heard that, he immediately praised them, as expected of his disciples. "If that's the case, when I refine it into bamboo pill, I will share some with you." He bowed his head in response. "Thank you very much, Elder Pepper." Suddenly Tuian's expression suddenly changed. He raised his sharp eyes and looked at the tree and said, "But it's too early to thank you. I've already lectured the 3 of you." He suddenly brandished a flying knife and warned his disciples that in the future, when killing people, they must pay attention to killing grass and destroying it completely. It seemed Tuian had noticed something unusual. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly slashed straight towards the tree. The ancient tree broke in half, revealing the silhouettes of 2 strangers, but they didn't seem afraid at all. Bok Lak Niet and Li Tan Tuian were extremely shocked when they saw them. They shouted loudly, "Since when did they hide there?" One of the 2 men quietly stood up and spoke, "Just a first-class needle worker, acting so flamboyantly." That guy also continued arrogantly, "And even dared to kill my beloved disciple. Fortunately, the 2 of us were right nearby. The day of your death has come." It turned out that those 2 people were Tan Duong Tu Kim Dan respectively, the 4th level and the 3-level White Yin Z Golden Pill. Standing in front of such strong opponents, Tuian did not hesitate to respond. He had long heard that the 2 elders of the Sun Moon Demon Sect, Black-White Wu Chang, were within reach of capturing the soul and taking their lives. He was certain, it must be 2 people, he thought to himself. Before leaving, he used some methods to hide his aura, and indeed he encountered 2 people without eyes. Tan Duong Tu did not hesitate to respond that if he knows our reputation and is still not afraid, I would like to see what kind of ability your boy has. As he finished speaking, he swung the chain directly towards older brother. Tuian easily dodged that attack. He glanced slightly behind, not expecting that one gentle blow could crack the entire tree trunk. He palmed his hands. Those giant chains began to form a large spiral surrounding him. Tan Duong Tu proudly said, "This chain of mine uses the blood energy of thousands of people to make it. Even if they are the original monk will turn into white bones when touched. Kid, enjoy it." Listening to his blabbering words, Tuian thought contemptuously, "What nonsense are you talking about? As long as you don't get touched by this force, you'll be fine." Suddenly, something happened that surprised him. He looked down at his feet. Now he was saddened by the unjust souls. It turned out that it was Bakam Tu's move to support his teammates. She opened her mouth. "My fierce vines took the primordial spirit of thousands of people to refine it. Boy, if you go there in the future, you definitely won't be able to do it, not lonely." Tuian's face still did not show the slightest fear. He calmly replied, "They know how to combine each other, not bad." She looked excited and cursed him to go away. After she finished speaking, the moves of both sides merged. Above were chains binding him tightly, below were screaming unjust souls constantly clinging to him. The disciples and Trino were extremely worried and told him to be careful, Elder Tu. However, he smiled mischievously and then just coldly snorted. He raised his hand high into the sky and summoned a battle technique, unleashing a 1,000-star sword technique. Tuian just gently waved his hand, a series of swords from spiritual energy appeared, then rushed straight towards the other two guys. Bakam Tu and Tan Duong Tu arrogantly said, "Just a transformed spiritual weapon wants to break our magic weapon, too naive, raise your hands and be tied." Unexpectedly, Tuian's sword was able to break his magic weapon. It penetrated the chains and rushed straight towards him, causing him to exclaim in surprise, "What?" The breath went straight into Tan Duong Tu's head. Before he could utter a single sentence, he passed away. When Bakam Tu saw this, he was scared and confused. How could his spirit sword have such power? It's not good. She quickly ran away. Trino discovered it and immediately informed him that Master also had someone who wanted to escape. She hurriedly ran away in fear and said that the sword technique that boy used was very strange and was only an excellent Earth Class 1, but even in the hands of a monk of the primeval stage, it could not be effective. With such force, let's go first. But he seemed to have noticed and threatened, wanting to go somewhere. That's right, that voice belonged to Tuian. He was holding the spell with one hand and with the other, he swung his spiritual energy towards her and didn't forget to say, "Don't even think about running away." Very quickly, that spiritual energy caught up with Bakam Tu, causing her to angrily curse, "Damn it." Bakam Tu's expression was urgent. "She used the evil spirit's moves to help me a little," she said. "Block me for a moment." The unjust souls obeyed her request and immediately surrounded her to protect her, but Tuian's aura successfully penetrated her magic circle. Tuian's magic blocked Bakam Tu's magic. She told the unjust souls that if we break this formation, we will be free. Suddenly those unjust souls realized something. They immediately stopped. Then he aggressively rushed straight towards her. Bakam Tu was extremely confused and said, "What are you doing? Have you betrayed?" Together they surrounded her and bit her endlessly, causing her to only scream in pain and let me go. Yet thousands of skulls flew in and continued to bite and tear Bakam Tu until she completely disappeared. The unjust souls were finally freed. They disappeared into nothingness. Seeing this, Tuian calmly spoke and reincarnated. At the same time, Bak Lak Niet and Li Tan Tuian, both of them were surprised and stunned when they witnessed the entire fight between the two sides, constantly exclaiming in their hearts that the two great elders of the Sun Moon Ghost Sect were actually killed. Elder Tu is completely destroyed in 2 moves, unless Elder Tu has already been promoted to win on level. Meanwhile, Trino, after collecting the magical treasures of the other 2 men, excitedly ran to his side and said, "Master Tun, the treasures on those 2 people are all here." Tuian happily replied, "Not bad, you're a good boy, you're getting more and more skilled at cleaning up the spoils. There's also Trong Ni's previous Qiankan bag, you took it all away." Hearing that, Trino's eyes lit up. "Come up and return the favor." "Thank you, master." Bak Lak Niet and Li Tan Tuian received a surprise reception. They thought about it and gave it all directly to their disciples. It was the entire accumulation of the 2 great elders of Niet Naguyat Demon Sect. Trino then showed off the rare items, extremely proud to continue. Here, this must have at least tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and there are so many medicinal pills. My master has won, how can I use so much?" Tuian kindly replied, "You really have to take care of it." After a moment he thought, "Let me see if I can find any treasures." The system immediately lists the low-grade and spirit crystals available. Then it gave a total reward of a 4 realms divine healing pill, a 15,000 cubic meter Qiankan ring, a 500-year heartless grass, and 2 top-quality spirit stones. He was extremely happy and exclaimed 2,000 top-quality spirit stones. Spirit stones include lower, middle, upper, and 4th grade. The average exchange rate between grades is 100 for 1, so I don't have that. 20 billion low-grade spirit stones. As he spoke, he thought about the prospect of perfection, then happily immersed himself in it. One night of great wealth was just that. Suddenly, Trino walked towards him and said, "Master, I already have a better Qiankan ring." She asked, "Can I give the 2 bags of Qiankan this time and the one from Elder Vuong earlier to my senior brother and sister?" Tan Tuian and Lak Niet, because they were so poor, still couldn't buy daily necessities today, so she felt sorry for them. They were confused and refused. No, sister, you make us feel shy like that, very." Tuian gently patted her head and replied thoughtfully, since it was given to you, then it's yours, it's up to you to handle it. Quickly, she gave them 2 bags of Quiancan. Trino happily said, everyone took it. The other 2 people were overjoyed, secretly grateful. Elder Tu and junior sister are really good people. He and she said goodbye to them and walked away. From behind, those 2 people were still dreamily thinking to themselves, disgusting, I really admire my master like that. If at first we just worshipped in the retreat room, it would be okay. In Lakvan City, in the alchemy room. Here everyone is doing their best to refine alchemy. Mist and fog are flying everywhere. Trino wondered, what are our masters doing here? Tuian thoughtfully replied, just now in the suburbs there was a 1,000-year-old heartless herb. It might be possible to refine bamboo chi pill for you. To prevent losing its healing effect, we will refine this pill before and after, then go find Lak Van Tong. Tamakham, standing nearby, heard their conversation. She immediately noticed and spoke, oh true KY Dan. She thought to herself, if you want to practice bamboo KY Dan, you must at least have 2 Vi Kim Dan. This gentleman looks young and is a golden Dan monk. After that, Tamakham looked at the 2 people who were trying their best to practice. She couldn't help but think in surprise. She really couldn't imagine it by looking at their faces. But not long after, Trino let out a loud sound. The surrounding exploded. Tuian was also thrown out, and Tamakham had just praised Tuian and regretted it the next moment. She was frightened by the scene in front of her. Trino's face was dirty. He wanted to blame his master but didn't dare to say it, so he squatted down in frustration, touched his 2 fingertips together and said, Master, do you really know how to make alchemy? When Tuian heard the disciple had to know the meaning of the blame, he shyly used a fan to cover his embarrassed face, not daring to look at his disciple coughing and saying that the teacher had never practiced true company Dan. After all, Tuian is a metal alchemist genius who has never had any trouble. This incident is extremely embarrassing for him. Tamakham heard the conversation between the 2 teachers and students, then raised his hand to his mouth and smiled because of the cuteness of the 2 people. She walked closer to the 2 people, put one hand on her chest and started talking. Young master, if I refine true company Dan, I can contribute my strength. On this side, Tuian is wondering who this lady is. I then snorted, and Trino, who was so in love with that woman, didn't care about practicing true company Dan anymore, and frankly said, sister, you're really beautiful. Sumakham continued to speak, but true company Dan needed to inject a large amount of spiritual energy. At that time, the young master still needed to take action himself. Hearing her say that, the 2 of Tuian and his group were both bewildered and happy. Behind Tamakham, a group of men were also excitedly asking and exclaiming that Miss Tu, giving free lessons today, is really both good and beautiful. Tuian looked at Tamakham with thoughtful eyes and thought that this girl was so young and was alchemist Negyai. Tamakham closed her eyes. A moment later a green flame appeared in her hand, covering a branch of yellow leaves. Tuian told Sumakham, who was turning back to him, that she had bothered the lady, and the reward would be paid, 2 times higher than market price. Sumakham did not answer, only saw a small piece of ice passing through the blue fire. The branches and leaves in the fire immediately glowed. Then she waved her hand. The fire spread out like a stream of water with countless herbs. Wood is going into the gold furnace. A moment later, countless yellow lights emitted from the furnace, flowing out massively. Tamakham took out a white vase and said to weave it. Immediately these golden rays of light entered the vase. After finishing practicing the true company instrument, Tuian gave the money to Tamakham and said thank you, miss, this is the reward this time. Before the words were finished, she interjected and said there was no need, just helping. At this time, there was a noise from behind. People were discussing something with each other and were running away. Tamakham heard them say that the auction had started. Quickly go to the 2nd floor. I heard it last time. There's a precious Jiagyai sword. I don't know if I have the resources to buy it. When she heard about the sword, she quickly refused Tuian, saying that I would go first, and there was no need for remuneration. Having finished speaking, she quickly left. Tuian looked at her back and thought about the auction. There was also the Jiagyai treasure sword. Isn't Trino also missing a convenient weapon? There are definitely a lot of treasures in the auction. Wouldn't it be a great deal to buy them all and give them to your disciples? Thinking so, he smiled, slapped the fan on his hand and said, good disciple, let's go see the auction together. Hearing that, Trino was extremely happy. She opened her eyes wide with joy. Can say. On the second floor of Tian Company Lao, the auction is taking place, surrounded by simply decorated tables. Each table has a number to bid on. At this time, the auctioneer is holding a long rope in his hand, and said that this is Tian La Bian, which Tiat Mok has been refining for thousands of years. Pouring spiritual energy or inlaying spiritual stones will increase the damage by many times. The level can increase to the level of the lower level. The starting price is 3,000 of low-grade spirit stones. As soon as he finished speaking, Trino excitedly held up the sign number 6 and said 100,000. Tuian stood behind her, revealing his eyes of pampering his disciple. And everyone at this time was extremely dissatisfied. One guy angrily said, "Damn it, it was that disciple again." Another person looked helpless and intervened from the beginning. The two of them never stopped. 10 times, they all auctioned off the treasures. A guy with a face that was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts like 3. This time he also quoted sky-high prices. People couldn't follow him. He was really rich and rude, but Tamakham didn't say anything, just sighed quietly. Suddenly, something made her turn around and look. The auctioneer pointed to the red item and said the next auction item was the top-quality Dung Tam Hoa Lotus Jia. On the auction floor is the image of a bright red Dung Tam Hoa lotus shaped like 2 large lotus flowers, extremely bright and dazzling. The auctioneer introduced through inspection, the quality of this Dung Tam Hoa lotus is relatively excellent, therefore, the starting price is 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Tamakham held the number 3 board in her body. Her body trembled a bit. Her eyes were afraid that this treasure would be stolen. She worriedly thought that this time she must have Dung Tam Hoa Lotus. Right when she was about to bid, Trino raised the sign in front of her and shouted loudly that I would bid 2,000,000. This number immediately made Tamakham lose her mind. Her eyes were lost and she was about to cry. She trembled and dropped the plate. See. The auctioneer shouted 200,000 for the first time. The stands below were silent, regretfully watching that Dung Tam Hoa Lotus fall into the hands of 2 masters Tuian. There were a few voices below that seemed unable to follow. Giving in. Road for millionaires. After calling for the 3rd time, the auctioneer banged the hammer on the table and said 200,000 dong. Tuian juggled the bag of money in his hand, raised his other hand to his chin, smiled smugly and said that this feeling of being so poor with only money left, his words made Trino's skin crawl next to him, appeared helpless. After that, the auctioneer brought Dung Tam Hoa Lotus to the table for the 2 disciples. Tuian respectfully said to the guests, "Congratulations on auctioning Dung Tam Hoa Lotus," Trino exclaimed, "What a beautiful voice." Tamakham looked at the disciple Tuian and thought that the pair of disciples just now, did they really want to auction off all the treasures? Next to her, there were spectators, some sighing, some drinking water, fire. She gritted her teeth and thought if she went to say hello and told them to give Dung Tam Hoa Lin to her, would they agree? Having said that, she made up her mind to walk towards Tuian and spoke to her son. When Trino saw her, he suddenly shouted and said, "Aren't you the alchemist's sister just now?" Suddenly, Tamakham knelt down and kowtowed right at Tuian's feet and said, "Sir, I am Tamakham. My father practices the fire escape technique, urgently needs fire lotus to save his life. I beg you to sell the fire back, this link is for me." To the surprise of Tuian and Trino, she still did not stand up, continuing to say that I am willing to be a buffalo and a horse to repay your kindness. When Trino saw Tamakham praying so earnestly, she became hesitant. She turned to look at Tuian in bewilderment and said, "Master." Tuian glanced at her, then smiled generously and said, "Good boy, I gave this Hoa Lin to you, do whatever you want, it's okay." At this time the system rang ting ting, checking. The host gave the disciple a first-grade Dung Tam Hoa Lotus plant, the reward was 5 times higher, and received a 5th-grade Dung Tam Hoa Lotus root. Trino heard his master say that and was so happy that he clapped twice, put their hands together and say if that's the case, then. Before the words were finished, a voice shouted, "Wait," accompanied by a rope-like string, on its head like a spear, rushing towards Trino. She quickly caught the exact location where the sound came from. The next second, she used Tianj Lang Kiem Quet to block that attack. Then she straightened her face and shouted loudly who it was. Down in the stands, from the auction stage to a fight cheering stage, everyone was extremely excited and shouted, "Wah, there's a fight." Next, a male voice rang out full of contempt for this, untouchable. A subordinate held a whip in one hand, one foot on the table in a condescending manner, pointed to the image of 2 people, a man and a woman, embracing each other passionately and said that our young master offered 3,000,000 to buy Fire Lotus. Yours, a guest behind asked in wonder, 3,000,000, that's way beyond the value of Nyan Gyai Ling medicine. Right after that, the so-called young man put one hand forward to show that he didn't care. His hand held the seductive beauty in his arms and spoke, "It's only 3000,000, because the beautiful Mista was moved. What is this person's character? It turns out that he is so arrogant because he is the son of the city lord Lac Van Ta Nuong Ven." At this time, Tamakham saw Ta Nuong Ven and stood up in fear, his eyes wide open filled with worry, and mumbled that it was him. Tuian realized her panic and then gasped. Immediately afterward, there were countless voices of gossip about the young city lord coming to bother Miss Tu again. Another voice interjected, which was really cruel, since Miss Tu inherited the position of Tu's family head. This young city lord just keeps hanging on to me. I feel like I'm still upset with Miss Tu. And all of these words were heard by Tuian, but he just remained silent and didn't say a word. At this time, it seemed that Tuian and his group did not hear the answer. The subordinate seemed angry and stomped on the table and shouted this and that. "Didn't you hear that our young master wants Dung Tam Hoa Lotus? Don't rush to raise both hands." When Trino heard that, he was also angry. He immediately stood up and pointed at the subordinate, saying, "If you say sell, do I have to sell? Dream about it, we don't sell." While Tuian stood next to him and laughed like not smiling. Perhaps Trino said exactly what he wanted to say. But then Dahem Mok suddenly ran to Trino's side, grabbed her hand and said in fear, "Don't provoke her, you definitely can't offend this person." The words just uttered made even Tri, No and Tuian were startled and looked at Tamakham. Tuian spoke at this point. He turned his eyes towards Tamakham and asked if it seemed like she had anything to do with this person. Right, when Tamakham was asked directly, she slightly avoided it. She turned her face towards him, one side hesitantly said me. After that, she put her hand on her chest, her small hand clenched tightly, showing anger, thinking of the image of Ta Nuong Vin coming to bother her family and recounting the incident. This person was the son of the city's owner, Lac Van City, considered the little tyrant of the locality. He once came to my door to propose to me, but I did not agree. After that, he bothered me everywhere. Having finished speaking, she took the bag of spirit stones and put them in Tuian's hands. Her eyes not daring to look at him, she opened her mouth to apologize, saying, "Sorry to both of you, I have caused trouble for you too. Look at these 50,000 spirit stones. As I apologize to you too, I will leave immediately." What you said surprised Tuian. Looking at the back of Tamakham leaving, Tuian smiled with satisfaction and thought to himself that he could ask for medicine for his father, but he was still able to do this, encountered an incident without being disturbed, and was still young and was already a second child. Alchemist Gyai is also a disciple with the ability to teach. He spoke out to stop Tamakham, telling her to stop. "This Dung Tam Hoa Lotus is given to you. I can also handle this for you, young city lord, but there is one condition." Tamakham heard that and immediately stood up. Again, his eyes opened wide in surprise, his mouth opened wide involuntarily. She cautiously turned back and asked what the conditions were. Tuian smiled, opened the fan and slowly said the condition was to worship me as his teacher. Tamakham did not expect that this condition would be so good. She immediately turned around, almost shouting, "I am willing, as long as she can save her father." Makham is willing. The next second, I saw her kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to Tuian and saying that the master above would like to accept my bow. Tuian immediately helped her stand up, not forgetting to say, "Good boy, in the future you is my second true disciple. Quickly stand up." Trino standing behind him smiled happily because he was about to have another junior sister. At this time, the system's voice rang out, congratulating the host on successfully accepting the disciple, checking that the disciple had the Tao Heart human level. The success rate of alchemy increased by 30%, and the reward was returned, doubled. The host has an alchemy heart level, and the success rate of alchemy increases by 70%, has digitized the information of disciple to Makham. Opening the new screen, his name is Tamakham, status is second true disciple, enlightenment 60, bone base 50, talent in alchemy path of human heart, has enhancement body. The enhancement condition is to improve the third level of medicinal pills. After hearing this, Tuian wondered what the heart of Dan Dao was like. But it's a pity that the core's enlightenment quality is somewhat average. It seems that we have to follow the path of transmitting the water stick. Then, facing to Makham's bewilderment, he turned to look at Trino and smiled and said if that was the case, Trine he child. Trino immediately happily raised his hand and replied that he had a disciple. He ordered his master to exterminate this group of henchmen. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Trino flying towards his subordinate with a serious face and answering his orders with a serious face. The subordinate angrily shouted wildly, also brandishing the spear in his hand. But then Trino's foot landed on his face, causing him to roll his eyes in pain and stick out his tongue, unable to react. I only saw him rushing towards the wooden wall, smoke and dust flying out. Ta Nuong Vin was so surprised that his eyes wanted to fall out, and Trino coolly said that he hated the dogs that were bullying him the most. "You people. After that, she held Tianj Lang Kiem Quet step by step closer to Tan Uong Vin. He immediately trembled in fear, stammering and pointing at the subordinate who was blown away, saying, You dare to hit my people, do you know who I am? But Trin's slave didn't seem to care. She immediately flew over, saying, I don't care who your father is, I want to beat you so much that even your father won't recognize you. When the sword was about to get close to his face, he was so scared that his nose ran out, shouting Vo Yon, come out quickly, if anything happens to me, my father will not forgive you. As soon as he finished speaking, a man's shadow appeared in front of Uong Vin and threw Trino away. Immediately, suddenly a masked person in a very cool atmosphere rushed towards Trino's attack. She followed the attack by inertia, so she retreated and took a defensive stance. Tuian was also a bit surprised by the strength of that anonymous guard. This nameless brother turned out to be a first-class veteran, no wonder he had such amazing strength. Tan Uong Vin relied on someone to protect him, so he triumphantly shouted, Aren't you the one who has much left? Why keep going? Anonymous, help me beat her and there's a kid behind her. He was pushed forward to give orders, even one of them could not be ignored. I thought that the guard would listen and do as requested, but on the contrary, he objected, Young lord, I am only protecting your safety and your consumption, and we will not interfere. Where did he go? Hearing that, he suddenly changed his attitude, was immediately scared, and could only utter one sentence, You. The host couldn't stand it anymore and started to go on a rampage, cursing and being insolent. What do you think this is? Then that person threatened that the group of people fighting at Tian Company Lao would, according to regulations, be executed on the spot. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of soldiers immediately pointed their spears at him and her. The host continued, If they did not want to, if you die, then get out of here now. Heaven's destiny does not welcome those who do not follow the rules. Before leaving, the cowardly Uong Vin said, It's a good deal for you guys, let's go. You guys in Lakvan City should just put your tail between your legs and be human. Don't let me see you again. Trino angrily gritted his teeth and cursed silently, hateful, while Tuian's side just coldly replied, Let's go. As she walked, she warmly recounted, looking at the proud look of his villain, he was really unwilling, he just thoughtfully said, Why bother with the villain? To mock him looked confused, beside. Uong Vin's servants were determined not to let it go. They whispered loudly that our young master should really let us go later. He replied, Let it go. Your young master is an easy person to talk to, is that so? He said sinisterly, Wait until we get out of the heavenly mechanism building and then we will do it. This way, we won't destroy the rules of the heavenly mechanism building and can still make them look good. The slaves don't forget to flatter each other. The young master is truly more intelligent than others. He walked out of the city. With such a cruel mind, that guy Uong Vin came up with a plan, kill that blind boy first, then clean it up and hang it in front of the gate. As for the remaining two ladies, speaking of here, he immediately showed his perverted face. Meanwhile, there was a slave waiting to attack. He was extremely confused and said that it was strange why he hadn't come out yet. Tuian knew that those schemers would take revenge, so he quietly stood in a corner waiting for the right opportunity to attack. His hands were summoning spiritual energy. When he had accumulated enough spiritual energy, he immediately released a stream of energy. Anonymous recognized. He immediately raised his sword in a defensive stance. He took a blow for Quan Vin and shouted loudly, Be careful. But he did not expect that Tuian's move would pierce his sword and immediately stab Uong Vin. The slaves could only scream, Young master, and then rush over, but it was too late. That slave said, You guys, why did you steal the territory of the heavenly body to kill people? Tuian just calmly replied, Stop spitting blood. I clearly waited for this person to get out of Tian Company Lao before making a move, not asking about the rules of Tian Company Lao at all. That guy just mumbled a few angry words, You. Suddenly, anonymously, he lowered the sword. He boldly walked up to him and spoke, This gentleman, this person despite his brutal personality makes others hate him. He continued, But since I took the money, as a bodyguard, then I must end my relationship with my master. Speaking of this, Anonymous suddenly gathered aura and said, You kill the person I protect, then I can only take your head back in exchange, otherwise the Wang family will hunt me down to the end. Tuian chuckled. Then he immediately summoned spiritual magic. Spiritual energy surrounded him endlessly. He provoked, Your sword is broken and you still want to fight me. The nameless guard's body began to transform, and his hands developed a thick layer of horns. Even the neck and other parts are covered with many scales. After the transformation, his identity was revealed. He said, In my body is the blood of a strange beast. My body is harder than a sword. Using a knife is just a matter of hand. Tuian remained calm and even responded with interest, "Is that so?" Then, dozens of swords covered with aura rushed straight towards the anonymous guard. Tuian said, "Then I want to take a look." The anonymous guard promptly caught Tuian's 2 swords, then he immediately crushed them, to no avail. Tuian said, "7 swords, even 1 sword can't be used." At this moment, there was a green sword from behind him pointing at the unknown person. He was surprised. What? He raised his hand and braced himself to grasp the sword. Tuian stood opposite and said, "Although you blocked my sword, it seems that your hand is not a waste." Tuian transformed into another sword and said, "So how will you block the next sword?" Tuian immediately threw his sword towards the unknown. It's difficult for Anonymous to say, the sword technique isn't bad, but my strange beast bloodline can help me recover quickly. He caught the sword and told Tuian, "If you only rely on this sword, you won't be able to kill me." He thought to himself, he didn't know why this person's sword bending was so powerful, but enduring the power of one sword had almost consumed all his strength. If there was another sword, again. Anonymous said, "But it seems like you're just an incompetent person." Tuian thought, this person is not bad, just relying on a soft sword. I'm afraid he can't beat him, and the spiritual power of a common flying sword is too weak for him. This heart of fire lotus absorbs the purest fire elements in heaven and earth and refines them, and is best used to refine weapons. Definitely take this opportunity to upgrade your equipment. Tuian immediately used his power to transform into another sword, truly an extraordinary and domineering sword, looking truly pleasing to others. It's better to call you Gao Hung of Fire. You throw your sword towards the unknown. Go, the fire is high, let's join the fun with the brothers here. Anonymous raised his hand to block the sword's power. He was surprised. What kind of fire elemental power is this? This is not good. He tried to project a shield to protect against the sword. Thought to himself, this protective shield cannot last long. This person is definitely not someone I can fight with. Tuian coldly said, "It's not over yet." Immediately the sword broke the nameless guard's shield. He panicked, "I'm done, it seems, we've lost." He stood up helplessly, wanting to cut or kill. "It's up to you." Tuian laughed. Immediately everything around him disappeared. The anonymous person was quite surprised. "Oh." Tuian said, "Seeing you admit defeat is quite refreshing, then spare your life," he thought, with a bit of spirit, also considered a strong person with strong bones. He walked away and said, "I'm Tuian, if you want revenge, you're always welcome. However, if your protection fails, someone will come to you to settle the matter. You must save your life and continue to live." After hearing this, Anonymous was startled and frightened. Tuian smiled and said, "Okay, anyway, they have appeared, then go with Mokham to save her father." Mokham gratefully replied, "Thank you, Master." Trino admired and praised him. "Master is so cool." Anonymous looked at Tuian and turned away, thinking to himself, being so young and having such a level, is truly extraordinary. If I can survive the pursuit of the Wang family, I will definitely meet him again. At the palace, Trino excitedly said, "Yeah, it seems that junior sister is also a rich family." Mokham said, "In my father's time, the palace was indeed very rich, but since I became the head of the family, Su Palace is getting worse and worse. Now it is no longer as good as before." Mokham worriedly said, "In fact, people should not kill Wang Vin. His father Wang Van Tong was not only the city lord, but also an elder of Lac Van Tong. It was said that he was born that year with the head of Lac Van Tong. After death, the relationship was very close, everyone touched him. I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble in the future." Trino angrily said, "If they dare to come, I will make them have no way back. Lac Van Tong was also my target this time." Mokham opened the door and said, "You too, please come here." The person sitting inside is to Mokham's second uncle, Tuian Vin. He slammed the table angrily. To Mokham, "You unfilial bastard, do you still have the face to return?" Mokham was surprised. His second uncle, the clan elders, and all of you, the rich people, were all here. Trino was equally surprised. This is, Tuian thought, the people who come are not kind. Tuian Nguyen pointed and scolded, "You still dare to ask? If we weren't here, we wouldn't know that the family was sold out by you. By the way, while the big brother was seriously injured and in a coma, took the family's assets to heaven, opportunity to enjoy pleasure." Mokham explained, "No, I sold the property not for pleasure, but to buy the heart fire lotus to save my father's life." Tuian Nguyen was grumpy, "So where is the fire lotus, where is it?" Mokham took out the fire lotus from his pocket and said, "Here, I had to keep it very carefully, not daring to damage even a single strand of it." Tuian then pulled out the 6-layer golden pill trick and brought it here to me. Markham retreated in panic, second uncle. At this time, Tuian immediately stood up to block Markham. He pointed his finger and said, "Let's see who dares to touch Markham." Huang Vin saw Tuian's power and suddenly felt a little scared. With this kind of power, it's not good, we can't carelessly confront this person, running is the best policy. He then quickly changed direction. Tuian saw that and launched the move straight at him. At this time, Huang Vin was pinned to the wall by Tuian's swords. Huang Nguyen was frightened. Second brother to Huang Vin said loudly, "Third sister, be careful of that sword." She then turned around angrily and said, "To Markham, what do you mean? Now you're still looking for outsiders to deal with your family, right?" Markham replied with difficulty, "No." Trino said, "Junior sister, don't waste words on them." Tuian grinned, Third aunt got angry. She stepped forward and said, "What, do you still want to attack? Come, beat me to death." At this moment, the sword immediately flew forward and stopped in front of her toes, causing her to almost fall. Tuian issued a warning voice, "Who dares to take a step forward? My spirit sword has no eyes." When they saw this, they all trembled in fear, pretending to be kind and saying, "Markham, Huang Vin and Huang Nguyen were just temporarily emotional, but we are blood family after all. You value outsiders, deal with us, it's not good." Markham said quietly, "One family." Huang Nguyen pointed her finger harshly, "That's right, the De family has raised you for 20 years, do you still want to repay the De family's kindness like this, you ungrateful brat?" Markham was so angry that he burst into tears. "Why do you cold-blooded people still have the face to come and blame me? My father passed away and became a ghost. Did any one of you care about me? You only know that while my father was in a coma, you came to the door to fight over the division of my father's assets." She shouted loudly, "I see you guys can't wait until my father dies." Markham sobbed in self-pity. Trino spoke up to defend, "These are all blood brothers, just a group of shameless, thick-faced people, not as good as animals and beasts." Tuian slowly said, "Markham, since you have worshipped my disciple, then today my teacher will teach you the first lesson. When dealing with this bunch of roosters, you must use strength to speak." Story. Tuian asked, "Markham, do you want to suppress or destroy the gate?" When those people heard this, they panicked, suppressed and destroyed the gate. Markham is determined, "Please ask Master to suppress the De family, eliminate their cultivation, and give them a way to live." Tuian agreed and replied, "Okay, Markham, you will save your father first, this place will be left to the teacher." Markham knelt down in gratitude, "Thank you, Master, Trino is next to help you up, let's go, junior sister." Markham turned back to look at Tuian with grateful eyes, "Master." Tuian said, "Then, who do we start with?" He suddenly turned towards Huang Vin who was pinned on the wall, "Otherwise it would start with you." He shouted in panic, "Don't do it." Huang Vin immediately collapsed. Tuian turned his fan and said, "Next, who wants to go first?" They all panicked when they saw Tuian's strength. "Quickly run away, quickly run away." Tuian coldly waved her fan and said, "Don't even hope to escape." They were immediately knocked down one by Tuian. Markham said, "No one has ever helped me without asking for anything in return." She was determined, she also had to work harder, she must definitely save her father and return. Trino was pulled by her hand and suddenly called out, junior sister." An hour later into Vin's room, Markham was sitting worriedly next to his father's bed. Trino and Tuian walked in. She said, "Junior sister, the De family's people have been completely crippled by their master, and are now being held in a dungeon." Markham replied, "That's enough, thank you everyone." Trino stepped closer to ask, "How is your father?" Markham said, "After drinking the Heartfire Lotus, he still hasn't woken up." Tuian spoke up, "Let me take a look." He checked his pulse and told Markham, "This wound of your father. If you look at the veins, it's not like being possessed by a demon, someone else must have harmed you to cause the meridians to break. Moreover, the other person's actions were cruel. If it weren't for the profound medicinal properties in your father's body, normal people should take so many medicinal pills. This time I'm afraid I won't be able to hold a single breath." Markham is scared. "Why is it like that?" Tuian said, "Don't panic, the current situation is still considered stable. I began to use my power to treat him, I just needed to reconnect his veins. Fortunately, after cultivating the Thousand Li Sword technique, my ability to finally control spiritual energy has increased another level. Even if the veins were restored, such meticulous work would not be a problem." Tuian has indeed woken up, cough cough cough. Manhwa was surprised. Father, Trino were also surprised, awake. He slowly sat up. Manhwa asked, Dad, how are you feeling? Tuian rubbed his forehead and replied, it's okay, just a little dizzy. Only then did he remember something. Manhwa, where is your second uncle? He didn't do anything to you. Manhwa replied, I'm fine, why did you mention your second uncle? Tuian calmly recounted, in recent years, I have put all my effort into improving the prescription for regenerative medicine. A few days ago, there was finally progress. My new prescription required lowering the quality of the medicinal ingredients quite a bit, but has very high requirements for the alchemist's cultivation level. My cultivation level was not enough, so I sought to Tuian for help, unexpectedly. He took advantage of the time I was refining pills and poisoned me. In the past, he and I had no enmity, but today we have no enmity. He hates me so much. He probably still remembers that year when my father chose me to inherit the position of head of the Su family, isn't it, him? Manhwa clenched his fists angrily. It turned out to be him. Tuian thought, returning divine pill, I remember that was a prescription from the three realms. Isn't that just the right time to use it to help Manhwa upgrade the heart of Dandao? Tuian looked at Manhwa's father. He asked him, Old man Tu, you mentioned the prescription just now, could you lend it to me to check? When he heard that, he exclaimed in bewilderment, you are. Manhwa immediately stood up. She raised her hand to him, introduced herself. He was the elder Tuian of the Hongmeng sect, also the master that her daughter had just worshipped. Fortunately, thanks to him, only a daughter can awaken her father. Tuian raised his hand to greet Tuian. He happily greeted him back, then he stammered and said, is that so? It turns out he reached out to help me in Hamnehi. Thank you, sir. Hamnehi can have this opportunity. I am really happy. Then he turned around and knocked a few times on the wall. From the wall he pulled out a box. Manhwa was extremely surprised to see that. She asked, Dad, since when did you install this in the room? He just reached out and took out a small roll of paper from the box. She smiled happily and replied, it was originally a private place to hide money. When she heard that, she was completely confused and didn't know what to say. Then he turned to Tuian, gave him the small scroll and said, you saved me. It just needs to be my family's prescription. You can take it if you want it. He took the paper, opened it and looked at it. He asked, this prescription, haven't you finished fixing it yet? Hearing that, he bowed his head sadly and said, Your Grace really has eyes. At first I was just a little closer to success, but unfortunately I was sabotaged by Tuian. That beast, I heard, then smiled and replied, it's okay, there's no big problem with this remedy, just missing one more piece of royal grass and it'll be fine. Hearing this, Manhwa was suddenly startled. Her head exclaimed, Din Huang Tao. Her hands clasped together. She thought, yes, field royal grass. Oh God, why don't I remember? Suddenly at this time, the system appeared, announcing that the disciple, under the host's guidance, had successfully mastered the improved three realms prescription, returned the divine pill, upgrade table, heart of the pill path, natural talent, upgrade to the mystical world. The reward will increase 5 times. The host's talent of the heart of passion will be upgraded to the heavenly world. The system pops up again. Notification, Heaven, alchemy success increased by 99%, prescription comprehension rate increased by 30%. Tuian smiled when he saw this. He thought, prescription comprehension rate increased by 30%, no wonder new thoughts suddenly arise in the mind about other prescriptions. Manhwa's father held her hand. He mercifully told her, Manhwa, for so long you alone have been taking over the family. It's been hard. She immediately denied. These are all things you should do. Just as an unfilial daughter, in order to make money to treat people's illnesses, she mortgaged the pharmacies in her house. The family is afraid that they will no longer be able to stand. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. I had a bold thought. Hearing that, both Manhwa and her father turned their heads to look at each other in bewilderment. Tuian threw a brown bag at them and said, you can take back the entire pharmacy, then recruit more alchemy apprentices, sign a lifetime contract with them, on the premise that allow them to reveal prescriptions and alchemy to them. He continued to say, if we want to withdraw midway, we will sign a non-compete agreement with them. After leaving the place we are not allowed to use our prescription, otherwise, Manhwa will give hand receive the brown bag he threw. Both her father and Trino all looked at him with a stupid look on their face. He continued, Kim de Devi. His face was full of fear, exuding a cruel look and he said, they will soon know how powerful we are. Then he and Trino turned their backs, leaving Moham behind to take care of her father. He told her, things must not be delayed. Moham, you should go refine your medicine first. My sister and I will come and deal with Tuian. Far away, Trino turned her head. She raised her hand to greet and happily said, see you later, junior sister. Mokham's father bewilderedly asked her, is this your master a normal person? She awkwardly replied, yes. The scene shows where Tuian Veen is being handled. His legs are chained, one hand is supporting his whole body, the other is blocking his face, sitting on the ground trembling. He is scared and stuttering, you guys, what do people want to do? Tuian didn't care about him. He looked at Trino next to him. Her face was sweating. She was tired of trying to maintain the magic in her hand. He smiled and told her, come on, little Trine, he can't practice 10,000 sword energy. We won't go any more today. She replied, Many pink magic swords rushed forward, accompanied by Tuian's counting, 9,971, 9,972, 9,979, 1,000. He sat to the side and smirked, looking at Trino who had practiced his sword energy of thousands, while Tuian Veen was extremely scared. Trino exclaimed with joy, it was successful, sword energy of thousands. She tiredly raised her hand to wipe away the sweat. Tuian stood up and happily said, not bad, next is the most beautiful sword, come on, the teacher believes in you. She took that position and smiled back, I also believed it. She summoned a pink magic ball on top of her head, she's grown up, I will definitely be able to do it. The magic ball turned into a giant sword in Trino's hand, raising it high. And she threw that attack straight at Tuian Veen. She turned her head to look at Tuian, smiled happily and said, Master, I succeeded. He smiled and replied, well done, learning this trick is enough to deal with Lac Van Sect. On one side, Tuian Veen was extremely frightened, he was scared, stammered, raised his head and said, you guys. The most transformed sword rushed straight in front of his eyes, tears and snot flowed from his eyes. He shouted in fear, what are you guys trying to do? Don't. Tuian saw this and happily said, don't do it. When you didn't hesitate to take action against Chi Veen, why didn't you think that this day would come? Little Trine, take action. Trino immediately responded when he heard that, yes. The giant sword crashed down onto Tuian Veen. He immediately turned around to avoid it. The whole person was still very scared. He trembled and shouted, I killed someone, please save my life. Trino pouted and said, hey, you made a mistake. Tuian looked at her a little worried. He said, aim correctly and hit again. No need to rush, take it slow. Her giant sword continued to attack Tuian Veen. He jumped up to avoid it, still screaming in fear. She shouted in frustration. It was off again. Do it again. Several times in a row, the sound of Trino rang out. Do it again. Do it again. Half an hour later, the wall behind Tuian Veen had many large holes in it, and he was lying on his back. The system displays a notification and reward, checking that under the host's instructions, your disciple has mastered the sword technique. The reward received has increased 10 times. The comprehension of the host unleashes 10,000 lease of swordsmanship, 10,000 transformations. In addition, there will be an additional soft sword noise, top quality earth. After Tuian finished reading, he stood up, he smiled and thought with satisfaction, so there were 2 sword-like swords, plus the 10,000 transformations. There was no problem in fighting a little bit. He curled his mouth and thought, this is easier than cultivating his own perception. He walked towards the door, then turned his head to look at Trino. He told her, let's go see if Moham over there needs any help. She was a bit startled when she heard that, then quickly responded, come on, master is waiting for you. The scene changes to Lac Van City Lord's palace. In the main hall, there were 3 men trembling, kneeling before one person. Behind them there was a crutch covered with a white cloth. The one in the middle spoke, Lord City Lord, young City Lord, he was killed by people. The person sitting on top heard that and slapped his hand hard on his thigh. He shouted angrily, damn, why waste money hiring you all to come and eat at the temple? This man is the City Lord of Lac Van City, Oong Vin's father, Oong Van Tan. In anger, he continued to scream, the young City Lord is no more. Don't bring the murderer's head to pay for the crime. Don't expect to survive. When the people kneeling heard that, their faces turned pale with fear. One of them said tremblingly, Lord City Lord, the one who murdered the young City Lord. His name was Tuian, an elder of the Hong Meng sect, an unknown hero of the realm. He used a few moves to beat him. Defeated, we are truly incompetent. When he heard what a few people said, he became even angrier. He shouted loudly, a bunch of trash, and then attacked them with 7 heavy needles. The black and red lightning rushed straight towards them. They shouted in fear. The City Lord spared their lives. He didn't care, his face was still very angry. He thought to himself, the power of Anonymous, I am the one who tested it. That guy Tuian can defeat Anonymous in just a few moves. This person's strength is definitely not something I can compete with. He got down from the chair, then he stepped forward and kicked the guy in front of him. He shouted loudly, "Get out!" He screamed in pain. Oh, he didn't care. In his mind he was thinking, it seems, he wanted to avenge Vin. He can only go to Lac Van Sect to ask for help. He walked out the door, without looking back, leaving only one sentence: I have to go to Lac Van Sect, send a party letter on my behalf to all the nobles in the city, including the De family. The servant from behind immediately replied, "Clear." Oong Van Tan's face was full of murderous intent. He angrily told himself, "Kill this child, Tuian, I will cut you into 100 pieces." The scene flashes to the De family. The invitation letter has also been sent. The letter has a picture of cherry blossoms in the corner. The content is, the De family is cordially invited to attend the Wang family's gala tonight, to congratulate the De family on the calming down, Maine. Tamakham gave the letter to Tuian and Trino. She said, "This is an invitation to a party." Both of them were very angry when they heard that. They slammed their hands on the table. Trino spoke up. Why didn't they notice anything? Well, it's obviously Hong Mon Yen. She stood up, looked at Tuian, said angrily, "We are leaving the city now, going directly to Lac Van Sect. When we get out of Lac Van City, I will see what else Oong Van Tan has to aim for. Do you two know?" He replied to her, He raised his hand to pick up a bunch of grapes to eat and continued, "No, they had sent an invitation. How could he refuse? Of course he had to go." Trino was bewildered and didn't understand. She asked him again, "Master." He put his hand on her shoulder. He said, "Let's go listen to the news. Lam Van Tan will definitely be there at this party. Good boy, do you want revenge?" When Trino heard this name, he said with an angry face, "Lam Van Tan." She sat down, her whole body exuding murderous aura, and said, "That damn traitor is also here." Tamakham saw her like that and was very surprised. She exclaimed in bewilderment, "Sister." Tuian waved his fan. He said silently, "I heard that he is now relying on the power of the Lac Van Sect. It is impossible to grasp everything. If it were changed to another time, it would not be easy to meet him." He stood up and asked Trino, "How are you, good boy?" He placed his hand on her shoulder, filled with murderous intent, asking, "Do you want to go with the master now to cause a ruckus in Hong Mon Yen?" She did not hesitate to respond, "The disciple obeys the master's orders." Tamakham saw this scene and smiled. She thought, why do I feel like someone is about to encounter disaster? Suddenly at this moment, Tuian turned to her. He asked, "Yes, how was the prescription handled?" She was startled, a little panicked, and replied, "I took back the 17 pharmacies that I mortgaged before, Su family already." She meticulously recounted the scene of her negotiating and talking with people. She opened the book and meticulously recounted that people were still recruiting to learn alchemy. This afternoon, she tried selling magic pills. A total of 50 bottles were sold, earning 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Tuian heard that. He thought with his chin, then said, 50 bottles is a bit much. Have you analyzed the reason yet? She quickly replied, yes. She began to analyze. The main use of the God Return pill is to clear the mind and regulate internal energy. Its uses are a bit limited, plus this is the first day of trial sales. Hearing this, Tuian immediately reached into his shirt. He held out a stack of papers in front of her. He told her, like this is the reformulated 3 realms prescription. Take it and study it, and then tell me the results of the trial sale. Hearing that, her eyes lit up and she happily asked, is it all yours? She received it and read it briefly, happily exclaiming, oh, this is the little needle pill after improvement. The recovery effect must be at least 10 times higher than before, enough to meet her needs. I pray for ordinary monks to keep their lives. I feel like I can definitely sell them out. Looking at her joy, Tuian was also extremely proud. Thoughts about money and wealth appeared in his mind. Money loves me. I love money. Money comes from all directions, coming in droves. It's always coming. He. The joy of life just lying around without paying money is coming soon. Night of the City Lord Palace. People gathered together to go inside a citadel. Oong Van Tan spoke up, Mr. Tu, our distinguished guests have arrived. He added that I heard that old brother Tu was sick a while ago. I was still very worried, but I didn't expect that after recovering from the illness, the family's medicine would increase by 1 more level. It's really true, very lucky. Tuian laughed loudly and thanked the city master for his concern. Oolong Vantan greeted him and said that this person must be the one who helped the De family stand up again, accepting Mokham as his disciple to help her break through training to become an alchemist in the three realms. Is that right, young Master Tu? He smiled, replied, Lord Oolong Tan has praised me too much. The subordinate next to Mr. Vantan thought, Tuian, is this the main character that Lord Mr. Oolong Tan wants to give a special treat to at the banquet today? He thought about everything and thought, Lord Oolong Tan specially invited 30 Golden Dan elders of Lac Van Tong to help. Now our people have all changed into the costumes of guests, waiting already in the banquet hall. Lord Oolong Tan only needs to speak once and he can take action to take someone's life. When he saw Trino, he was afraid and cried out to that girl, why? He looked at Trino and wondered why he looked so much like that young lady. How could the red-haired guy calm himself down? At first, I saw with my own eyes. Lamb Dog's subordinates threw that girl Lamb Trino into the abyss. Oolong Vantan said, let's go quickly, Mr. Tu. There is also Mr. Tu. Everyone is already waiting to start the party. Mr. Tu spoke up and answered okay. Everyone discussed and heard that young Master Tu was still very young and was already a 5th-level Black Gold Master. Yu Vantan raised his cup of wine and happily said that he still brought along 2 excellent servants like that. He really has immeasurable future potential. The subordinate next to him also joined in. That's right, Mr. Being able to sell into a wise master like that is truly the De family's luck. Other people also commented that Mr. Tu is truly a talent. Tuian laughed loudly and told him that the city lord, Mr. Wang, had complimented him too much. Then he drank a cup of wine. Tuian spoke up, in fact, everyone misunderstood my strength. I was just a 3rd-level Golden Dan because I also had the power of a 9th-level Golden Dan. Trino worriedly called the master, just stop supporting. He took out a precious sword and said, it's all thanks to this precious sword that I happen to have such extraordinary power. Tuian laughed loudly and said, so if I didn't have this sword and my own strength, how could I dare to go down the mountain? Trino advised the master to not expose his talent to anyone who would do this. What's up? Wang Traktan ordered the girl like this, is it time to go out? Where are you? He thought that probing this person would still require a bit of effort, and in the end he would be satisfied. I was able to call and it's truly a piece of trash. He was tipsy and saw people moving things without understanding anything. The furniture boxes are precious stone boxes, Oolong Vantan said. I have admired Mr. Tu for a long time, and today I specially prepared a large gift in the hope that I can make friends with Mr. Tu. When he saw that, his eyes lit up and he rushed to his mouth, mumbling that there were too many spirit stones. The spirit stones were gone. Trino was next to him, panicking and calling for his master. He rushed to Ling Thatch's place and shouted, Vu Ho. This time he originally wanted to change the sect and go down the mountain to buy some convenient things to keep for himself. As a result, in a few minutes he spent thousands of souls. The jelly is gone. I'm worried about how I will talk to everyone when I return. Luckily, there is someone. Lord Oolong Tan is really kind. Oolong Vantan spoke up and said, it is my honor to be able to help young Master Tu, but in his mind, he thought that this was a person from some kind of hidden family, within human resources. Turns out this is just a dog running in the backyard of a certain sect. He happily added, I have long heard that young Master Tu is very good at teaching subjects, otherwise let my disciple and your disciple have a trial so that everyone can open their eyes. Oolong Vantan continued to say, this spirit stone is considered money to bet on. What do you think? Tuian drunkenly said, no problem, Tu Trine, you should go up. Trino answered and obeyed and went forward. Oolong Vantan said that this gentleman is very generous, so I will bet a little more money. He sent someone to bring another box of spirit stones and said, if Mr. Tu wins, I will definitely add 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. How about that? He thought hard and said, should we also add a little something to match? But there was absolutely nothing on him. Tuian suddenly thought of the precious sword. He took it out and said, otherwise, let's do this. How will we use this precious sword as a premise to bet? Oolong Vantan proudly said that of course it was okay. The precious sword and 2 chests of spirit stones were covered by Oolong Vantan with a barrier from his magic. He said, since it was a bet, then before the competition ended, no one could touch it. How? Tuian was a little drunk, his face was red, he couldn't stand up and said, no problem, little try, I'll rely on him, don't make the teacher lose face. To Mokham added while supporting him, senior sister be careful. Trino reassured her, don't worry. Oolong Vantan ordered one of his subordinates. He said, little Black, you go first. He thought, what a waste, try to test their strength. Little subordinate, Black also stepped forward and responded, obeying orders and becoming lord. He looked at Trino's place and said arrogantly, then next. The match between City Lord Oang's disciple, Tuian, and Tuian's disciple Trino, begins. Trino rushed forward, she shouted loudly, go. The other guy also quickly used his big sword to block, he said, block. But her magic sword still rushed forward and broke the sword, he panicked and shouted, no. Her swords immediately stopped, before his panicked face. He sighed and said, I lost, I'm sorry, City Lord. Tuian saw this and smiled proudly, he said loudly, ha 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 ha, I can't take even a single move from you, trash, waste. The other guy saw that, one guy crossed his arms and said uncomfortably, this is really rude. A guest put his hands on his hips and added, there really is no education. Another guy continued in a dark voice, it was clearly just a pathetic ghost. Oang Vantan's trusted subordinate looked at Tuian who was laughing loudly, he was annoyed and thought, the blonde guy doesn't know how thick the sky is, let you be arrogant for a while longer. He looked at him thoughtfully, thinking cruelly, I'll definitely show you my face later. His disciple lost, but Oang Vantan was not angry at all, he happily smiled and said, it's okay, it's just an exam, there is always a win or a loss, there is no need to care about these things. In his heart the opposite is true, I thought. The guard reported that these two masters had very powerful swordplay, and that's all what they saw today. On one side, Tuian was very happily holding the spirit stone chests, he shouted loudly, City Lord Wang is really too good, he has made a fortune, I still have the treasured sword, plus all my assets, come in, ha ha ha. Seeing this expression of yours, he smiled happily, thinking, this is exactly to my liking. Then he said in a serious voice, next game, Am, you up? Am stepped forward, seriously replied, yes. She stood in front of Trino and said that she had committed a crime. Oang Vantan looked at this scene and thought, speaking of swordplay, my niece has come to Lac Van Sect to learn the craft, of course she will not be inferior to an idiot's disciple. Suddenly he widened his eyes and exclaimed, she. Trino's large magic sword appeared, in the most sublime form, in front of Am's small swords. Trino shouted loudly, go. The sword rushed straight towards Am, making her stunned. She shouted loudly, full of wonder and wonder. Her face turned pale and she stammered, I admit defeat. She fell down, her swords also fell down, her face was still full of panic. Looking at Trino, she said, at such a young age and yet she has achieved the highest perfection, I give up. Trino let out a sigh, then responded, giving way. The gossiping crowd saw that and also spoke up. The one who spoke loudly, let those two disciples win. The other guy intervened, but look at her appearance, I'm sure we're about to reach our limit. Another person continued, useless, useless, today even a god descending to earth is useless. Tuian on the other hand did not care, he was still happy with the pile of spirit stones, he shouted loudly with happiness, ha ha ha, keep going, keep going. Oang Vantan's subordinate couldn't bear to think, look at that brat's pride, and he said, at such a young age, he can practice to the highest level, he is truly a genius, it seems this kid has earned a good disciple. He smiled, pleased with the thought, but still. A female figure jumped up from behind him, he smiled sinisterly and thought, that's all there is to it. That woman rushed straight towards Trino, startling her. That woman attacked her, causing her pain. His eyes were now wide open in surprise, thinking, oh isn't this the squinty palm of the Lac Van Sect? He used his flying skill to fly forward, catching the falling Trino. She was now weakly lying in his arms and said, I'm really sorry my master failed. He heard that and immediately reassured me, it's okay. He helped her towards his sect and looked back slightly thinking, he had to bring out his trump card again. Tamakham saw Trino injured and said in panic, senior sister. Lac Van Tong then showed a proud smile and said, you have lost. Tuian saw his property being taken away and shouted in pain, this is all my property, no you can't go, you won all my property, what should I say when I return, with the sect here? He angrily pointed at the other person and said, I will fight you again. When Oang Vantan heard that, he immediately played lightly and said, of course there would be no problem in fighting one more match, it's just that Mr. Tu just lost his entire fortune, what can he do now to continue betting? Hearing that, he pointed at himself and said, my life. Hearing that, everyone around them started to make a fuss. Two people couldn't help but shout loudly, oh my god, is this really crazy, can you bet on this? Some people laughed with great joy. Hearing what he said, he let out a sinister smile and said, this is what young Master Tu said himself, don't wait until you sober up and then go back on your words, in your heart you're thinking, I have to see if there's no precious sword, then can you still create any waves? He began to reveal his ability and said, "Don't worry, don't go back on your words." At this time, a large yellow sword appeared behind Tuian. A golden hand appeared, holding that sword. He said, "I'm afraid you won't admit it, but if I win, the city lord will not only give me all his assets." When Lac Van Tong saw his ability, he panicked and said, "This is the most wonderful thing." At this time, he controlled the sword to fly in her direction and shouted loudly, but also saved her life. Seeing that, she quickly took out her sword to block that blow. But her sword was broken in half because of his attack. She could only watch helplessly as the attack came towards her. Her face showed fear as she said, "After all, the most powerful person on his body had such extraordinary power." She then bowed down and said in pain, "Damn it." A series of thoughts appeared in her mind. This sword is the magical weapon passed down by the sect leader that can block an attack from the monk, but he was cut in half by this person's sword. How holy is this person? He then launched a final blow that sent her flying away. Oong Van Ton saw this and shouted loudly, "Junior sister." He quickly ran to help his sister, held her in his arms and urgently asked, "How are you, sister?" At this time, he continued to perform another trick as he said, "It seemed that City Lord Wang was also a disciple of the Lac Van sect, and being able to learn the Lac Van sect status must not be low." He smiled sinisterly and said, "Killing you today would not be unjust." Oong Van Ton frowned and turned around to curse the people behind him. "Why are you still standing there?" They heard the unpleasant tone of that high-ranking official and quickly pulled out their weapons and headed towards the target. "Finally, it was our turn. Elder Wang can rest assured, we will definitely let them know. That kid is handsome, please die." To mock him tried to keep Trino's body, "Senior sister, on this side." The old people just stood there observing the battle but still couldn't help but worry and say, Aya, this is such a big war." In front of the group of people who were preparing to kill Tuian, he, their target, calmly clapped his hands and smiled and said, "Yo, the people who took action all had the strength of golden pills. It seems City Lord Oong is prepared today, already. Looks like I can only kill 30 golden pills by myself today." As he finished speaking, a golden magic circle appeared under Tuian's feet. Sharp yellow things slowly rose from the ground. Oong Van Ton frowned and cursed, "One person killed 30 needles, that's really too arrogant. Just in case, before going down the mountain, I specifically asked the sect master for an illusory Lac Van sword." Behind him appeared a magical power that looked extremely dark. Trino, who was watching from afar, couldn't help but panic when he saw the power of City Lord Oong. Oong Van Ton's loud and ear-piercing voice rang out. This low-grade heavenly weapon had been carefully refined by the sect master with many years of blood and soul, and its power was no longer the same as that of ordinary profound iron, even though just the big sword's illusory shadow is enough to kill the original hero. Trino's expression became gloomy with fear. She spoke up to explain to the readers, this sword was clearly stolen from the Lam family by the Lac Van sect that year, the ancestral embryo sword of the Lam family." In Trino's mind, he added the idea that the day the Lac Van sect massacred the Lam family, using countless people of the Lam family as blood sacrifices to refine this sword, allowing it to reach perfection and completely transform into divine powers. At that time, Oong Van Ton summoned his power and laughed like a psychopath. "Ha ha ha ha, everyone died." Trino's thoughts appeared again. "Until today, I felt responding to the aura that is compatible with the blood vessels in one's body." Standing next to Damakham, after listening, he couldn't help but curse angrily. That day they named it Lac Van Kiem. Really shameless. "Sister, are you okay?" Tuian is a person with extremely strong strength, so when Trino was whispering to himself in the distance, he could still hear clearly that the Lam family's ancestral sword embryo was captured in Tuian's mind. Thinking about this and that, it turns out that one of the conditions for awakening the innate sword body that the system displayed at that time was about this thing. While he was engrossed in thought, that black and red sword had already rushed forward. City Lord Wang raised his voice and said loudly, "Today, use it to teach wild children like you how to be humble." That red sword flew towards Tuian. Tuian's expression still maintained the smile, but it looked extremely scary. "It seems like I still have to thank City Lord Oong for giving me the news about the sword embryo." He backed away. At the same time, he also summoned another weapon. He called it, New Chi Nu Sword. When he saw that weapon in the opponent's hand, Oong Van Ton suddenly said, "What, wasn't that sword taken by me?" He looked back at the treasure chest and realized that that guy had two identical swords. While he was engrossed in blaming and cursing, Tuian was recalling the noble status of the sword in front of him. The power of the illusory Lac Van sword was extraordinary, worthy of being a divine weapon of the fairy world. Nieuchi, although the soft sword is just a world-class masterpiece, the existence of Ngu Kiem Quet is to make the sword stronger. After thinking about it, he was interested in using this sword and said out loud, "Why don't you try it out a little, the true power of the Ngu Kiem Quet?" Just like that, the yellow sword confronts the red sword. They collided with each other, causing the spiritual energy surrounding the sword's body to radiate everywhere. An explosion just happened in front of so many people. After a cloud of smoke, Tuian's sword returned intact. His tone was filled with contempt. "It was possible, but you guys couldn't do it. I haven't used all my strength yet, I don't know when. The group of people who wanted to kill you have already collapsed to the ground, some of them groaning in pain." Oong Van Ton panicked and turned around to run away. "How could this be possible? Let's run quickly." Tuian also realized that the person was planning to run away. He asked in a low voice, "Wanting to run away? Do you think you can escape?" Faced with a series of swords summoned by Tuian, the city boss Oong shouted in fear, Don't. Unfortunately, they pierced Oong Van Ton's flesh, causing his blood to splatter on the wall and floor. The man's pitiful scream rang out, "AAA!" Lam Van Ton was struggling to sit up. When he saw Oong Ton Van's broken body, he trembled and called out his name, "Lord Oong." Suddenly 2 people stood in front of him, causing Van Ton to quickly step back. "You guys. Don't come here, don't kill me." Tuian lightly kicked the man's leg and smiled, saying, "The person who should kill you is not me." That guy was screaming in pain under Tuian's gentle force, "My leg." Meanwhile, Trino is carrying a murderous aura in his body. "Uncle, do you still remember me?" Hearing the address from a young girl, Lam Van Ton was a bit confused and then shouted in panic, "Uncle, you are Lam Tri. No, how is that possible?" Before he could say more, her sword had already sliced through his face. Trino's eyes revealed the bloodthirsty of a devil. He answered correctly, but unfortunately there was no reward. After killing the person, Tuian placed his hand on his beautiful disciple's head and gave new comments and advice. "Well done, but next time don't be so decisive. Towards the enemy, don't let them die easily. Next time try cutting each piece of meat, that will be the most painful." Trino blushed and replied, "Thank you master, I have learned again." The remaining 2 people stood from afar witnessing all such ridiculous situations and couldn't help but feel helpless. "Is this master really a genuine person?" Mokham hesitantly answered, Yes, perhaps." Tuian's cheerful voice rang out, "City Lord Wang lost all his assets to me. Mokham, you help me calculate some of the loot. I will take your sister to Lac Van Sect." "Good girl," obediently replied that the disciple obeyed. At the residence of the head of the Lac Van Sect, an old man who looked extremely powerful was constructing. That person was Lac Van Sect Sect Master Deep Van Uyen. While he was at peace, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ha. 10 years have passed, the last sword soul in Lac Van Sect is finally about to be captured by the deity. Success or failure depends on this one step. Suddenly a stream of blue spiritual energy flew in from outside, and hit the sword floating in the air. The sword body began to shake, shaking violently. A tornado suddenly appeared, blowing Deep Van Duen's entire body away. He painfully placed his hand on his chest and said uncomfortably, clearly feeling that he was only a little closer to conquering the Lac Van sword, so why was he suddenly rejected by it? Suddenly someone's announcement was heard outside. Unfortunately, the sect master, the soul lamps of senior sister Lu Vu, Oong Van Ton, and elder Lam Van Ton were all turned off. He was startled and shouted, "What?" In the end, what happened? While Van Duen was not paying attention, a portion of the sword's spiritual energy flew up, and it flew out the door. That source of spiritual energy flew out of Lac Van Sect. The person exercising the ability is Trino. Next to her is Tuian, who is chatting with her. The Lam family's ancestral sword uses the blood essence of people in the Lam family as a sacrifice. I said I can use the blood plasma, feeling the existence of the sword. This is actually the first time I've heard it. How is the situation? She happily replied, I can feel it. The people of Lac Van Sect probably still cannot conquer that sword. I have left my spirit on the sword. As long as I find it, I can conquer it. He couldn't help but praise that it was very good. So our disciples are here today to cause chaos in the Lac Van Sect. Meanwhile, on another side, the candles representing the deceased are placed solemnly. This is the Lac Van Sect Soul Hall. There is someone who is feeling extremely angry and speaks up. Oong Van Tan, this trash. Last time he told me that his son was killed by a former monk Vandu. I want to invite a clone of Lac Van's sword to deal with it, and also invite 30 more golden pill elders to go with me. The result is this. He turned to ask the servant behind him, what was going on? Was the investigation clear? The man was feeling extremely scared at the opponent's aura, so he stammered back, no, right now I only know that Elder Wang invited 30 Golden Dan to go down the mountain to deal with the enemy, but it seems that the enemy killed them all. He punched the table holding the candles. And scowling and cursing, a bunch of useless trash, more than 30 people, plus the illusion of Lac Van's sword, couldn't deal with just one person. Immediately arrange the Ho-Sun Great Formation at the highest level. Right now the opponent's purpose is still unclear. Maybe they can come to the door at any time, the servant replied, sweating profusely. At Lac Van Sect, outside the mountain gate, Tuian was standing in front of the steps and said, this Ho-Sun Great method is not low in level. The disciple respectfully asked if it was possible to force a breakthrough. Tuian held his chin in thought for a moment before replying, yes, it's possible, but that would be too much noise. Before finding it, looking for your ancestral lineage, it's best for us to hold back a bit, for the teacher has a better way. Just like that, the plan he told the disciple was covered up. Soon you will be like this, blah blah blah. Trino then understood after hearing it, oh. A moment later, he used his fake tone to make up a story that wasn't true. Something bad was going wrong. The sect leader, Elder Wang and Elder Lam and the others had been murdered. The sect master of Lac Van Tong solemnly asked, who are you two people? Tuian pretended to look pitiful and explained that this person is the stepdaughter of Master Lam Van Tan. I am her bodyguard. Last night the master did not come home all night. We went everywhere to listen, learned that the old man stayed at City Lord Wang's house last night and was killed by a mysterious person. The sect leader raised his finger containing his spiritual energy and asked confusedly, Lam Van Tan's stepdaughter. That ray of spiritual energy grazed Trino's shoulder. He took her blood and rubbed it on a blue token. And secretly thought, this is Lam Van Tan's token. If they have the same bloodline, it will be displayed there. Same bloodline, then this group of people really have a relationship with Lam Van Tan. The sect leader looked at the order and asked the two disciples who were pretending to be them, why did you two go up the mountain? He bowed his head and replied, we heard that right now there is a mysterious person who single-handedly killed 30 golden pills, killing the entire city lord's palace. We were worried that he was the old man's enemy, so we deliberately wanted to go up the mountain to find him. Lac Van Tong asked for help. Trino, who was looking down, also began to speak. Sect Master Deep, I know from my father, Sect Master Deep is refining the Lam family's sword mark, but it was countered, always looking for a solution. I don't know, whether your father told you or not, the Lam family actually has a way to practice swords passed down from their ancestors. The Lam family has always practiced swords. The blood of people in the Lam family is of course enough to refine the sword. It is also effective in removing the wounds left by the sword's backlash. She raised her arm, cut out in front of everyone. Sect Master Deep is a little more confident. She even knows about the Lam family's sword, unless. He slowly stepped off the stairs and gave them a warning. The method of disarming that you mentioned can now be shown to me. I advise you not to deceive me, otherwise you cannot bear the consequences. Trino was not afraid of his threat but responded strongly, of course, you can try first. Her blood floated around Sect Leader Deep's body. He silently thought, I can feel it. The internal injury left behind by the blowback of the Lac Van sword was being healed, and it was indeed quite effective. A moment later, Sect Leader Deep turned around and said, come in. The two disciples shared a dangerous smile. Both of them thought happily, success. The sect leader ordered his people, today I will go down the mountain to investigate the incident of Elder Wang and everyone. When I am not here, no one is allowed to open the Ho-Sun Great Dharma. In addition, arrange for the other two. One person performs the ceremony, clearly. Tuian slightly raised his eyebrows in excitement. It was truly a God-given opportunity. In the evening, Tuian and Trino are using spiritual energy. At this time, she has achieved the first level of foundation. The cold system voice rang in Tuian's head. The host had imparted 200 days of cultivation to the disciple. The reward was tripled, receiving 600 days of cultivation. Hearing that, he comfortably smiled and said, okay, next you have the first level of Bao Foundation cultivation. When you get the Lam family sword code, you can awaken the innate sword body. In Trino's hands is the 6th level golden pill. She asked in confusion. Oh, it's an innate sword body again. What exactly is that? Tuian felt extremely interested in his disciple's cute gesture, and smiled cheerfully and said, ha 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 ha, no problem, let's leave quickly. At night in Lac Van Tong, a monotonous voice rang out, are you sure you can find the sword's location? Trino stood on the roof and replied firmly, rest assured, master. Hearing the other person's determination, Tuian softly said, okay, then I'll go first and lead the way. The two of them started construction and ran and jumped on the roof like mice. A bodyguard had worked all day, so he took a nap while he was wheezing. Trino said in a low voice, hey, someone is watching. Her master advised, it's okay. Because the teacher can hide the aura of the two of us, people under the elemental realm cannot detect us. The door opened. Inside the room was the sword from this morning. Trino excitedly shouted, found it. Tuian opened her mouth, I can rest assured to practice, let the teacher protect the Dharma on my behalf. She happily replied, yes. Then Trino slowly sat down. She began to use her spiritual energy. Her spiritual energy flew into that chained sword. The source of power in the sword shook slightly. Then it spread throughout the room. Trino said in pain, this sword still holds the consciousness of the Lac Van Sect leader. The power of the sword was so great that the bodyguard who was sleeping outside quickly ran in, whoever it was. Guys, that bodyguard broke something. Outside, a ray of blue light was slowly flying into Lac Van Tong. Tuian's expression turned gloomy, it seemed like he couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. If that's the case, then let's create a ruckus. Having finished speaking, he summoned a pile of golden swords floating in the air. At the same time, the sect leader was walking into the forest when he suddenly turned around and shouted in panic, someone touched my Lac Van sword, that is, assault. Whoever dares to come to my Lac Van sect, say your name, you are already surrounded. If you obediently submit to being tied up, you will suffer less. When seeing a group of people using swords to fly in the sky, Tuian's calm voice slowly rang out, today. Without my permission, all those who come to bother you should not try to enter inside. Go. Following their master's orders, the swords rushed towards the sword wielders. But they couldn't even respond, they were just a swordsman and yet they dared to be rude in front of my golden pill monk. But they were too contemptuous of the power of those who were destined to be, so they were stabbed to death with a grievance before dying. What? My ancestral magic weapon, but with just one move it failed. Tanfai, why is this sword so powerful? He stood below and smiled happily. Ha ha ha, last time he killed 30 golden pills in one round. He thought everyone drank too much and their limbs were not flexible. Now it seems that Lac Van Sect is basically just like that. Stop. An immortal cultivator heard this and screamed in fear. One person surrounded and killed 30 golden pills. You. Tuian stood in the middle of a pile of golden swords, acting cool and saying, I don't change my name when I go, I sit without changing my last name. Nam Li Sect Wien Tu, if after tonight, Lac Van Sect still has the strength to seek revenge from me, then you can clearly remember this name of mine. The battle was fierce, but it was Nam Li Tong. Within a radius of 10 miles, the only person who could compare with Lac Van Tong was Nam Li Tong. Suddenly that person shouted loudly, everyone followed me to arrest the thief Nam Li Tong, making the chaotic situation even more chaotic. The soldiers surrounding Tuian shouted in unison, yes. Hundreds of arrows appeared around him, sword pointed towards them. He held the fan tightly and pointed at them, it's great that today can make us happy. Hundreds of swords rushed at them like a storm, making them unable to keep up. Screams of grief reached the sky, groans of pain, oh help. The chaotic situation became even more chaotic. Don't come over, this. He floated in the air, sneering and mocking, did everyone just come here? Tuian's scary face and red eyes, he said harshly, I haven't used all my strength yet. That guy still stubbornly dragged his neck and argued bluntly, boy Nam Li Tong, our sect master is about to return. When that time comes, we will chop you into 1,000 pieces. Tuian laughed loudly and waved his fan. I waited. Suddenly flying from somewhere, that person looked at him with contemptuous eyes. Servants, don't be arrogant. Tuian took a stance. Around the fan began to appear pale yellow light rays, returning quickly. He flew over and swung his fan, a shadow began to appear, a sword blocking the fatal blow. The two swords collided, making the other person a bit stunned. Create a mess. That person looked at him with sharp eyes. The thief Nam Li Tong was really bold, daring to come to our Lac Van Tong area to act rashly. Around him appeared green swords mixed with a bit of dazzling yellow light. Tuian smiled softly and replied, "What is Lac Van Tong? Your elder was still beaten to pieces by me." With both hands crossed in an Unleashing Van Lee and Gu Kiem writing, Special Edition. When this move was released, the person was a little panicked and stopped. Thief, after speaking, he waved his sword. His eyes were so sharp that it glowed, and he slashed with all his might. Just relying on you, he still dares to underestimate my Lac Van sect. Having said that, he raised his sword and slashed. Luckily Tuian used his internal attack to fly high and dodge the fatal blow. He slashed and shouted loudly. He was too confident too soon. The four brothers looked at each other and thought to themselves, this old swordsman is extraordinary. His cultivation level must be at the peak of his original form. It must have taken many years of sacrificial crystals to refine the divine sword to damage his bones. Before he was able to break through, the real strategy is on the horizon. Tuian rushed towards him. Cough, this is troublesome. I hope little Trine he can quickly capture that sword. Sword Shi Van Tien. He looked at him with sharp eyes, slashed down with a sword, thinking to himself, the sword energy is 10,000, can this move still be used on real swords? His sword is already incredibly powerful, at least it must be, is a wonderful world. Hundreds of swords hovered above his head, as if they could fall at any moment. Thousands of world-class precious swords rose together. This is not a sword skill, it is said to be an unimaginable miracle, it's not too much either. He began to feel weak, gritted his teeth and frowned. His face began to darken. It seemed like there was no way. It seemed like the only way was. Saying that, he stabbed the sword hard into the ground, creating a flash of bright light. A barrier appeared around the sect that covered the place, creating a suffocating feeling, activating the mountain protection formation. Our Lac Van sect is absolutely not a place that your little brat can touch. Suddenly, two different streams of light mixed together. Behind Tuian appeared a hand holding a dazzling golden sword mixed with a huge, beautiful blue light, causing his power to double. He stood tall. Between each sentence, each word softly flowed out. The crowd, the original person who participated in the massacre of the Lam family, must open their eyes, cut off an arm and go away. Angry eyes, sharp words, if I don't wait until I make a move, Lac Van Tong up and down will all die. A mess enveloped the sect. He was floating in the air, his body emitting a faint golden light. It was said that the great formation of Lac Van Tong's mountain protection was left by the first division of the peak sect spirit. Until the next day, now more than 100 years have passed, its power has not diminished. He frowned. It seemed that this was a bit difficult for him. Each line of thoughts flashed through his brain. The illusory image of the soft sword noise that had just been swept away had completely disappeared. It seemed that it was right. Be a little more careful. Suddenly, a bright pink light appeared next to him. Glancing slightly, he immediately realized that it was his disciple. He smirked. What a good disciple of mine. He came at the right time. The host helped the disciple activate the innate sword body. The reward received increased tenfold, the innate talent of the sword body. He was enveloped in a layer of golden light, with a look of enjoyment on his face. With an innate sword body, it turned out to be this kind of feeling, the feeling that a strand of sword energy in the wanderings of heaven and earth had additional enlightenments. He looked down at Tuian, who was surrounded by the innate sword body, and was surprised. The sword energy flowed steadily. His face was pale and his eyes were dark as he looked at him in surprise. Was he about to break through? His face was pale and his eyes were dark as he looked at him in surprise. Was he about to break through? I will now directly cut you into 100 pieces. Looking at the red, turbid eyes brings a strange scary feeling. I see what you used to break through. Oh, he looked back in horror to find that his barrier was about to be rejected. What's going on? Why is the mountain protection formation not listening? The surrounding mountain protection formation is starting to crack. He smirked and took steady steps towards him. Driving to your sect master, he couldn't do it anymore. His precious sword has been swirling at the top of the great mountain formation ever since. Apparently, in the Great Mountain Protection Formation of the Lac Van sect, you still hide a real Lac Van sword, and you want to rob the Lam family of an unfinished sword. He didn't even hesitate to waste his blood essence to nourish the sword spectrum. It's ridiculous. The precious sword has been drawn. If you are such a virtuous person, I will take back Lac Van's sword. Suddenly he shouted loudly, as for you, his two index fingers closed and cast a spell. Pay for the lives of the people in the Lam family who died that year. His fear was clearly visible in his eyes. No, no, no. A blade fell, with great destructive force, causing the peak of Lac Van Tong Mountain to split in two. The people in the mountain were extremely frightened. This was trying to cut off the entire peak of Lac Van Tong Mountain. He stood in the middle of the crack and gave an uncomfortable order. Those who initially attacked the Lamb family all became a little self-aware. Cut off one of their hands, then get out. Don't wait until I strike. Every word carries authority. His rape made those people suddenly panic and didn't know what to do. If you wait for me to take action, Lac Van Tong up and down will all die. The group of people who were still strong-mouthed just now were now cowardly and begged for their lives. I, my son, was still in the Tong. He did nothing wrong. It was me who did the wrong. Having said that, one of them raised his sword in his hand and slammed down a knife. Please spare my son. I am willing to pay any price. If one person does it, there will definitely be a group of people who will follow suit. Other people will also speak up. I, too, have relatives still in the sect. Please spare them. The cry of mercy for their lives echoed through the sky. His arms were scattered all over the ground, and when he put the knife to his head, he already knew the pain. When slaughtering other people's loved ones, why didn't anyone open a way to retreat? Their eyes were steadfastly filled with anger and pain, staring straight ahead. On the other hand, Lam Tri had successfully captured the sword. She beamed and quickly approached to brag to her master, and viewers. She had successfully captured the sword. She decided to call it the sword. He smiled proudly as he listened to her ramble. Moreover, after conquering the sword, I felt that practicing was much easier than before. Before, I was not familiar with the 10,000 sword energy, but now I have realized it. He smiled proudly at his little student. Well done, this is definitely the effect of successfully awakening the innate sword body. She looked at the chaos in her heart and was able to change things a bit. She just wasn't there to witness the scene. She cautiously asked again, had there been a big battle just now? He gently answered her, yes. So, the head of Lac Van Tong has been eliminated by me. You say we go directly and take over Lac Van Tong? She asked again in confusion. Taking over the Lac Van Tong. Master, are you planning on not being the elder of the Hong Meng sect anymore? Shut up a bit. I'll call the Su family to send someone to take over. I just want to be the one collecting the money. It's okay. The two of them stood on two swords and guided them to where they needed to go. He said softly, going to become a master had to create a big business plan. After returning to Lac Van Ton, Tuian led the De family to take over Van Ton. Although the Yuang family was dissatisfied, the entire family lost to Tuian, and now they did not dare to act rashly. With the resources of Lac Van Tong to help, the Su family steadily took over Lac Van Ton. At the same time, under Tuian's direction, a series of facilities such as public tourist buses to visit the citadel were launched, causing the economy of Luc Van Ton to develop rapidly. Customers lined up to get on the horse-drawn carriage, paying once for 2 clouds, traveling the whole city, being able to get off at any time. After the retreat, Tuian also helped Lam Tri and Tamak Hem impart the technique, both of whom have now been promoted to junior foundation level. Lam Tri is True Company He Trong. Tamak Ham is True Company Yet Trong. He calmly opened his mouth wide and cut a large piece of grape, leisurely enjoying it. Lam Tri was right behind Tuian serving. Tamak Ham also slowly approached to speak. After the little golden pill started selling, it was hunted by many monks. Now it just needs to be on the shelf every day. Will be robbed and bought up. It is expected that consumption will be stable in the future. After reading it, her eyes lit up. Just the income of the little golden pill alone could reach hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones every day, not to mention the other benefits that the little golden pill brought. On the outside, Tuian calmly let Lam Tri squeeze his shoulder, but on the inside he smiled as if he had a good season. He was rich, the pinnacle of his life. He could lie on his back to enjoy the beautiful life. Elder Xiao, a voice from somewhere interrupted his thoughts. From afar, Deep Su Diet was flying towards him with a hurried look on his face. I still don't know what's going on, smiling and eating grapes. Yo, Deep Su Diet, why do you have time to come here today? Your master has been in good health recently. Come on, eat some fruit. Deep Su Diet's body quickly said, there is no need, Elder Tu, the sect leader asked me to tell you. Deep Su Deep coughed lightly and tried to raise his voice to speak loudly like the sect master. It is said that Elder Tu has recently captured the Lac Van sect unless he has other intentions. Diet Su Diet's expression made Tuian choke on all his tea. The sect leader brother's news is so quick. The person who returned on my behalf told him, I have always been loyal to Hong Meng Tong. Lac Van Tong simply laid down without collecting money, just talking and showing it off. Innocent expression. Deep Su Deep clasped his hands in prejudice. Deep then understood. In addition, 3 days later, which was the day of the competition between the sects, the sect master asked me to send him a message. If you want to stay at Hong Meng Tong, you must arrive on time. Tuian propped his chin up and smiled slightly to show that he knew. Don't worry, I will definitely arrive on time. He stood up and stretched. Okay, go get ready to go back to participate in the competition. The two guys agreed with the opinion. Okay. Lamtry looked back and warned Tamakham, Junior's sister, this time to return to the sect. If there are a few people you meet, you must be careful, she warned Tamakham. A worry could not help but appear in her heart, remembering that when he returned, he would have to encounter many troubles and had a headache. Tamakham had been a little confused and asked again, who? Lamtry's eyes immediately turned angry when he thought about them. They were originally disciples of the master, but later betrayed the master and even plotted to harm the master. I'll tell you the details later on the way, okay. Hongmeng Sect's Sixth Wind. In the large hall, there were two of them kneeling to pay respects to the sect leader. Vuonging'an sat on the high platform and said loudly, I heard that Tuian is about to return, are you two ready? The red-haired guy smirked and said, Master, forgive me, the exercises you teach us must also be coordinated with the snow spirit beast to practice. Why do I feel that this exercise is a bit similar with demonic practice? As soon as he finished speaking, he sent a blow flying far away. You are ignorant at a young age. What do you know? You only know so many exercises in Hongmeng Sect, yet you dare to doubt the exercises taught by your master. He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, painfully speaking out loud, I know I was wrong. In my heart, I secretly cursed and insulted that evil practice, so I didn't bother to practice it. Thuhan, how about you? Thuhan clasped his hands and bowed, prejudicedly said, you have followed the master's instructions, practiced the third level of the practice, now your cultivation has reached the fifth level of foundation. He stroked his beard and laughed with satisfaction. Well done, cultivating to the third level. Among the young people in Hongmeng Sect, getting the first position was not difficult. Other things in the Hongmeng Tong competition are not important, the most important thing is the Hongmeng Purple Chi Award, which is the ultimate treasure. The image of a man condensing his spirit and performing his martial arts causes the essence of heaven and earth to gather together. Legend has it that the ancestors of the Hongmeng sect once gave birth to an immortal. This red and purple aura is the great fortune that came after that immortal sat down. Once the chemistry has been saved, every 5 years Hongmeng sect will hold a contest, and each winner will receive a certain portion of Hongmeng's vitality. His eyes and voice both carried undisguised ambition. Remember, you too, every ordinary person in a match will be rewarded with blood, and the final winner will receive death. The pure energy is top-notch, so you must not lose. The evil power around Vuonging'an erupts and flourishes like his domineering ambition. His hand moves internal energy towards the nearby table, if like who lost. The end will be like this table. A loud bang rang out and the object in front of me immediately shattered into pieces, scaring the nearby sects that did not dare to disobey the order. Hastily knelt down. Yes, Deep Thuhan bowed his head and felt a bit regretful. If he had known that Luke Fan was such an evil sect, he would have preferred to stay in that Fan to enjoy a carefree and happy life. It was really unwise, already. After hearing what he needed to hear, he calmed down. So you two go down first. They can only say yes and then immediately go down. At this time, a mysterious voice rang out, and even his subordinates began to suspect. He continued, it seems you have to hurry up. Vuonging'an glanced at that mysterious man. I wasted all my effort to open the mountain protection method and let you enter the Hongmeng sect, not for you to taunt and provoke. He raised his eyes high. Level, people want it, how are they prepared? The chilling cold voice rang out again. Don't worry, I guarantee, I want to let the whole Hong Kong sect know. What is it called? Terror. The eagle's eyes clearly revealed a terrifying madness, causing the surrounding atmosphere to decrease significantly. His expression seemed as if he could devour thousands of innocent people just to gain his position. Want. The next day, at the Hongmeng Sect Square, the mountain was very noisy. From early morning, hundreds of martial arts sect disciples gathered here. At a corner of the square, a young man spoke up. Yo, old man Vuong, did you also come to see the excitement at Hongmeng Sect? Old Vuong smiled gently and gently patted the head of his nephew next to him. Hey yo, this isn't it. This year my nephew was also tested to have spiritual roots and took him to see the world. On the other side appeared the excited voices of disciples from other sects. This mountain entrance square is not bad, not inferior to our Tien Kiem Mon. The disciples next to them also nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is the wish of the goddess of the Hongmeng sect, much more beautiful than in previous years. On the resting stone steps, there was no shortage of experienced people from the past. They looked at the bustling stream of people as if going on a festival tour around the square and exclaimed, the once every 5 years competition has finally begun. This year it seemed like there were quite a few viewers from other sects, not knowing which style would win this time. The person sitting next to him didn't take too much time to think and immediately said, it must be the first style. A few years ago it was always them. Elder Chi Feng of that first peak, was the senior elder of the Hongmeng sect. Both of them turned their eyes towards the Taoist martial artist sitting nearby. The first peak elder, Chi Feng, his majestic face without any fear in front of hundreds of opponents made those present, some cautious, some admiring. Today he was a 4th level golden pill, the others were he is a successful genius disciple with very strong strength. However, amidst the expectations of the strong men, there was also a controversy about the calm lady in the distance. Hess, haven't you forgotten to wish the goddess of the second wind, the woman of flowers giving way to the shy moon in the distance? That person enjoying the tea is the second peak elder, Tuian, who not long ago also broke through to the 4th level of Golden Dan. The others are even more outstanding disciples with twin swords. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Don't mention the main peak sect leader Trong Hak. At this moment, the man suddenly leaned closer to the elder brother next to him and said in a low voice, "Speaking of which, the elders who came today, are these only a few people?" Wien of the first peak, the people next to him were also afraid of being heard and whispered, probably afraid of losing face, so they didn't dare to come. The disciples in his hands, all of his cultivation was taught by him, a bunch of trash. They still wanted to discuss further, but the sound of a gong rang out, cutting off the bustling chatter around. Here we would like to announce the rules for the first round of the contest. The contest will take place in the form of a will-based battle. Each match will draw 2 rooms against each other. The loser will be eliminated and record 1 achievement. Draw 2 rooms. The loser will return to the line, waiting for the next time to fight. The winner continues to fight in the next round. The rules ring out, making everything around them quiet. The winner will continue to stay on the ring to fight in the next round, accumulating rewards. If you win 3 matches you will upgrade. If you accumulate 3 defeats you will be eliminated. Cultivation resources will then be divided based on the ranking list through the matches. Furthermore, the winner can also receive the ultimate earth magic weapon, a wish-fulfilling wind sword. After the rules were clearly stated, the sound of the gong sounded more intensely. In the first round, the 6th Fawn fought against the 7th Fawn. As soon as the sound ended, he saw Vuong Tran leisurely stepping onto the stage. There were whispers all around him. Sigh, Vuong Tran, I remember he is a disciple of the 7th peak, right, representing the 6th peak in battle. Looking at his imposing manner, you can see that he is refining weapons at level 7. Whispers rang out, don't you know yet? Vuong Tran has already betrayed his master, now joining 6th Wind. Isn't this a good show to watch? Tong Trong Hak looked at the opponent's disciple who had entered the arena, but his sect had not yet seen a disciple appear, so he spoke up. Tuian hasn't arrived yet. Hak Deep then respectfully replied, returning to the master, for now, haven't seen it yet. He gently stroked his beard and silently contemplated this Tuian. Those who were just waiting for the right moment then gloated and laughed. The 7th peak had no one, so wouldn't that be a direct admission of defeat? What if there were people who could go up to the ring to fight with Vuong Tran? Did he come up by himself? Ha ha ha. The waiting time gradually ran out. The referee's voice rang out. The 7th division had no one to fight. This match seemed to be the first division to lose, but at this moment a proud voice rang out. Wait a minute. The 3 disciples of the 7th peak step by step confidently walked in front of Vuong Tran. I'm sorry. I overslept this morning. I'm late. They glided on powerful fire bars. I kept you waiting for a long time. He looked at the group of old disciples who were still leisurely and fearless of heaven and earth in front of them and couldn't help but feel disgusted. Humph, this old man has not yet kicked the trash lamb tryout of the sect, and has also accepted another female disciple, so beautiful. His eyes were shining brightly as he looked at the beauty in front of him, thinking to himself, cough cough, excellent quality. Soon in front of this old man, having to step on that beautiful junior sister under his feet, his face will definitely be beautiful, very. The suggestion gradually rang out from the opposite side. Mock Ham, come on up, let me practice my hand a bit, she politely agreed. However, as soon as he took a step, Trino pulled the hem of his shirt. Mock Ham was startled and turned his head in wonder. She quickly whispered close to her ear, Junior sister, you don't know that boy yet. He betrayed his master, almost causing him to become paralyzed. Later, don't be merciful to him. Her eyes turned towards him. I had heard things related to my master from my sister's place before. I didn't expect that as soon as I returned to the sect, I would meet this traitor who betrayed my master. Mock Ham's body radiated a green aura. Her eyes also emitted bright and sharp electric rays. If that was the case, she would definitely use the first level of bamboo structure. Then she would have to show off. Well, I can't let my master lose face. Tong Trong Hak, sitting in the stands and witnessing her stubbornness from the beginning, couldn't hide his surprise. At such a young age, how could he be in the prime of his life? It seems that this time Elder Chu went out and gained something. Already a good disciple. Vuong Tran showed a face full of sarcasm. Junior sister, you are under Elder Tuian Sect, even if you don't think you'll learn anything. Senior brother loves flowers and regrets pearls, so let me make the first move. Standing in front of the traitor, Tamakham responded directly without any concessions. Master's sect has never contained traitors. What kind of dog are you when the master destroys the sect? You are also worthy of being my senior brother. Each sentence and every word seemed to stab straight into his black heart, causing anger to flare up from nowhere. Vuong Tran's eyes were filled with purple sparks. Good, if you don't know good or bad. So don't blame me for not being merciful. The tip of the sword was as fast as lightning, carrying a burst of photon electricity towards her. The hungry eyes of a hunter gradually appeared. Junior sister, you have to be careful. This Xuanvu sword technique of mine, even if Tuian once praised it, it's not bad. The power of evil and overwhelming aura, but it did not make Makham's mind shake even an inch. His firm hand summoned the power, causing him to open his eyes wide in surprise and not believe his eyes. What? Her bright eyes turned towards Vuong Tran. Her swordsmanship was indeed not bad. Just one move shattered the sword into many pieces. A stubborn voice rang out, but using a sword is really useless. Not even the aura that protects my body can break it. What kind of sword is it? Practice. The sound of shattering rang out, causing Vuong Tran's mind to shake a lot. Made him realize that he had already despised the enemy. The sword was broken, only the hilt remained. There was no other way but to bow his head. I admit defeat. When Vuong Tran turned around to leave, a clear voice rang out from behind. Wait a minute. The demise Sect demands to fight to the end. Its unparalleled strength continues to sparkle with sunlight. Its voice does not conceal hatred at all. I cannot kill you now. Consider yourself lucky. Received me a palm and then left. As soon as he finished speaking, Makham's divine palm attacked him without showing any mercy. A loud explosion echoed throughout the surrounding space. Vuong Tran had no choice but to counterattack to save his life. Don't put your foot in front of your head. The counterattack was followed by a second, even louder explosion, golden light radiating into the sky. Immediately afterward, he felt pain tearing through his skin. At this time, Vuong Tran gradually realized the problem, looking at his hand that had turned dark and the residue left from the last palm. His eyes of unwillingness and anger focused on his opponent. He said, if you have this level of cultivation, why would you worship Tuian as a master? The corners of her mouth were raised in excitement. Her hand had not yet completely lowered her divine palm, which was flickering with sunlight. Half a month ago, I had just reached the first level of refining, and today I have built the first level. Thanks to Master Tuian's teachings on the technique of cleansing the marrow and rejuvenating the bones, the double task only took half the effort. His cold eyes proudly looked at the loser. This kind of thing has some traitors admiring it. The grave was not timely. Hearing this, his heart mixed with anger and regret. That old dog, Tuian, actually passed the initiation to his disciples, and even washed the marrow and changed the bones, worthy of death. Finally, the bell rang and the referee's voice interrupted everyone's thoughts. In the first match, the seventh one. Everything seemed to be over, but suddenly another wave of power struck down close to her. Wait. A man's body suddenly landed in front of Makham. I want to challenge the seventh peak. The surrounding men gasped. My god, Deep Thu Han took the initiative to challenge. It seemed like there was a rule like this. If someone took the initiative to challenge, the challenged party could not refuse, but the Wind Master's elders can freely decide for their disciples to go to war. The voices of doubt resounded more loudly. Did Seventh Peak have someone who could fight? It seemed that the battle just now was not enough for them to put their trust in Makham. No, Deep Thu Han was originally there. In the sect, he is called Tuian. He has now reached the 5th level of foundation. With this level of cultivation, he can already become a crazy elder. Ignoring the gossip around him, he turned his eyes full of murderous intent towards her. This overwhelming aura is truly too scary and dangerous. Elder Tu, send out your disciples. True to his request, another name rang out, Tu Trinhe. Just waiting for that, she immediately attacked the position where her junior sister had just stood. Sharp eyes, steady and unwavering, with disciples. Tuian waved the fan in his hand and replied with gentle eyes, be more careful later. Looking at the opponent in front of him, Deep Thu Han did not bother to hide his contemptuous tone. Does the former servant of the 7th Peak also have the right to stand on the stage of the Great Sect? You really should be more careful. Standing in front of his arrogant appearance, Tuian was not too angry but kindly reminded him, I say. Be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, he could no longer maintain his sullen expression when the woman in front of him started making moves. The sword that was just before his eyes now skewered close to Deep Thu Han's neck, making him startled and tilted his head to avoid the attack. Even though he wasn't stabbed in the body, the move just left a sharp cut on his face, which made Deep Thu Han somewhat startled at the servant he once despised a few minutes ago. A very satisfied voice rang out from behind the stands, not at all hiding the look of wanting to provoke him. "Tu Trine he, break his mouth for me. She is indeed a very obedient disciple." In response, the disciple obeyed. Unexpectedly, Deep Thu Han's self-esteem was really affected. His hand clutched the sword. "You really are." Not knowing whether to live or die, there was smoke and fire all around, signaling that the anger of the person in front had been detonated. The people around were even more pleased with the good drama. Deep Thu Han is now using the flying bird sword technique, which was originally designed by Tuian based on his sword habits, and the people around him also like it. The beast replied, "Yes, using the sword technique he taught to defeat his disciple, Tuian's face will definitely be very special soon." While everyone thought she would lose, Trino laughed coldly. "Ah." Sensitive hands flicked a path of red light towards the opponent. Deep Thu Han still calmly used his sword to block this attack. His courage is commendable. But right after that, that calm expression could no longer be maintained when the familiar cracking sound rang out again. His eyes widened as if he had just witnessed something unimaginable. What? Looking at my sturdy sword that had been broken, I was shocked. How could this be possible? Trino's expression remained unchanged as before. "Isn't it just a flying bird sword technique? It's very difficult. On the contrary, it's been you who's been studying with your master for almost 5 years. You've only learned it to this level. I really feel ashamed for you." Taking a breath and looking at him, she continued, "According to the rules, your sword is broken, victory and defeat have been decided, so I should let you go down to the field, but I'm really not used to seeing this arrogant look of yours. You." Reno pulled a sword from a nearby velvet bag, raised his chin, and again, this made him look even more surprised at the sword in front of him. You don't need to look to know that Deep Thu Han is extremely angry. His forehead veins are bulging out in waves, holding the sword. "Ha, it's so funny." He glared angrily and raised his sword high as if he wanted to slash the person in front of him. "Who do you think you are?" The lightning line rushed to Trino's left, yet he dared to say such words to me, but his anger made it impossible for him to defeat her and only became a laughingstock for the world. The woman in front of her easily dodged this move. A kick hit his arm. The sound made Deep Thu Han stop moving for a moment. The pain gradually spread, making it impossible for his hand to firmly grasp the sword. He dropped the fighting object to the ground. The arrogant man now knelt down to support his arm and screamed in pain, "Ah, my arm." Only now did Trino really speak. She stood from above looking down at the defeated man. "You asked me what kind of person I am. Now you know, right?" The woman's eyes were no different from being cast in the same mold as her master, looking at him arrogantly. "I am someone that a trash like you who has trained for 100 years, even using 10,000 swords, could not touch him." Every word seemed to touch the bottom of Deep Thu Han's self-esteem, making him glare full of hatred at her, his forehead full of veins, dog farts. However, that sound still sounds steadily. "You can try and see. Today's match, if you can touch me, I will lose." Those who witnessed the scene just now couldn't help but look in surprise at the small but strong woman in front of them. These are all Earth-class magic weapons. My God, in our group, only senior sister has a clear magic weapon, upper level. The other disciples also spoke up, as did our fawn. I heard that the sect master had no more than 5 or 6 Earth-level clear magic treasures in his hand. Tong Trong Hak witnessed the whispers and couldn't help but exclaim, "Tuian really has a strong family background." At this moment, he spoke loudly from the crowd, "Is the life of rich people like that, so boring?" Deep Thu Han suddenly held his forehead and let out a sarcastic laugh, "Ha. This made Trino also curious. The fire of hatred in his heart burned fiercely. "I heard that Tuian initiated the practice to teach you. I didn't believe it before. It seems to be true. These magical tools of yours were also given by him." Deep Thu Han's words completely attracted everyone's attention. Their faces could not hide their surprise. Tuian frowned in thought. Deep Thu Han is a chaotic spiritual force, about to disappear into a demon. Deep Thu Han summoned his sword and smiled sinisterly. He forcibly pushed a waist like a human to become a genius. He really owed it all. He had bloodshot eyes and held the hilt of his sword tightly as he said, "Could it be that he thought that?" As he slashed down, the place where Trino was standing shattered and she had to jump up to avoid it. He shouted, "I only know the flying bird swordsmanship he taught." Having said that, he waved his hand and slashed upward and continued to raise his voice. "This sword technique is a low-grade heavenly level. Elder Vuong of the 6th Wind Tuian found you and Tuian for me. Perhaps I have never seen a sword technique of earth level or above, right?" Trino looked at the tip of the sword about to slash towards him and smiled contemptuously. Ha! She summoned her sword and said, "Don't mention the heavenly sword technique, even if it is a heavenly sword, I also have it." She picked up her sword and slashed his sword away. She originally felt that dealing with a human like a human wouldn't use a sword, but if you were that pitiful, you'd get a set of heaven-level swordsmanship. Immediately satisfied, "I will give you a little knowledge." She glanced at her opponent and continued, "What about this heavenly swordsmanship set? I think it's just like that, let alone the user going nowhere." Around her, she radiated energy like a supreme phoenix looking down. There are people who are useless, so don't blame them for their swordsmanship. He was overwhelmed by her aura and had to kneel down. Looking at my hands in shock, I was defeated by Lam Tri and the foot-washing maid again. She looked at him kneeling on the ground and said, "We are the same sect, don't blame me for not reminding you. Now admit defeat, you still have time to go down and control your temper. If you don't go crazy, I will do it for the sect, eliminate harm." He was so angry that he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, I lost again." Tuian even took out the heavenly treasure sword, causing me to lose to a foot-washing maid. He exploded like a demon and raised his face to the sky screaming, "This is impossible, how can I lose?" Tong Trong Hak witnessed everything and thought to himself, "This scene is exactly like the person who escaped into the devil that year." He suddenly spoke up to stop the competition. Deep Thu Han was about to go crazy, so he immediately stopped the fight. Hearing that, the big guy holding the gong as a referee immediately knocked the gong a few times to signal the end of the match. The big guy paused, and the disciples on both sides immediately went down to the field. Trino turned his back and walked away with contempt, considering him a lucky person in a waste. He looked like he was possessed, his face was scary. He raised his hand and asked, wanting to leave. Then he summoned a series of swords from the air to attack her. I did not allow it. She turned her face and said with a scary expression, which on the contrary was just what I wanted. Having said that, she also took out her swords from the air to attack. I want you to see, not just the flying butterfly sword technique, or any other sword technique, even the bending sword technique. The sword seemed to have been strengthened by her, changing color from orange to pink and rushing towards him. She continued in a loud voice, "I was taught by my master, and I am not a waste like you, can be achieved." His face turned pale and he raised his hands helplessly, looking at the swords flying towards him. Tong Trong Hak saw the scene before him and spoke up to stop him, and Lam Tri responded. Tuian closed his eyes and propped his head up, calmly saying, "Tu Trine he, don't be too impatient." She smiled and replied, "Master, rest assured, I have my own orders." As soon as she finished speaking, the swords cut across his body. His face was pale and sweating, looking at the afterimages of the swords that had just attacked him, with cuts across his face. He did not know that both sides of his hair had been cut off, but was only worried and confused, touching his body all over as if to confirm that he was alive and that he was not dead. The other disciples around me started laughing out loud. This appearance of senior brother Deep is really... No, I can't laugh, heck, I can't help it, ha ha ha, I laughed first. He heard laughter around him and looked up and down in confusion, wondering what you guys were laughing at. Were you laughing at me? Trino smiled slightly and bowed slightly to give the mirror to Deep Thu Han, not letting anyone enjoy my masterpiece. I still felt a bit heartless. She smiled brightly and held the mirror in both hands, giving it to him. He was startled by her sudden change in attitude, then he turned pale and looked at himself in the mirror in panic. Here, she continued, by the way, my spiritual energy still remains on the sword. Before when you defeat me, your hair, and the wound on your face, will not recover. She took the mirror and turned around and said, you better pray a little, in this life you have a chance to surpass me. I hope in the future when you hold the sword you can remember this day. She scorned, don't think too much of yourself as the best. Deep Thu Han, a basic person, is not good at anything. He was bowing his head and was suddenly startled by her arrogant words. The surroundings began to talk loudly. That fawn's strength was truly terrifying. The heavenly magic weapon, was that true? The senior sister was also truly murderous. Tuian stood on the high platform observing all this time, his hand gently caressing his chin and smiling, worthy of being my Tu Trine he, truly a true disciple of a master. Tong Trong Hak sat on the chair and said to Hak Deep then who was standing next to him, then he, do you remember many years ago, the matter of personally expelling a traitor out of the gate? Deep then replied, remember correctly, that is the elder brother of Vuongan, elder of Sixth Wind. I heard that after he left the master, he relied on the Sun Moon Demon Gate. Could it be that the master is suspicious of Sixth Wind and demons? Tao colludes with each other. Hearing that, he immediately replied, I hope it's all my suspicions. You go investigate Vuong in a bit. Other than that, he clasped his hands and replied, yes. Outside, the disciple held the gong and made an announcement. The next match will be drawn to decide. The 7th Fan will fight Chuang Fan. Tong Trong Hak and Hak Deep then immediately distorted their faces when they heard the announcement outside. Deep then rubbed his head awkwardly. Master, then, he also said helplessly, go fight. Lam Treachery is afraid that in terms of swordsmanship, he can be compared to many elders in the sect. If you fight with her, there will be good things for you. He then respectfully clasped his hands and seriously replied, yes. On the field at this time there was a referee disciple and 2 competitors. The disciple shouted. The match began. Trino said with his hands on his hips, he did not expect that he would meet senior brother Deep in the first round. Deep then pulled his sword out of his mouth and answered her, no matter how much skill you have, junior sister can just use it. Hearing that, she immediately put 2 fingers on her mouth showing a sinister smile. Is that so? Suddenly, something magical appeared in her hand that made her laugh deeply. Hee hee. Suddenly she waved her hand, and with that wave of her hand, countless magical weapons appeared with terrifying shapes like weapons. Thank you senior brother for your care, then I won't be polite anymore. When he saw that, he immediately turned pale. There were so many magical weapons. Everyone around, witnessing that scene, were also shocked. On her head and on both sides were sharp swords and a spiked mace. In front of her were 2 powerful lion-shaped gilded shields. She sat on the cannon and announced that her preparations were complete. She glared at him. Come brother, let's start fighting. He looked at the scene before him and felt helpless because in his hand he only held the sword of the lower human class that his master gave him when he worshipped him, which could be said to be his entire fortune. He angrily threw his sword to the ground, and dozens of these magical weapons even farted. He pointed indignantly and got angry. Master, do you care whether or not, this is too against the rules? Tong Trong Hak stroked his beard and sweated to find a solution, saying that the sect had never banned the use of magic weapons in competitions. After all, sword practice competitions, no matter what, you need to bring a sword, but Master Lam, this is also difficult to avoid too much. Hearing that, she still held the magic weapon bag in her hand and closed her eyes and replied, okay, I can only use one, that's fine, come, go, and finish the fight and eat. Deepthan's eyes lit up when he heard that. Really? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took the sword and rushed forward. Then the senior brother was no longer polite. In his heart, he thought to himself, if there was only one precious sword, even if it was a heavenly magic weapon, I wouldn't be afraid, I would finish the fight sooner. There are also tasks assigned by the master that need to be completed. Trino smiled. Of course it was real. Suddenly she raised her hand and an invisible shield appeared in her hand to block Deepthan's oncoming attack. This shield could withstand a full-force attack from Tian Top Trong, perhaps just right for the monk. Brother, just use all your courage. He was surprised to see his attack being knocked away when he touched that shield. She continued to control the shield and said, Senior brother, is that okay? Why can't the 10 Tian and H shield be broken? If you continue like this, maybe you won't even be able to touch me. Hearing that, he immediately became angry and his eyes burned with fire because a man cannot say no. You. Next, he angrily slashed down hard. Isn't that just a full-force attack from the 10 heavens? Now let's see. His slash caused the shield to break in two, making him proud. Haha, the junior sister was careful, but she still calmly looked at him. Suddenly another shield appeared as tall as before. When he saw that, he was so surprised that his head hit the shield really hard. He held the lump on his head and leaned against his sword, kneeling down, and yet there was still there. Deep then held the sword as if he had lost control and wanted to slash it down, screaming, hateful, wasn't it just 2 full-force attacks? Unfortunately, each of his slashes is like salt in the sea. For every 3 strikes, the shield's protection is multiplied by 3. If 4 strikes, the shield is multiplied by 4. A moment later, he leaned on his sword and stuck out his tongue, breathing heavily. Behind his back were the shields he had cut off, but in front of him were still solid shields while she leisurely lay down on the chair as if on a vacation enjoying the coolness. Deep then trembled with his sword. Me. Then he was foaming at the mouth even though he was still alive, but because he was so tired that he fainted. No way, the referee disciple announced. I declare that this round the first promotion qualification belongs to that fawn. She clasped her hands and walked around the field. Hee, I gave in. Everyone looked at her appearance and sweated in disgust. Senior brother was actually killed by the opponent's defensive magic weapon. Dozens of defensive magical weapons. Senior brother has tried very hard. Tuian happily high-fived Trino, who was coming, and shouted, "Tu trine he, insidious and cunning, with many tricks, like a teacher, so there is this kind of fighting method." One person saw that scene, immediately said, "The inside story of that font is really scary, just a bit noisy." Tuian looked at Trino and said, "But, haven't you already looked at Deep then unfavorably, saying that you want to defeat him head-on?" She immediately replied, "Before he had a higher cultivation level than you, he could barely do it. As my opponent, today he is only 10 years old, I am already in my 2nd grade, and I still use my true ability to deal with him. Isn't that bullying?" Manhwa spoke up as if to poke Trino, but now everyone was saying that his sister was bullying people, and when he heard her say that, he also used his fan to cover his mouth and laughed. She sat in the wind and spoke boldly, "In short, now I am not the same lamb try as before. With the guidance of my master, my goal now is to challenge the true genius of swordsmanship." He laughed loudly, with great spirit, worthy of being the master's eldest disciple. "Let's go back and rest well. Tomorrow there will be a 2nd round. Vuong and Nan looked at their happy situation and frowned. He didn't expect that this lamb try now actually had this kind of strength. It was so damn pitiful. Duan Tin Nguyen smiled and said to Wei Ku, "This was truly a special match." He replied, "In this small Hong Mung Tong, it is indeed considered an ordinary insider. Humph, but even for Dai Chin, it is just that, just small." She heard that and immediately said, "Old man Wei doesn't know. I have sent a secret agent to investigate. The girl just now is the eldest disciple of Elder Tuian of Hong Mung Tong. A few months ago she was still an ordinary person without any knowledge, cultivation. It is said that not long ago, this Tuian caused a ruckus in the palace of Lac Van City, then went up the mountain to challenge Lac Van Tong. Now the 2 big uncles on one side have become objects in his hands. Looking at the situation just now, this person in the Hong Mung sect is quite prestigious, can rely on the strength of one person to attract many gangster forces. Isn't this person what we are looking for?" Wei Ku heard that and asked, "So you plan to recruit this person?" She replied, "Yes. If he can get the first-class Hongmeng purple aura today." The scene changes to the waterfall in front of that fond disciple's mountain. Purple smoke hovers in the middle of the waterfall with a rocky outcrop rising at the top with a tower. Suddenly someone screams, "It's Hongmeng's death spirit." The 3 people Tuian, Trino and Manhwa were on their way to climb the stairs to the top of the mountain. One of the 2 girls asked, "Hongmeng's death aura?" He explained, "This Hongmeng's death aura is a great characteristic of Hong Mung Tong, distributed according to the rankings of the annual competition." He stood in the wind and continued, "Hearing that Hong Mung's dead energy inside people who practice for a long time will increase their luck." Then he turned to the 2 girls. People who had practiced for a long time in Hong Mung too, heard that they could still be blessed by luck. If they got first place this year, it was said that they could still get Hong Mung too, top gas. Manhwa continued his words, waiting for the death spirit to fall. The whole mountain area would have amazing changes. Trino was surprised by the awesomeness of the magic weapon. Unexpectedly, although Hong Mung Tong was not very famous, so but has such amazing treasure. Tuian happily said, "Yes, when I first found out I was very surprised. Maybe Hong Mung Tong used to be some big sect." Then all 3 stepped on the green grass and walked forward among the colorful flowers. Trino said, "The spiritual energy in the air is much richer. In the future, when I practice, I want to do less and enjoy more." Manhwa looked at the golden tree with its whole body sweating in fear. "Isn't this the necessary material to refine countless golden pills? Infinite quantities, why are there so many?" Hong Mung's death energy seems to be stronger this year. On the tree it's strange that the fruits are shaped like little boys curled up on themselves and have a yellow color all over. Suddenly the 2 girls were startled to see the lake in front of them. Manhwa was surprised. A lake of Dung Tam Hoa lotus. Trino also followed. Oh. With these things, can't we forge spirit swords, just like the master?" Tuian turned around and said to the girls, "You can try." The 2 girls' faces immediately became happy. The 3 of them walked to the gate of the citadel. Trino asked why even the house was automatically renovated. He answered, "I heard that the buildings of the Hong Mon sect were all created by the mountains here, met today. It seems to be true." Then he turned his head and said to the 2 of them, "Okay, today everyone should go back to their rooms to calm themselves down and prepare for tomorrow's competition." The 2 girls agreed, "Yes." The scene changes to the field where 2 people are fighting each other. Li Tan Tuian held a sword and slashed the knife in Vuong Tron's hand. He fell backwards, clutching his wrist in pain, deserving of death. She put the hand holding the sword behind her neck and said in a contemptuous voice, I remember, the person who once came to ask the master, said he wanted to worship the second peak, but unfortunately the master refused. Looking down from above at the person kneeling at her feet, she continued, I see that you have no intention of cultivating the sword at all. I think it's not because of my master's level of swordsmanship that you come to worship him. I feel that there are many female disciples of Second Fan. Unfortunately, no matter how many female disciples of Second Wind are, they won't pay attention to a waste of peach blossoms outside. He gritted his teeth and endured her contemptuous words. She propped up her hands and continued to speak. She had long heard that Elder Tu would be making swordsmanship for his disciples. She was looking forward to trying it out. Now it seems that even if the swordsmanship is good, if the swordsmanship is not good, then the sword is good, so is the law. It's a pity. If it was Junior Sister Lamb in this battle, it would be fine. He gritted his teeth and endured her contemptuous words. The sound of gongs rang out and the person hosting the match shouted. Deluc Fan lost 3 matches and lost her qualification to advance. She walked away arrogantly when she heard the results of the match. Vuong and Ngan sat on a high platform angrily cursing, a bunch of trash. The old man turned and said to his servant, You go find senior brother Vuong Trong Fan and tell him, 6 Fan's promotion is hopeless, prepare well. Once the results of the competition are announced, attack the bandit mountain, grabbing Hong Meng's death energy. That guy bowed his head and replied, Yes. The second day on the field, Trino held his sword and stood proudly in front of his opponent. Bok Lak Niet held the sword in his hand and said, I really want to learn the sword technique from Junior Sister. Junior Sister won't use magic weapon to kill me, right? When she heard that, she immediately laughed. This is not easy to say. He immediately rushed towards her, so show me his true bravery. She watched him rush towards her and calmly raised her sword and thought, since getting the tat sword, her understanding of swordsmanship has been completely different. Suddenly, a terrifying source of power appeared in her eyes, her mouth chanting spells, her sword body was endless, her sword mind was intelligent. As soon as she slashed his sword away, she thought to herself, feeling like she could see her opponent's weaknesses at will. Bok Lak Niet was frightened by her attack. Then he clasped his hands and said, Junior Sister's swordsmanship is great. I bowed down to the lower wind. The host immediately announced, Second Fan lost, the final winner, 7th Fan. On the stage cheering, the purple-haired girl whispered to the green-haired girl. Unexpectedly, Elder Tu had been silent for several years, but today she had risen again. The green-haired girl with dark eyes said, clasping her hands together, I also don't know what kind of person can catch the eye of Elder Tu. Tuian sat next to the mock ham and praised, that sword just now was really beautiful. Trino smiled, hee. Suddenly there was a call that caught the 3 people's attention. Junior brother Tu. Chuk Tuian, beautiful in a white dress, raised her hand to say hello. It's been a long time since we've seen each other. Recently, she looks much better than before. He smiled and replied, Senior Sister's expression was not bad. Her aura was also much stronger. It seemed that during this time of traveling outside, the harvest was not small. Tuian remembers, at first, when Sister Chukwuin and I first worshipped the Hongmeng sect, at first I improved very quickly in my cultivation. My sister always competed with me, and at that time I still felt troubled. In the past, Sister looked at him being praised and lowered her voice. Next time, I will definitely surpass you. Unexpectedly, later my cultivation level stagnated. Among my peers, only my senior sister treated me like before. That senior sister once grabbed my brother's collar and scolded me. What do you look like now? No, if you want to be laughed at, follow me and practice. At the end of the memory, he said to the person who had been away for a long time, thanking the senior sister for taking care of her. Recently, she accepted 2 good disciples. Everyone was happy and in good spirits. How long did the senior sister plan to wait in the sect this time? She replied, this time I plan to stay for a few days. Last time my 2 disciples were both saved, so I brought them here to thank you. You're polite. Haha, this senior sister is considered an outsider. She said again, this year junior brother has won first place. With this first grade Hongmeng purple weapon, you can definitely improve your cultivation to a higher level. He replied, senior sister can't either. Bad. The 2 of them were much more excited as they joked, are we doing business? Hearing that, the other person immediately laughed, ha. Vuong and Ngan, who was close to them, suddenly said, stop. Behind him were assassins holding terrifying weapons, fiddling with their weapons. He told them, the time is coming. The old man immediately gave the order to destroy Hong Mon and steal the dead spirit. Hearing this, the assassins immediately flew out of their position. At the same time, everywhere in the sect, there were two bored disciples talking to each other. The blue-haired one yawned, really wanted to go see the competition. The black-haired one heard that and immediately said, "Who said we both have black thighs? It's our turn to defend." Suddenly there was a change that made both people's faces change and pay attention. The group of assassins wielding swords rushed in screaming, destroying Hong Mung Tong, stealing the dead spirit. The disciples shouted loudly and asked, "Who are you to dare to arbitrarily barge into Hong Mung Tong?" On the square on the mountain in the sky, a series of black-clothed people flying swords rushed towards the middle of the first-class hero Vuong Trong Fan. He was the elder of Sun Moon Ghost Sect. He pointed his finger and said, "Old thief Trong Hak, I hope you are still alive, strong." Tong Trong Hak looked at him and said, "Vuong Trong Fan, it's really you. You're really a thief with a heart that won't die, relying on the Sun Moon Ghost Gate, and now you dare to come back and cause trouble." He smiled cunningly. "Today I have been promoted to Win On. The old thief is still at the peak of Golden Pill, right? Now kneel down and ask me for forgiveness, then capture Chuk Wien and give it to me." His eyes were filled with blood and he laughed loudly. "I will spare Hong Mung Tong, how about it?" Hearing that, he immediately angrily raised his hand and cast a spell. Hong Mung Tong is not a place where people can come if they want to go, and if they want to go, they can go. Ho Sun Dai Formation has long been well prepared for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ho Sun Dai Formation immediately started. It emits green power that knocks away approaching assassins. As if he had expected it, he smiled cunningly. He heard that the ancestors of the Hong Mung sect once appeared, and the Ho Sun Great Formation was incredibly powerful. Today, when he saw it, his reputation was unimaginable. Suddenly he smiled evilly, but that was all. He was surprised to see the formation change. The protective circle has gradually larger cracks appearing on the surface of the protective circle. The disciples below were confused. The Ho Sun Dai Formation was destroyed. What happened? What was the situation? He felt bad and immediately said, "Not good." Looking at the green aura changing in the air, he thought to himself, demonic energy has invaded the first peak. The eye of Ho Sun Dai Formation is located in the first peak. Now I'm afraid it has been eroded by demons. The Sun Moon Ghost Gate had prepared in advance. He immediately rode a crane and flew away at the same time giving orders. "Elders, I will go to first peak first, eliminate demons, reopen Ho Sun Dai Formation. Here I will assign everyone to defend." Everyone immediately shouted, "The sect master rest assured." Tuian and Tuian were facing each other and surrounded by assassins, she said. The last time she fought side by side with her junior brother, it seemed like it was 10 years ago. He smiled and replied, 10 years ago, sister said, was it the time you wanted to go down the mountain to watch a play, then dragged me and locked the sect master in the room, and was finally chased all over the mountain by the sect master's spirit sword, right? He replied that his junior brother's verbal skills were still as good as ever. She said and jumped at the assassins. I'll go first. If you have the audacity to desecrate the Hong Mung sect, perhaps you have done a good job of enlightenment and are willing to die. As soon as she finished speaking, her hand cast magic to create a pink vortex that swept towards the assassins, leaving them helpless to struggle. Tuian also cast a spell to summon his own sword. Judging by the appearance, his sister's twin swords have been successfully completed, so I can't be left behind. Saying that, he waved his sword and flew towards the assassins, causing them to explode and fly everywhere. Wow! Li Tan Tuian and Bok Lak Niet are also standing side by side, she said. There are also you. Both of them swung their swords to wipe out every guy who intended to get closer. Trino stood in front of Tamakham who was summoning weapons in the sky, she said. It turns out that the second wing cultivator is a dual sword. 2 tons dual swords acting together is the full power. There is a certain chance the two of them fight together. Tamakham held the crossbow in one hand and summoned the power in his other hand and shouted loudly, Sister, rest assured, I will pave the way for you. She heard her junior sister say that and immediately replied, Okay, I'll give it to junior sister. Makham chanted 10,000 killing arrows behind Trino to support her. Trino uses swordsmanship to wipe out the enemies in front of him. Makham put the needle into his mouth and said, I can control more magic weapons. Then, behind her, a series of other weapons appeared. Bok Lak Niet stared wide-eyed. So many magic weapons, all of them were earth level or above. Li Tan Tuian also smiled awkwardly. Haha, looking at the appearance, when competing into that fawn, he still didn't use his full strength. Vuong Ngan jumped off the ground. Angry, he was about to rush in and stab Chuk Tuian when she didn't pay attention to his back. He thought to himself, Hong Mung goddess, isn't she relying on the chapter's favoritism? Tuian immediately said, "Sister, be careful." His hand had already cast a spell to change the direction of his sword. The tip of his sword immediately moved forward to knock him far away. Tuian saw this and was immediately startled, sweating, and looked back. The old man became even more angry. It was actually Tuian. She immediately held two swords and slashed at him. He screamed, "Ah, brother, save me." Vuong Trong Fan resisted an attack from Tuian. Hearing that, he was immediately annoyed. Useless thing. Suddenly he bent down as if preparing to use some dark magic. It seemed like he still had to rely on me. I saw him shouting and casting a spell, and a ghostly amulet appeared on his head, which was picked up by a terrifying dragon. The underworld soldiers arrived, then immediately appeared from the sky a group of underworld ghosts with only skeletons and weapons in their hands. He ordered, "Come up for me." The demons immediately moved forward. Tuian looked at the group of ghosts approaching him. He landed behind her. She asked, "Vuong Trong Fan." After betraying the sect, he suddenly turned into this appearance of a ghost. He laughed madly, "Ha ha ha. People are not ghosts, ghosts are not ghosts, or give a saying." As soon as he finished speaking, the demons immediately screamed and rushed to surround the two of them. "He was crazy. That year I was willing to do anything for you, but you treated me like nothing, causing me to be ridiculed by my peers." In the past, his peers had seen him pointing fingers because of his ignorance at Tuian, who looked at Vuong Trong Fan's stupid appearance. He continued to say, "If it weren't for your acceptance, why would I risk forcing a breakthrough? In the end, my spiritual power was scattered, my cultivation level was lost, and in the end I could only practice the demon path." He waved his hand and ordered the ghosts to rush forward. "If it weren't for you, how could I have become this human-like ghost, a peak golden pill, a skeleton soldier?" She slashed at the approaching demon, screaming, "Shameless." Then she turned to Tuian and said, "Junior brother, which of these ghost generals has the strength to approach the peak of golden pill? If you are invincible, then..." Hearing that, I frowned. "Ha." On the other side, Weiku stood in front of Duan Tin Naguyat. He raised his hand to knock away the approaching demon. "Be careful," Tin Naguyat said. "Old Wei, look at the situation of Hong Meng Tong today. Do you need to help, or not?" He replied that the elders of the Hong Meng sect were all incompetent. As soon as the necromancy session came out, they were basically scared stupid, and only two young men, a man and a woman, were still able to look at it. But, those two guys still haven't broken through the golden pill. It's already difficult to deal with Vuong Trong Fan, let alone the former sect leader of Niet Naguyat Ghost Sect, the murderous old devil. I see that Hong Meng Tong today will have a hard time passing this life. In the sky, the two brothers stood surrounded by thousands of demons from hell, lurking to swallow them whole. Duan Tin Naguyat used his sword to cut a skeleton in half while thinking, "If the Hong Meng sect can't even overcome this disaster, I'm afraid they won't be able to help themselves." Her face tightened and she continued to think, "But, Tuian's talent was extraordinary. If she could accept two people as subordinates, it would still be a no choice." She turned around and spoke to the person behind her, still holding the sword tightly. She said, "Wei Lao, let's quietly observe for now. If it disappears in a moment, I wish you luck. I'll trouble you to help me." He replied. Wei Lao obeyed. At the same time, Tuian put two fingers forward and chanted, "Sword." Suddenly two swords covered with two blue and purple light sources appeared at the same time. She continued to shout, and at the same time, her two arms spread out to control the two swords to move. Wherever the swords flew, dismembered bones came out, scattered on the ground. Weiku and Duan Tin Naguyat are still fighting hard. In his hand he is twisting the head of a zombie who is still gaping in protest, not forgetting to praise Tuian to the fullest. I heard that the Hong Meng sect has a method to defeat two swords. Heavenly rank, cultivating a single sword already has extraordinary power. This woman has great success with two swords. I'm afraid no one under the Yuan Ying can compete with her. As soon as he finished speaking, Tuian's ankle was captured by a zombie from the ground. She couldn't help but think to herself worriedly, something's wrong with the dried skeleton's hand being poisoned and making it impossible to move. Tuian remained motionless, her face filled with fear. In front of her was a group of skeletons attacking from all directions, holding chains in their hands. In the blink of an eye, she was tied tightly by the chains, struggling to escape while thinking to herself, she couldn't escape. Suddenly behind her appeared a giant skull with a pair of huge horns and eyes emitting strange rays of light. Feeling a strange source of power from behind, she turned her head back, unable to help but gasp, "This is it." The image of two huge skeletons surrounded by strange flashing lights appearing at the same time is unnerving. Tuian is still standing between the two terrifying beasts. In their hands they still do not forget to control the chains, to control her. Vuong Trong-fan smiled happily and curled his lips sarcastically. In recent years, our celestial goddess has indeed made quite a bit of progress. Unfortunately, when we got here, a large hand was immediately extended towards Tuian, making her panic. Guan Tin Nguyen quickly told Ng Wei Ku, fake old man, when it was time to act, he immediately said yes when he heard the order. Just as a voice rang out, letting go of the senior sister, a swirling stream of golden sword aimed straight at the giant zombie's head. The surrounding ground gradually cracked. A loud explosion rang out, the zombie was cut into many pieces, falling one after another to the ground. Everyone couldn't help but look at the strange noise in surprise, and spoke up at the same time, that is. Tuian appeared so cool, holding a sword in his hand, surrounded by swordsmanship moves spinning in bright yellow light. As he spoke, he was just an original, who hasn't killed anyone yet, original you. He looked at Vuong Trong-fan and felt proud in his heart. With the blessing of the innate sword body, he also had a new understanding of the most powerful move. Before, he needed to rely on his great hand to condense spiritual power to enhance it. The power of the sword now only needs to condense the blessing runes. Vuong Trong-fan was angry. He used his finger to make a move to summon zombies and shouted loudly, "This kid is really arrogant." He continued to shout loudly, "Today I have to cure your bad habits." As soon as he finished speaking, a charm to summon zombies appeared, and at the same time, scary zombies rolled their eyes and held swords in their hands, rushing straight towards them. Tuian sighed. He looked at the disdainful demons, his hands clenched his sword, preparing to strike. Tuian pointed his sword straight at the barbarians, surrounded by rings of swordsmanship rushing straight towards the opponent, and said, "Just like you." The sword shot straight towards the zombies, creating powerful streams of power, and in the blink of an eye they were scattered into pieces. Vuong Trong-fan was also scared by the name he called a brat. He did not forget to stand with both feet in a supporting position to maintain balance, constantly thinking about this power. Tuian's swordsmanship could not help but frighten everyone around. Bok Lak Nyen and Li Tan Tuian also raised their swords to try to defend. As he said, "This remnant is almost unstoppable." As for Trino and Tamak Ham, who were also constantly defending, Trino stabbed his sword into the ground, creating a protective membrane for both of them, not forgetting to say, "Junior sister, be careful to stay behind me." Tamak Ham listens, answer, "Yes." At the same time, Wei Lao was using Qigong to create a barrier, blocking the influence of Tuian's swordsmanship, constantly wondering, nearly 100 golden pill ghosts, just like that, were killed by his one move. Guan Tin Nguyen continued, "Kim Dan has this level of strength. If he can conquer this person, it will surely be as easy as the palm of his hand." Tuian boldly stepped on the zombies lying on the ground, blatantly saying, "The battle just now was very big, so it turns out you only have this bit of skill. I'll give you one more last chance. Release the sister." As soon as Tuian finished speaking, Vuong Trong-fan replied with a murderous look on his face. When he opened his mouth, he mentioned his sister, calling him too intimate. "Didn't she reject me for someone else's kid back then? Tuian, today, I'll let you see clearly." As he spoke, he raised his hands and clenched them tightly, his face showing a gloomy look, his pupils shining brightly, his mouth slightly curled up in a devious smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the chains around Tuian became even tighter, surrounded by burning evil lights. Tuian couldn't help but wince in pain. Vuong Trong-fan raised his hand straight to the sky and twitched his fingers. To control the chains, his mouth kept crying out, "The tragedy of choosing the wrong person." As soon as he finished speaking, Tuian flew up, clutching the sword in his hand, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Stopping." As soon as Tuian unleashed the move, a golden aura like the sunset rushed straight like an arrow, breaking the link of the chains. In the blink of an eye, the chains shattered into hundreds of pieces, and at the same time freed Tuian from the evil chain. When Vuong Trong-fan saw the scene before him, he couldn't help but be surprised. He opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "Here!" Tuian had just been rescued from the chain that was continuously falling freely in the air. Her hands were doing a technique to summon two swords to support herself, but in the end she was still helpless. She cried silently in her stomach, "Oh, no, cannot summon dual swords." A voice suddenly spoke up, "Senior sister," making Tuian unable to help but raise his eyes and look down. The image of Tuian using his qigong to fly up like a flame spiraling straight into the sky, his hand raised, preparing to catch it, body of Tuian. He reached out to support Tuian's slim waist, worriedly asking his sister if she was okay. As soon as their four eyes looked at each other, Tuian blushed shyly, surrounded by falling cherry petals, wind, just like a picture of a couple in love. Tuian blushed shyly, avoiding Tuian's eyes, and replied, I'm fine." Not far away, Bok Lak Niet was constantly exclaiming, "Wow, Elder Tu did well this time." Li Tan Tuian raised his hands to his forehead to see more clearly and happily continued, "He, I see the master's face is red." Trino saw the person he constantly admired holding a woman. His heart broke, tears cried out in his eyes. The master, behind Tamakem, couldn't help but coo. So handsome, in his eyes was two red hearts. Returning to the pair of fighting girls, Tuian's hand continued to hug Chuk Tuian's waist. She couldn't help but blush and softly cry out, He raised his sword straight forward as he spoke, "Vuong Trong Fan." His hand swung and moved straight towards the opposite direction. A source of great power appeared and slashed straight at him. Tuian did not forget to say, "Go and die." As soon as Vuong Trong Fan was hit by his attack, his mouth vomited a mouthful of black blood, his eyes widened, his hand held his chest in pain. He still couldn't believe that a veteran like him could be easily beaten by a kid, failed, cried out in frustration, it's impossible. As soon as he finished thinking, he collapsed to the ground and gasped, his mouth still making the last painful sound. Tuian saw the scene before him, smirked with pleasure. His hands never left Chuk's waist. Declare it for a second. Chuk Tuian gently placed his hand in front of his chest and softly called Tuian, his junior brother. Tuian tried to show off his cool masculine features. His face was pensive, showing off his divine side, laughing in his heart. The senior sister must have been stunned by her handsome appearance just now, already. Chuk Tuian continued to say, "Should I let him go?" Tuian looked dumbfounded and stammered in response, Oh, that's right." Chuk Tuian just jumped down from Tuian's arms, her face without any ripples turned to tell him, "The move just now was not bad. When I have free time, I will definitely try it with you." Tuian touched his chin with both hands and happily replied to his sister, "This is a unique skill that I have just mastered, not to mention the type of person who has just entered the primeval state like Vuong Trong Fan. Even if he meets a spirit cultivator, soldiers can also easily fight back." Chuk Tuian couldn't help but blush and looked at him with admiring eyes. Not far away, as soon as Li Tan Tuian heard Tuian's words, his face couldn't help but be stunned, silently repeating Tuian's words. He could also fight against the magic monk. While hitting the skeleton behind her, she asked the person next to her, how reliable did Old Wei think his words were, and Wei Ku was also cleaning up the corpses, but as soon as he heard it, he answered, "This." Wei Ju made a serious face and continued to say, "The move he used just now was probably the most versatile that sword cultivators often practiced, but from the way he used his spiritual energy to that sword, I couldn't see through it." Okay. Li Tan Wien couldn't help but be stunned, even Gu Lao couldn't see through it. Wei Ju couldn't help but feel embarrassed, but he still kept admiring talented people like Tuian. Today's old man is a top veteran, but if you fight with this move, to be honest, don't understand clearly. A ray of light flashed in Li Tan Tuian's head. Tuian's handsome face suddenly appeared. She smiled contentedly as if she had found a treasure with extraordinary power. She leisurely thought to herself, "In my great concubine, is there still such a beauty hidden?" The subordinate said in panic, "Elder Vuong was defeated so quickly, so what should we do? Should we continue to fight? I see we should run away quickly." The sound of strong footsteps approaching quickly, wanting to run. Tuian was angry, his red eyes were glowing with great power, his whole body was full of murderous aura and he shouted loudly, "Do you think that Hong Meng Sect is a place where you can go if you want, and go if you want to go?" Everyone was afraid of his strength and aura. His subordinates all knelt down and surrendered, begging for forgiveness. "We were just working for the elder, just like that. So, I have never harmed anyone before. I am the one who was tricked into that sun and moon demon gate." All of them dropped their swords and surrendered. "Here." We all knelt down, bowed and begged, asking someone to spare our lives. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. Everyone shouted loudly in bewilderment. Trino panicked and asked, "What's going on?" Tamakem turned and said, "The sound is too loud." There was a loud explosion and the fire spread gradually. Chuk Tuian screamed. It was the first wave. She screamed and ran forward, making it impossible for Tuian to stop in time. "The sect master is in danger. I have to go take a look." Tuian quickly stopped. "Wait a moment, senior sister," he said. "There's no need for us to go there. The enemy is already here." A stream of red sparks plummeted from the sky, smoke and dust flew, everything seemed to be destroyed by that terrible power, surrounded by the air filled with the smell of murderous intent. Laughter echoed throughout the world. "Ha! Hong Meng bandits are waiting to be caught." The sect leader of the Sun Moon Demon sect went on and Gu Trong appeared. He shouted loudly and brought the captured Tong Trong Hawk to the front. "Your sect leader has been captured by me. The Great Mountain Protection Formation has also been broken by me. Don't try to resist more. Obediently be a prisoner of my Sun Moon Ghost sect. That will reduce the damage a bit. Ha!" he said while hitting him, otherwise, he will be like your sect master. Let your soul die under my sword, haha. Tong Trong Hak fell to the ground with one of his palms, everyone's faces darkened, worried about him, the sect master. His subordinates cheered happily, Sect Master is here, saved, Sect Master is here. He crossed his arms with a serious face, glanced at him and asked, where is Vuong Trong Fan? A subordinate said, Elder Vuong, he was killed by a thief from Hong Mung Tong. With a fierce look on his face, he asked angrily, oh. What, the king was killed? His subordinates were scared and raised their heads to say, I saw it with my own eyes. He seemed unable to believe what he heard in anger. He put his hand on his face. The terrible force caused him to kick his subordinate far away. Ha Vuong Trong Fan was hit again. People from Hong Mung Sect were killed. Who is he? Why didn't I know that there were still experts in the Hong Mung Sect? Another subordinate pointed at Tuian. It was him. Tuian replied, so what if it was me? He gritted his teeth and glanced at him with eyes full of murderous intent, a 7th-level golden worm, daring to not know whether he lived or died. If you really have the ability to kill Vuong Trong Fan, I will kneel down, lick your feet. Tuian smirked with an expression full of confidence, is that so? He looked at me and said, tell me what tricks you used. Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly moved next to him and hit him with a palm that sent him flying away. His subordinate shouted, Sect Master. With a face full of confidence and steady eyes, he smirked and glanced at him, afraid that you wouldn't keep your promise, so I can take the initiative a little. He was surprised by his quick and accurate reaction. He said, okay, you brat. He waved his knife and shouted, threatening, today he will use you as a sacrifice. He used all his strength to hold the knife and rushed towards him. He shouted loudly, die. He swung his knife forward, his whole body filled with murderous intent, wanting to kill Tuian, die. The battle between the two sides broke out very fiercely. He rushed in, from above gave a strong slash to his body. He quickly blocked his attack with his sword. When the two swords touched each other, it created an earthquake that made the sky and earth spin. The strong winds gradually became a tornado, blowing away everything around. The strength of both sides caused everyone to be present there. Everyone must be afraid. Tuian moved forward to protect everyone. She said, you guys hide behind me. The power of the two people had reached its limit. Everything was swept away by tornadoes. The power of the two people's energy in battle caused everyone there to be thrown away and seriously injured. Wow, Tamakham and Trino were both frightened when they saw this terrible power. Tamakham said, his master. Trino, when he saw the moves in battle, thought and felt that his sword mind was smart and could clearly see their movements. The Master's sword is a low-grade heavenly spirit sword. Combined with the Tung Huang Van Li sword technique, the power can definitely reach the level of normal mid-grade heavenly realm. And that sword's level is terrifying. Within the mid-level heavens, perhaps even top grade, this time Master is in danger. Winan and Gu Trong brought down powerful attacks with extremely great destructive power. He shouted loudly, go to hell, causing Tuian to step back. He was thrown away. He looked towards Tuian and shouted, Senior sister, borrow your sword for a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand flew into his hand. He immediately caught it and then used all his strength. Trino just looked and exclaimed, this is it. 7-star Chu Immortal Sword Battle. His eyes were full of determination. The energy and strength within him were burning as he said, no matter what kind of fairy you are, you must die for me today. As soon as Trino saw it, his eyes lit up with joy as he said, the 7-star Howling Sword Array is a heavenly grade sword array. The 7 swords combined, the power is at least close to that of the fairy world. She said as she passed the sword to him, Master, if you want to get the 7-star true immortal sword formation, take the human sword. In the distance, there are also 2 people observing this battle, Duan Tin Nguyen and Wei Ku. She exclaimed in surprise, 7 stars Howl Immortal Sword Battle. She thought, I have seen this sword array before in ancient books, but I didn't expect to see its portrait here today. She shouted, pulled out her sword and passed the sword to Tuian, young master, if you want to have the 7-star fairy sword formation, if not, then also add my excellent earth-pressing dragon knife, she whispered, thinking, maybe this is really an opportunity to attract this person. The sword array had been deployed by him, a powerful beam of light emitted from the swords that had been gathered on the battlefield, creating a huge and terrifying power. Tuian smirked and pointed at him and said, now I will have to make you guys from the demon sect die here. He began to deploy the formation. Around him the light from the swords emitted, creating a stream of great power that seemed to be able to destroy everything that appeared before it. He became more and more cruel, his murderous aura became more fierce. He glared, laughed loudly and arrogantly said, "Do you think I can't fight with you with all my swords?" He held the sword in his hand, eyes full of hatred, and rushed straight towards the battlefield. Wanting to kill him, as soon as he rushed towards that force, it pushed him hundreds of meters away. Not accepting reality, he put all his strength into the next attack. His whole body lit up, the smell of murderous aura was strong, his eyes were full of ferocity. He shouted loudly, "Don't exaggerate too soon. Today, even if you have heavenly skills, don't think about leaving alive under my demon sword." Then he raised his hand with long sharp claws. Strike a blow at his subordinates, causing them all to collapse from serious injury to death. A bunch of waste, it's time to use them. His subordinates died like straw. Sect leader, why? He used the blood of his subordinates to feed that evil sword. The power of the sword became stronger, the light emitted as if it wanted to destroy everything. He laughed loudly and held the sword towards the sky. "Ha ha ha, come here, bring all your blood here." Tuian fought back fiercely, saying that he would not spare his own people. Killing you would harm the people. He continued to use all his strength to strike a powerful blow from above, accidentally breaking the formation he had established. Trino suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "But it was okay." He laughed loudly and said with full confidence, "This precious knife of mine was absorbed by people's blood while refining it. Today it is already a low-grade immortal. As long as the people of this world are not killed, I still have it, can become stronger." Faced with his fierce aura, he smirked, "Ha!" Putting all his effort into the formation, he flew up and unleashed a tremendous amount of power, causing him to be seriously injured and thrown far away. Made him feel scared. How could it be possible? How could the 7-star howling immortal sword array be so strong? His eyes flashed with strong determination as he said, "If it were a normal 7 stars true immortal sword formation, it would be very difficult to win in such an overwhelming form, but the sword formation has undergone an 8 sword play. Maintenance is not the same. Not only can it enhance the sword's own power, but it can also infinitely amplify some of the sword's special properties. Senior sister's twin swords have undergone the purification of the purple aura, which has the effect of suppressing the sword, towards the murderous aura on the magic knife." He turned around and ran away, his eyes full of doubt as he looked towards Duan Tin Naguyat, thinking, but he did not expect that after the sword formation that had just been applied by the dragon sword, it actually gave birth to a powerful dragon sword. Dealing with murder is really as easy as turning a hand. Duan Tin Naguyat smiled. It seemed that this person was not an ordinary person. The situation was tilted in Tuian's favor. The formation became stronger and stronger, overcoming all of his moves. From there, a dragon god also appeared. He realized that he had no way to run away. His face changed, panicked and scared. He started using his master to threaten you. "Master, my master is the elder of the Sun Moon Divine Sect of Long Yan Tianqian. If you kill me, I will definitely not forgive you." His face suddenly turned dark, his eyes were full of darkness, his mouth smiled and said, "So what?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stabbed a sword straight into his body, causing him to fall down and scream loudly, "Ah!" Trong Ni hid behind a large rock, screaming in horror, "Ah!" Tuian immediately discovered it and approached. He hid behind a rock, holding his head in fear, thinking in panic. Tuian actually killed the old devil. The Sun and Moon God Sect is a sect that has a magical division. In the Long Yan Kingdom, it can be considered the hegemon, gathering the strength of all the sects of the entire Qin dynasty. I can't resist even one person's finger. He trembled in fear and said, "It's over, it's over. Next Tuian is definitely dead. Hong Meng Tong is definitely dead. I'm also definitely dead." Suddenly there was a voice from behind him. "Is that so?" Tuian had come up behind him a long time ago. His face turned black, his eyes were red. He smirked and said, "I can't say for sure what the future will be like for me in the Hong Meng sect, but you." He turned his head in panic, so scared that he opened his eyes wide, raised his hands above his head and could only utter 2 words, "Tuian." He raised his sword in his direction and said, "Today he must die without doubt." In his mind he clearly recognized today's situation. His face was blank and tears welled up in his eyes. He let out a loud scream, "Ah!" Blood dripped from his shiny blade. He turned his head and looked back, thinking, it was over. He looked around. The number of dead people piled up on top of each other was countless. The smoke and fire after the battle was still burning. Thousands of people who died after the battle were also lying on the ground. He said, "This battle was a loss, not small." Looking in the direction of Chi Fan, who was dedicating all his strength to treat Tong Trong Hawk's injuries, he asked, "How was the sect master's situation?" Tamakham said with a sad face. He was injured to the heart, his life could be saved, but in the future he would need to recuperate for years, I'm afraid. Bok Lak Nyen and Li Tan Tuian were panicked and worried. Li Tan Tuian asked if the sect leader would no longer be able to take care of everyone in the sect. Seeing that the situation was in a difficult position, Chuk Tuian spoke up and said, today's situation, the Hongmeng sect cannot lose its head, we must quickly choose a representative leader. Suddenly Duan Tin Nguyat spoke up from afar, I nominate the elder. All eyes looked towards her. Chuk Tuian walked over with eyes full of doubt, daring to ask who this friend was. She immediately replied, under Duan Tin Nguyat, she had met the Hongmeng sect. She looked at Wei Ku and said, this is my bodyguard, old Wei Ku. He folded his arms forward with a serious face and calmly replied, hum. Upon hearing this name, everyone was surprised. Tamakham suddenly said, Duan Tin Nguyat, that's not it, Trino exclaimed in surprise, what? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Tuian holding her sword in her hand, kneeling down to pay her respects as he said, paying her respects to the third princess. Both Bok Lak Nyen and Li Tan Tuian were even more surprised and asked again, third princess. Duan Tin Nguyat looked at him with a smile and asked, Elder Tu seemed to have known my identity long ago. With a serious expression he said, I'm just judging based on the dragon energy on your sword. Only when he heard someone calling him Duan Tin Nguyat did he confirm his identity. She took the mirror in his hand and said, Elder Tu is indeed a smart person. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you frankly, this time I'm here to invite you Hongmeng sect to attend the Festival of Thousands of Ways, held in the national capital half a year later. As soon as they heard that, they were all surprised and asked, 10,000 paths prosper. She said, the Festival of the 10,000 Paths is presided over by the royal family of the Qin dynasty. A meeting convenes the strongest forces in the border to conduct competitions to choose the strongest faction. This time is different from previous times. The attendees are not only limited to the forces of cultivating immortals in Jianghu, but also include the great families of the Qin country. This is the biggest gathering since our dynasty was founded. She looked at Chuk Tuian and continued, if the Hongmeng sect agrees to participate in the 10,000 Dao Tan assembly, Elder Tu is willing to lead the team forward. I will present an unexploited spirit vein, as well as have enough magic weapons and cultivation resources. According to the regulations of this festival, the winner can get the title of national sect and work for His Majesty. In addition, the resources of the entire Great Qin dynasty will lean towards that. If the Hongmeng sect can win, things like that, this is all yours. Everyone was surprised by her words and asked in unison, Quoc Tong. Tuian's face was full of contemplation, his hand placed on the gay family that also participated in it. By the way, when I learned that the Lord of Lac Van Tom was the elder of the Lac Van sect, I felt strange, official, worldly world yet has such a deep connection with the power of cultivating immortals. She immediately replied, it seems that Elder Tu has understood the point of this event, don't be shy. His eyes changed, his face became colder. Tu Mu clumsily understood, His Majesty organized this time, to strike a blow against the great family. The people present there were all extremely surprised and exclaimed, ah! He continued that when the Great Qin dynasty was established, it was only thanks to the support and protection of the great families that it could barely maintain its rule. Now, hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the pattern has changed. This forms the norm. Appearing in his mind was the image of corrupt people slowly grasping power into their hands, while the royal court was in a dependent situation, making the royal position feel greatly threatened, and the court's decision-making on many important matters depends on the support of these great families. Nowadays, the power and greed of the great families have made the royal family feel threatened, right? He continued, this time establishing the kingdom directly under the emperor, is to divide the resources of the family and weaken the power of the family, right? She smiled and said, Elder Tu is indeed a talented politician. She bowed her head in admiration before him and said, just now when she saw Elder Tu single-handedly kill the great master Win On, Tin Nguyat was filled with admiration, still hoping that Elder Tu could come forward and participate in the 10,000 Dao festival, this time. Trino, standing before her actions, was also somewhat surprised and thought, the third princess of the Qin country, is so respectful to her master. He came closer to look at her and said, the princess spoke so frankly, not afraid of any sect secretly building bridges with the family, revealing information. She immediately replied, what kind of secret is this? After I talked about this with the emperor, received the approval of the emperor, sent someone to spread the news, the great family thought they had heard about this, but they did not stop it. She still smiled and said, perhaps they also want to take advantage of this opportunity to completely suppress the royal family, so that the prestige of the great family will increase one level. After listening to her words, he understood even more clearly what she was like. He thought to himself, this trick is really 666. The third princess of the Great Qing country is actually a talented person who can take on big things. He continued, if you want Mo to lead the team, these remunerations are still not enough. Wei Ju angrily said, boy, don't be so greedy. Duan Tin Naguyat, Miss Duan Tin Naguyat, quickly said, old man Wei is here, leave it to me. He said with a serious face, whatever Elder Tu is trying to ask for, just say it without hesitation. He immediately replied, what is my request? You must worship me as a monk. She asked in surprise, worshipping you as a monk. He thought to himself, domineering and supreme, he seems to have read in an ancient book that a successful person can manipulate the world's fortunes into one body, not only do less and eat more, but also have dragon energy to protect them, can cause the practice to exert special effects. At this time, Wei Ku angrily attacked, you are insolent. But to prevent him from attacking, Duan Tin Naguyat immediately stopped him, waiting. She clasped her hands in front of Tuian, please allow me to ask you one more question, why did you want to accept me as your disciple? Tuian explained that, of course, she saw that she had a strong sense of wisdom and definitely had natural talent. Duan Tin Naguyat heard that and was immediately touched, appreciating my talent. She recalled her childhood memories. From a young age, even though she had the highest understanding of martial arts among her brothers and sisters, poetry, calligraphy, and etiquette were also the best. But in terms of practice, it is not as good as other brothers and sisters, that's why he was not respected by his father. This is also the first time someone said that they value their talents. After that, Tuian snapped her fingers to convince Duan Tin Naguyat, what was the matter with the third princess? Do we need to hear about the welfare of our seventh generation? Little Trino enthusiastically raised his hand and got second place. Tuian said, introducing the third princess to the benefits of the seventh peak. Trino enthusiastically replied that joining our seventh peak will not only include training instructions for each person, there is also a senior sister who is a third-level alchemist who can always provide medicinal pills, and the pharmacy under her name earns a lot every day, with a strong source of capital. Tamakham was caught up in it and repeatedly affirmed, Trino continued to introduce enthusiastically. Most importantly, there was also the treatment of being personally initiated by the Venerable to transmit the practice regardless of talent, joining the seventh peak, ensuring that the fairy's disciple was worthless. Tuian affirmed that it was not wrong. Duan Tin Naguyat asked, any talent is fine. Trino quickly replied, yes. Before I entered the seventh peak, I was only a servant. Everyone said I had no talent for cultivation at all, but now, less than half a year after entering the seventh peak, I have already reached the second level of foundation. When the people around heard that, they immediately dispersed. Indeed, they had never heard of a person named Lam Tri before. In today's competition, they were able to suppress all the intersex geniuses. I used to look down on her. Now, Duan Tin Naguyat was surprised. She was previously just a slave of the seventh peak. Then she firmly asked, daring to ask Elder Tu, if this lady was previously just a handyman for the seventh peak, so what did Elder Tu take her as his disciple at first? Trino worriedly thought, at first all the disciples around the master left, I was the only one by the master's side. I thought the master had no other choice, but, the Reverend will definitely not say that, he will say that he values my dignity. Tuian stepped forward and placed his hand on Trino's shoulder to affirm that of course he valued talent. If you don't look at your natural talent, then what do you look at? Is it possible that no one here today recognizes my disciple's talent for swordsmanship? Tuian looked at the third princess. The third princess, I said I value your talent. I have the confidence to make you the leader of this sect. Duan Tin Naguyat hesitated. Then she smiled, if that was the case. She knelt down and worshipped the master on high. Please accept my offering and bow. Wei Ju stopped, princess. Tuian was happy. Good disciple, quickly stand up. At this time, the system displayed, congratulating the host on his successful collection. The compliment usually responds 10 times, receiving yin and yang 5 elements physical practice technique, excellent earth level, and a post-celestial spirit weapon. A stream of bright power surrounded Tuian. He thought to himself, the spirit of the future. Attached to finger, now one of the soft swords wrapped around his finger seemed to be able to communicate with his mind. Attached to finger, now one of the soft swords wrapped around his finger seemed to be able to communicate with his mind. It is said that if a magic weapon is refined for thousands of years, it can give birth to a sword spirit, and can autonomously attack and cultivate. Unexpectedly, this system also has the ability to directly give you a piece, which is too invincible. Wei Ku still tried his best to dissuade him. Why do people worship this kind of person as their teacher? This princess is confused. Duan Tin Naguyat raised his hand to stop. Old man Wei, I have decided this matter myself, you don't need to say more. Wei Ku sighed. This time he went back to explain to His Majesty. The third princess immediately raised her hand to suggest that we return to the topic first. Now, as a disciple of the Hongmeng sect, I sincerely recommend Elder Tu to be the representative sect master. Tuian agrees. I also think that Elder Tu is the most suitable candidate. Duan Tin Naguyat affirmed that the royal family will also support Elder Tu. At this time, Tong Trong Hok coughed and said, cough cough if that's the case, Elder Tu. Hongmeng Tong thanks you, cough cough. Tamakam looked at Tuian, the sect master. Tuian proposed at this time, if it is a common goal that everyone agrees on, then that's it. Tuian immediately interrupted Tuian, I'm so embarrassed, I have objections. Everyone was shocked. Someone exclaimed, what? Tong Trong Hok was still kneeling down there and said, this old man is about to fail. Hong Huang Tong is about to hand it over to you juniors. Don't choose a temporary master, no matter what, choose a new sect leader. Tuian stood up straight and arrogantly said, it's me, I like to travel everywhere, always making enemies, now I still have the third princess as my disciple, my identity is even more complicated, even though neither temporary sect master nor sect leader is suitable for me. Then he reached out and pushed someone, saying, so. Tuian was suddenly pushed forward by Tuian, he smiled and said, I think Tiannu Tuian should hold this position as general. This action surprised Li Tan Tuian and Baklak Niet, she exclaimed, letting her master take control. At this time, Chi Fan spoke up solemnly, I have heard everything everyone said just now, I agree with Elder Tu's opinion. He continued, the master of the third princess of Great Qin, this reputation can easily cause controversy about his status, it is truly inappropriate. He looked at Tuian wonderingly, senior sister Tuian, when she was 12 years old, she went to thatch that and read the Tianthu Huang Huang, knowing part of the future, perhaps it was God's will, according to the Huan, only the sect master can read Tianthu Huang Huang, he repeated, Tianthu Huang Huang, and she just rubbed her chin in silence. Then she closed her eyes and replied, what Elder Chi just said reminded me, in the Hongbang Tianthu, it was written about the future of the Hongbang sect, if everyone hesitates today, who will be the one to continue, in place of senior brother Trong Hok, it's better to decide with Tianthu Hong Huang. So she turned around and left, and said to Tuian, junior brother, please follow me, suddenly someone came calling to you, master. Duan Tin Naguyat clasped her hands and bent down to say, Master, I and Wei Lao still have to visit other immortal sects, I would like to take my leave first. Then Tuian replied, wait a minute. He threw out a sword and said, you have just paid your respects to the master has not yet prepared a gift for you, take this Yu Chi soft sword first to protect yourself. She suddenly reached out to hold the sword and repeated, Nieu Chi Nu Kiem. He smiled and said, this sword has a soul, no need to control it with Kiem Quet, it can fight on its own. She raised her head and asked loudly, how powerful is this sword? At this time, he had turned to leave, calmly replied, the power is not strong. Then Wei Ku came closer to her and sighed and said, does the princess still need this sword with an old man protecting her? He immediately replied that he could also kill the Win on level. He immediately broke down and said, kill the Win on level, making her laugh. Soon, at a certain mountain top, Tuian and Tuian walked side by side into a cave. The two of them walked to an extremely high door. He wondered, sister, did you bring me here to see Tianthu Hong Huang? What exactly is that thing? She placed her hand on the door and channeled magic power. And she said, junior brother, a month ago, you were seriously injured and almost lost your life. After that, you broke through and returned to normal. Not only did you break through to Golden Dan, you also received 2 more disciples with outstanding talents. Tuian frowned and glanced at him, asking what happened then. Tuian smiled and replied, what happened? It's just that the other day I accidentally got an immeasurable golden pill. With that pill, I passed the Hell King stage and successfully broke through to the golden pill. Dan, in his heart he silently asked, oh, sister is testing me. Then his face darkened, his eyes narrowed and he thought, because he suspected that he was being taken over by someone else. She didn't look him in the eye anymore, just said softly, is that so? At this time the door slowly opened. The two entered the center of the room where high magic power was emitting. Tuian looked at the card in the middle of the magic power cage and wondered, this is, Tuian replied, this is Tianthu Hong Huang. She reached out to touch and explained that this object was passed down by the first sect master of the Honghuang sect. Only those who are suitable to be the next sect master can awaken it. After awakening it, it will be able to see the number, the next 100 years of Honghuang Tong. He also slowly raised his hand and asked, "Is there such a rare thing like this?" She replied, "As long as she injects spiritual energy into it, Tianthu Honghuang will make a decision herself." So he put his hand in and did as Tuian told him. Looking at the card floating in the air, she said, "If you have the qualifications to lead the Honghuang sect, Tianthu Honghuang will respond to you. Watch as the card moves towards him." She smiled softly and said, "Indeed you are the right person to succeed the position of sect master." Tuian had not finished speaking when the card fell straight onto the table, making her surprised with an incomprehensible sound. Then in front of Tuian appeared an information board with content, information, combining techniques that could make the host. He wondered in confusion, combining attacks, what kind of ability is this? So he got curious, immediately deployed his magic power, said, "Interesting, let's try it." Tuian looked at Tuian and smiled, "See, I told you that this job is not suitable for you." Hongmeng Tianthu still understood me, she just remained silent and did not answer. After that, she continued to transmit her magic power, thinking deeply, but I saw from before that if she really did not have the qualifications to lead Hongmeng sect, then Hongmeng Tianthu would not bother to move at all. Could it be, Hongmeng Tianthu will also consider that person's opinion? Suddenly the card glowed brighter. Then it flew straight up, surprising the two people. Tuian widened his eyes and thought, Hongmeng Tianthu, this is, accept me, I just want to see the future of Hongmeng sect. The card landed on her, she reached out to receive it, he clasped his hands happily and said, "Congratulations sister, receiving recognition from Hongmeng Tianthu." But Tuian frowned and thought, that time when he was young, Hongmeng Tianthu only showed a part of the future, did not break the shield. What should I do now? If I receive Hongmeng Tianthu, then must be the head of the sect, she said. Forget it, if that's the case then let's see what Hongmeng Tianthu recorded first. So Tuian raised the card and a magic power table appeared. On that board displayed the content, we observed the celestial phenomenon at night, speculated on the fate of future generations, and finally calculated that when the Hongmeng sect received the status of national sect of the Great Qin dynasty, it would be the day when the Hongmeng sect became the realm of the Great Qin dynasty. Wake up, at that time your luck will be at its best, your sect will be brilliant. Tuian raised his hand to touch his chin, thinking, even calculating the matter of the national sect, it seems that this Hongmeng Tianthu really has some skill. Suddenly the letters on the magic power board gradually blurred. He exclaimed, "Ha, the letters changed again." At this time, the content has been changed too. Tuian, in the year 1165 of the Great Qin calendar, joined our Hongmeng sect, worshipped the second mountain. This person has excellent talent, is a disciple, has the most outstanding natural talent in the history of the Hongmeng sect from past to present. The content continues to change. When he reached the age of 19, he broke through the troop company realm, became an elder of the 7th mountain. At the age of 20, stopped at the unbreakable troop company top Trong. At the age of 20 when he was 5 years old, he went out to practice and was attacked by an intruder. He was seriously injured and returned to the sect to start over. Squinting at the words in front of him, Tuian thought, this really records the first half of my life very clearly, but the record of starting over from the beginning is not there anymore, maybe because I awakened the system. Remembering the image of Trong Hak sect, he thought, this is really it, the world is vast, there are no strange things, no wonder the sect leader is so close to me, it seems this Hongmeng sect is not as simple as it seems. At that time, Tuian turned slightly to look at Tuian who was thinking. She thought, Hongmeng Tianthu did not recognize him as its owner but recorded his destiny very clearly, could it be? She slightly parted her lips, thinking, his future fortune far exceeds the Hongmeng sect, surely it doesn't just stop at the Hongmeng sect. Suddenly she looked at him and turned to wonder, sister, you wouldn't suspect that I was taken by someone else, right? Staring at me for a moment, she was startled to realize that she was looking too absorbed. He moved closer to her and said, sister, I still remember, one time you took me secretly down the mountain to watch a play, and then you were discovered by your master, you pushed all the responsibilities on me. He was also punished by kneeling in Tuian for several days. Then he put on a dirty look and continued, there was also a time when senior sister blew up master's alchemy furnace, then ran to my room to hide. At that time, I was taking a shower, and people looked at all of my belongings, there is still there. He kept rambling on, making Tuian's face turn red. So she reached out and pushed Tuian away, blushing and said, okay, I know it's you, don't say any more. At this moment he curled his lips and smiled and said, actually I knew my sister was teasing me for a long time, okay, I just wanted to joke with you a little, nothing else. After a moment, she cleared her throat, coughed a few times, and then calmly said, her junior brother probably still doesn't know. If the Hongmeng sect is an explosive force of fortune, then the purple Qi Hongmeng sect will be divided based on the individual's position in the sect. Now, since Hongmeng Tianthu has chosen me to be the sect leader, then you should help me in the name of deputy sect leader. Tuian was moved and softly called out, senior sister, thinking in her heart, senior sister always thinks about me first about everything, I should also do something. So he asked, yes, does the senior sister have a pair of yin and yang jade pendants of Pisces? She used her magic power to transform it and replied, yes, the technique I practice is the double sword hotpick, which requires yin and yang. The 5 elements support energy. This Pisces yin and yang jade pendant is what I use to support cultivation. She continued to talk, but when she found this item, it was already missing, so it was not very effective. So he replied, can you give me some to use? I have a way to ensure that I can return a set to you in the future, complete. Then Tuian transformed into a shaft, saying, hey, now you are also the deputy head of the Hongmeng sect in name, the double sword hotpick technique, you originally had the right to learn it, take it. Tuian looked cheerful, grinning and thinking, this time he can borrow the system to advance again. That night, in a house, the lights were still on. The system's information panel pops up, announcing that the host gives the disciple the technique, double sword hotpick, Tian Gyai Ha Fam. The reward is 1,000 times higher, receive the fusion technique once, then 1 day limit. Then the content changed, the host gave the disciple the yin and yang jade pendant of Pisces, Tang Kue. The reward was 20 times more, and received the yin and yang jade pendant of Pisces, complete. Trino opened both hands holding the paper scroll, his eyes bright and smiling as he said, thanking his master. Tuian sat on the cushion and said, go practice, remember to share with your sister. She happily raised one hand and replied, yes. Then the information panel appeared again with the content, receive the fusion technique once, for a period of 1 day. He wondered, fusion technique, what function is this? The system immediately displays information about it, announcing that the fusion technique can fuse similar exercises that the host cultivates into one. After fusion, the new technique will have all the characteristics of the fusion technique, level and power also increase sharply. He smirked, activated his magic power, said, interesting, let's try it. The display system and host use fusion technique. Each roll of paper appeared with a notice, checking that the Sword Dao host's cultivation methods had a total of 57 subjects, including 32 human stage subjects, 20 Xuan stage subjects, 3 Earth stage subjects, 1 Tiangyai sect. In addition, has the technique of Divine Soul Earth Phase, Divine Mind 9 sections, which can be merged. Tuian frowned in thought, divine mindfulness of the 9 dones. The memory of when he taught Trino appeared again. He thought, it seemed like before he was in Lakvan City, he got it when giving little Trini practice instructions. The system still displays the message that the fusion technique was successful and is being transmitted. Tuian quickly focused on cultivating, a stream of luck emanating from the middle of his forehead. Then he widened his eyes, his white sockets screaming in pain. A few days later, at the 7th peak, the sky continued to rain down terrifying thunderstorms. The sky and earth shook. Someone's voice said, the thunder on the 7th peak, it's been going on for nearly half a month, right? You say it was caused by Elder Tu's seclusion. Someone immediately answered, yes, I heard that Elder Tu also went into retreat for a month. Before going into retreat, he was able to kill Winan. This retreat had great prestige. I don't know what happened after that. How strong will it be when it comes out? The young girl quickly replied, with Elder Tu leading this 10,000 Dao event, our Hongmeng sect will definitely rise. It's worth looking forward to. The black-haired man followed and told him, no joke, I heard that the current sect leader and Elder Tu are childhood friends. Last time they also joined forces to destroy the Sun and Moon Demon sect. They felt like they were a good match. The two people listened, also surprised. They smiled as they walked calmly and said in unison, I don't know if the two of them meant it or not, he he he. A beautiful and seductive girl suddenly appeared. She was Willow Charming, Uncle Tuian's disciple, the new concubine elder. She shouted loudly, these brats only know how to talk nonsense all day long. If you guys had half the effort of the sect leader, wouldn't you have shown your talent early? Don't you go back and practice? The children who were grabbed by the head and yelled at also became panicked and called out, second elder. Seeing the junior brothers being chased away, the passerby asked, who is that shrewd lady? The man standing next to him replied, you still don't know, it's the second elder who just arrived. He asked again, hadn't the previous second elder already been promoted to the position of sect leader? The other side was shouting and asking a guy who was being captured, what are you saying? The Sun and Moon Demon sect attacked Hong, Mung Tong. The man accompanying him continued, hearing that this person, after arriving at troop company, immediately went outside to wander around. This time, he heard that the Tong Mon was in trouble, so he intentionally returned. Unexpectedly, after returning home, there was a 7th grade needle pill. They continued to tell the story, along with the image of her and Tuian. If it weren't for the young elder's strong rise, then the #1 genius in Hong Kong would have been her. While talking passionately, he aggressively raised her stick and scolded me. I said to you too, you have been in the sect for half a year, your cultivation level has not improved at all. Will you hurry up and start practicing, otherwise I will strip you of you. When the skin was finished, they obeyed and shouted, second elder. They ran away saying, I'm so scared. The girl from afar looked dissatisfied. These kids, just gossiping all day. She remembered the rumors saying that even though her master and Tuian were childhood friends, that guy was not cultivating as fast as his master. In her master's eyes, he would conquer the country and destroy fortune. His face was so perverted and vulgar that it was not worthy. Then he continued, he was sick but his cultivation had not improved in more than 10 years. How could the master keep an eye on him? A pair of feet stepped forward and asked her, my child, why did you bully the other sect as soon as you returned to the sect? You become a chancellor elder in my place, why hasn't this temper subsided at all? Tuian approached and spoke gently. When he saw her master coming, she turned around and happily replied, Master, it was to protect you. These disciples refused to practice, and were discussing with Elder Xiaoxuan behind their backs. Tuian leaned back and asked again, discussing about me and my junior brother, what were we discussing? He also enthusiastically replied, well, it was saying that the two of them were carefree. They were born as a pair of something. After hearing that, she was surprised and her face turned red. He shouted worriedly, Master, his face turned red again. He saw that her worldview was collapsing, and she said loudly to her master, Master, you don't really like that guy Tuian. Tuian coughed an excuse, cough, stop joking. A huge thunderclap struck, startling the two teachers and students who were talking in the classroom. Strong yellow light is accumulated down in a high rock block. Everyone standing and looking at it had to wonder, what is that? Looking at this scene, it seems to have some similarities with the tribulation recorded in the Kot book. On the top of the 7th mountain, at the house where the light landed, Mokham stood in front of the door looking at that terrible power and asked, is this power like a heavenly disaster? Is the great realm just broken, or is there a new treasure coming from this world? Then she panicked and thought of a possibility. Could it be that the master wanted to destroy the original spirit? The lightning's light was still as big, dispelling the clouds flying around it. Trino immediately exclaimed, I have been in the Hongmeng sect for so many years, but have never seen anyone break through the thunder tribulation with such power. Mokham said in fear, Monk, should we find a place to hide? Trino reassured, don't panic, this disaster, the master will have a way to deal with it. Then the floating Xiaoxuan summoned his domineering power. Everyone shouted, Master, are you out of customs yet? Tuian smiled lightly, thinking in his heart, the fusion technique was a great success, but he didn't expect that it would cause a disaster. System notification, the practice has successfully merged. A new high-grade practice has been born. The practice does not have a name yet. Please host a name for the practice. He said excitedly as he flew quickly. Is he a top-ranked celestial? This time he seems to have made a fortune. One hand raised high, mouth chanting the mantra. Searching again, then somewhere an electric cloud appeared. Every sword seemed to fly towards him. Everyone panicked. My sword, what's wrong? My sword doesn't listen to my orders. He looked at her sword but felt unhappy. What? She didn't expect that even my sword partner wanted to fly to him. Her sword kept vibrating. Tuian was also surprised. The twin swords that I have been sharpening for more than 10 years have long been like my commanding arms. Last time I intentionally helped, but this time, I used all my strength but still, a little. The two swords also flew away one after another to the surprise of the two girls. When Minhee saw her sword flying away, she immediately got angry and shouted, let's just rob my master. Now, if you still want to rob me of my sword, don't even try. Then, without paying attention, her hand slipped and her sword flew away. She continued to scream, my sword. Minhee standing next to the lost sword was still crying, it was my sword. Tuian looked up and silently praised, this is real. The battlefield called out by Tuian was very large, illuminating the entire mountain range. All the swords around it glowed and flew back. He even shouted, 10,000 swords coming. A large golden vortex was created, sucked into the battlefield, enough to show how terrifying its power was. Then they gathered into a long golden line and rushed straight towards where he was standing. He raised his hand and happily said, "You've come at the right time, let me test the power of this high-grade celestial technique." The great power pulled the swords up high, in them was Tuian's silhouette still majestically hovering. The swords rushed forward, piercing even the dark clouds blocking the way. The sky flashed with dazzling light, showing the great power existing there. The disciples below saw this and were surprised to say, "Thunder cloud, lightning cloud has been destroyed. Elder Tu has not yet broken through the primordial soul but can lead to such a powerful heavenly tribulation. Could it be that he had already committed suicide, created heavenly techniques?" An old man followed and shouted, "Our sect master and elders are too strong." The rest also followed in celebration. "With such a proud genius on our team, the future of our Hongmeng sect is sure to be bright, wide open." Tuian, after looking at it, babbled, attacking the cannon, and then wondered, what kind of genius is this? Mini standing next to him also felt uneasy. After performing the ultimate move, Tuian landed lightly on the ground. The surrounding dust and smoke gradually disappeared. He looked at his hand and chuckled, "A high-ranked heavenly rank is indeed strong," then muttered to himself, "With this set of sword techniques, even if I encounter a high-ranking monk, I will still have the confidence to fight." Trino happily ran over to call, "The master is so strong," followed by Makim also slowly coming forward to praise, congratulating the master on a new harvest. Tuian and two female disciples went down and said, "Let's go." He said loudly with his hands behind his back, "It's time to prepare to depart for the great meeting of the 10,000 paths." In the magnificent and luxurious royal palace, the Grand Qing country, the royal palace. In the royal library, there was a majestic king who was working and asked the servant, "You said, the elder of the Hongmeng sect used the 8th level of 6 golden pills, and after killing a group of ghost generals, the peak golden pill puppet was still unharmed. Why kill the old devil?" The person who reported and worshipped affirmed that his subordinates did not dare to tell a single lie. Great Emperor put down his pen and said, "The Hongmeng sect, although its current strength is normal, was almost established with my great emperor, and has existed for more than 1,000 years. It seems like there are things that outsiders don't know about." Wei Ju was reporting and continued a few words. "Moreover, in the battle with the Sun and Moon Demon sect, Xiao Xuan only used an extremely strange and terrifying sword technique. There were other techniques, otherwise this old slave wouldn't dare. I'm afraid, if this person used all his strength to attack, his strength would probably be comparable to that of a peak primeval hero, or even an early deification stage." Hearing this, the emperor immediately jumped up and his expression changed. He held his chin and said, "Ha, a small Hongmeng sect has such amazing talent, it's interesting, so it seems that these sects are not all useless." He suddenly stood up. "Turn around and continue. If it is really similar to Tin Naguyat's plan, borrowing the power of these sects and sects to fight against the great clans and families is also considered an unexpected joy. Okay, prosperity, the 10,000 Paths Festival is about to begin. Please continue to stay by the star and moon." Wei Ku clasped his hands and said tremblingly, "Old God. Old man, there is still something to report." Huang turned around and replied, "What's going on?" He frowned and continued, informing His Majesty that the third princess, in order to invite Tuian to represent Hongmeng sect to attend the 10,000 Knives Festival, had agreed to worship him as a teacher. The emperor angrily pounded the table. "Shout loudly, what?" Wei Ku saw this and immediately bowed his head in fear. "Your Majesty, Tuian's strength is truly extraordinary, even the old slave may not be his opponent." After the third princess thought about it, she saw that it can be useful for future plans, "So I take it upon myself to go and worship a monk." The emperor was very angry in his heart, but he could do nothing but scold him. "It was all because of pressure from the family that forced my princess to seek out a wandering wizard as a teacher. What a hateful person." After that, he also surrendered and ordered, "Forget it, you tell Tin Naguyat, don't make a big deal of this matter for now, wait until the 10,000 Dao festival ends and talk about it later. Next time something like this happens again, you must report it, immediately for me." Wei Ku bowed his head, clear, loud, "Don't watch His Majesty walk away." Then he quietly whispered, hoping that this matter would not affect His Majesty's attitude towards Tuian. Otherwise, if His Majesty developed an enemy towards Tuian, he would be negligent of the Hongmeng sect, causing the assassin to report it. Enemies are truly unstoppable. In front of the city gate, the royal capital of Noklong Citadel, the envoy defending the city, Cheu Huangdat, and Kim Dan Bat Trong were looking up, seemingly waiting for someone to come. "Mean he just arrived?" Mouth exclaimed in surprise, this is Noklong Citadel, worthy of being the national capital, so majestic, followed by Tuian and Tuian. Huang Dat bowed politely, distinguished guests of Hong Meng Sect, welcome to the national capital, I am Cheu Huang Dat, envoy of the national capital, on a special order to welcome you. Everyone saw his bowing action and immediately shouted, isn't that General Cheu? General Cheu specially came out to welcome him. Could it be that he is a member of a great sect, even the 10 great sects? You can't even face this subject. Over there, everyone stood and watched in droves, discussing heatedly. There was also Wei worshipping. Wei worshipping, isn't that Wei Ju next to the emperor? Shh, even the title of Wei Tian Tue doesn't dare to say it. Don't need a life. Who is on this spaceship? Tuian was holding a fan in one hand, standing and listening to the people talking, thinking to himself, it seems that this General Cheu is probably the Tin Tin Naguyat arranged to welcome him, just to avoid suspicion, so he borrowed Wei's name, just 9, worthy of being a member of the emperor's family. His thoughts are private. Huang Dat extended his hand and invited Tuian and his men to leave. Please follow me. He led everyone to the garden of the capital, a beautiful and airy place. Everyone walked to the garden one by one. Huang Dat then invited everyone to sit and rest. When the 10,000 paths are prosperous, you will stay here temporarily. Then he called on the servant next to him and said, if you need anything, just find Butler Huang, that person will also greet you and greet you. Tuian, while looking at the lightning, his mouth was also secretly praising, it's truly worthy of the national capital. A butler is also a golden Dan cultivator. He listened and asked in bewilderment, is it a golden Dan cultivator? Isn't he just a normal old person? Without saying much, he used a fan to hit her on the head. Then she raised her voice and said, it's okay, you go sit at the children's tray. He angrily shouted at him, hateful, there's nothing you can't say, just say it. Tuian called out to Tuian, junior brother, regarding this 10,000 Dao festival, I have collected some information about the participants, let's discuss a bit. Hearing that, he immediately wanted to sit with her master, and my master also came. But Tuian did not agree, so he immediately replied, you go out with Lam Tri and the others, I will call you when something happens, followed by Minhe's disappointment and Tuian's teasing laughter, ha. On the discussion table of Tuian and Tuian, next to it is the table of Minhe and Trino groups. Minhe was bitter, crying while eating, disgusting, the master actually trusted that guy, and didn't even take him with him. Trino felt worried, so he approached and asked, second elder, have you never eaten pig feet? Why are you so moved that you cry? Minhe turned around and said, I need you to take care of me. Then he happily held Trino and Mokham's hands and said, let's just walk with me. Right there, Tuian dropped a stone and said to Tuian that there are only 3 notable sects in the 10,000 Dao festival this time. Junior brother can take a look. He started to pick it up and it suddenly glowed. After a while of reciting the mantra, he said, the top ranking is the Taihu sect, similar to the Hong Meng sect, with a 1,000-year history. There are several powerful former heroes. The current sect leader is said to be one step closer to transforming into a god, Kim Dan. The underlying structure is hundreds of thousands. Then suddenly the image of the sect in the front row appeared with its disciples and master. Then the images of the second and third sects appeared. He continued, the second and third were Trong Sinch sect, Van Fan sect. The sect leader was also a former monk, although the time of establishment was relatively different, late, but strong internal story. After listening, Tuian bit his lip and said, there is very little information that can be collected on the big family side, only knowing that the 3 top families, Qin, Vuong, and Lam, have more than one strong person in charge of the throne. Others generally don't know. Tuian looked back and reassured, it's been hard, sister. The market is crowded and bustling with people passing by. Minhe munched her gourd and silently cursed, blaming Tuian. Minhe and Mokham went out to the market, each of them had starch in their hands to eat. On the other side of the street, a girl is trying hard to tell a few hoodlums, you guys, stop moving your hands and feet. If you guys really want to buy this tiger demon, you only need 1,000 pieces of low-grade spirit, jelly. If you don't buy it, then don't waste your time here. While eating deliciously, she heard a commotion. Minhe immediately perked up her ears and said, someone is making a commotion. Without hesitation, she grabbed Trino and Mokham's hands and went over to take a look. Dang Tu believed that he was an envoy of Long Yan from the upper country and blatantly teased girls from good families on the street. He immediately revealed an excited look and looked at that little girl and said, young lady, as a human being, you have to know what to do. He licked the rim of his mouth hungrily and said, as long as you are willing to come with us to the mansion for one night, not to mention 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, even 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones, we will agree to pay. The subordinate approached the young lady, grabbed her hand and shamelessly dragged her. That's right, young lady, as long as she is willing to obediently serve our young master, this star's father won't have to work so hard to hunt anymore. How? The girl panicked and asked for help. What do you want to do to save her life? The overbearing subordinate pointed his finger at him and said loudly, stop wasting your energy in vain, little lady in your Dai-chin, there is no one who dares to take care of the good things of our country Long Yan, otherwise you should look and see, who dares to manage. When the surrounding people heard this, they turned around and ran away, saying in a hurry, they are people from Long Vientiange Quoc, quickly run away. At this moment, suddenly the whip flew from nowhere along with the sound of someone, let go of your dirty hands. Seeing that, the subordinate shouted loudly, the young master was careful, he rushed out and was immediately hit by the blood-spurting attack. Even though he was scared, he still tried to make a threat, no one would dare to ruin this young master's good deeds. Lu Minhe, along with Trino and Tamakham, took back the whip and said coldly, it's your aunt, release that girl right away. As soon as he saw them, he put on a thoughtful look and said, yo, these three are rare beauties who are easy to talk to, if you three are willing to follow me back to the palace as concubines, I will spare the little lady, how is this? At this time, Trino couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, hateful. Tamakham saw this and immediately said, senior sister, don't be rude, this person is an envoy of Long Yan Kingdom and cannot be offended. The surrounding people were noisily talking, no wonder they dared to be so overbearing in the Great Qin Kingdom, any royal envoy of the Upper Kingdom could be on par with the Qin King. The girl continued calmly, a total of sectarian families and countries are divided into 9 levels, each level is a big difference, the Upper Yanlong country is 5th level, the 7 surrounding countries are 6th level fish grade, the Qin Kingdom is a dependent country of Long Yan Shang Yan, and every year they have to pay tribute to Long Yan Tianj Quoc. If there was a conflict with the emissary of the Long Yan Kingdom here, I was afraid that it would cause trouble not only for the sect but also for the high frequency. Hearing that, she immediately let out a sound of disdain, hissing. Hearing that, he said proudly, not bad, but considered a reasonable beauty. He said with a dark face and cunningly, but now I have changed my mind and I want you three to be my slaves, if not, wait until I return and say that the big Qin country did not treat you well, well, until then, you won't have a good outcome. Suddenly, the envoy of the city master Cheu Huang Dad and the third princess Tin Nguyen came to her and said, what's wrong? I asked the envoy's reception. As I see it, everyone just now had to give up 3 points to the envoy, otherwise, just for the crime of insulting the people of my country, it would have been worthy of beheading. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, showing a face that was not afraid of death and said, Duan Tin Nguyen, princess of the great Qin country like you, is really powerful. I have remembered today's words and waited for me to come back and report to His Majesty the Emperor, to see who gets cut in the end. She angrily picked up her sword and said, saying that La Long Vientiange Quoc intends to declare war on my great frequency. He mockingly said, Yo third princess still wants to attack you, look carefully today whoever dares to attack me as long as I'm not dead then in the future I will definitely return these sufferings to the great concubine urgently, hundreds of thousands of times. She quickly walked towards him. He still stood there smugly saying, come and do it quickly, why doesn't the princess dare to move at all? She swung her sword at him and said, you. He blackened his face and shouted, this young master is not happy and the great concubine should not try to calm down. You and those 3 women today follow me back to the palace and kneel down to be dogs for a day. This matter can be considered as being forgotten. At this time, Trino was so angry that the third princess suddenly turned around and said, the princess had a questioning look on her face when she heard that. And he proudly laughed and said, ha 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 ha, this woman is much more interesting than you. Then she slashed her sword with such speed that she didn't have time to react and pass through his body, only having time to let out a scream, ah. His expression was filled with panic and disbelief and he stammered, how dare you? She put her sword back and said coldly, killing a beast is just a small matter. The third princess shouted loudly in worry, Miss Lamb, you are so confused that you will implicate the 9 clan. She still calmly said, it's okay, after all, I have no father or mother, the 9 clans are just me, I will be responsible for today alone, it has nothing to do with others, if you want to kill, just aim, just come to me. There was a stream of dark power appearing. Suddenly, a man flew out from there and shouted loudly, who dared to kill someone from our country, that is the evil cultivator Luke Sinch, a former hero of Class 7. When he appeared everywhere covered in a deadly color, the surrounding people panicked and ran away. Cheu Huang Dat moved the technique to stand in front of her and said, "Princess, be careful." Over here, Lu Minhe was also protecting Trino and to mock him, then said uncomfortably, "The damn old man really wants a sword to kill dragons from the country or something." The messenger of the city master put a golden pill in his mouth. The third princess saw this and called out, "General Cheu." His eyes had turned red at this time, his pressure was on him, the princess was in the shield to protect herself well. At this time, she widened her eyes in surprise and said, "General Zhao's aura increased from Jindan level 8 to Yuan Ying level 7, he used medicinal pills to forcefully increase his cultivation. At this time, he was exploding his body's strength, developing more muscles and his entire body emitting dazzling golden energy. He stomped on the ground and saw that the spot couldn't stand it anymore and cracked into many pieces. He flew straight to Luke Sinch and said loudly that if he wanted to touch the great concubine, he had to step over my body first. I only saw Luke Sinch's cold eyes and his fists swinging. In the blink of an eye, he counterattacked. Two people, one with a golden light and the other with a dark light, faced each other. But he didn't expect Luke Sinch's strength to be so terrifying that he couldn't block it. He smiled a cunning smile and looked at Cheu Huang Dat with dark eyes, the general defending the city. After that, he delivered a fatal blow and meaningfully said, "Is this all he has?" Cheu Huang Dat was thrown far away by the attack. At this time, the third princess standing on the other side only saw a sky full of fire. Before her panicked look, he continued to say, "Carrying shoes for Long Yan in our country is not worthy." She began to worry and said, relying on pills to forcefully increase her level, but in the end she still couldn't beat the real attack in practice. What should she do? Suddenly there was a voice and he turned around in question, just as he was also daring to show off his authority on the territory of the great Qin nation. It turned out to be Tuian. Then he moved the exercise towards him and said, cheekily. He was still sleeping in victory and said with a disdainful expression, "Just a sword aura." He immediately practiced the martial arts and said meaningfully, "For me, a person who practices the 9-level golden body practice technique is basically the same." Trivial joke, before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by your attack and his whole face was distorted. Flying several meters away made those around them incredibly panicked. The third princess saw this and immediately thought that even General Cheu could not compete with this guy, but unfortunately he was killed by his master in one move. Before the plan to attack the family was successful, it was best not to recognize each other. "Master, if not, I really want everyone to see, this is Duan Tin Naguyat's master." The people around were surprised and disgusted. "Just one move, that's someone from some fairy sect that I've never seen before, I also want to join." He was kneeling on the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with one hand, looking at him with resentment and saying, he had cultivated that wonderful earth-level magical body, yet there was someone who could break through with just a sword energy, his physical body. His eyes turned to unwillingness and he said again, "Could it be that he is the former hero of that great Qin country serving him? So why are you so young?" The third princess came closer, he bowed his head and said, "Master Tianwen, about this matter." Before she could finish her sentence, he immediately interrupted. Of course the third princess did not need to talk too much about this. The envoy of the Long Yan kingdom relied on the strong to bully the weak and not only bullied our Hongmeng sect disciples, but also spoke rudely and wanted to mutilate us. If that's the case, then let him do as he wishes. You concentrate on the martial arts. His hand radiated a bright golden light and continued, "Letting them die in our great country." Hearing that, he stomped his feet and stood up, shouting loudly and insolently. I only saw him move the technique to release a ball of dark light and say, "Daring to be impudent in front of our nation's dragon flame is truly boring." He remained calm, his face unchanged, and used one hand to block the attack. After Luke Sinch rushed over to exchange moves with Tuian, that did not make him feel shaken. He remained calm, his face tense, his sharp eyes with very strong fairy power gathered in his hands to warn him, "The distance between you and us, completely unknown." While gritting his teeth in response to the dark magic, he heard those words and began to wonder and analyze, what's going on? This person's cultivation level is clearly not as good as his, but the spiritual energy in the sword energy bone-chilling cold, obvious damage. Seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, he reminded himself, no way, can't be reckless with him, then decided to jump out, but he still had some magic left in his hand. Then he decided to deal with it. The next deputy directly used the body refining method to subdue him. Don't hesitate any longer, use the 9-turn golden body practice technique, put a huge amount of force and magic into your hands and prepare to attack Tuian. Seeing his opponent acting so rashly, he could not ignore it, activating the yin and yang 5 elements to refine his body, causing his eyes to shine brightly, along with the fairy power pouring into the 8 trigrams in his hand to burn, slowly said, wanting to compare the strength of the body. You were still far behind. Then the two sides rushed at each other, punching directly into the other person's palm. From there appeared 2 opposite blasts of power, causing everyone around them to stand still, covering their faces with their hands, because it's so terrible. Then suddenly the black-stained arm showed signs of bone and joint shaking and slight convulsions. As expected, it was Luke Cinch, holding his arm in pain and screaming, my hand. Even though he had calculated all sorts of tricks, he still couldn't avoid it, so he jumped back. After not giving his opponent time to calm down, Tuian continued to move, waving his hand horizontally in the air, summoning countless holy swords of lightning and saying, the next move is not just about his hands. But when he reached such a dead end, he had to take a bottle of medicine and grit his teeth, thinking, there's no other way. Unlike normal, he thought Luke Cinch would drink it, but he didn't. He immediately crushed it, letting all the magic in it flow out and cover his whole body. Before that action, he couldn't help but doubt. His face was shocked and wondering. It was absorbing all the magical power supplied. His eyes were purple, his face was sinewy, and he shouted, Then the power expanded rapidly against the approaching swords. Not as timid as before, this time he puffed out his chest. His body now felt like he was made of iron skin, not being harmed at all but even knocked them back out. Seeing that the potion worked, he smiled with both satisfaction and danger. Ha ha ha. Slowly opening his eyes, the hole inside was dyed a terrifying pitch-black color. His ruffled hair stood up, strength spread throughout his body and asked, is that all you have? Starting to take revenge, he raised his right hand and at the same time, a dark ball appeared above his head, intending to jump very high and hit the ground in front of Tuian's presence. Seeing that something was happening, Duan Tin Naguyat, standing next to him, shouted a warning to be careful. Hearing that, he immediately summoned the precious light sword in his hand. His red eyes secretly guessed. His aura suddenly increased several times, but it was nothing. It's true that a strong person is still someone who has the strength to practice martial arts and swordsmanship. He slashed the sword to the ground, creating a wave of power that rushed straight at him when he got close, to the point of breaking the entire road that crossed it, passed and secretly said, that's all. One surprise after another, this time Luke Cinch gasped in disbelief and fear. The sword energy was stronger than before. Then his pitiful scream echoed throughout the entire area. This time I understand enough. It was even more terrible, causing Che Huang Dat to create a protective circle with the power of 8 trigrams, and Duan Tin Naguyat stood inside watching. Then his mind began to think. Tuian of Hong Mung Tong had never heard of this person, killing Winon without wasting any effort. It was truly terrifying. Fortunately, when the third princess asked me to welcome him, I did not neglect those things. This person, being so rude today in front of Her Highness the Princess, is truly embarrassing. Fortunately, this battle armor was transformed by spiritual energy so he was not naked in front of the princess. Then he looked at him, who was standing coldly and suspiciously, wondering why this envoy's aura suddenly increased. Then Duan Tin Naguyat came and clasped her hands together, bowed her head and bowed in front of him and said, it has come to this. I hope the people of Hong Mung Tong will retreat to the country first. Trino found it reasonable so he put his hands on his hips and agreed to give more comments. It's best to go to another country to avoid being noticed by this incident. Without showing any signs of fear, he calmly replied, Your Highness the Third Princess, if we leave, you will become the ringleader of this matter. At that time, Long Viam Tianj Kwok will be angry at you. He plans to punish you. Why? When she heard this, she seemed bewildered, probably because she hadn't thought about what would happen first, so here it is. Suddenly, Trino's voice rang out from behind. She placed her hand in front of her chest and spoke loudly, The one who killed the envoy was me. I am willing to stay and bear all the blame alone. But definitely not letting that happen, Duan Tin Naguyat placed his hand on her and gently said, Land Company Nuong sacrificed her life for the sake of justice. If she let Land Company Nuong take risks today, she won't be cold in the future. The hearts of righteous monks in the world, at that time spread to other countries. Our Qin dynasty could not avoid being known as greedy for life and afraid of death. Then she suddenly frowned, frowning in thought. Moreover, if it was Long Viam Tianj Kwok, daring to ignore the envoy's misbehavior, I'm afraid there are still hidden secrets. After watching the two finish talking, Tuian came closer to join in. Oh, what the third princess means is that Long Yantian's Kwok's trip this time is to intentionally start a conflict with Dai Qin. She looked at him, continued to answer. First of all, I heard that Long Yantian's Kwok has been regularly inspecting the country recently. I felt strange. Just now when I helped that envoy use the secret technique to increase his strength, I clearly felt it. To gain the power of national destiny, I am afraid this is the goal of Long Yantian's Kwok. Then she pondered, her voice quieted and speculated, probably because of the upcoming Great War. When the five people Tuian, Tuian, Trino, and Tamakham heard this, everyone was shocked by the news. The country is divided into 9 levels, 7, 8, 9 are normal small countries, and the large regions on the map are larger places. Starting with level 6 is the Royal Dynasty, also known as the Great Qin Dynasty. Up further is Tianj Kwok or Long Tianj Kwok with elite gladiator soldiers wearing iron armor. Tian Din is a place filled with beautiful light and cherry blossoms. Then Kwok has a mysterious beauty with the beauty of moonlight and cold dark blue color. Holy Dynasty is harsher because it is located in a snowy mountain area all year round. Everything is covered in ice. Finally, Chi Tianj Din is special in that it is not simply a place for mortals, with a special structure that is quite high-tech compared to its time, and supernatural individuals there. Unexpectedly, the Great National War was initiated by the Immortal Court. Long Tianj Kwok not long ago declared war on Tan Tuok Tianj Kwok and Win Kai Dai Tianj, then began sending envoys to neighboring countries, around to observe. Duan Tin Nguyat's face was quite tense at this time and she frowned slightly, worriedly saying, in a great war of national destiny, the defeated country will have everything taken away by its dependent countries. I thought Long Tianj Kwok was gathering strength, strongly determined to fight to the death. It now seems that there is an intention to preempt the national fortune of the neighboring country and minimize losses. She then said that in the past, Dang Tu was stubborn and did bad things, causing some people to die. I'm afraid they were just intentionally looking for a reason to attack Dai Qin. At the imperial palace of Great Qin, there was a group of strange people covered from top to bottom standing in front of the emperor's throne. The head envoy, Long Tianj Kwok envoy, Ta Tu's father, Ta Duang, his eyes glowing red, his face full of pride said, in addition to increasing the annual tribute fivefold, we are here to serve our orders, of the crown prince of the upper kingdom, leading the third princess to marry into the Long Yan upper kingdom. His next words with a sinister, mischievous look on his face, which emphasized, being a servant. Causing a mandarin in the court to be unable to restrain himself, angrily raised his hand and scolded, Special Envoy, are you intentionally insulting us? Hearing that, he laughed even more gloatingly, unable to close his mouth, glanced with sharp and threatening eyes. What the hell are you? In your Qin country, my position as an envoy to Long Yan of Tianjviam is equal to mine. To the king of Qin, do you believe that one sentence from me can cause you to die without a place to bury you? Because his power and strength were so great, the mandarin could only glare, his mouth stiffened, his face wrinkled like a stuttering monkey. You! Sitting on the throne but seeing that Ta Duang had not shown the slightest bit of respect, Emperor Dai Qin was so angry that he could no longer hold back and shouted sternly, Dang Duang, I respect you as an envoy of Long Tianj Kwok, but if you gain an inch but want to advance a meter, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing that, he suddenly burst out laughing, impolitely, ha ha ha, King of Tan really knows how to joke, while the mandarins seemed to surround their group. After that, his expression changed 180 degrees, without fear or respect for anyone, he freely pointed his finger and gave orders, the matter of the third princess, without asking for your consent, I just brought it to you, just following the crown prince's orders, when the time comes, obediently offer the third princess. Ta Duang frowned slightly in discomfort, intending to threaten more, otherwise, he was interrupted by a rearguard soldier who panicked and ran inside and said, Commander, this is not good. The third princess joined forces with Hong Meng Tong's men to kill Kong Tu Dang Tu on the road, and guard Luke Cinch was also killed by them. When faced with bad news announced so suddenly, he was not the only one who did not believe it, shouted, What? All the guards and soldiers accompanying were also very shocked. Then slowly 2 soldiers lifted the stretcher and carried it into the hall, with his body lying still on it, still covered under a white cloth. They firmly affirmed that it was indeed Dang Kong Tu, and the mandarins in the court of the Great Qin Emperor, it was exactly the same, quite suddenly shouted, Here! Witnessing with his own eyes that the people close to him had breathed their last, Ta Duang could not hold back his anger, his eyes glowed red with murderous intent, his face shivered with anger. When Emperor Dai Qin heard such news, he didn't know who it was, so he speculated, Hong Meng Tong, could it be Tuian that Wei Ku spoke about? This person could actually use the golden pill cultivation base to kill Win On. After that, Ta Duang began to gather strength. Slowly a stream of energy appeared, his breathing became heavy, his voice lowered and said, "King of Tan, you better give me a satisfactory explanation, otherwise." Looking at him with hateful eyes, he screamed, "I will chop your third princess Dai Qin into thousands of pieces," then used his strength to reach out and rush at him quickly. In the shape of a giant sharp hand, full of fangs, it rushed directly towards him in surprise. From somewhere, a jet-black bearded general jumped in front of the emperor's throne, stood in a defensive position, one hand preparing to cast magic. That was the former serving brother of the great Qin kingdom, Tang Lao. When he saw that, his face was fierce, his eyes were threatening. He asked, "If I am here, who would dare to hurt your majesty?" Sitting on the throne, he had someone to protect him so he didn't have to worry about running away. He could only squeeze his hand in annoyance and curse, "Long Vientiange Quoc deserved to die." Having just blocked Tu Duang's attack, he took advantage of that moment to secretly transmit to Emperor Great Qin, "Your Majesty, quickly make a decision. Tang Mo can protect you, but he cannot protect you." Acquired both literature and martial arts throughout the court. A secret skill that only generals in the Qin dynasty knew. Sitting on the throne he replied, "That Tuian can actually kill level 1 Luke Sinch Win. Tang Lao, if you fight Tuian, do you have confidence that you can defeat him?" Before those words, he probably didn't expect it, so he widened his eyes in surprise and asked, "Your Majesty wants to push all the crimes on Hong Meng Tong." Because the situation was so urgent, he frowned and his eyes were determined to answer without fear. Right now, this is the only way. Because of his loyalty to the emperor, he was willing to do anything, glanced at him seriously and whispered, "Your Majesty, don't worry, although this Tuian has a reputation, but at a young age, I guess maybe there was a special trump card that killed Luke Sinch when he was caught off guard. If he encountered me, of course he could catch me." Then a precious light sword filled with spiritual energy rushed towards Ta Duang. While having to attack Emperor Dai Qin's side, he had to be alert and use his other hand to activate his own protection skills, shouting, "Who?" Very quickly, his attacks and defenses were cut into small pieces of snow leaves by the sword, and the giant hand was no longer effective and disappeared. When Tang Lao saw such a scene in front of him, he was shocked and widened his eyes because he heard a strange voice echoing the trick. The two people were transmitting their secret messages without regard to anyone. Could it be that Tu Mo did not exist? From outside the door, Duan Tin Nguyen walked in with Tuian, then she immediately raised her hand and said, "Master, there is no need to rush, Tin Nguyen will explain this clearly herself." Her appearance with them once again caused a stir. All the officials in the court were now talking. The third princess is here. Who is next to the third princess? Ta Duang is so strong with such mighty power. His eyes glanced, stunned and thinking to himself, how can such a small sword-bending technique have such power? It seems like I have never heard of this person before. Could it be that Dai Duang is so powerful? Qin has a trump card that we don't know about. Emperor Dai Qin was also shocked because it was not his person. His eyes widened in wonder. This person could interfere with Tram and Tang Lao's voice transmission. Seeing that he was starting to panic, Old Monk immediately sent a reassuring message, "Your Majesty, don't worry, please listen to the story of the third princess." Then she immediately went to the middle of the hall, knelt down, clasped her hands and raised them high. "Father, today I came to apologize." As soon as I finished speaking, everyone around me immediately exclaimed, "Ha!" At this point, his face suddenly darkened. He sighed and said, "What's wrong?" Duan Tin Nguyen heard that and immediately bowed her head, face down on the ground before answering, "I should not show my face when the Longvium Kingdom's envoys bully the women. I should not be dissatisfied in my heart when the Longvium Kingdom's envoys do this. To humiliate Dai Qin, we should not counterattack when the envoy of Long Yan Tianj Quoc attacks. No matter how noble Longvium Tianj Quoc is, we Dai Qin are so vile." When the envoy of Long Yan Tianj Quoc was in front of her, no matter how much she was challenged or humiliated, she was determined not to commit blasphemy. Hearing the words she uttered as a princess, she did not. There was no protection or good reputation for Dai Qin, so a mandarin in the court couldn't believe it, so he grimaced and clenched his hands and said, "Hateful." After that, she continued to say, "Today I was so absent-minded that I forgot about it, and accidentally murdered the envoy of the Kingdom of Heaven. This action went against the sky. People and I are indignant. I hope your father will be held responsible," chopping up each piece of the god, making Dai Qin's guards wearing scarves feel a bit nervous when they heard that and told them about this. Before the act of accepting all the crimes on himself, Tuian smiled slightly, but in his heart he was also quite respectful. Using this tactic of retreating to advance also had that effect. Even though he scolded him on the outside, Tin Naguyat, you are ignorant, but with the position of a father, he also thought carefully, among my children, only Tin Naguyat has the most kingly demeanor. If she were Namtu, today I would have to protect her no matter what. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and it seems that we can only push her out. Since I knew the secret technique of sound transmission, I started using it to inform Emperor Great Chin, causing his eyes to become quite teary. Your Majesty, if today Chumo can not only guarantee telling Dai Chin to be worry-free, can also ensure that Dai Chin will win the battle of destiny in the future, surpassing Long Viamtianj Kwok, do you dare to bet with Chumo? Looking at Tuian, who was carefree, still very happily closing his eyes and playing with his hands, he couldn't believe it and scolded him, arrogant, how can you guarantee? He then replied, if Tumo say that with just one word from His Majesty, Tumo will completely exterminate the entire delegation today. The two people's faces were facing each other. Emperor Dai Chin had been frowning and silently communicating, what conditions do you have? Then he narrowed his eyes and coldly replied, passing the throne to Duan Tin Naguyat, Tumo could not only handle the mission for His Majesty, but could also ensure that Dai Chin would live forever. Hearing those highly convincing words, he also put his hand on his chin to consider, passing the throne to Tin Naguyat, saying so, Hong Meng, he agreed to offend Long Viamtianj Kwok for Tin Naguyat. Then there was her plea, asking His Majesty to think and decide. As a motivation to motivate him, he silently made a decision with you, I agree with you. Receiving orders from the Emperor, he did not hesitate any longer and began to raise his hand, closing two fingers to cast a spell to summon power. His calm but sharp eyes silently replied, rest assured, Your Majesty, this transaction, we will definitely bring you the best value. Faced with her words, Ta Duang took the opportunity to raise his hand to urge, the King of Tan and the third princess have already admitted it, so what are you waiting for? Don't hurry up and assign a guilty verdict. When it was Tuian's part, he snapped his fingers, pushed out the precious light sword and rushed towards him, raising his voice to ask, who dares to accuse the third princess of Great Chin? It's not that simple. He immediately tilted his head to one side to dodge the attack. His face was gritting, his teeth a bit ugly. At a glance he was very angry. He dared to attack my master, let me see what kind of skill he really has, then immediately curled up 5 fingers. Scratched towards him with a streak of green energy and cried out, die, then Tuian with his agile hands dodged like lightning. Holding the sword in his hand, he leaned high, his eyes shaped like bullets, and whispered, afraid that the master was old and weak and unable to act. Having finished speaking, he swung his sword, creating 2 or 3 shock waves of power approaching, overlapping each other while Ta Duang lost his balance. Turning his head back and seeing such a scene, he had not been able to influence him until now and was about to be hit. He could only exclaim, damn it. It's not easy to leave it alone like that but strain and damage, creating a super strong layer of protection. The swords were so durable that they did not chip, they were simply deflected back by the shield. That sneaky move made the guard scream fiercely, ha, ha. He thought it would disappear, but he didn't expect that the people following him would be injured, so he felt uneasy. All the guards close to him were injured, lying down on the floor in extreme pain, some even fainted. The feeling of loss at losing all the people around him made him feel confused. Very good, your Qin dynasty is very good. The hatred that had been suppressed until now was about to overflow. Ta Duang's eyes were red with anger. He used his last skill, summoning the precious sword and threatening, Dai Chin, if you are already tired of living. A source of mysterious green power was released, the sword gradually became larger and he affirmed, then I will pay you. Seeing that the final move had been used by him, Tuian showed obvious interest, smiled lightly and exclaimed, so Dang Chu Su also cultivates swords. Not to be outdone, he also summoned the precious light sword to appear in his hand and was ready to fight, which was much easier. But he was not in a hurry to use his own weapon. He suddenly raised his hand forward with spiritual energy saying, here comes the sword. Just a few minutes after being summoned there, Ta Duang's sword easily flew into Tuian's hand, in his surprise and bewilderment. Unbelievable, the complete shock made his eyes widen in surprise. What? The connection between me and the precious sword has been severed. Holding it in his hand, he was both excited and curious. After touching and looking at it, he commented that it was truly an incredibly powerful sword, at least an Earth-class masterpiece. Not paying attention to him, he immediately shrunk it and used the fire in his hand to burn it and said, if the master has the intention, then I will not be polite and accept it. Ta Duang's everything he used to fight back was taken away. He was helpless. He could only stammer and ask, how could this be possible? I have been practicing for 10 years, but my control was taken away. Then before his eyes, he suddenly grew as tall as a giant. His entire black body looked like a devil emitting a murderous aura. At this moment he was completely scared, chanting Buddha's name in his mind. No, it's not completely impossible. If his understanding of swordsmanship has reached the level where he can refine my precious sword in just a moment, if he can really do that, then this is the guy in front of me. When his eyes widened, he only knew that it was indeed a monster. As for the great Qin Emperor, he had to use a trick. He continued to secretly ask, Zheng Lao, what kind of move is this? The old man immediately replied, this person is proficient in swordsmanship, and his sword technique is also very strange. The old man cannot see through it. With the qualities of a general, the old man's face wrinkled sternly, but inside he still replied, even you don't look good, so what if we confront him? If we only talk about swordsmanship, the old man is afraid that can't be his opponent. After that, Todd Wong continued to counterattack without knowing what to do, continuously throwing smaller swords carrying magic. To defend, Tuian reached out his hand to activate his magic power with the yin and yang sign, sarcastically praising, as expected of Long Vmtianj Quoc, rich in cracks, so many treasures, if Tu Mo went himself, collection, don't know when to find it. The small swords that were approaching Tuian suddenly stopped. In the middle of that green magic there were suddenly golden streaks passing by, then a sound rang out, stopping. That was Tuian burning with energy all over his body, smiling fearfully and saying, thank you Dangchu for the gift, then curled his hand back. His swords had lost control and were completely manipulated by him, so they turned back. Having said that, Tu Mo also returned the favor to you. Then he controlled the sword to attack straight towards the person making the attack, not one sword but dozens at a time. What was more fatal was that he had no intention of sparing him, but also let a sword come close to his eyes. Todd Wong's outcome was not positive either. His screams were even more painful and pitiful. Ah ah ah. After that scream, dozens of swords were pinned into the old and weak body, tightly covering the entire body. Standing witness to all the events that happened made the court officials shiver and ask, what's the point? One person destroyed the Upper Kingdom's delegation, and I, Great Qin, didn't have the slightest heroism. Bang your hand on the armrest of the chair. The Great Qin Emperor was both shocked and worried and warned that today's matter must not be revealed even half of it before the 10,000 Dao festival ends, otherwise. Everyone must listen carefully to the Emperor's orders, bow their heads, and obey your orders. Besides, Tuian also did the same but added, I hope His Majesty will not forget our agreement. Hearing that, Guan Tin Naguyat next to him wondered because he hadn't seen him talking to his father just now, but now it's mentioned and evaluated. He had to accept it. No wonder Tin Naguyat chose this person as his master, absolutely unable to compete with this person. In the capital city of Daiqin, the Hongmeng Tong stronghold temporarily resided on a beautiful sunny, blue cloudy day. The gate where the palace meets the outside suddenly opened. Tuian beamed in and announced that we were back. Standing inside were three people who were in the same group waiting happily. Tuian immediately called out to me, junior brother, while Tritun, who had a smaller position, shouted, Master, as the second elder. I asked, are you two back? Tuian stood there talking to him. She spoke up, Master, are you okay? He happily replied, haha, no need to worry, the matter has been resolved. Guan Tin Naguyat, standing far away, saw the two of them talking and laughing lightly and thought, it's really good that the people of the Hongmen sect seem to have a very close relationship. At this time, he began to search for something in his pocket and said, but later there will definitely be more conflicts with the Long Yantianj nation. Before then he needs to quickly increase his strength. He put something with vivid patterns in Tuian's hand and said, Sister, take this, and I said before that I would give you a complete one. She firmly held what he had just given her and said, the power of the yin and yang of the 5 elements above has become much stronger and is truly complete. How did you do it, arrive? He then said to his disciples, the 3 of you also go in. Today I will initiate the initiation for you to continue. Hearing this, they responded in unison, yes. After listening to him, Guan Tin Naguyat looked forward to asking again, is it okay for me to initiate the transmission of the practice? In a private room, Guan Tin Naguyat was being taught the technique by him, she thought, but she did not expect that it was actually an initiation to impart the technique. Looking at the reactions of the two of them, it seemed like they were very familiar with this. No Sect really how scary Sect is. After being taught Trino's practice, she felt very comfortable. She said that her foundation was at her 7th level. Tamakham had already reached the 5th level of bamboo, she said softly, thanking the master. Guan Tin Naguyat looked at her body and said, 7 years ago, I thought that in this life I would never be able to reach the foundation, but yet, I made such a breakthrough. She felt strength overflowing throughout her body. She had broken through the third level of muscle structure. He closed his eyes to meditate. The system displayed a notification. The host had given the disciple a 500-year cultivation base to return the reward tenfold and receive 500,000 cultivation base. He told his disciples, "You guys go out first because the master needs to practice in seclusion." Everyone replied, "Yes." On the last day, the 10,000 Dao festival was held at Dinvo Square. The atmosphere is extremely bustling and majestic. At this time, Tuian had reached the 8th level of the golden pill. She looked at him and said, "His junior brother's status seems to have improved again." He had now reached the peak of his golden pill. He happily said that his senior sister was no worse. At this moment she noticed something in the sky, exclaiming, "It was." At this time, there were many golden boats riding the clouds on the square. Everyone below saw this and suddenly shouted loudly, quickly looking to see what it was. "Is the continent of the 7 great families." Tuian saw that scene and immediately smirked and said, "The national capital prohibits movement in the air, but the aircraft of these families had the audacity to fly here." The emperor sitting above was very angry when he saw this, thinking to himself, "This is clearly an intention to hit the royal family in the face." Everyone kept admiring their majestic appearance. The royal family's imperial concubine truly had an extraordinary aura. "Look, the people of the world are coming down." From those continents, the heads of various families appeared, including the Vuong family, the Lam family and Qin family. Everyone saw them and continued to praise them. The family's appearance was truly majestic. Tuian looked at the group of aristocrats and said, "The weakest disciple is also a 5th grader." Hearing that, he responded politely, as expected from a noble family. The head of the Qin family then told the emperor that the family was very busy and the Qin family was late. "I hope your majesty will forgive me." The owner of Vuong Ti then arrogantly interjected, "But after all, it was just a competition with a few mediocre sects. Even if it was late, the result would be the same." The head of Lam Ti's family said with an extremely frowning face, "If it weren't for the enthusiastic invitation of the emperor and the 3rd princess, we, the 3 great families with a long-standing inheritance, would still be standing on the same stage with these sects and sects, okay?" The sects and the sects heard the arrogant and contemptuous words and shouted indignantly, "They unexpectedly despised our sects and sects. It was so arrogant. What is so terrible about the family? They are just a bunch of people. Dogs are just relying on their ancestors. What right do they have to be here to be arrogant and arrogant?" Some people clench their fists angrily. Based on their little foundation, they really think they are the heavenly venerable Lao Tzu. What's going on in heaven and earth? The 3 great families of Lam Ti, Tan Ti, and Vuong Ti immediately became angry and frowned. Suddenly, a loud voice came from above. The people around were affected by the pressure, staggered, and the power was terrifying. Tuian and Tuian coldly landed on the ring, arrogant and overbearing. He also said, "The great family is also really overbearing." His Majesty on high saw this and declared, "If enough people have come, then let's get started. Wei Ju, pass on your Majesty's edict. The 10,000 paths will prosper, officially starting." He opened a purple door, announced the rules of the competition, a total of 2 rounds of the 10,000 Path Festival. The first round of competition, each side was allowed to send a maximum of 100 disciples in the bamboo realm to enter the royal family. Secret scene. After entering the secret realm, you will have the ability to appear at any location in the secret realm. If you are fatally injured, you will be automatically taken out of the secret realm. At the same time, everyone rushed into the secret realm. Bak Lak Niet also said, "Sect leader, Elder Tu, we're going." The rules continue to be announced. 7 days later, at the center of the secret realm, an inventory of the geniuses and earthly treasures obtained by the families will be conducted, calculated into points for ranking, and the top 10 will advance to the next round. Next. Tuian exclaimed, whether it was a family or a top 10 sect, there were at least 100 junior disciples entering, while our Hongmen sect could only choose 5 disciples. From the beginning we were at a disadvantage, already. Tuian replied, "Don't worry, sister, the disciples of our Hongmen sect, they are all elite, one person can fend off 20 people." In the middle of the ring, a green circle was created. "Oh, the celestial mirror was also raised," he said. "Now we can see their expressions in the secret world. I believe that we will not be disappointed." The vast green step, in the royal secret, a voice, "This is the royal secret." Hawkdeep then asked the 2 people accompanying him, "What should we do now? Should we act separately or together?" Trino looked at the map and suddenly said, "I found it. There are powerful spiritual energy fluctuations in that direction. There must be high-level treasures. This terrain is very suitable for ambush, so why not stay here?" She continued to speak, brothers and sisters, listen to me, our Hong sect only has 5 people, even if we split up to act, it is definitely not as good as other sects with nearly 100 people searching together. Bok Lak Niet also agreed with her words, The mastermind behind Tuian continues to plot, so we should find a place with rich natural treasures, ambush there, and then plunder other forces who come looking for treasures and accomplices. Tamakham smiled and complied. Senior sister, as expected, received the master's true inheritance. The remaining 3 people were speechless before her thoughts. Hak Deep then stammered, robbed, plundered, Li Tan Tuian, there are only 5 of us, will we be able to fight against other forces by then? Bok Lak Niet also say, this, not very good. Tamakham was afraid that the matter was not big enough, raised his hand and said, don't worry, we have prepared enough high-class magic weapons to confront hundreds of people, as well as enough recovery pills. With these things, one man becoming an army is not a difficult thing. Trino crossed his arms and agreed, yes yes. The 2 people's eyes widened when they heard that. Deep Hokthan, with so many magical treasure pills, can we all use them? Li Tan Tuian also asked, do others think that we in Hong Mon sect are an organization? Is it nefarious and specializes in robbing? Bo Lak Niet is confused. No, why are you 2 so skilled? Trino continued to seduce. Think about it, if you win the first position, how happy the sect leader will be at that time. Bok Lak Niet replied, yes. Trino, don't hesitate anymore, the 5 of you will begin to act. In the middle of the ravine, there is a branch of flowers blooming brilliantly, quickly seen as a crown of heaven. A young blonde man was surprised. Oh my god, that's a top-notch earth-level healing holy medicine. Red-haired guy, with this, advancing to the top 10 is no longer a problem. The person next to him said, this heavenly flower is so eye-catching, why hasn't anyone picked it all day? The red-haired young man replied, perhaps there is a spiritual book protecting it, estimating the strength of those who came first. It wasn't enough, he couldn't fight the spirit beast so he ran away, but for our Tian Kiem sect, it's a small matter. But on the side no one knew. Trino smiled sinisterly, hee, someone took the bait again. Trino turned around and asked, are you ready? Hak Deep then concentrated his spiritual energy into the glowing ball and replied, yes. Then he suddenly jumped up, excited, oh, this Minfop treasure is already so bright during the day, if it were used to light it at night, wouldn't it be as bright as during the day? Tamakham was speechless. Master Deep, is that all you can think of? The light emitted from the ball caused several other sect members to cover their eyes and scream, ah, what is this? Li Tan Tuian took out a flag-shaped magic weapon. When we arrived, Bok Lak Niet concentrated his spiritual energy, arranged his formation, and opened. The blue barrier surrounds those sect people, the one in red. What's going on? Why can't I move? Trino jumped up, threw his sword, and walked away. Tamakham also took action, as well as me. Green arrows were launched, only the painful screams of the others could be heard. The 2 happily high-fived and finished another round. Hak Deep then trembled as he thought, in the future he definitely could not offend the 2 of them. Li Tan Tuian playfully winked, the 2 of us will go help and collect more loot. The image of a few of them appeared on the heavenly mirror. Look, people from the Tian Kiem sect are out, the Tian Kiem sect has been eliminated, some people are angry, shameless, damn it, don't participate in the future, it's too cruel. His Majesty coldly asked on high, what is the current accumulated points of Hong Mon sect? Wei Ku replied, Your Highness, Tian Kiem sect is already the 8th force to be ambushed by 5 people of Hong Mon sect. The combined spoils of these 8 powers ranked first in terms of accumulated points, twice as high as the second-ranked Qin family. Your Majesty puts his hand on his chin in thought, Hong Mon sect, it's really interesting. Lumin he propped up her hands and asked Tuian, what do you usually teach your disciples? He smiled and replied, let's see if it's effective. Tuian was speechless and turned to look at the 2 of them. The head of the Qin family smiled sarcastically and waved his hand, the sect is low level, even if you use tricks, it doesn't matter, wait until the next round, then you will die. In front of the secret realm, someone was shot out. Look, someone was eliminated. Someone shouted, oh my god, it was actually someone from the Lamb family. The Lamb family was eliminated in the first round. Ah, what force can do that? Several people from the Lamb family ran out of the secret realm with serious injuries. Some people said, look at the names on their bodies, they were exactly the same as the forces previously plotted by the Hong Mon sect, and some said, they were the Hong Mon sect of the Lamb type, family. Loud laughter rang out. Just now the Lamb family was still very loud, but the result was that from the first round he was eliminated by an unknown small sect. It was truly an insult to the family. The owner of the Lamb family was angry and roared loudly. A stream of power spread out in all directions, all around became silent, some people's eyes widened in surprise. He turned to tell the king and his majesty, the Hongmon sect is behaving sinisterly and cruelly, not like a righteous sect. I request that the Hongmon sect's eligibility to participate in the competition be revoked. Lu Minhe heard that and growled angrily, what nonsense is that old man talking about? There were only 5 of my Hongmen sect disciples in there. There are hundreds of you from the Lam family. I see you don't fight back. I should be bad at raping people. Huh? Tuian smiled wryly. I still need you to complete it. The emperor stood up and thought. The Hongmon sect's methods were similar to those of the gangsters. The disciples from the great clans had many protective magical weapons around them. If they encountered an ambush, they would raise the alarm. Why? Can collide with Hongmon sect. Wei Ku spoke in a low voice. Your Majesty. The emperor turned around and asked, what? Then he burst out laughing. Okay, well done Hongmen sect. Then said, if Patriarch Lam feels that the Hongmon sect uses tricks to eliminate the Lam family, then please Patriarch Lam stand up and say for himself what exactly happened. The Lam family felt guilty and hesitated to say, us. Wei Ju unleashed a shocking power, His Majesty asked, but did not quickly declare honestly. The Lam family's disciples were afraid to declare. The screams of several sects rang out. We met a few disciples left behind in the canyon, originally wanted to take that opportunity to sneak attack them and steal the birds. Hoa, I didn't expect those 5 people to have extraordinary strength, especially a female swordsman among them. The image of Trino appeared in his mind, truly a monster, a monster. The emperor asked coldly, did you hear that? Master Lam, a disciple of the Lam family is a famous sect, now his skills are not as good as others, and he still wants to cause trouble with the Hongmen sect. Everyone around also mocked, look, it's still a big family, just now his nose was raised up to the sky, but now he is forced to be forced by a small sect with only 5 people, stomp your feet, it's really a loss of face. The head of the Lam family clenched his fists in anger. The head of the Vuong family laughed indignantly, looking at that old lamb's face. It was truly remarkable. The head of the Tan family also followed suit and said, losing to a low-class sect, he felt ashamed. Another group of people were thrown out, quickly looked back to see that someone had been transferred out. Someone said, it seems to be someone from the Qin family. This flying sword, it's an arrow, it's probably not from the Hongmen sect, right? The head of the Vuong family turned around to provoke. Ha 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 ha, Brother Qin, why did you say that? Don't be so proud so early. The owner of the Qin family clenched his fists angrily. A bunch of trash. The emperor looked down from above. The Qin family probably wouldn't apply to cancel the Hongmon sect's eligibility to participate. Patriarch Tan Jiafai came to help a disciple in the sect. What is this? Why do you appear here? Explain clearly. That disciple said in panic. We are exhausted. I'm strong, homeowner. We saw a conflict between the Lam family and the Hongmen sect's disciples, so we took that opportunity to get the heavenly brocade flower. We didn't expect that the Hongmen sect had set a trap in advance. We stepped on it just in time. Those words made him angrier, throwing that disciple away. Useless thing. The head of the Vuong family smiled and stroked his beard. It seems that the leader of this prosperous period is our royal family. He was feeling proud when he suddenly heard that someone had been announced. It was the royal family. There was also the Trong Sinch sect, making him unable to laugh anymore, right? A few people just started fighting. The people around them were shouting. The young master fought. On the other side, the senior brother fought. Hit him. Patriarch Vuong angrily punched that person. Stupid, stop fighting. Why did you come out at this time? Those sect disciples were beaten and screamed. The remaining people were lucky, avoid in time. The beaten disciple then bewilderedly asked, oh, have we been eliminated? This made him even more angry. You idiot, you don't even know that you were eliminated. And then, the Tai Hu sect and the Van Fan sect all went out, so isn't there only the Hongmon sect left? In front of the secret door, several people from Hongmon were taken out one by one. Hawk Deep then still asked in bewilderment, oh, why are you out? Li Tan Tuian, so we won. Patriarch Vuong shouted, you useless people, my sword was also lost by you, and several disciples at Van Fan sect also said in unison. Headmaster, we lost. Li Kiem Fan is very calm, it's okay, I tried my best. As for the Tai Hu sect, the sect leader, we, too, the Taoist Chung Ling, okay, originally we just brought you here to get experience, we don't expect you to be able to win anything. Chu Tuian asked Hongmon sect's group, why did they eliminate so many people this time? Are you not injured? Tu Wien, Tu Trinhe, Vuong Jia, Trong Sinch sect, Van Fan sect, what is this? Trino honestly said. To the master, after eliminating the Qin family, we were surrounded by the royal family's disciples. After consideration, we decided to ask junior sister Su to take the others out first. Alone, I'll stay behind. Young Master Wang gave me a one-on-one opportunity, but in the end I lost and didn't accept it. He called his disciples to surround me and attack me. At that time, I had actually already arranged the 7-star Joshin sword array. She thought back, but discovered that the Trong Sinch sect disciples were hiding in the corner, intending to wait for the fishermen to benefit, so I turned around to see the method of entering the Trong Sinch sect. The Trong Sinch sect thought it was the Vuong family's people who attacked them, so they fought with the Vuong family's people. The image of the two sects fighting each other appeared in Trino's mind. She smiled and continued, I took that opportunity to escape, to another place. She spread her hands calmly. Unexpectedly, people from the Van Fan sect and the Tai Hu sect came one after another. I saw them all gathered in one place. It would be a pity not to catch them, so I opened my sword again. Another match. He was pleased to pat her head and praised her for using her talents so wisely. She is truly my good disciple. Trino happily smiled and replied, the master is very praising. He angrily shouted, what a hopeless person. He hit his junior on the head, making him cry out, oh my god. The head of the Tan family spoke up. The people around did not dare to say anything. A small sect, not sure how powerful it was, but it had many tricks. The great emperor stroked his beard and said, Hongmeng sect, it's really not that simple. Haha, I can see the expressions of the three sects as if they've eaten spoiled food. It's really fun. Wei Ju raised one hand and announced, then, here I would like to declare the winner of this round. The people of Hongmeng sect are proud of everyone's voice. Hongmeng sect, completely worthy. He continued to announce that this time only the Hongmeng sect would win. The remaining sects would be ranked according to their scores. Tomorrow, the top 10 sects would nominate 3 people to compete, mixed battle, from which the sect with the strongest fighting ability was selected. While the sects were pondering the pressure, Tuian and Trino raised their hands in joy. He said, let's go celebrate. In another corner, the head of the Tan family was casting spells and thinking, just a small force in the world, yet so arrogant. Today I have to teach you a lesson. Having said that, he pointed his sword energy straight at Tuian. He seemed to have discovered something and immediately used his clever sword mind, thinking that someone wanted to discuss swordsmanship. He turned around and said, no one has been able to surpass me. At the same time, his sword collided with the sword energy, causing a noise and scattering. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn it. Li Qianfan heard the noise and turned around to say, just now. Taoist Chung Ling also turned around and exclaimed, oh. He thought, last afternoon, he had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In the realm of great frequency, there was a person who understood the intelligence of swordsmanship. What an unimaginable black horse. The other sects were whispering loudly, Hongmeng sect, what's wrong with the master? I'm just a bit lost. It seems like this time of the 10,000 Dao festival, it's going to be very exciting. Emperor Dai Qin's study room, surrounded by spirit guards diligently guarding it. Inside the study room, Emperor Qin asked if everything had been done. The subordinate clasped his hands and replied, informing your highness that the imperial army had surrounded all the noble palaces in the national capital. At that time, a banning array was also set up, ensuring that nothing could escape his majesty's eyes. Wei Ju continued to report, Elder Tang has also brought the national treasure under the sky to the outskirts of the national capital. If there is anything unusual, he will come immediately. Your majesty just needs to wait until tomorrow. Sect Master Tu defeats the family. Winning in the end is okay. He continued to bow his head and said, this old servant talks too much. Your majesty, do you want to pass the royal throne to the third princess? The emperor heard that and replied, Tuian's strength is not ordinary, just do it like that. After the 10,000 Dao festival ends, I will announce it to Tin Naguyat. He continued, if Tuian can, if we can rule over the family, so that Tin Naguyat can take over the throne smoothly, that's fine. If we can't, we have to prepare well. Tell Elder Sang to prepare. If anything goes wrong, we will take control of the family. Receiving the order, Wei Ju did not dare to delay and quickly clasped his hands and said, your majesty is wise. In addition, Elder Tang also has something to tell you. The emperor asked again, what is the matter? He slowly reported that Master Tang had used the Hao Tian lens to spy on a mysterious strong man, just in time to be near the national capital. The emperor asked in surprise, mysterious powerhouse. Right after that, he calmly said, okay, there is a protective barrier in the royal citadel, there is a monk in charge, no one dares to cause trouble. Then he gave the order, I'm tired, come here for now. Okay, Wei Ku obeyed and replied, yes. Deep foam floated in the air, he said while casting the spell. The king's great king had a barrier, that's what I remember. Having said that, he was proud, of course. He raised his hand to cast a spell. The memories of his previous life were truly the best golden hands. Deep foam shined a strong green light. He smiled and said, "Haha, long time no see, sir." He held out his big hand and said sinisterly, "I Deep foam, I'm back here again. I had a spiritual body in my previous life. I'm not subject to any restrictions of the divine realm. I can freely enter and exit any god." When the guards heard that, they panicked and asked, "What, old man, it's not good, the secret place has been robbed." He laughed and said, "Haha, because I practice so fast, I have the favor of many ladies, including the female emperor of Tin Naguya camp of the great concubine, ha ha ha." Deep foam continued to say, "Unfortunately, when I was about to be promoted to the position of immortal emperor, I realized that I had to practice to reach the realm of great perfection, only cultivating only one path. It would never be enough, and even had to be the same. After cultivating many paths, I realized it too late and had no time to change. In the end, I lost my life force and died, full of regret." He looked up and said, "Fortunately God favored me and gave me a chance to live again. This time, I must ask the emperor." Deep foam smiled sinisterly and declared, "This time I will enter the divine realm of the royal family 5 years earlier, and will be able to gain even more power of national destiny. If I can still capture Tin Naguyat's heart, let her use the power of the royal family to cultivate me. That would be much better." Weiju flew over and stood on a high pillar, loudly declaring that today the final battle of the 10,000 paths of life and death will be held. Please everyone act carefully. In the end, the remaining sect will survive. He was appointed a state sect, and would later receive resources from the Dai Qin royal family and work for the royal family. There are many big sects there, such as the head of the Tan family, the head of the Lam family, and the head of the Vuong family. There are also Longevity Sect, Vanfan Sect, Taiho Sect and especially Hongmeng Sect. Everyone listened silently. Deep foam saw that and said, "Hum." He crossed his arms and wondered. Tin Naguyat had not yet ascended the throne as female emperor. He thought about that girl, exclaiming, "How naive." Then he rubbed his chin and smiled evilly and said, "That's right, I remember when Tin Naguyat ascended the throne, I was hindered by the remnants of the spirit of the Kai Kwok general. If I had appeared in time as a hero to save the beauty, it would have been great, haha. Wouldn't it be possible to create a good relationship with Tin Naguyat 5 years earlier? That's exactly what I wanted." Weiju said loudly, "Now that everyone has arrived, the decisive battle of the 10,000 paths will officially begin." Immediately after that, there were sounds of screwing. The sects were all preparing to go into battle. They were talking. "Quickly look at the 3 great families and even the people of the Longevity Sect. They had all gone to besiege the Hongmeng Tong. Yesterday they were still arrogant. Today I had to taste suffering." Li Qianfan looked at the person next to him and asked, "Why don't fellow Taoist Li take action? Sitting and benefiting from others doesn't seem to be your style." Taoist Chongling replied, "Don't you also choose to stand aside?" He laughed and continued, "Haha, that's when I remembered. The last time we met, it seemed that fellow Taoist Li was only second grade went on. Why after so many years of separation, he still stood still like that?" Li Qianfan did not give up and replied, "I wholeheartedly practiced the sword path. From understanding the mind method to understanding the sword intention all went smoothly, but now I am stuck at the threshold of understanding the sword mind, at first enlightened to the heavenly sword intent, and considered himself a rare talent in the world." He touched his sword and continued, "Now that I have been stuck in the sword mind realm for many years without making any progress, I have discovered that human strength eventually runs out." Taoist Chongling turned to look at him and wondered, "Then why don't you worship a famous master to show you the bright path?" He continued to speak, "Yesterday you also saw the moves of Tuian of the Hongmeng sect. If you use some tricks to force him to reveal his swordsmanship understanding, it will definitely be of great benefit to you." He spread his arms and legs and continued to say, "I don't have that much attachment to the Taiho sect becoming a national prince. In honor of our many years of friendship, let me try him once." Li Qianfan said in surprise, "Wait." Before he finished speaking, the two saw a tense fight. The people of the different sects were defeated one after another and flew into the air. The head of the Vanfan sect and the head of the Taiho sect walked towards the same direction and said in surprise, "What?" People from all sects fell to the ground one after another, under my feet. Tuian walked past those people one by one and said, "If you only had this little bit of ability, today Hongmeng sect would probably lose its first position again." Tuian saw this and spoke up, "Junior brother, you still like to make messes like this." Lumin he heard that and said, "Well, that's okay." The people of all sects were surprised and asked, I didn't see wrong, but I single-handedly solved almost all the high-ranking people. Who is that, hitting me on the head? Not mistaken, but it happened in the blink of an eye. Wei Ju came to announce that Trong Sinch Sect, Vuong Ti, and Lam Ti lost their qualifications to compete. Deep Pham rubbed his chin with his hand and thought, Hong Meng Sect, that's strange, I seem to have never heard of this sect in my previous life, right? Elder Chu walked over and gritted his teeth to cast a spell, the only body practice method of my Qin family, Thunder Beast Seal. Everyone saw him coming and said, please teach Elder Tu. Tuian saw his method and said, body training, I have just joined, want to find someone to exchange and learn, that is the yin and yang 5 elements body training technique. After that, both sides rushed to attack. Elder Chu said with some surprise, why is the strength in this kid's hand so terrifying? Tuian looked at him with disdain, so that was no good. He attacked with a very strong blow and shouted loudly, dodging. Tuian put his hand down and said, your physical strength is not as strong as someone I met before. Elder Chu collapsed to the ground and cried, oh ah. The members of the sects were surprised to see this. Some people shouted loudly, Patriarch, some couldn't believe it, Patriarch. Others said, could the head of the Qin family not be able to defeat the arrogant juniors of Hong Meng Tong? He walked towards the 2 sect leaders Van Fan and Tai Ho Sect and asked what they planned to do next. Li Qianfan immediately raised his hand, bowed his head and said, Limo is stuck in a stagnant sword mind that cannot progress, so he has been thinking for a long time. Today, I hope fellow Taoist you will please advise. Hearing that, everyone was panicking and talking, oh my god, the head of the Van Fan sect said he wanted to invite Tuian of Hong Meng Tong to teach him. I didn't hear wrong, right? Tuian said that if you want to learn how to be smart, you can. Then he raised his finger and said, that's it, I give you 2 options, one is to worship me as a monk. Members of the sect shouted angrily, wanting to let Li Qianfan worship someone from Hong Meng Tong as a master. That was a loud voice. Li Qianfan's one-handed beheading sword technique was unparalleled. That was beheading, great Qin sword god. Tuian did not care about their words, continued to speak. 2. Defeat the Taoist Chongling next to him. The Taoist Chongling panicked when he heard that. This. Chu Tuian scratched his head and sighed. He had all the symptoms. Li Qianfan spoke up to explain, this, I don't mind worshipping a good practitioner as a monk, it's just Dao Tu's idea. He glanced at him and thought, perhaps he wanted to test himself, to see how much he could compete with the Taoist Chongling, even though he was only a small level behind the Taoist Chongling. In terms of sword cultivation, this level of small realm is the enlightenment of the sword's heart, is it huge or not? While Li Qianfan glanced at Taoist Pulseling, he continued to think, Taoist Pulseling is not a sword cultivator, he can break through in other ways. He raised his sword and said, Director, you have offended. Having said that, he made his first move, slashing the sword and said, inviting the Taoist leader Chongling. He pondered, but did not expect that the poor Taoist would kick and break his own leg. The purple-haired girl saw this and spoke up, isn't that the soft sword used by the master? Tuian heard that and thought, oh, there are so many of them, it seems like the feedback system has responded to the swords many times, there must be other hidden secrets. Li Qianfan continued to attack. Everyone around is excited, oh my god, it really makes everyone excited, so excited. The strongest Taoist monk Chongling, fighting with the strongest sword cultivator Li Qianfan, I don't know who will win. Taoist Pulseling said while blocking his moves, this demon seal of mine can strengthen the body and can also defend. He confidently continued, fellow Taoist Li's swordsmanship still seems a bit weak, not even my protective energy can break it. So the poor people are no longer polite, now Li Qianfan is trying his best to resist. He was then defeated and fell against a large pillar. Tuian witnessed everything and said, oh, this Taoist Chongling is a bit interesting. Li Qianfan hugged his chest, his face sullenly saying, sure enough, he could not comprehend the intelligence of the sword mind, fighting with a monk who had perfected his practice like Taoist Chongling, but he was still defeated. He stood facing the Taoist Chongling, raised his hand and said, I am defeated in this battle. He politely replied, fellow Taoist Li, I can't help you this time. Tuian looked at Taoist Chongling and said, if I accept Li Qianfan as my disciple, he suddenly extended his hand and continued, then it would be reasonable for me to take the place of my disciple to fight, right? Try Taoist Chong's tricks, look at this spirit. Li Qianfan was a bit startled, fellow Taoist Tu, what you mean is? Tuian glanced at his inner strength and said, aren't you still the first choice, why, haven't you changed it yet? Hearing him say that, Kiem Fan happily quickly bowed to him. "Dear master, please accept my prostration." On the other hand, Chong Ling Dao Nyan Duk Trong smirked and said, "If Taoist Yu has such an elegant mood, then the old Taoist can only accompany him." Immediately after that, he rushed towards Tuian but was immediately stopped by him. The energy from the impact caused the people around them to cover their faces because of the glare. One person spoke up, "Wow, this is a duel at the top level of the cultivating world." As for Li Kiem Fan, he stood in contemplation, realizing the intelligence of the sword, which was indeed different. The more I think about it, the more I see the difference between myself when I was defeated by a palm of Taoist Chung Ling while Tuian was able to duel with him. Sword heart is smart, it can also be called Tao heart smart. Before enlightenment, monks use the five senses to judge the opponent's attack. After enlightenment, they use Taoism. In high-level combat, this small difference can often decide the victory or defeat of the battle. Fight. Suddenly Kiem Fan realized that he really needed to quickly break through this. Returning to the battle, at this time the pulse spirit path created spheres covered with blue spiritual energy arranged in circles like a string of Buddha beads. He said, "I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Yu's body was so extraordinary. Using this magic mark of mine can strengthen my body." Then he swung a fist at Tuian and said with a smirk, "Let's try one more move." He gently used his hand to block Chong Ling's fist, feeling refreshed. Normally he wouldn't have had the chance to try this method of physical training, but today he could enjoy it. Tuian's actions surprised Pulseling, yet he was able to block my full power attack with ease. The next second, Tuian's other hand used the internal force. He said, "Thank the Taoist for his advice." Seeing that scene, Pulseling panicked. It was not good. This fist cannot block directly, its strength extraordinary. As expected, a wave of power attacked him. His body's protective energy had opened to its maximum level. He had to be careful to deal with it. The great power broke through Chong Ling's defense. He panicked. "What? My protective energy?" Above the stands, their eyes were wide open at this moment as if they couldn't believe the truth in front of them. The demon seals of the Taiho sect were just able to defend. Even if Li Kiem Fan used all his strength to attack, he couldn't break it. The strong force protects the force, yet that guy Tuian can break it with just one punch. As for Tuian, he once again confidently used his internal skills to say that if the leader had no other skills. That's all. Then he punched a powerful punch towards Pulseling. With a punch, Chong Ling was sent flying backwards and stuck rigidly on the wall. A sound rang out. The strongest monk, Taoist Chong Ling, had failed. Faced with the failure of Chong Ling, the great emperor also found it hard to believe, yet even the Taoist Chong Ling had also failed. The witnesses were also surprised. One person stood up and said, "Oh my god, Tuian fought against the Taoist Chong Ling and won." Another person also said, "He is only this old and yet he can have this self. Such leadership is truly a genius." Sword Wind side is also calculating, being able to block a punch from Taoist Chong Ling, proving that the strength of his body and soul is not inferior to that of Dao Nyan, and his level of intelligence is definitely high. Being taller than Taoist Chong Ling, his reaction was also faster. In this battle, Dao Chong Ling's defeat was not unfair. After the battle, the benevolent Chong Ling Dao slowly stood up. He said to Tuian, "This battle, the poor Taoist has lost." Deep Fong doesn't believe the truth. What? But even Taoist Chong Ling is not Tuian's opponent. He and the later Tam Tien Divine Sword are probably both powerful characters on one side. This Tuian, because why have I never heard of this name before? After the victory, Tuian did not arrogantly respond to Pulseling. He had already given up. Pulseling bent down, punching his back like an old person. It's true that talent exists in every generation of the country. He's old. Tuian walked forward, followed by Lu Minhe and Chuk Tuian. He spoke up, "Your Majesty, since no one has come forward to fight, can we declare that today our Han Meng Tong is the leader, is the #1 sect?" The great emperor heard this and pondered. This guy's strength is truly terrifying, but it's good. With this person guarding it, Tin Naguyat will definitely be able to hold the country firmly. Then he stood up and laughed loudly and said, "Okay, my great concubine is truly talented. Since no one objects, then I declare." His voice echoed throughout the vast arena. "From today onwards, Hong Meng sect is our great Qin nation sect. No one has any objections, right?" Your Majesty's wise voice echoed everywhere while there were two people with dark faces but still bowing. Your Majesty is wise. Then he sat down and said, "Next, I have something to announce. Today I intend to abdicate to Tin Naguyat. While everyone is here, I will definitely engrave Tin Naguyat's name on the royal stele of Dai Qin." Everyone present was shocked after hearing this. What? His Majesty wants to abdicate. The target is still the third princess. The head of the Lamb family and another person could no longer stand by and watch. They said in unison, "Your Majesty, this is impossible, Your Majesty." From inside, Tin Nguyen stepped out majestically and said, "There's nothing wrong." She thought to herself, this group of people really ran out again. "The two of them still haven't given up," he said. "Your Majesty, it's impossible. In the history of our Qin dynasty, there has never been a story of a woman ascending the throne." He also complied. Moreover, his cultivation of the weak third princess, one day if other countries invade, how can she lead the Qin army to victory? Hearing that, she immediately felt uncomfortable in her heart. Damn it, so naturally she used the matter of cultivation as a shield. Deep Fom realized on the outside that Tin Nguyen at this time still did not have the same strength as before, and his accession to the throne was hindered. He smiled crookedly and thought, if I help her suppress the army and gods now, it won't be a good idea. Suddenly, Tuian walked up to the emperor and said something that made him gasp in surprise. In the name of the disciple of the head of the great Qin country, he wanted to continue to inherit the tradition and be righteous. Is there anything wrong with that? Tin Nguyen was startled and looked over. "Master." An Van Ne Kung said, "Don't worry, disciple, those on the field today will help you as the master. Whoever doubts, the master will take care of him on your behalf." Streams of spiritual energy turned into swords blocking him and Tin Nguyen. In front of his majesty, Tin Nguyen smiled happily. Tuian continued, "Whoever doesn't convince me, the master will fight for me until they're satisfied." The people in the stands couldn't help but be surprised. One person said loudly, "What?" The other also said, "The third princess actually worshipped Xiao Xuan Hong Meng Tong as her master." She blushed and smiled, thinking, "Master." Tuian turned back and gently patted her head and said, go there, take it all back." Tin Nguyen agreed, hummed. She confidently approached the two people who opposed her. "If you all recognize the title of National Tong of Hong Meng Tong, then as a member of Hong Meng Tong, is there any reason why this palace cannot succeed, is to say?" Then she pointed at the two of them in a harsh voice and emphasized, "Because your two families have already colluded with the first prince and second prince, so today you cannot help but object." The two men who were spoken to thought it was heart-wrenching, hateful. The head of the Lamb family still tries to justify by throwing dirty water on others. "Your Majesty, this cannot be considered a game. Today Hong Meng Tong is the national Tong, but it is difficult to ensure that later on there will not be ambition. Until then, the third princess must handle herself." Tin Nguyen was angry and wanted to refute, "You," but was quickly signaled by the emperor to stop. He said, "All right." He continued, "If you are stubborn and won't let go, then let the royal emperor choose." From the pillars on the field appeared golden light. In the middle appeared a huge stele like a tablet. Someone said loudly, "That is, Dai Qin royal tablet." Chu Tuian thought, "I heard that every generation of emperors of the great Qin country had their names engraved on the emperor's stele. The emperor's stele had a spirit, engraved with their names would be able to guide the destiny of the great Qin country." It seems that His Majesty and the third princess already had a plan, taking advantage of today's opportunity to overwhelm the power of the 100 families, and in one fell swoop help the third princess ascend to the throne. Tin Nguyen step by step approached the stele surrounded by yellow spiritual energy. She raised her hand to create a stream of energy, her eyes determined, thinking, "Today, this palace must engrave her name." A vortex formed on the stele emitting blinding light. In the vortex, there was a strange attraction that pulled her in. She covered her eyes with her hands. Deep Fom quickly jumped down from the stands. He thought to himself, "This is the moment." Tuian was startled to realize, Deep Fom rushed down and calculated in his mind, "Well, that Tuian stole all my attention, but it's okay. This Emperor Steely Space, in addition to the descendants of the royal family, only has spiritual consciousness, can only enter." He quickly rushed into the vortex on the stele and thought, "Tin Nguyen, I'm here to help you." In the space of the Emperor's stele, Tin Nguyen slowly opened her eyes. She entered a place like a shrine. Behind was a stone statue of a large person holding a spear and a face full of murderous intent. She wondered, "This is..." The stone statue behind her suddenly moved. Its eyes glowed red, its whole body emitted streams of death energy. Tin Nguyen still did not know the change in the stone statue but was busy thinking. There was another space in the Emperor's stele, such a mysterious space. The stone statue opened its eyes, a loud sound rang out, and the big liver startled her. She turned around in panic and asked, "Who was it?" The stone statue spoke with a tone full of authority, full of respect for men and women, a female class, even daring to look at the supreme position, insulting the Emperor's majesty, truly committed a crime worthy of death. Now she realized, isn't this the god general who guarded the great Qin at the founding of the country? The stone statue holding the scepter hit the ground, the floor below immediately shattered. His voice was extremely sharp. Out of respect for the emperor's bloodline of your ancestors, I will give you one last chance. Leave quickly, get out of here. If you don't, the general will not let you go. The pressure from the stone statue made her scared. She thought to herself, the ground had collapsed. She had never heard her father mention that there was such a test engraved on the emperor's stele. Could it be because I was a female class, he suddenly stopped me from writing down my name? She began to turn her fear into anger. On what basis? On what basis did she not become emperor? She remembered the efforts in the past, that I had found ways to deal with the families, that I had traveled throughout the 100 families and immortal sect, attracting other forces, not to mention, there was still a master helping me. She firmly held the sword in her hand and said loudly, then rushed into the stone statue, succeeding the throne of the great concubine. It was God's will, just a soul without a master. What right do you have to question me? She waved her sword at him and said strongly, you still dare to attempt to hinder the cause of the alliance? What delusion! The statue's eyes were still red, but countless cracks appeared on its face. He did not flinch and shouted, brashly, really boldly. He held the sword in his hand and slammed it down forcefully, because you stubbornly refused to retreat, so the main character had no choice but to strike herself. Instead of dodging, she also held up her sword and swung it. The gap between Tin Naguyat and the statue creates an extremely terrifying scene. When she and he separated, a ray of light rushed forward. Appearing from the ray of light was none other than Deep Phom. He looked around and said, this place is the space in the emperor's stele, so magnificent and glorious. Seeing Tin Naguyat and the stone statue fighting, he stood and calculated, it seems Tin Naguyat is in a bitter battle. This is the time for me to take action. After the kicker used his hand to push hard to defend, Tin Naguyat was also hit and was thrown away. She was so surprised that she shouted, ah! Suddenly in her hand, the sword did not stand still like before but showed signs of shaking. Somehow it escaped control, flying quickly out of reach, making Tin Naguyat quite shocked. Nyeuchi nu Kiem, it flew away on its own. Could it be that the sword spirit sensed danger? As soon as the words finished, it rushed towards the other guy very quickly, carrying immense power and strength. Not to be outdone, the kicker also responded with a series of slashes that created shock waves. At this time, the situation had changed somewhat. Nyeuchi nu Kiem carried within it a great source of power, cutting the stone sword into pieces. Seeing this, the other guy was quite shocked and wondered, what? Witnessing that incident, Tin Naguyat suddenly realized that the energy source surrounding the sword looked very familiar. She immediately remembered Tuian's cold and cool figure, so she blushed and thought to herself, what the master said was true, he will help me become the leader of the kingdom. Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a person dressed in red, flying high with firepower accumulated in the palm of his hand. He shouted loudly, daring to touch Tin Naguyat and step through my gate, first. Straining his arms hard, he gathered all his strength as he rushed closer, leaving behind a super cool trail of fire. Before that sudden help, she was also bewildered, then frowned and wondered who it was. Yes, that was Deep Phom. He smirked, his cold eyes punched straight with his fiery hands. Because the heat source was so strong, the stone man had to cover his face with his hands, wondering about his skills and the fire of his consciousness. As soon as he finished speaking, he received a warm punch straight to the face, so the other guy immediately dodged the move, still feeling uneasy. This fire could directly burn my remaining primordial spirit. No, Kindos. As if reading through the other person's mind, he smiled happily. His sharp eyes like a knife continued to attack, very sharp-eyed, so you should taste its power yourself. Up until now, I was so stupid that I didn't know what to think, but when he was given a 247 coffin, that guy immediately understood that he was a spiritual body. No wonder he didn't have royal blood, and could go into space. Immediately, he stomped his foot, causing white smoke to spread out. When Deep Phom flew forward and concentrated his punch, it turned into a huge piece of wood, going through a very deep crack of 10 layers. He was also dumbfounded at that scene. Destroying the spiritual land. It seems that you already have been prepared for spiritual consciousness in advance. But it seems that the stone man is also heavily affected. His whole body gradually becomes more cracked. You think that I can guard here for 1,000 years? I will not have the ability to defend against the spiritual consciousness. Are you guys so naive? By all means possible, we must send that guy away. He immediately threw his weapon away, shouting fiercely, Nyeuchi nu Kiem, go. The sword with a huge source of energy rushed out like lightning. Faced with that situation, the stone man did not run away but froze. Thinking that he could resist, that guy just raised one hand to cover his face in front of the light, confidently saying, "A small sword, still delusional. But life is not like a dream, it goes straight through the solid body with a terrible hole." Then he slowly disappeared in the smoke and dust, his eyes lifeless, his mouth still trying to breathe, but with just one move. Then it evaporated into a pile of black rock ash, and the sword, having completed its work, flew back to the third princess. Not completely disintegrated, that guy's arm was still quite intact and fell to the ground, making a very loud sound. Standing in front of that pile of ashes, Deep Fom crossed his arms and said, "Fortunately there was someone, Tin Naguyat." Now seeing clearly the appearance of the person who helped her, she was slightly amazed, her eyes widened and she asked, "This young master, we have never met before, right?" Hearing that, he seemed embarrassed, put his hand back and rubbed his head and replied, "Ha ha, the third princess has never met me but I have admired the third princess for a long time." So Tin Naguyat was also a bit bewildered, standing there, freeze. I had no choice but to reply, "Is that so? I'm still a bit hesitant, this person seems a bit strange, he's not a descendant of the royal family but he can come in and out of this place, after going out we have to investigate this person, just okay." As soon as she finished thinking, she turned around and said eloquently, "Let's quickly think of a way to go out, my father and master are probably waiting outside very impatiently." Just after saying that she liked the princess, she didn't pay attention or react. Mentioning her master again made him jealous, his face darkened and his eyes as sharp as knives were annoyed. It was that Tuian again. Why does Tin Naguyat keep talking about him all the time? It seems like we have to be a little more careful. Wanting to spend more time with the person he likes, he grabbed her hand and said, "Wait, you just go out like that? Do you know that in this royal tragic space there is also the dragon energy of generations of emperors? Leave it alone, after absorbing it, it will be beneficial to people, it's fun to hear, I'm still young and I want to go out." So she turned around and asked again, "Dragon Chi?" After that, I easily listened to him and went to a room. Whatever Deep Fom said, she heard the same thing, "You just sat here and followed my instructions." A moment later, Tin Naguyat's surroundings began to glow with unusual power. When you feel a magic power ball appearing on your hands, it means that Kim Dan Din Fon is activated. Leaning on the pillar, he had a good night's sleep. Seeing movement, Deep Fom woke up and yawned. Finally, he was finished, now he could walk. He was so sleepy that he couldn't do it, but still wondering, Tin Naguyat immediately asked, "Why did you help me?" Finally, at this moment, he brightened up a bit, smiled brightly and immediately responded, "Ha ha ha, didn't I already say that? I have admired Tin Naguyat for a long time, I should do this too." Seeing that he had such goodwill, she didn't want to suppress it, she shyly replied, "Is that so? Let's leave it, go out first and talk." If Tin Naguyat's side had fulfilled her duty, then on the other side in the arena, where Dai Tan Huang Bei was, where she entered, all the people of the court gathered here were expressing their gratitude. I was quite panicked when the sky suddenly darkened to pitch black, then shouted, "What happened? Why is the third princess nowhere to be found?" Sitting high above observing everything, Emperor Dai Qin saw things gradually worsening. His face was quite tense, his eyes widened in confusion. How did it turn out like this? The successive generations of emperors all just needed to take spiritual energy and establish a connection with the royal steely city. On the royal steely the identity will immediately appear. Heaven and earth will change like before your eyes. The scene of the air being sucked into the royal steely has never appeared before. Then gradually the sky was covered by a thick layer of purple clouds. Before that scene, one person in that group asked, "What is that?" And the person next to him immediately replied, "This must be God's displeasure. For allowing the third princess to succeed, he brought down divine punishment." At this time, many footsteps appeared on the ground. They stomped together, shaking the area. That group of people did not go into the stands but rushed straight to the middle of the field, causing the people to wonder and discuss, "Who was that?" Then an echo from the crowd replied, "It seemed to be as the first prince and the second prince." As soon as they finished speaking, the eldest brother shouted insistently, "We opposed Wan Tin Naguyat succeeding Dai Thong." Seeing their sudden appearance, Emperor Dai Qin was worried and even more nervous, frowning in displeasure and wondering, "What are you two doing?" "Since you have to ask, you must answer." The great prince raised his hand high and arrogantly said, "We are here, we want to respectfully ask our father to revoke his order, in front of the following soldiers." Then, as if by coincidence, suddenly there was a thunderclap that tore through the sky. Seeing this, he immediately used the excuse to say, "God's punishment, clearly Tam Moy is not a person of heaven's destiny and should not succeed." It's true that the ancients had plenty of superstitions, like father and like father froze, gasping an exclamation, "My God!" The sky suddenly became thick with dark clouds. Could it really be divine punishment? With the great prince, we cannot lack the second prince. You have been silent until now, but now you speak. If your father continues to be stubborn today, then we can only lead the soldiers to follow the decree of heaven. The words he uttered made the whole crowd jump in fear. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. The man in the green shirt sitting up high felt uneasy and immediately crouched down to wait. The place was already surrounded. Then the man in the green shirt was deserted. Mong, not sure about the situation, asked, "Did the first prince and second prince come here to force the king to have a hernia?" Then the last guy said it had nothing to do with it, but this astronomical phenomenon is really scary. The request just now was just empty words. Both of them now actually knelt down, bowed their hands, but their faces clearly showed ambition. The great prince dangerously said, "Ni then is here to make a request. Father Emperor, revoke the order." Then, as if rehearsing with each other, the entire mighty army all knelt down, doing exactly the same thing as before, then immediately shouted loudly, "The third princess succeeded, contrary to the will of heaven." At this point, the sentence suddenly became more emphasized as if forcing him to ask His Majesty to revoke his order. Standing in a corner, Tuian was also worried about Tin Nguyen and asked his junior brother, third princess, if she really wouldn't encounter anything, but Tuian's face did not show any backlash, calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's not just okay." After that, he smiled happily. Due to a notification appearing, the host helped his disciple ascend the throne, successfully activating the special physique overlord supreme body, Jia. The gratitude reward increased, up 1,000 times. Receive Hao Tianho release body, Jia, then inform you, you will also get another chance. Then the system continued to make announcements. Hao Tian Mon Chaos Body, Special Earth Level Constitution, Aura Absorption Speed increased 10 times, can practice and fuse various techniques to improve physical health. After breaking through the scene, reading up to this point, I saw it very well. He puckered his lips and praised it. He already knew that the Tyrant Supreme Being's body would be extraordinary after being activated, but I didn't expect it to be even stronger than I imagined. The third princess will soon arrive. After his words, indeed, in the middle of the dark night sky, two powerful pillars of energy suddenly appeared, shining straight towards the ground. From inside, Duan Tin Nguyet's powerful voice rang out and her hair fluttered, "I am the Emperor." Then slowly landed in front of the teleportation gate behind. She was now cool, sharp eyes, head held high, arrogantly threatening. The destiny of heaven had come true. Who dared to disobey? Seeing that, the subjects were all, "Oh, it's the third princess." As she descended, all the people admired the streak of light under her feet. This was the holy light shining, the Emperor's destiny. Unexpectedly, the first prince and the second prince immediately sweat-dropped. Their eyes looked at each other wonderingly. That was Duan Tin Nguyet. Seeing his daughter return, Emperor Dai Qin was visibly happy, excitedly raised his hands in greeting and smiled, saying, "Ha ha ha, the holy light shines on the Emperor's destiny. Let me see who dares to oppose my daughter's title of Emperor anymore." Approaching her father, she immediately cried out, "Father Huang," and he raised his shoulders proudly and said, "Tin Nguyet, you've worked hard." As soon as the compliment ended, suddenly there was a loud cheer from behind, congratulating the new emperor on his coronation as emperor. It turned out that it was the voice of all the subjects in the stands. They all bowed their heads to the ground, respectfully bowing in unison. Dai Qin Tianthu Van Dai, Trong Tan is undefeated, long live the Tan Huang, long live, 10,000 Minnow. Unable to accept what was happening before his eyes, he gritted his teeth, his face clearly showing anger, took out a golden jewel in his hand and cursed silently, "If your father is unfair, then don't blame us." Then, without hesitation, he directly activated the great power. Purple and black magic flew up to cover the golden card. Wei Ju is a person who has gone through many tours and battles, so he is experienced in realizing, that is the teleportation battle order. The golden card flew high into the air, summoning a giant six-pointed star-shaped magic power matrix that covered the entire field. The great prince turned his face, pointed his finger maliciously and said, "We have contacted Long Vientiange Quoc. At this time 100,000 elite soldiers are waiting outside the city gate. Waiting for me to open the great teleportation formation." Just as he said, a powerful army, people wearing iron armor, holding spears and swords are waiting, not making any moves, just waiting for the right opportunity. Continuing his words, the great prince threatened that 100,000 elite soldiers could immediately wipe out this place. Then the screen zoomed in on the serious face of the soldier with the fire mark. Completely shocked, Great Qin Emperor, he had angry eyes, his mouth wide open, pointing fingers and scolding, "How dare you collude with outside enemies? Great Qin has a beastly prince like you, really is an unfortunate nation." Wei Ku jumped off the rooftop and flew straight into the sky, protesting vehemently, absolutely not allowing the teleportation formation to start. But that prevention was now too late. He cried out in panic, it was over. Then he looked down at where the two people were summoning martial arts to recreate the teleportation array, shouting, Patriarch Vuong, Patriarch Lam, you are traitorous enemies. Patriarch Vuong helplessly said, things have come to this point. Patriarch Lam immediately continued, and only by grabbing you all together can we solve it. But Tuian didn't think so. He asked again and grabbed a net. With just the two of you, he then unleashed a series of terrifying exercises, scaring the two people below. His power repeatedly attacked the teleportation array. Soon, the formation was broken by his strength. Patriarch Lam tried to use all his strength to prevent the formation from being broken, while swearing angrily, he deserved to die. Patriarch Vuong also loudly cursed him, if he doesn't succeed today, he will become a man. How could he be defeated by a guy like you who came out of nowhere? The second prince witnessed this scene and couldn't help but scream in anger, what? On the rooftop, Wei Ku asked the emperor if he needed to call Elder Monk over to protect him. The emperor waved his hand and replied, no, it's okay to let the Elder Monk watch outside the city, there's probably no need to use the Elder Monk here. The battle outside was becoming more and more fierce. Tuian rushed forward, his hands ready to attack. He waved his hand, and that stream of power immediately fell on the rebels, leaving them no place to run but dying on the spot. A soldier knelt down on the ground. He was so scared that he couldn't stop sweating. He asked in confusion, what background did this person have? Another shouted to warn him, don't care about that, run away quickly. He gave a satisfied smile and said sarcastically, now thinking about running away. Sure enough, now it was too late to run away. In just a moment, he would finish them off. In the middle of the teleportation formation, a golden badge suddenly appeared, radiating unparalleled power. Patriarch Vuong couldn't help but cry out in worry, TSK. The formation became stronger and stronger, showing that it had begun to work. Everyone below exclaimed and asked, what is that? Patriarch Vuong cunningly said, fortunately, the traditional battle has been started, hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses are about to arrive. But what he did not expect was that his soldiers were beaten to death by the lightning of the teleportation battle. The two of them were both surprised and shocked. You, why are you like this? One of them tried to raise his head and declared that we didn't know what was going on. A big yellow hand fell from the sky. We couldn't stand it, we might have angered God, already. When Patriarch Vuong and Lam Patriarch heard this, they were both shocked and widened their eyes, thinking to themselves, the big yellow hand is the monk's heavenly mirror. At this moment, Tuian arrogantly appeared. He brandished a sword and asked them, have you finished your last words? The next second he attacked them with a formidable force, confidently saying, then I will take action. They were quickly defeated by him to the point where they could no longer raise their heads. He confidently stepped on their corpses and proudly said, telling His Highness that the rebels had resolved the matter. The coronation ceremony can now continue. He glanced at the court officials and urged them, what are you waiting for? Welcome the new emperor to the throne. An official shook his head, concern in his voice, about this. Then everyone respectfully bowed before the new emperor, chanting in unison, long live the emperor, long live the king, long live the emperor. Third Princess Tin Nuguyat loudly announced, I declare that from now on, the hereditary aristocracy is abolished, and the previous aristocratic families will also be stripped of their titles and titles. Hearing this, the officials couldn't help but exclaim in shock, huh? Even though they didn't want to, they couldn't disobey their superiors' orders. They had to kneel down, clasp their hands together and say, we obey. A few days later, the three of Tuian, Tuian and Luminhe gathered together to enjoy tea. Luminhe sat on one side, bored and complaining, when will we go back? It's so boring here that my hair is about to grow long. Okay, Tuian replied, almost soon. At this moment, a man appeared outside the door. Tuian recognized him and immediately put down his teacup and said slowly, oh, here we come. The other person knelt down and politely said, I pay my respects to my master. The system panel pops up providing this person's personal information. He is Li Qianfan, a fourth true disciple with ability 300, core 300, no natural talent. He observed him for a while, silently assessing that his disciple had special qualities and was not stupid. There were them everywhere. It's just that this kind of opportunity will happen, but it won't happen in the future, who can say? Thinking about it, he walked closer to Qianfan and said, my master is stingy, there is no need to be so polite. The first time you enter the sect, as my master you can't be stingy. he said as he pointed his finger at Kiem Fan's forehead and began to transmit power, saying that there are some exercises here, you should study them, later when I have time I will teach you privately. When Kiem Fan saw this, he was startled, his heart seemed to scream, how many sets? Among these there are at least 50 sets of techniques, and the lowest is also middle level ground level, in detail, well, it's more than what I've accumulated at Van Fan's Sect for many years. The system pops up the information, discovering that the host gave a total of 57 secret exercises to the disciples, giving the disciple a double reward, achieving a one-time fusion of the exercises. Kiem Fan thought to himself, what kind of monster have I honored as my monk, while Tuian leisurely said, that's great, your third monk has also arrived, and it's a fusion technique, so that's right, think carefully about what is the most appropriate way to use it. There were loud shouts outside. His Majesty spoke. A series of guards carried the third princess. Leading the group was Wei Ku. Princess Tin Naguyat elegantly stepped down from the palanquin. Walking next to her were Wei Ku and Chongling Down Yan. Everyone spoke in unison, welcoming His Majesty. She came in front of him, clasped her hands in polite greeting, paid her respects to the master. Okay, he replied slowly, no need to bow. If there's anything you want to discuss, just say it straight. Tin Naguyat began to analyze the situation in detail. I wonder if Master remembers when we and everyone mentioned the National Fortune Conference before. Long DMT and Kwok took over the national fortune of dependent countries, wanting to there was a death match at the national championship. Even though this time it was exposed, the Great Chin became weaker and weaker every day, and it was difficult for him to escape the arranged fate. The best way was to attend the national games, create a reputation, and let Long DMT the country does not dare to be rude to us. Hearing that, he immediately wondered what the specific rules were for this national championship. Based on her rich knowledge, she explained to him more clearly about this competition. With her experience at that time, normally the upper country sent delegates to participate. Each dependent country sent 5 people. The requirements were, cultivation level is at the win on stage or higher. Chongling Down Yan scratched his head and laughed. Now how many people have been chosen? Ha ha ha. The poor Taoist is counted as one person. By the way, I also invited junior brother Li. Seeing that, Kiem Fan gave him a glare, saying, no wonder you've been staring at me since the 13th festival. He gave him a thumbs up and laughed even more happily. Ha ha ha. Brother Li, certainly a smart person. Kiem Fan clasped his hands together and said to Tuian, since I have sent the subordinates of the Hongmon sect, then listen to the master's instructions, whether to stay or go. Li Mo did not say a word, he seemed quite satisfied with the words. If this is what your junior brother says, then try it out, as if you were going to have fun with the kingdom. Suddenly he turned to ask her, Tin Naguyat, do you want to become the female emperor of the kingdom? Faced with this sudden question, everyone was extremely surprised. Taoist Chongling couldn't help but stammer, female emperor of the upper country, before you gave us your best effort, but did not say the goal, is trampling on the upper country. She regained her composure and replied to him, it is very difficult for the great minister to gather all 5 monks to participate. I do not dare to say nonsense, but if the master says so, the disciple will naturally believe that the master can do. Her eyes at this moment clearly showed determination and desire. I want, not only to become the female emperor of the upper kingdom, but also to become the female emperor of the fairy court, even the female emperor of the upper court. I hope my master will help, Ta. He realized that Tin Naguyat's wishes were completely sincere, so he decided to agree to help her, saying that first, he had to set a small goal, so that Dai Qin could become a superior nation. As Tuian finished speaking, suddenly a figure entered from outside. Deep Fam's voice also rang out as he walked in. Hong Tong Gate is so bustling, I wonder if I can let Deep join in. Everyone present was stunned and turned their heads to look towards the source of the sound. Tin Naguyat was also a bit surprised. Deep Fam, why are you here? Deep Fam answered her with a mysterious smile. Ha ha ha, clicked his fingers, figuring that Tin Naguyat needed me now, so the horse didn't stop and immediately came here. His whole body radiated a strong aura. If Mr. Deep hadn't miscalculated, then you guys would be in need of an original powerhouse to participate in the great national war. So how do you see me? As soon as he finished speaking, he burst out with the terrifying power of a 5th-level elemental hero. Wei Ku had some doubts in his heart. This aura. He bowed his head and whispered to Tin Naguyat, Your Majesty, this is the mysterious powerhouse he saw in the heavenly mirror a few days ago. Tin Naguyat looked at Deep Fam, silently assessing in her heart, indeed, this person is not simple. But on the outside she still remained calm, raising her hand to pretend to cough and introduce herself. Let me introduce to you, this is Deep Fam, a monk of Vandu. Not long ago when I conquered Huang Bai received his help. Then she added, if Mr. Deep wants to participate, then come with us. Seeing Tin Naguyat proactively introduce herself, Deep Fom quickly showed a friendly and enthusiastic appearance. Tin Naguyat asked Tuian again, I don't know how the master feels. Hearing Tin Naguyat's question, Tuian raised his hand to rest his chin, remembering the conversation between him and her before, constantly thinking in his heart, Deep Fom, that's not the person Tin Naguyat was talking about. After leaving the yellow space, being out, an incomprehensible person appeared in Huang Bi's space, even reminding her not to miss the dragon energy. While Tuian was deep in thought, Deep Fom showed a shy expression and spoke up, interrupting his train of thought, so you are Tin Naguyat's master. Then he extended his hand to greet Tuian and continued comfortably, 5 years ago Tin Naguyat ruled the waters to protect my homeland. Since then, I have always admired her. This time when I come to Dai Chin, I also want to admire her little demeanor. I didn't expect this to happen at the right time. Tuian also shook his hand and calmly replied, is that so? But in his heart he was thinking, just came to Dai Chin, encountered a great meeting of thousands of paths, and at the same time did not know how to enter the mysterious space with Tin Naguyat. Now it's just clever to appear to participate in the great national war, right? Tuian's heart was gloomy, this guy is probably not a time traveler like me. Deep Fom also curled his lips and smiled coldly, thinking, I want to see what mysterious secret you have. From the outside, these two people seem to be calmly greeting each other, but in their minds, each person is constantly evaluating the other. After the greeting, Tuian turned around and wanted to go back to his room. He waved his hand and said, then the candidates to participate are decided to be me, Kiem Fan, Director Chung Ling, Old Wei, Deep Fom, 5 people. If there is anything that needs Hongmeng Sect's cooperation, then find my senior sister. Now we have to go into seclusion. Tuian tilted his head slightly to look at Li Kiem Fan and continued, Kiem Fan, follow me. After entering the room, Li Kiem Fan sat opposite Tuian and asked, what is the matter with master calling me? Tuian didn't beat around the bush, he held out his hand. Immediately a ray of light erupted in his hand, then a blue sword appeared, both delicate and sharp. Tuian asked, can you try this? Do you know the origin of this thing? Li Kiem Fan replied with an uncertain voice, this is the sword of beheading. Master, 85 years ago, the disciple obtained 7 strange divine swords from an ancient relic in the northern territory of Great Qin. The disciple's heaven level, low grade, 7 consciousness beheading technique was also achieved, be at that monument. He continued, according to the stone carving records there, in ancient times, these 7 swords were divine weapons of the heavenly level, but when they advanced, they could not overcome the lightning tribulation and were severely damaged. At that time, the alchemist could not recover, so he took the remaining materials and cast 7 swords. Li Kiem Fan asked Tuian again, this 7 sword must be a lonely one, I don't know where the sword in the master's hand came from. Tuian's whole body stiffened, he used his hand to support his chin as if he was thinking and answered, listening less to the stories of the world. As far as I know, the name of this sword is the sword. He felt a little guilty in his heart. Both swords are gratitude systems that exist. They must be outside the cause and effect of this world and are very difficult to explain. Li Kiem Fan did not know the truth, happily clasped his hands and bowed to his master. So that's it. Before the disciple did not know the real name of this sword, just casually called it the immortal beheading sword. Tuian continued asking, do you still remember the location of that relic? Li Kiem Fan replied, that ancient relic is below our Van Fan immortal gate. I also specially set up a protective formation. If master is willing, we can go there now. Tuian also agreed with Li Kiem Fan, that's okay. Then, he raised his hand, only to see his right finger light up, then pushed that light into Li Kiem Fan's body with the warning, before that time, the teacher will pass on to you a set of sword decision, called Sword Hybrid, high-grade heavenly level, you try to practice. Each stream of light poured into Li Kiem Fan's head, causing him extreme pain. He tried to endure. Sword, this sword technique, Li had never seen such a mysterious sword technique before. Tuian said, this is because the master has merged 57 martial arts methods, taken out the essence and gathered it together. The previous 57 exercises can be considered its predecessors. If you understand them, there will be many benefits. Li Kiem Fan shouted loudly. Those exercises appeared clearly page by page in his mind. Li Kiem Fan quickly said, that means this high-grade immortal grade sword was created by the master himself. Tuian raised his hand to scratch his cheek and replied shyly, ha ha ha, it's just good luck. Li Kiem Fan interrupted him, this is not just good luck, this is simply, that heavenly genius. Tuian waved his hand in a dignified manner and said, don't pay too much attention to fake names like that. Tuian suddenly asked him in a soft voice, do you know what the most important meaning of this Kiem Lai is? Li Kiem Fan bowed down, praying that he would teach him, hoping that his master would teach him. he still sat there, his hand pointing to the sky, and began to teach him. The key point of this sword was to eliminate, as he said. He was stunned to see his sword being held by his master's power. Gasp, my sword. Despite his complaints, he continued, not only to eliminate the obstacles in front of him, but also to eliminate all magical powers in the world, and which sword technique could continue to fuse swords, the quintessential dharma of the world, continuing to level up. Tuian tried to describe in detail to his disciples, one day, even the world's famous Dharma treasure god weapon could be defeated with just a sword, even demons and demons standing above them. The sky can also be defeated with just a sword. Perhaps he realized something, raised his face and continued to emphasize, breaking 10,000 dharmas, breaking 10,000 chi, breaking 10,000 then if the 7 consciousness immortals were also integrated into it. Listening to all his instructions, he frowned in thought, looking forward. Then said loudly, the power around him spread outward, I understand. After being guided by the host, the disciple Ling Ngo received Kiem Lai's Fa Van Chi, Tang Kue, a reward 10,000 times, and at the same time obtained Kiem Lai's Fa Van Chi, complete, the rank of Kiem Lai, upgraded to the excellent Tian Gyai. After being guided by the host, the bastard broke through to win on Trong 3, received 5 times the reward, and received 100 days of cultivation. Realizing that Li Kiem Fan's strength was getting stronger and stronger, thanks to good cultivation, he was also surprised. This was a bit unexpected. It is worthy of the Sword of Enlightenment reaching 300. Tin Nguyen was surprised at that light. This was the Taoist Chung Ling standing next to him, also stunned. Could it be that old brother Li had broken through? 10 days later, Li's sword Dharma found Tuian's residence. He bent down and began to say, Master, I have made a breakthrough. Tuian raised 2 fingers, opened the door, performed Kim Dan Din Fan. It seemed he realized something. Seeing his disciple, he began to speak. Sure enough, when he stopped at True Company, he felt strange. This time, he wanted to break through Kim Dan and increase to win on. The feeling was clearer. He continued to explain that people who practice the way will accumulate spiritual energy in Dandine, and our Dandine seems to be able to store twice as much energy as normal people. If quantified, it is probably the distance between well water and water, lake. In the past, I deliberately observed that even though I am a golden Dan now, when it comes to pure energy or the amount of spiritual energy, it is much stronger than the old Winan Din Fan, like a bottomless cave. Tuian suddenly stood up and continued, even though he had mastered a level of spiritual energy now, if he wanted to encourage spiritual energy to metamorphose, it was not impossible. They went out for a walk together. He waved his fan and continued, but my current foundation is clearly much stronger than a normal Kim Dan. Perhaps it's the benefit of having a special physique. Fan, come on, let's go to the ruins you mentioned. Under the gate of Van Phan Mon Mountain, a mandarin was standing and speaking loudly to a crowd gathered around a strange red rock. They accidentally caught Tuian's sight. An auction was being held. Today, no money is exchanged, only consciousness is exchanged, he huffed. Hearing something unreasonable, he thought to himself, using the power of consciousness as an exchange. The other continued to speak. His hand touched that rock, transmitting his power. You can transfer the power of divine consciousness to this stele. Normally, postnatally, prenatally, there is no condensation of divine power, consciousness, but the power of divine consciousness to refine chi is from 1 to 100, the foundation period is from 100 to 1000, and the golden core period is from 1000 to 5000. The other person started the auction and said loudly, the first auction item, level 4 medicine pill, transformation pill, starting price is 50 consciousness power. Is there anyone bidding? While everyone was thinking, someone raised his hand. Can you really use the power of consciousness as an exchange? This transformation pill is a good thing. Let me try it. The sound of the auction continued to resound, and someone continued to speak, inviting this monk to inject his divine consciousness into the stone stele. Just now, when he was transferring consciousness into the stone, he felt his body tremble. He was scared. This stone stele, something is strange. I can't control my body. He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. It seemed he couldn't resist anymore. All his divine power had been sucked away. One stood outside and clapped his hands. Oh, this monk's divine consciousness reached 4,444, surpassing the monks of the same world. The other stood rooted to the stone stele. The other person continued to ask, then, how much do you intend to bid to auction off this original pill? He had all his divine consciousness sucked out. He looked dazed and whispered, I am willing to pay all my divine consciousness. Another person said loudly, this monk offered 4,444. Is there anyone higher? Hearing that the price was too high, everyone below was talking. Here, 4,444 in the Golden Core period is also considered top level. We're afraid we won't be able to get more. Other people continued. It seems it is actually possible to use divine consciousness power as an exchange object. Li Qianfan told Tuian, there is something strange about this stone steely, that monk's divine consciousness has been sucked away. He agrees with him. Yes, and there is also an aura similar to that of a demon. If that monk had the opportunity to enter the sea of consciousness, that monk would have been controlled by someone by now. Li Qianfan suddenly raised his sword, shouted loudly, hateful, dare to act in my Van Fan Mon's territory, I absolutely will not let him go. Seeing him do that, Tuian patted him on the shoulder to calm him down. Qianfan, you are already this old, why are you so rude in everything you do? He slowly regained his composure and replied, please teach me. He began to tell his disciples that these people clearly knew that Van Dao Tin Hui had ended, and even dared to play tricks in your area, proving that he was not afraid of being discovered by you at all, saying no, perhaps, this source of trouble comes from within your sect. He continued, because the previous master taught you the techniques, there is a special set of divine consciousness techniques, divine mind, which can protect the divine consciousness from being penetrated by evil spirits. At that time, you hid your aura, then changed his appearance, listened to my command. He listened to his master's instructions, immediately agreed, okay. Tuian came up from behind with Li Qianfan, close to the auction stage. He raised his hand and said loudly, this Hoa Win Dan is a good thing, we also want to try it. The person standing on the stage said, in the competition, in this auction, whoever bids the highest will win. This monk has an idea, so please invite him. He and his disciple together touched the stone steely and began to absorb divine consciousness. He thought to himself, this guy Qianfan, he looks honest, his talent is low but not too bad. The auction representative's voice rang out again, filled with admiration. Wow, the divine consciousness of these two monks both reached 4,500 or more. Who else wants to bid? Below, everyone is waiting, scrambling to participate in the auction. Ta. In front of the mountain gate of Van Fan Mon, a person walked up, held out his tablet and said, working on behalf of the Great Elder, quickly let me inside. A group of people had come in before, whispering to each other, but they were easily let in to see. It seemed that the disaster really came from within the sect. Another person also spoke up, moreover, this direction is the ruins behind the mountain. They stepped inside, attracted by a bright red orb. At the end of the cave, sitting in the middle was Kui Vo Tro, his face serious when he saw a group of people entering. The other guy started to speak, Great Elder, this time everyone brought him. A person saw him, glared at him, and thought to himself, Kui Wu Tro, it's really you. Just now, he was suddenly strangled by a force that surprised him. He still hadn't adjusted his strength, so he spoke up, why were he so slow? Didn't I already say that it would be better to come a little late? Your lives come in. The strangulation became stronger and stronger, causing him to scream, speechless, gulp. This time there were many monks. I thought that bringing many people to you would definitely be fun, so gulp, language. The old man glared at me and said contemptuously, to make me happy, why don't you give me all your spiritual energy, blood, and consciousness? After speaking, he sucked all of his consciousness away. He couldn't control it, tears flowed down his eyes and he cried out loudly, ah. Kui Wu Tru threw his body back, began to look around, smirked and replied, ha, just this little bit. The old man was angry, emitting a bright red light into the distance, far from enough. Tuian deliberately pushed the person next to him to avoid the light, spoke loudly, his skin was sore, and his sprain was sprained. It seems he saw that in him and used his strength to capture him. The old man looked surprised because he was the most normal person among everyone here. He asked, you are not controlled by the stone steely. In Kui Vo Tro's hands, Tuian didn't seem to feel anything at all, because he used his 9-break divine seal to control that power, shocking him. When he saw that, he got angry and wanted to risk his consciousness with me. This young man is also too arrogant. That's what he said. In fact, he was worried about how to fight him. Tuian was still extremely relaxed, waving his fan. It seemed like he realized the problem from outside, so he was extremely calm, still speaking so loudly, you have lost. The old man intended to use his strength to attack him back, but perhaps he couldn't. He looked at him angrily and said, why is it like that? I can't control myself. What did you do, Ta? He was still very calm, responding to the old man, basically hitting him on the back, just using your tricks. He continued, you took advantage of the stone stele to absorb the spiritual power of the monk, took the opportunity to penetrate the sea of consciousness, control the opponent's mind, and drain the blood and spiritual energy of the people you captured. Moreover, I only performed a few operations that act as my spiritual power for you, so I can resist you at any time. Having said that, he threw a move straight at him, making him scream, ah. Standing outside and witnessing Kui Wu Tru like that, he expressed regret. What a pity, great elder, it seems I was one step ahead. He went inside and asked the old man, if he saw correctly, this was the 12-star dragon lock formation, right? It needed a lot of blood, spiritual energy, consciousness, and sacrifice at the same time, and a new balance had to be achieved. Can start. If anyone continues to speak up, then thank the great elder for the gift. In another area, where the mountains were rugged, a person who had been standing there for a long time witnessed the whole process, surprised. This was Li Qianfan shouted in panic, the ground was collapsing. A moment later, he opened his eyes and saw that he had fallen into an underground tunnel. He looked around and realized, this was the 7 stars of Manhwa. Tuian wondered, Manhwa, that star, what is that? Li Qianfan pointed to the wall and said that in ancient times, gods and goddesses coexisted. Among them there was a powerful and supreme ruler, named Tuian. He ruled the wild continent, dominating the continent, leading all the thousands of nations. He is the true law of the immortal emperor level. Fairy Vu Uwen summoned a large dome to protect the fairies. Li Qianfan continued, because of a fateful catastrophe, the order of the heavens seriously collapsed. The destruction of the world came, causing all living beings to die. Everything in the world turned into ash and blood flowed into rivers. Immortal Emperor Uwen could not bear to see the common people suffer such misfortune, so he led the fairies to attack. He continued, however, because the heavenly Tao was too strong, it was difficult for immortal Emperor Yuan to compare, so he had to arrange 7 great formations, hold the 7 stars containing the power of the great Tao, and use all the power of the great ways, stars to suppress the sky, prevent the collapse of heaven, ensure the safety of thousands of peoples. Tuian asked, but there is still such a legend, so what happened to Emperor Yuan after that? Li Qianfan explained. After immortal Emperor Uwen captured the star, Tian Dao took the opportunity to enter and directly destroy his body. His soul could only hide in the 7 stars, life and death were unknown. He continued, Manhwa that 10, it is a super force created in ancient times with beliefs and myths and legends about the first Emperor Uwen and 7 stars as names. They serve Uwen, immortal emperor, spreading the supreme greatness of immortal Emperor Yuan. At this moment, the drawings on the wall suddenly lit up. Tuian was surprised, this is it. A blue aura rushed towards him. He shouted loudly, this power. Then he closed his eyes and felt, it seemed like Young Luan was more powerful than spiritual energy, somewhat similar to the purple energy Hong Meng had once refined. He was about to enter meditation and said one word, Qianfan, you protect me. Li Qianfan hugged his fist and replied, the disciple obeyed. He looked at the blue aura surrounding Tuian's body while he was meditating. He silently wondered, I once heard that before Manhwa that star disappeared, the inheritance of the late Emperor Uwen was divided into 7 parts, and left behind in the world. Could it be that the master has been chosen by Manhwa that star, and is about to become the heir of immortal Emperor Uwen? He looked at Tuian worriedly and thought, however, if he received such a huge force, he was afraid that his breakthrough would not be able to keep up with the spiritual energy injected, and his body would soon explode and die. Master, nothing will happen. A few moments later, yellow spiritual energy surrounded Tuian's body. He silently chanted, Golden Pill Peak. He let go of the floor, his toes gently landed on the ground. He evaluated in his heart, such huge power poured in but still not enough to fill this golden pill of his. It seems he still has to wait to return to Hong Meng's sect. Absorb after absorbing Hong Meng Tu Chi, he considered a breakthrough. Suddenly a figure appeared, a beautiful girl with light purple spiritual energy surrounding her. She only had a silhouette. Her body flew through the cave and appeared in front of him and called herself Manhwa that Tin Dao Quang, serving the orders of immortal Emperor Uwen, guarded the inheritance of the immortal emperor, waiting for the predestined person to come and claim it. He looked at her and asked, Are you Dao Quang, one of the 7 stars of Manhwa? Do you mean that this place sealed the inheritance of immortal Emperor Uwen, the power that I just absorbed earlier? She replied, I am not the 7 stars of Manhwa, just a remnant left behind by Dao Quang, one of the 7 stars. The inheritance of the immortal emperor is not just the power you just absorbed. Your full name is? He answered, My name is Tuian. Dao Quang's afterimage raised her hand. In her hand, a blue ball of spiritual energy gathered. She explained that this power is called the power of spirit. People with the power of spirit will be looked after by heaven. Period of luck. He looked at the power in her hand and asked, I think this is very similar to a type of power that I have refined before. We call it Hong Meng Zi Qi. Have you ever heard of Hong Meng Zi Qi? She frowned in thought. It turned out to be a descendant of Hong Meng. She explained to him, the ancestors of your Hong Meng sect are immortals, his descendants, and receive the favors he left behind in this world, and in the same way, will also inherit the fortune from the immortals. This Hong Meng purple qi is also the power of luck left by your ancestors. Dao Quang's afterimage passed the spiritual energy ball into his head. She said, the power of fate is refined together, but in reality it is several times greater, and it also becomes the power of the spirit. Cultivating the power of the spirit to the end, will be strong enough to compete with Tian Dao. After she finished transmitting, he smiled and asked, saying so, Hong Meng Purple Qi is also a type of power of air fortune, and the power of star spirit is the advanced version of the power of air fortune that has been condensed countless times. Dao Quang replied, that's it. He continued asking, then do you know the power of Quoc Fan? In the power of Tin Tin, there are 4 types. Currently there are Hong Meng Purple Qi in the power of Quoc Fan. Dao Quang replied, the power of Quoc Fan, as the name suggests, Qi the power of destiny of a country is also one of the lower levels of the power of spirit. He asked again, it turned out to be like that. Then I have one last question, has anyone else received the inheritance of immortal Emperor Tuian? She opened her mouth, silently looking at him in surprise. After a moment of thinking about Tuian's question, Dao Quang also answered honestly, besides you, there are 2 people who have been to this place. They both completed the test very well, received the inheritance that belongs to them. Tuian looked up at the girl and clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you fairy for answering my doubts, I have finished asking. Seeing his attitude, Dao Quang was satisfied and continued, good, Tuian, you already know that this place is where immortal Emperor Tuian left behind the inheritance. As long as you have this inheritance, you can overthrow heaven. Quang, fighting Tian Dao, do you want to accept the test here? Tuian immediately asked curiously, what kind of test? After listening, she curled her lips and smiled sinisterly, then pointed at Li Qianfan and said with a cold face, if you want to receive this inheritance, you must kill the person who came here with you. Li Qianfan was frightened by her evil words and immediately turned back to his original form and exclaimed in panic, what? Then he looked towards Tuian and said awkwardly, my master. Tuian did not turn around but smiled slightly, then he stroked his chin and said with a sarcastic tone, Qianfan, is this Tuian immortal emperor really as strong as you say? Why do I feel like this test keeps coming back? Something strange somewhere. Dao Quang heard those words and immediately shouted angrily, insolent and mortal, daring to question the emperor. At the same time, he raised his hand to unleash his aura to punish the opponent. Tuian also quickly launched a barrier against the opponent, while contemptuously watching her smack her lips indifferently. So what? Then I understand. Li Qianfan saw that Tuian chose to oppose her and quickly shouted, Master. Then he suddenly knelt down on the ground, clasped his hands and bowed, bowing his head and saying, Master. Tuian was slightly surprised by Li Qianfan's outburst and looked at his disciple with some confusion and asked, what are you doing? He did not hesitate or fear at all, but on the contrary, he appeared extremely brave and spoke loudly, Master, my disciple's lifelong wish is to pursue the ultimate of swordsmanship, but now he has experienced it's called human strength. It's hard to overcome the sky. Master is different. One day you can definitely become the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Secondly, I just hope Master can still be at the top of a mortal emperor. Seeing his disciple choose the sacrifice option to fulfill himself, Tuian sighed and said, Qianfan, what should I say? Contrary to Dao Quang's worried look, he was extremely interested, so he added sweet words, this disciple of yours is much more knowledgeable. What are you waiting for? This time, you don't have to worry about carrying the burden of bad reputation on your shoulders. You can accept the inheritance openly and honestly without making a move. Suddenly Tuian opened his mouth and laughed loudly, overthrowing the heavens, immortal Emperor Tuian, I completely understand. After saying those words, Tuian raised 2 fingers and said with a serious face, Qianfan, borrow the sword. After your command, the sword suddenly flew out from Qianfan's dry bag, following Tuian's orders. He fused Li Qianfan's 7 swords with his own sword and mumbled, in short, this move was fortunately thanks to Qianfan. I was able to understand it. If the 7 hilts were just like this sword, is one, then, can strengthen the world's divine weapon, why can't it be unified? After fusing the 7 swords into one body, Tuian held the powerful sword and proudly introduced, this is the true destruction of 10,000 qi. Li Qianfan couldn't believe his eyes and shouted in surprise, the sword is broken, it's merged, isn't that something that ancient alchemists couldn't do? To open Qianfan's eyes, Tuian summoned more of his own sword noise, then glanced at his disciple and continued smiling. That's not all, it can be even stronger. Dao Quang was extremely stunned by his performance, doubting the world and wondering, with the addition of so many soft swords that the Emperor gave me, the monk now has such power. While she was still dazed and bewildered, Tuian suddenly took his sword and flew up towards her, then attacked her and at the same time smiled happily and said, "Let's try it out." She flew back in panic and asked in horror, "What are you doing? Don't you need the inheritance of the Emperor?" Tuian looked at her with eyes full of unforgiving murderous intent and replied with a sly smile, "Immortal Emperor Hu Yuan fought against Tian Dao to protect the Tian Van clans. How could he set up this test?" Tu Mo could only think of solutions. Tuian's body was as light as the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he slashed her body with a beautiful sword, along with a confident declaration, "It was breaking your dishonest way." After that sword strike, her eye sockets and body suddenly emitted many auras like headlights shining outward. Tuian lowered his sword and closed his eyes arrogantly, saying, "If Tumo guessed wrong, it would be considered doing harm to the people and destroying the inheritance of this fake immortal emperor of yours." Her figure was blown away by Tuian into floating purple air currents. Li Qianfan seemed to see something, his face beaming and calling out, "Master." In the purple gas block representing her figure, ancient lines and a strange exercise book suddenly appeared. When Li Qianfan saw the hidden content, he was even more surprised. This was the technique that Emperor Hu Yuan practiced in legend. Tuian quietly hummed as a confirmation and then forcefully absorbed the exercise book into his cerebral cortex in front of the surprised witness of Li Qianfan. He closed his eyes to feel the quintessence being transmitted into his head and at the same time felt dissatisfied and clicked his tongue to silently exclaim, "What a pity, this 7 stars ancient sutra has a total of 7 volumes, this is only the first volume. Dao Quang Tian can only help me cultivate to divine level 1, if I want to cultivate to great perfection, I still have to find a way to find the remaining 6 volumes, but this Dao Quang Tian also includes the location of Kai Duang Tian followed it, located in Long Viam Tianj Quoc, so it was convenient to find." After integrating the first exercise book, Tuian looked into the distance and thought, Dao Quang Tian also recorded that anyone who chooses to kill a companion in the ruins can still get a part, inheritance, but cannot find the whereabouts of other relics. Until the true heir appears, the relic will be closed. It seems that the previous 2 people probably chose to kill their companions. I don't know what immortal Emperor Hu Yuan's intention is by leaving behind this kind of inheritance. At this moment, Qianfan clasped his hands together and congratulated Tuian happily, congratulating his master on achieving the inheritance of the immortal emperor and tapping the sword. Now he has another divine weapon. Hearing these words, he showed a satisfied expression and said, "Come on, Qianfan, give me your hand." Then Qianfan reached out his hand as he said. As soon as he reached out, he placed a sword in his hand. He said slowly, "What nonsense, isn't this your come?" Tuian continued to speak under his confusion. "As a teacher, this is rare for you," the system announced at this time, discovering that the host had imparted 7-star ancient to the shock, Dao Quang Tian, to the disciple, grateful to part Tianj twice, the host obtained 7 stars ancient Emperor Sutra, open heaven. Hearing what he said, he was so moved that tears flowed down both sides of his eyes. Qianfan quickly bent down and shouted with emotion, thanking his master. Then he put 2 fingers in front of his forehead, his fingertips had a red ball. He slowly said, "This 7 stars ancient Emperor Sutra, you also accept it." Before those words, he was so moved that he spoke loudly, "Master, do you want to pass on the inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Void Abyss to me?" After Tuian finished teaching, he immediately sat down to meditate. While he was meditating, a green aura surrounded him. He stood to the side and listened to the system announcement, and the host helped him. Block, disciple obtains the 8 swords narrowing soft sword, top grade heavenly grade, 5 times gratitude reward, obtains narrowing soft sword version enhancement, excellent heavenly grade. When the notification system finished, he was a little happy and put his hand on his chin to think. He was able to thank the world this time. At this moment, a bright red flame appeared in his hand. From it he transformed into a sword and continued to think, let me see if this rumored thing can surpass the magic weapon of the immortal Emperor sword. At this moment, Qianfan discovered something. When he turned around, he was extremely surprised and said, "Master, in your hand is a soft sword." As soon as he finished speaking, he held the sword in his hand and said, "Why are there 2 swords like a complete sword?" Hearing that, Tuian clenched his fist, causing the sword to disappear. He slowly held the fan in his hand and said, "Aren't we telling people to stop listening to the gossip in the streets?" Under this witness, he was extremely surprised and shouted loudly, turning into a fan. Then he turned it into something else and said, "This axe at least has the power of a celestial masterpiece, so I can freely use 18 martial arts skills, which is exactly what I wanted." As soon as he finished speaking, he closed one eye and opened the other and thought, after cultivating the yin and yang 5 elements body practice technique, even though the path is difficult, he will also be able to understand it. Perhaps it would be better to learn some methods, new practice. As for Kiem Fan's side, he was still confused and thinking, the heavenly grade masterpiece, the soft sword is also the top grade heavenly grade sword. According to legend, this is a magic weapon refined from Dao Quang by immortal Emperor Void Abyss. At this moment, he held something in his hand and whispered, "System, does this enhanced version of the sword have any new functions besides being able to change shape?" Hearing him ask, the system immediately replied, "Furthermore, through combining the weapon with the power of the stars, the sword's grade can continue to increase." After hearing the announcement, he happily laughed and said, "If you say so, it could be a type of divine weapon that has transformed. The power of this sword is much more than that of a soft sword. There is no reason to change its name to It's okay to be unparalleled." At this moment, from the fan he held in his hand, many streams of green air were emitted. Tuian slowly spoke, "Okay, first take your senior disciples out first." From that aura appeared many different people. Tuian continued, just in time to try the puppet technique that was recorded in the general reaming light cycle. This time at Van Van Moon Square. People were all lying on the ground. At this time, Kiem Fan had a slightly panicked face and said, "Master, after these people were absorbed by their divine consciousness, the sea of consciousness suffered certain damage. If left unattended, I am afraid that in the future it will happen." To be a fool, listening to what he said, I also somewhat agreed. Then he began to perform magic and said, "The master has just estimated the route of spiritual energy movement. What do you think?" Hearing what his master said, he immediately performed magic, waiting for his disciple to try it. From Kiem Fan's body radiated extremely strong and bright power. At this moment, he turned to tell him, "Isn't this magic that swallows heaven and earth without help? Why did the master estimate this kind of magic?" At this time, the system pops up a notification, "Information, has been instructed by the host, the disciple has learned the magic that devours heaven and earth, missing, grateful for the reward 7 times, obtained the magic that devours heaven and kills earth, complete correct." Under his question, he slowly said, "Of course it's to reverse the practice, just your senior disciple." Then from Tuian's hand a blazing fire appeared. While performing magic, he is deep in Fingix. This magic can absorb the spiritual energy of others, and can also control the mind, quite practical. Flames began to engulf the people lying on the ground, causing them to open their eyes. They stood up in confusion, some even asked, "Where is this? Why am I here? Why has my cultivation level broken through? My consciousness seems to be more solid than before." Seeing the situation before him, Kiem Fan turned around in bewilderment to ask, "Master, what did you do to these disciples?" Seeing him urgently ask, he quickly responded, returning his divine power to them, "It's convenient to refine a bit. Those disciples' fundamentals are not very good, so I can conveniently adjust them a bit." After hearing that, Kiem Fan was even more surprised that Het Sloan's, that was just now. They all spoke up at this time. "Is it the Sect Master who saved us? Thank you, Sect Master. Hey, it seems I have broken through. Thank you, Sect Master." After that, Tuian left Kiem Fan for everyone to applaud, and he left. As he left, he said, "The next thing is left to you. After adjusting, we will return to the palace." Hearing that, he immediately shouted loudly, "Master." Standing in that crowd, he silently said, "Master walks too fast. Is this the spirit of a master?" Suddenly at this moment, Kiem Fan shouted loudly, "Master," rubbing his hips and buttocks. In front of his eyes right now was Tuian's palace. He couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Why is it so luxurious? Compared to the previous Hongmeng sect, our Van Fan Gate is more like a deep mountain and valley." Hearing him say that, he could only laugh, "Ha," then said, "It wasn't like this before. Kiem Fan, you came at the right time." After landing, he continued, "They were already waiting for us." From inside, Trino shouted loudly, "Master, you have finally returned." Standing next to Trino, he began to speak. Mokham paid his respects to his master. At that moment, he slowly raised his hand and said, "These days, I will let you guys help my senior sister solve the sect's problems. How do you feel?" Hearing his question, Tuian spoke up, "They did very well. Just when I was about to negotiate with you, let Lam Tri be the 7th Elder of the Wind." To mock him opened to Danfan himself, accepting the position. The subject has the prospect of taking the pill and entering the knife. As soon as she finished speaking, he immediately walked forward and hugged her and said, "Is that so? It seems like he has been bothering his sister to check on the two of them these past few days." This action of his made her blush a little. Suddenly, someone jumped in and shouted, "Master, I'm looking for someone." Then she followed Lu Mjane and said, "Junior brother, you come to Tutu to see, I will be there later, you stand behind Het Sloans, master quickly go," he said slowly now, "Okay, Lu me this child." At this time, Tuian said, "Tu Trine he, Mok Ham, the two of you took Kiem Fan to experience some of the changes in the Hong Meng sect. After filming, I will guide you two to practice." As soon as they finished speaking, they rang out in unison, "Yes." From Hong Meng Tong Street, he stood there. Luke Snape Tuian said, "This energy, the red and purple energy, is even more condensed than before, probably due to the so-called spiritual power." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought to himself, unexpectedly, the Hong Meng Heavenly Book said that becoming a national ancestor would bring back all the luck that the Hong Meng ancestor left behind, but it was actually true. Moreover, this luck even more amazing than I imagined, it has already condensed into spiritual power. Suddenly at this moment a blue aura appeared, he shouted loudly, "This is..." From inside the door a person came out coughing, coughing, coughing. Tuian calmly stood there and asked, "Nephew Bok, what is this?" He spoke up now, "Little uncle." He sheepishly scratched his head and said, not knowing what to do, but suddenly the spiritual power rioted, injuring a few disciples who came here. "Master told me to stay here and guard, think of a way to solve this problem." Bok Lak Nyet continued to talk. "I listened around, finally found a senior person to help. Luckily, he also arrived at the right time." At this moment, he turned around and saw an old man with a cane saying, "Nam Li Sect Wien Tu is here, you are the ones who want to invite the old man to help." Hearing him say that made him smirk and think, "Nam Li Sect Wien Tu." He spoke up at this moment with an eager look on his face, "Yes, Master Tu also knows him. I heard that he single-handedly destroyed the entire Lakvan sect, and is about to become a psychotic expert. It took all my gifts to invite someone back here." Hearing but being lazy, he gently patted his head and said, "What happened today, along with what happened the day when you met me in Lakvan City, have you told your sister everything? You're also honest," replied. Having said that, the master said to give me a chance to practice, so a master patted my head again. "Hearing your question, brother Lin Fnoi, it's okay, I think you're quite cute, you have something scary," surprised and exclaimed, "Ha!" At this time he slammed the stick on the ground. Then he said loudly, "Do you know that this old man's time is precious, yet you're still standing here chatting?" Hearing him say that, he was extremely frightened. Bok Lak Nyet bowed slightly and held out his hand in a welcoming gesture. He tried to force a friendly smile and said, "Excuse me sir, please come this way." Trong Tam walked with his cane in the direction of Bok Lak, yet instructed, arrogantly snorted, "Naughty." As soon as Trong Tam set foot in, countless fortunes spread everywhere, filling the ground. Countless blue streams of luck filled the air, making him so surprised that he opened his mouth wide. Bok Lak Nyet also gasped. Only Tuian stood calmly behind observing everything. A stream of blue air flowed through Trong Tam's nostrils into his body, making Trong Tam's eyes widen. With a cheerful face, he thought to himself, how come this spiritual energy is so pure, seems to be far superior to other normal spiritual weapons. Looking down from above at the huge room filled with green energy, the three people standing below seemed a bit small compared to the amount of luck filling the room. Trong Tam's face immediately turned dark, a calculating smile appeared on his face. He glanced back and thought, if I could absorb all of this spiritual energy at once, I guess I could. With just one move, he could break through the golden pill. Perhaps he could break through to Yuan Ying. Bok Lak Nyet was still carefree. He happily smiled and asked, "Master, is there a way to solve the problem here?" Contrary to his appearance, Bok Lak Nyet's joy, Tuian just stood there silently observing, his face a bit dark. Trong Tam heard Bok Lak Nyet ask. He turned his head and frowned and said, "Cough cough, the problem here is not simple. I have to sacrifice my magic weapon. The price will have to double." Bok Lak Nyet heard the old man asking to increase the price. He rolled his eyes and said a little confused, "But I don't have that much money." Tuian was a little annoyed. This idiot closed his eyes and said, "It's okay." Then Tuian held a thick roll of money in his hand. He smiled and said, "I really want to learn the master's method. If the master can solve it successfully, if the fee is more, I will pay it." Run out of. Trong Tam held out a small bag, closed his eyes, and said in the manner of an old man, "If you are so generous, then I won't make it difficult for you. You too are happy in your hearts." He thought to himself, what a bunch of fat, stupid sheep. The bag he took out was a storage magic weapon used to absorb spiritual energy, called a storage spirit capsule for short. The mouth of the bag opened, countless chi was sucked in, forming a vortex inside the bag. Trong Tam held the spirit capsule high in both hands. Countless fortunes were strongly sucked in by a force inside the bag. Trong Tam saw this scene and happily opened his mouth and smiled like he was lucky. He thought, this time I made a fortune. The spirit capsule swelled but showed no signs of stopping. The streams of luck were still rushing into the bag. Trong Tam was extremely happy. How. Lots of pure spiritual energy. So, it's all mine, a little more, a little more. Suddenly, the spirit capsule made a sound and burst. Trong Tam was so frightened by this scene that he sweated and widened his eyes to the point of falling out. He opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Ha!" His heart was extremely confused. His storage spirit was exploding. His hand was still raised high before he had time to retract it. The stored spirit capsule shattered into many pieces and flew everywhere. The airflow that had just been collected into the stored spirit capsule rushed out, surrounding Trong Tam. The old man's face turned black and his whole body began to sweat. He tried to clench his teeth. His hands made seals to absorb the luck into his body. He thought to himself, there is no other way. I can only absorb this source of spiritual energy first. Suddenly his eyes widened. Red blood streaks appeared in the whites of his eyes. The swirling aura flowed into Trong Tam's body. His face changed color. His bloodshot eyes widened and were about to appear. The old man's face was distorted. His heart began to panic. What is going on? This is not spiritual energy, the type of energy that expands dozens of times after entering the Dantian. Trong Tam's eyes widened in horror. His mouth gaped open. When his mouth opened wide, the flow of luck immediately swirled from his mouth into his body. He worriedly thought, this is bad. If this continues, I will explode it and died. Trong Tam's whole body seemed to be fixed in a position with both hands forming seals. Countless amounts of luck swirled and rushed into his body. Trong Tam cried out with difficulty for help. Bok Lak Niet was happy again, holding his arms with both hands. The head laughed loudly and said, "Wah, the riotous spiritual power has been reduced a bit, truly worthy of a great master." The strong force of luck rushed into his mouth. Trong Tam's eyes widened. He weakly said, "Save his life." Hearing the old man calling for help, Bok Lak Niet was scared out of his mind. He glared and frowned slightly and asked again, "Save my life, master, are you calling for help?" Tuian smiled slightly, then he narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to laugh. At this time, Trong Tam's whole body was flooded with countless fortunes, causing his body to swell abnormally. After stopping laughing, he raised his hand. The flow of fortune that was pouring into Trong Tam's body changed direction to flow into his hand. Bok Lak Niet turned his head to look at him curiously and asked, "What are you doing, master?" Tuian leisurely said, "If you hadn't taken action, this master of yours might have exploded into a pile of meat." After speaking, he raised his hand and took out a palm. The luck in Trong Tam's body was forced out, curled up along Tuian's arm. Trong Tam was thrown far forward by the palm. His mouth exclaimed, "Ha!" He knelt down hard on the ground. The luck in his body was forced out and roamed around. Trong Tam knelt with both hands on the ground in a crawling position on all fours in front of Tuian. He bowed his head and said, "Whoosh," he was saved. Tuian stomped one foot hard on the old man's back. Trong Tam opened his mouth and raised his head. Looking up with blood-filled eyes, Tuian coldly asked, "What's wrong?" He lowered his head to look at the old man with eyes full of murderous intent. Tuian raised his hand. The aura curled around his arm. Trong Tam shouted in panic, "What do you want to do?" Tuian said, "What do I want to do? We still have to see your master's sincerity. Tell me what the hell you are. Dare to infiltrate my Hong Meng sect. What do you want to do?" Trong Tam twisted his face. His eyes were panicked and quickly said, I said, please forgive me. I deserve to die. I have eyes but can't see the mountain. Lying to you. In fact, I am not Nam Li Tong Nguyen Tu. My real name is Trong Tam. I only use his name to go around scamming money." Bok Lak Niet was shocked to the point of petrification. He opened his mouth wide and asked again, "What?" From his hand, Tuian summoned a wooden stick that radiated yellow spiritual energy. He turned the wooden stick in his hand. It was the handle of a chicken butcher knife covered with yellow spiritual energy. Tuian tightened his grip on the knife, hand, smiled softly and said, "Master, is this just a bit of sincerity? My little heart is hurt after being deceived. I can only cut off one of the master's legs as compensation." Tuian stood up straight, his hand raised high. A yellow spiritual energy ball appeared in his hand. His other hand held out a chicken knife. Trong Tam knelt down. Both hands held up a bag of things. He said, "I have sincerely, this is all my property. I hope the master will please accept it." At this time, a pair of feet approached. Someone called out, "Junior brother." The owner of this voice is Tuian. Even if there is a thin piece of silk covering her eyes, it still cannot hide her serious eyes, she said. You are like that. What if you are my bad disciple? Behind my back, congratulations. Tuian and Baklak Niet were bowed down, their faces sad because they had just been deceived. Tuian threw Trong Tam's storage bag in his hand, smiled mischievously and said, Senior Sister's words are wrong. I am here to eliminate evil. Moreover, I am here because Senior Sister told me to come. Is it possible? Didn't you tell me to come and set an example for you? Tuian said seriously, I told Junior Brother to come here to absorb the luck here. Isn't it like what you said? Tuian narrowed his eyes and smiled and asked, Is that so? Tuian opened her hand. The spiritual energy in her hand immediately turned into a yellow rope that tied Trong Tam. She said, You will also take this person instead of your junior brother. Trong Tam was so scared that his skin crawled. He glared at the rope tying him, opened his mouth wide and begged, I was wrong, please forgive me. Tuian winked at Tuian and continued, These are all the fate of Hong Mung Tong. After the explosion of luck left behind, I have absorbed my portion, the rest is all my junior brothers. Then her back, Baklak Niet, held the rope that tied Trong Tam and shouted at him. Hearing that, Tuian sat down, crossed his legs and held hands. His whole body emitted a yellow fire. He said, Then I won't be polite anymore. Tuian led Baklak Niet out of the room, giving space to Tuian. Baklak Niet cried in self-pity and said, Master, if you already knew it was a fate, why didn't you absorb it yourself, and told me to guard it? Tuian silently said in his heart, The power of luck and power far exceeds spiritual energy, but if the monk does not have the ability to digest it, it will only be a waste. Before, when he used Hong Mung's purple energy to temper the blue-purple twin swords, it was already wasted, my entire year. Tuian remembered the image of Tuian easily controlling the chi fortune in his hands, scaring Trong Tam and screaming in panic. What do you want to do? She thought. After her junior brother left Dai Chin National Capital, he would definitely return. There was a new breakthrough. Just now I saw him wielding the power of luck and it was almost written down. Tuian thought to herself, she must hold on tightly, otherwise she will be left behind by her younger brother. Then she turned around, smiled and patted Baklak Niet's shoulder, saying, Everyone has their own destiny. Baklak Niet was bewildered, understand what? At this time, at the first peak, the sky was dark, the rocky mountain was rising high in the middle of the forest, and thunder and lightning were coming from the sky. A powerful blue lightning struck a house on top of a mountain. When the lightning was about to strike the house, a yellow spiritual energy radiated from inside, covering the entire house. At this moment, Tuian was sitting cross-legged, a golden spiritual energy radiated around his body. The lightning that had just fallen quickly spread out to surround Tuian. In his heart he thought, the 10th tribulation of lightning. A few lightning bolts struck around but Tuian was not worried at all. He winked and smiled mischievously and said, Broken Dan into my karma, it's finally here. It's not easy to fill this bottomless pit of Dantian. A Dantian is absorbing lightning bolts, breaking the Dan into on. It is a process that every hero must go through, before reaching the original. During this process, the transformation of the golden Dan will cause in order to become a hero, you must absorb the power of the lightning tribulation that comes from the heavenly tribulation. It is said that the power of the lightning tribulation is also a type of power. The illustration is, if a black cloud hits 3 lightning bolts on a needle, then the person will be normal. If a dark cloud hits 5 lightning bolts on the needle, the person will have stronger strength and can hold a mouse in their hand. Tuian made a seal with both hands. He smiled and his eyes sharpened. He said, Thong Ling Taoist is known as the strongest monk. When he first became a monk, he could only withstand 5 lightning tribulations. Then I will confess, saying one sentence, Win On is the strongest, is not too much, right? In the dark sky, blue lightning began to merge into a larger shape. Tuian was unaware of the phenomenon outside. He thought, this is the 10th tribulation of lightning, never heard of this much in history. At this time, the lightning bolts had formed into the shape of a huge blue dragon. It looked down at Tuian, bared its teeth and screamed. Tuian's face changed color slightly, and the sound of love rang out in his mouth, still coming. Tuian smiled brightly. He said, just think about forming 10 thunderbolts into a primeval hero. He smiled and pointed straight to the sky, his whole body erupting with yellow spiritual energy to receive the lightning strike, excitedly speaking loudly. He really couldn't wait any longer. Right now the sky was dark and full of lightning. Tuian and Li Qianfan could no longer remain calm when they witnessed this scene. Both of them opened their mouths and eyes wide in surprise. Tuian said, they heard that Hu'un Immortal Emperor was first. That's just the original hero 10 thunders, maybe. At this moment, lightning bolts formed into 10 giant dragons rushing down to the small house. Tuian and Li Qianfan widened their eyes in panic. Li Qianfan said it was already the 20th life of lightning. Li Qianfan frowned in horror, opened his eyes as wide as possible and stared at Tuian. He said, "This thunder power has far exceeded the level of thunder and lightning, right?" Hundreds of thunder. As soon as Li Qianfan's words ended, lightning struck one place at the same time, causing the mountain top to emit light in the dark night, accompanied by a horrifying sound. At the foot of the mountain many people gathered. Practice raising your head to look at the strange phenomenon on the top of the mountain. After using all his strength to strike down, the lightning bolts began to disperse. The mountain became as quiet as before. An angry bolt of lightning said, "What could not die if you cut it for more than a day? It's drained me. Let's run, let's run." Hands pushed the wooden door open. Outside, light poured in through the crack of the door. Now it's morning, the sky is clear, a few white clouds drifting by, signaling a beautiful day. Tuian and Li Qianfan's faces were full of joy, holding their fists and bowing their heads in worship, both smiling, said in unison, congratulating junior brother and master on becoming 100 heroes. As soon as Tuian opened the door, he saw Tuian and Li Qianfan standing outside. He immediately asked, "Are you two here protecting me? Have you been standing here all night?" Tuian immediately replied, "This is the time when our Hongmeng sect gave birth to the White Thunder Principle. How could I be absent as the sect leader?" Suddenly she pursed her lips. Then he frowned slightly and said, "Actually, I also have something to ask my junior brother." The two of them were standing in the forest. Tuian proactively asked, "Is senior sister a member of Long Yantianjian Kingdom, and the daughter of the first family uncle of Long Yantianjian Kingdom?" Tuian closed his eyes, sighed and replied, "Yes." She recounted, "The reason I came to Hongmeng sect was because I was saved by senior brother Trong while wandering in Daichin." Tuian remembered the image of her and senior brother Trong as children. He told her, "Well, from now on, this is your home." She continued, "Because I had nowhere to go, so I followed senior brother Trong to Hongmeng sect." Tuian heard that and asked her in confusion, could it be that her family hasn't looked for her sister for many years? Tuian shook her head, her face sad and replied, "They won't find her." She remembered that terrible night. She was surrounded by wolves of different blood. She said, "The reason I left my uncle in the first place was because my second uncle tricked me and took me to the suburbs. At that time, she kept trembling and called out, 'Second uncle,'" she continued, "if it wasn't for senior brother Trong's help, I'm afraid I would have died in the belly of a wild beast." Tuian looked at her and thought, so my sister had such a past. Tuian was both worried and scared and said, "Recently, my uncle came to see me, and also told me to come back and marry the Emperor Long Yan of the country." Tuian heard that and shouted loudly, "Unacceptable, he has ignored you for so many years, and now he wants to use you to get married again. This time I will go to Long Vientianj Quoc to participate in the Battle of Destiny. Country, will definitely help you make a fuss." Tuian worriedly said, "This time I won't bother my junior brother. This time I come back, I just want to make a fuss. There are still more than 3 months left before the great national war begins. I will go soon, trip and return. During this time, I also want junior brother to help take care of Hongmeng sect." He quickly grabbed the fan in his hand and said, "Then let's go together." His face seemed interested in this matter. He said, "Just before the great national war begins, Qianfan and I will also go to Long Vientianj Quoc to prepare some things, so let's go together. Let's go and have a big fight." Hearing him say that, Tuian wondered and asked, "What about Hongmeng Tong?" Tuian replied, "It's okay if you don't leave it to senior brother Trong. Is his injury okay? Fortunately, he's already used to this job." On this side, Tong Trong Hok suddenly let out a loud hiss. While watering the flowers, he raised his hand to rub his nose and said to himself, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" Outside Longmon Citadel, Tuian and Tuian were walking together. Tuian said, "This is the Dragon Gate city located on the border of Daichin." She immediately explained to him that the Great Qin was far away from the upper kingdom of Long Yan, and there were many dynasties in between. To be able to maintain such a long-distance teleportation formation, the Great Qin could only be established in it's just a place like Dragon Gate City. If you want to get to Long Yan upper kingdom as quickly as possible, you have to use such a large teleportation system. Tuian suddenly spoke up, "Let's go. I asked Tin Naguya to inform the Longmon city master that he is probably waiting for us at the city gate. When the time comes, Dao Ling and Deep Feng will go with Tin Naguya." At the city gate, Trong Hai Min and his subordinates were waiting, Tuian and Tuian. As soon as he saw the two of them, he quickly went to pay his respects. At Halongmon City Lord Trong Hai Min, he asked to meet with the national master. He was the city lord of Longmon City, Trong Hai Min. Tuian waved his fan and said, "No disrespect, His Majesty has probably already informed you. We are waiting here because we want to requisition the transmission array of Longmon City." Trong Hai Min heard this and replied confusedly, returning to the national teacher, our teleportation formation from Long VM Gate in the upper country can only be used twice a year, now. Then he hesitantly continued, now, not only has the teleportation array been requisitioned by Princess Dai Lam of Long VM Kingdom, but even the palace of his subordinates has been taken over by Princess Dai Lam, belonging to. He tried to argue but really did not dare to offend the royal princess. As he spoke, Princess Dai Lam's image of being cruel and killing others without fear appeared. Tuian didn't understand something, so he asked again, did you requisition the transmission array? But is there something urgent? Have you told the princess that we have an important matter that requires us to go to Long Yan Tianj Kwok? Listen to me. When asked that, he was suddenly startled and awkwardly replied, this. Then he answered honestly, the princess said that she was tired after traveling by flying shuttle to visit here, so she wanted to use a teleportation formation. Her subordinates also informed the princess that the national teacher would participate. Great national war, but... Suddenly Trong Hai Min bowed down and spoke, the princess said that there is only one 6th class dynasty, it doesn't matter if you participate or not, it's just a waste of the Long Yan Kingdom's resources. Tuian folded his fan. He said seriously, take us to her. At Longmon City's City Lord's Palace, purple protective barriers continuously spread out. A doorman saw someone coming, immediately pointed at that person and said with wide eyes, the princess is not receiving guests now, please go home. Tuian calmly responded to him, we are looking for the princess, we have something to discuss, please let me go. The gatekeeper looked at them with disdain, then scratched his ears and said, Dai Chin people, right, the princess once said that Dai Chin people and dogs are not allowed inside. Tuian now felt a bit uncomfortable, while Trong Hai Min quickly explained that, since Princess Lam arrived, a ban has been set up in the City Lord's palace, without the permission of the City Lord. Princess, I can't go in either. The state teacher watched, but in his heart he secretly thought, quickly knowing that it will be difficult to leave. Bong Tuian raised his hand to touch the barrier. In his hand, a sword energy slowly appeared, emitting a strong golden aura. He said in a serious voice, this princess of the kingdom truly has great prestige. The guard saw this and quickly shouted, what do you want to do? And Trong Hai Min, standing next to him, couldn't help but worry and spoke up, sir, he thought to himself, this is the defensive formation that Emperor Tianj Longviamingu gave to Princess Dai Lam, where can she be defeated? It's so easy to solve, if you anger the princess then you're screwed. Suddenly, Tuian raised his sword and slashed, causing the barrier to be destroyed. Trong Hai Min, standing next to him, couldn't help but tremble. Both of them, the guard and Trong Hai Min, opened their eyes wide in surprise. One shouted loudly and the other stammered, break it, it's that easy. The guard quickly ran away. As he ran, he shouted loudly, without realizing it, he quickly went to report to the princess. Tuian was very relaxed at this time, holding a fan in his hand and saying, Princess Dai Lam can't come out in the middle of the day, we're worried about her safety, we have to go in and check. Scene change, a rope whip is thrown. And Tit Vo Song is the one who is suffering this beating. Cody Lam sat on the carriage while whipping his whip at Tit Vo Song and shouting loudly, moving quickly. She said cruelly, what's the use of raising you, I can't even pull a cart, she's Cody Lam, Princess of Long VM Kingdom. The guard from before quickly ran to her and shouted loudly, you don't know, princess. Seeing his actions like that, Cody Lam quickly whipped him in the face and scolded him, who gave you permission to speak? He was hit by her whip and screamed in pain. Then he bowed respectfully and said, yes. A person standing behind Tuian saw this scene and couldn't help but speak out, this princess is also bullying people too much. Her voice still rang out, hurry up, forcing Thick Vo Song to use all his strength to pull the cart. Tuian observed the scene just now and thought to himself, the carriage is pure gold, at least over 10,000 pounds, even a golden monk couldn't pull it, this girl doesn't seem to have any cultivation, then but can use the strength of the body to pull, the innate divine power. Cody Lam stood up and whipped Tit Vo Song harder, she ordered. Tian did not quickly kneel down as a footstool. Vo Song was beaten so painfully and cried out in pain. After that, she only obediently obeyed, knelt down and spoke, and the slave obeyed. At this moment, she was very arrogant, stroking her whip, stepping on Vo Song's body and then pretending to praise, that was a bit more delicious, knowing her position clearly. She continued, this is the attitude that an untouchable should have. Vo Song was stepped on, gritted his teeth in pain and replied, yes. Suddenly Company D Lam held a whip, pointed it at Tuian and his group and gave an order, what are you waiting for? The great concubine has no eyes and has already entered the door to rebel, so don't hurry up and arrest him. The footsteps of the soldiers became more and more numerous, faster and faster. In an instant, Tuian and his group were surrounded on all sides. Seeing the situation, Trong Hai-min panicked and explained to Cody Lam, "It's not like that, Princess, you misunderstood, our Master of State really has something to discuss." Hearing that, she immediately replied that the national teacher was the first-class hero. She smiled evilly and sarcastically asked, "Dai Chin has fallen into this step, dogs and cats can also become national teachers." Trong Hai-min held his head and cried, looking at Tuian with worry, "It's over, it's over, it's over, what should I do, sir?" I heard him say that and asked again, "What should I do?" He smiled, then tightly grasped the sword in his hand and affirmed, "Isn't this clear enough?" Then he used the momentum to jump into the air. He brought his sword back to gain momentum and punched, then said, "How could the noble princess mistreat a servant, and even speak rudely to the great concubine?" The soldiers below looked at him in surprise but still did not know they were being attacked by him. The golden gas emitted from his sword flew through their bodies. Then all of them were knocked down and lay on the ground, screaming in pain. Tuian spoke up, "Now is the time to need someone to save the price." Wendy Lam witnessed the scene before his eyes. His face turned pale in fear. He hesitantly said, "What?" Tuian pointed the sword at her and accused her. Her karma is so bold, she still refuses to get out of the princess's body. When she saw Tuian do that, she frowned and asked aggressively, "How dare you use a sword to point at this palace?" Tuian calmly smiled and replied, "I am protecting the price." He emphasized and asked her, "What do you think?" Then he informed her of something. "I had just placed a talisman in the princess's sea of consciousness, if the princess could not guess what I was thinking." He approached Cody Lam, looked at her with sharp eyes and said, "Then I have to give the princess a little taste of the talisman." When she heard his words, she didn't panic at all, but on the contrary, she raised her voice even louder, "You are threatening me. Today I still want to see if your damned Great Chin National Master dares to lay a hand on me." After speaking, she fiercely kicked Vo Song's body and then ordered me to stand up and tell all the soldiers. She was kicked and immediately screamed in pain. Cody Lam looked at Tuian with challenging eyes and said, "This palace wants this entire Dragon Gate, not keeping chickens and dogs." He held out his hand. In his palm there was a ball of air. His face gradually became colder as he looked at her. "What a stubborn karma. It seems that I still need to use my technique of swallowing heaven and killing earth." Eliminated demons for the princess. Suddenly yellow rays of light emitted from her forehead. She opened her face to look at him. Then covered his ears and screamed with a painful expression. She fell to her knees. Trembling and screaming, "My head, it hurts, it hurts." Tuian told her, "If I want now, I can erase the consciousness in this body." He used his sword to lift her face. Her head was still emitting yellow rays of light, causing her constant pain. He continued to speak, but unfortunately if he did so, not only would the demon be destroyed, but even the princess will turn into a hollow corpse. Now. His face was full of coldness and he asked, he probably knew what to do. Cody Lam glared at him and replied, I know, I can listen to you, so stop quickly." Tuian now has the answer he wants to hear, so he won't make things difficult for her anymore. He turns and walks away. Being able to resolve this peacefully like this is the best. After all, a person like me also loves peace very much. Cody Lam raised his hand and rubbed his head, silently cursing in his heart, "Damn you, you bastard, sooner or later I will cut you into pieces." As soon as she finished thinking about it, she yelled at him again. Why was Vo Song still standing there? Hurry up and help him up. But when she didn't see her reaction, she turned around and saw her nowhere, no one there. Vo Song knelt in front of Tuian and begged him to accept me as his disciple. Hearing her say that, I was somewhat surprised. Seeing this, Cody Lam suddenly felt, what? Both Tuian and Trong Hai-min were equally surprised. Vo Song trembled and begged, I don't want to humiliate anyone, please accept me as your disciple. Tuian asked her why I had to accept her as my disciple. Vo Song quickly said the reason. Sir, now the heaviest thing a slave can lift is 100,000 pounds. Normal wild animals are not a slave's opponent. If you don't want to accept me as a servant, if you're a disciple, you can accept me as a servant. Trong Hai-min opened his eyes wide, gasping in surprise, thinking to himself, 100,000 pounds, the Taoist of the Taishu sect specializes in cultivating the body. I have heard him boast before about the lower disciples, Truk, junior disciple, but with that kind of 100,000 kilogram strength, he must be an outstanding talent. He observed Vo Song kneeling down and thought, this female slave just started training today and yet she has a strength of 100,000 pounds. Tuian said coldly, it turns out that way. First you just stay by my side, be a registered disciple, and then we'll see how you perform before deciding to continue. When she heard him say that, she happily replied, thank you sir. The system rang and gave him a notification, congratulating the host on successfully accepting the disciple. Now the host can see the attribute list of the student, disciple, identity, Vo Song, identity, disciple, nickname Enlightenment 50, core 500, talent 0. Seeing Vo Song's attribute table, Tuian couldn't help but sigh and think, his core is 500, this is really not simple. Li Qianfan's core is only 300 and he's hungry, it seems like he's hungry, didn't make a mistake today, found the treasure again. Then he waved his fan and said, let's go to Long Vientiange Kingdom. Cody Lamb saw this situation and a thought popped into her mind, should she take advantage of this moment to escape? But she did not expect that Tuian would not forget her presence. He called out, let's go quickly, princess, causing her to open her mouth in panic. He glanced at her with bullet-shaped eyes and asked, without me here to suppress her, what should I do if she is possessed by evil spirits? Cody Lamb looked at him fearfully and hesitantly replied, I know. The quiet space at the rubbing table shifted. Everyone was standing in the turntable teleporting to Long Vientiange Quoc. In Long Vientiange Kingdom, a quiet space covers the entire kingdom. At Chukjia, a woman dressed in red with long hair came over and called, Father, I just received news from Dai Qin. Sister has gone to Long Yantiange Kingdom. Tuian has a relationship with her. As for her, not long ago she had a breakthrough to win on, but I haven't heard exactly how many times she took win on. When the drunk man heard this, he turned around and smiled. He is the Chuk family, Jia Chuk Hong. He replied, how many times have I told you, don't call me father, you are just like me, that kid calls me dad. This girl in a red shirt with purple hair is Chuk Nyan. She held a piece of paper in her hand and asked him curiously, Chuk Nyan doesn't understand what's the difference between father and father. When Chuk Hong heard her question, he sighed helplessly and said, leave it up to you. Suddenly he frowned and thought, Kohak had already given an order, asking me to bring Chuk Tuian to the palace. I've been postponing this for a long time. I'm afraid I can no longer persist. This time, Chuk Tuian will return, coming to Long Vientiange Kingdom. If the Chuk family doesn't express anything, I'm afraid that old dog Kohak won't leave it alone. He put down the watering can and continued thinking, at least I have to act out the show with this old dog. Then he advised, Nyan He, if Chuk Tuian and they have arrived at Long Vientiange Viam, then wait for someone to get there. You will take Chuk Tuian and Tuian home. You must definitely take them back there. Chuk Nyan immediately responded and obeyed, Father. Chuk Hong thought sadly, my wife was murdered, my eldest daughter was lost, I only have this child left by my side, and on top of that, I was also extinct by the 9 yin. What is Tuak Kwok brother? I'd rather not be born in the Chuk family. He clasped his hands and silently apologized to Chuk Tuian. I'm sorry Tuian He, after you enter the palace, I will find someone to help you leave. Chuk Hong thought about the scene of Ko Huk being at court. He continued his train of thought, but those days were about to end. Waiting for my plan to succeed, the unpredictable and sinister elders of the Chuk family. There's also that old dog who doesn't care about anyone sitting on that long chair. They all deserve to die. His face shows determination and hatred but also carries a little hope. Until then, the three of us will be reunited. At the capital Long Vientiange Quoc, in the emperor's study, a person was kneeling on the ground reporting the news to the emperor. Just then, a secret message arrived. You are the Dark Guard, Long Yan. You continue to report. The royal lord of the country, Shaman Yan, has sent an army of 300,000 to the border of our country. I'm afraid he wants to wait for the results of the army. War will immediately continue the great war with our country like a year ago. The other man snorted and gritted his teeth after hearing his report. That damned Shaman Yan. He is the emperor of Long Yan Upper Kingdom, Ko Huk. He remembered the Great War a year ago and said, that group of nobles from that upper country was just a small, anonymous country for more than 100 years. Yet nearly 100 years ago, in recent years, he suddenly rose again. He became even angrier and said, how many times he invaded small countries, not to mention, 100 years ago, he had the intention to attack my country Long Viam. It's true, this is worth dying for. Then he angrily slapped his hand in the arm of the chair and shouted loudly, if it wasn't for that guy Shaman Yan who was lucky and suddenly grabbed the opportunity and formed a special type of primordial spirit, otherwise he would have just relied on the strength of the Tan Viet Tiange country. There is no way to threaten our Long Yan Tiange country, so I have to owe a debt of gratitude and invite the Vermilion Mountain Army to take action, so as not to fall into a situation difficult like this. Then he suddenly showed a sinister smile and said, "But that shaman Yan guy can't be complacent for too long. Before that, I had already found a daughter with the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. I had already understood. Tell the Chuk family that one day you can marry that girl." The image of Chuk Tuian appeared in his mind. He was like a crazy man, sticking out his tongue and looking at Chuk Tuian in his palm with hungry eyes as if he wanted to devour her. He continued to say, "Just absorb the Phoenix bloodline on him. Of it, I can become the original spirit of Longvium. Until then Shaman Yan and his royal title will be crushed by me." In Longnam's room, he bowed his head respectfully. In addition, the Lord also had news that the Crown Prince had been searching for news from the family recently. I'm afraid he knew something. Kozak sat on the chair and waved his hand. "The prince, haha, what can you do with that bad boy? If there's nothing else, you guys go down first. On the congratulations side, I'm sure we'll keep an eye out. If there is any confusion, be careful with your brains." Hearing this, Longnam's group was a bit startled and respectfully bowed. Longnam replied. His subordinates obeyed. After that, the three people left. Before they could reach the door, Ko called them back. "Wait." Longnam turned around. "Your Majesty." The old man closed his eyes and relaxed. In case something unexpected happened, prepare enough to destroy the pill, even if something really happened on the Chuk Tuian side. There is a group of voracious Yuan. He enjoys looking at his curled hand. The dragon flame water cannot be defeated. In the capital of Longyan Upper Country, the teleportation center brought a group of people. Tuian walked in front, holding the fan gently. This amazing instant teleportation, otherwise it would be much more convenient if Meng Tong also had it. Chuk Tuian walked behind and looked at him, agreeing, "That's right." Cody Lamb, who was walking behind, heard that and turned his head back. His tone of disgust and trash like this made you look at him without blinking. "You're such a poor, rustic type who has never experienced life." Tuian folded his fan and turned around smiling. "That's right, if the princess is as rich and majestic as this, then the transportation costs this time will be paid by the princess." Sigh, escorting the princess back to the country is really hard work. By the way, add 100,000 high-grade spirit stones for me to nourish my health. Hearing that, Cody Lamb gasped, surprised. "Oh, me, what do I rely on?" He smiled sinisterly and looked at her with cold eyes. The princess would not be indifferent to the servant. Hearing that, Cody Lamb was scared and panicked, took out the bag of gold coins from his pocket and held it in front of him. I can just put in the money, right?" Seeing that, he smiled gently and was satisfied. Inside the gold bundle are many brilliant blue diamonds. "Helpless, this is all my money." Tuian smiled. 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. Well, equivalent to 1 million top-quality spirit stones. That's the session. Then his group turned around and left. He waved his hand behind. "Let's go, sister, Kiem Fan, Vo Song. I invite everyone to the best pub to have a full meal. As for the princess, that's it. Once you reach the capital, please let the princess go home herself." Cody Lamb angrily clenched her hands and shouted at the crowd, "Hey! From now on, I won't protect the princess anymore. When you're done, please be very careful. If you ever call demons to enter your body again, it won't be good." Hearing that, she angrily clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, frowned in irritation. "You damn high-ranking untouchable, sooner or later I will chop you up." At the restaurant, the table was lavishly displayed with beautiful and attractive dishes. The sounds of praise were heard. The food was delicious. 4 people sat straight with their hands on the table. No one moved their chopsticks. Tuian spoke up. Unexpectedly, the country of Longvium Tianj also had a heavenly treasure house. The business was really expanding, not only auction business, but also housing business, inns and taverns. Seeing that, Tit Vo Song said, "Master, don't you know, Tian Company Lao is the place where the restaurant business and the restaurant business are located, and in the future it will become more and more famous." He turned to listen to her, and was now standing. He's already a leader in the business, now he's opened up more pharmacy and auction operations, and I heard he can also do intelligence transactions. It is said that as long as you have enough money, there is nothing that Tian Company Lao cannot do. Tuian praised, "It is truly supernatural energy." Then the waiter brought up a plate of food, smiling, "Ladies and gentlemen, the food is ready, please enjoy your meal leisurely." He smiled, "That's perfect." Then next, he stood up and held up his chopsticks. "Today, if they don't finish eating, no one is allowed to leave the table." Tit Vo Song responded, holding up the chicken thigh in his hand. "Yes, sir." Master and Kiem Fan unanimously raised their chopsticks and received the order. Only Chuk Tuian calmly drank the water and did not react. The two of Kiem Fan and Vo Song ate and drank enthusiastically. Kiem Fan held the bowl in his hand, looked at Vong Song and told him, "Eat quickly, junior sister, our master said we would do it. We really said we wouldn't leave the table, let's just take advantage." Vo Song nibbled on the chicken leg and replied, Vo Song sucked on the noodles, held the shrimp in his hand and looked over at Tuian, placing the glass of water on the table. Tuian looked at her and said, "Wait until you finish eating and I'll take you to buy new clothes later." Tuian looked at her and smiled, happily. "If you worship your junior brother as your teacher, then you are also a member of our Hongmeng sect. You can't help but have clothes that fit you, right?" "Listen." Vo Song was delighted, happy, and grateful to the teacher. Hearing the words monk, Tuian blushed, pretended to cough. "Wait, I'm not." Before he could finish his sentence, Tuian smiled brightly at her. "Come on, eat it." She raised her head. "Oh." In another corner of the dining table, a man, holding a glass of water in his hand, looked towards Tuian, meaning that was not. He held the cup in his hand so tightly that it cracked, gritting his teeth angrily. "Tuian, I finally found you." On the dining table, the food suddenly ran out. The dishes on the table were clean without any scraps of meat left. 4 people were full and holding their stomachs. 2 people Kiem Fan and Vo Song were full, so 1 person fell behind the chair. 1 person collapsed on the table, very full, and Tuian then slowly and gently wipe your mouth with a towel. Suddenly the table transformed, rotating with bright golden light. A series of dishes appeared on the table again, as new as before. Looking at the food on the table, Tuian raised his head and stared intently at the table. Why? Tian Company Lao Lai designed the formation on the table. This is the next order automatically. Seeing Tuian's confused and surprised look, Vo Song immediately spoke up and introduced this as the unique formation system at Tian Company Tower. She remembered the scene where Cody Lam used a whip to beat her here without anyone knowing, and then slowly continued to say that not only could she automatically prepare food, but the wall in the room also had a silent formation. Vo Song had witnessed the cruel acts committed by Cody Lam. His voice recounted the day before when he followed the princess, saw her taking advantage of the protective array on the wall, and heard her attack power, and the protective array emitted is so strong that it can kill the divine realm in the blink of an eye, and I don't know how powerful the master of Tian Company building is. Tuian stroked his chin and curled his lips, smiling to eliminate distractions in an instant. In his heart, he secretly wished that if Hongmeng Sect could also equip such a set of formations, wouldn't it be invincible? At this moment, a loud bang suddenly rang out outside the wall, along with a streak of air that cut through the wall and rushed inside. Tuian's 4 people were startled and cried out in unison, turning around to look, their faces extremely tense and nervous. Appearing behind the knockdown wall was a dark shadow accompanied by a shout of Tuian. The black-clothed man in the next room with a murderous look on his face, holding a sword and aggressively walking towards her while scolding her in a loud voice, really made it easy for me to find. Tuian heard him call an unfamiliar name and bewilderedly asked Tuian, "Who was that?" Tuian looked at that guy with fury but didn't say a word. She briefly thought about Tuian. It's been a long time since she heard that name. I heard that she is now the strongest among the young people in Longvium. It sounds like she lives quite easily. Easy. The guy in black saw the bewildered attitude of Tuian and his group. His blood boiled even more. His eyes widened and he shouted, pretending he didn't know me. He arrogantly used his sword to cut the dining table in half, his face black and fiercely accusing Tuian that this woman really had a cruel heart. His face darkened as he looked towards Tuian and let out insults that I had chased her for so long and she didn't even look at me, but now he's eating with this white-faced guy, here. He rushed towards Tuian, swung his sword and attacked, screaming that if I killed him right in front of her, would her attitude towards me be different. An explosion rang out in front of him, the light blinding his eyes. The man in black opened his eyes wide in surprise. Tuian used his fan to block his sword and smiled faintly as he said to the people on the side of Tian Company building in the distance, "You saw everything, you attacked me first, so now I'm too careless to defend myself too much, it's also a matter of course." The aggressor then lowered his sword and looked back, catching a glimpse of the figure of the person from Tian Company Tower. He was startled and exclaimed, "When did you appear?" A beautiful and graceful beauty named Jia Cat Lam clasped her hands in ceremony and smiled brightly like a flower as she responded to Tuian, "Dear guests, please." Then she withdrew her smile and coldly suggested that if you don't want to get your hands dirty, you can leave it to me to handle. Tuian curled his lips and smiled, replying that it was convenient, then gently waved the fan as if chasing away flies. A gust of air rushed from the fan and hit the black-clothed man in the stomach, causing him to be pushed back. He fell to the floor while Zhuge Liang's face did not change. Tuian looked at the man in black who was lying motionless with white eyes and told the female owner of the building to save some of his life, so as not to break the rules of the heavenly secret building. Jia Cat Lam raised his finger to launch the blue light energy ball and tilted his head to say that he was bothering the guests. The ball of air instantly turned into two ghostly silhouettes that rushed towards the man in black. While the two monsters were dragging that guy away, Jia Cat Lam turned around with a beautiful smile and introduced himself as the person in charge of the Tian Company building. If you don't mind your meal, I'll pay all the expenses for your meal today. Have fun. Tuian stared blankly at the two ghost-shaped traces of spiritual energy, wondering, isn't this spiritual power? He suddenly called out loudly, wait. He concentrated the same blue light, but a few words were hidden inside. After attracting Jia Cat Lam's attention, Tuian frankly told this woman that he was very interested in the formation of Tian Company building, wondering if she would be interested in making a deal. If the people of Tian Company were Lao also knows that the mental puppet technique is recorded in the optical knife, so perhaps you know that too, right? Jia Cat Lam looked at the aura in Tuian's hand and couldn't help but be surprised, and his heart shook violently. Is it the Kai Yang that he was thinking about, unless he was also the one who inherited the immortal Emperor of Void Abyss? Immediately she bowed respectfully to welcome you. Please follow me. Before Tuian left, he did not forget to turn back and tell everyone to wait here for me for a while. Jia Cat Lam poured wine and spoke, still not asking the name of the client. I don't know what the client uses to trade the Tian Company low formation. Tuian replied, just call me Tuian. He pointed at the water stain on the table. He looked at her with a surprised expression and said, just now I saw that Treasurer Zhuge Liang could use the power of spirit skillfully. I'm sure he probably understood the meaning of this word. She frowned slightly. If it was really a relic, then it really wasn't ordinary. Zhuge Liang looked at him and said, Master Tu, how can we confirm that the whereabouts of the Kaiyang relics are real? Tuian gently waved his fan, glanced at her and said, you also know that Dao Quang Tian can only practice up to the first level of spirit division. Going higher will require a new inheritance. She replied, that's right. He continued, Tumo heard that there is a type of divine division pill that only needs to be used to help people break through to divine division. As long as Heavenly Secret helps me reach divine division, I can't prove it to you. Have you seen it? She leaned her chin in thought and said, daring to ask Master Chu Tian where his current cultivation level was. He replied, when on first floor. Zhuge Ling clenched his fist and said, objectively, finding the right person and dividing the gods into thousands of hard-to-find gold in the world is as easy as turning a hand, just. She said seriously, if someone dares to play with the heavenly secrets for a long time, let alone the second floor, even half-humans from the innate heavenly secrets will swear to death that they will chase them to the edge of the horizon. He smirked and said, I know the ability of Tian Company Lao myself. I am bringing my sincerity to the Jia Cat Foundation manager. Please rest assured. Every ray of sunlight shines into the room. The two continue to talk. This matter still needs to be reported to the palace of Fengchao, which is also my father, Jia Cat Tan Van. Please wait for me, Tu Tian Master, and I will return to my teammates. He will arrange for someone to take them to rest first, so I'll be bothering the treasurer. Tian Company Lao, Long Yan Tianj Quoc. In the palace, Jia Cat Tan Van raised his chin and said, I said someone has found the exact location of the Kaiduang relic. Zhuge Lin knelt down on one knee and bowed his head and replied, yes, I sent someone to check his background and found out that this person has been in the famous Qin dynasty for a year now, and a month ago, he applied pressure in the 10,000 Dao festival. The elders of other sects became great national teachers. He took a sip of water and said, great national teacher. He smiled smugly and said, not to mention the king's master. Even if the emperor personally came as long as I wanted, strangling him would be as easy as strangling an ant. She softly asked, what the owner meant was. He answered her, just do as he said, wait until the ruins are opened and then deal with this person. If the news about the inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Void Abyss is known to others, it will definitely cause disputes. Surely that guy could keep a secret. She quietly replied, yes. 10 years ago, Zhuge Qingyun entered the cave. Zhuge Liang suddenly asked, where is my sister? Why didn't I go out with you? She was surprised. She won't come back for the time being. 10 years ago, I saw with my own eyes my sister following Jia Cat Tan Van, who was also my father, into the Yao Kuang ruins and then never came back out again. He sat on the chair and said, when we go to the Kaiduang relic site, come with me. She replied, yes. She looked serious, then wasted all her thoughts and finally took advantage of her father's drunkenness from the mouth of the person who had just learned about the challenge of the Dao Kuang ruins and actually killed her companion. This time, it was finally her turn. What about me? Zhuge Lin then informed Tuian, I have already informed the palace that this matter has been settled. This time, please invite Master Tu and my teammates to temporarily use my heavenly secret. I have ordered people to prepare the spirit pill and will now leave. Master Tu Tian will go there. He replied, it's been hard. He turned around and left. The woman said, "This guest room has been prepared, please follow me." Jia Cat Lam looked at his figure. Has this person, who is a great minister of state, even served his wife yet? Once he knew that his strength to ascend the throne was not simply that of being a first in command. She frowned slightly. If she cooperated with him. Suddenly a loud call attracted his attention. Could Tuian master stop walking? In another corner, Li Qianfan suddenly spoke up. His master had been gone for an afternoon. Peerless said to go look for him. Why haven't they both returned yet? Tuian stood up and said, I'll go ask the people of Tian Company Lao. Suddenly there was a loud voice of a man shouting, Hello, I know you're inside, get out of here right now. The voice was so loud that it shook the roof and cracked the plant pots. Both tried to keep their balance to avoid being blown away. Tuian looked at the badly damaged table on the ground. Those with such power and cultivation level were afraid they would be above the original. She raised her hand to stop. Who was making noise here? The man holding the scimitar in his hand had an arrogant look on his face. Look quickly, isn't that the 10,000 swords obtained by the ancestors of the upper country? Why is it that powerful man who split his mind? Tit Vo Song was detained and shouted angrily, Monk. Li Qianfan pointed at Qian and asked loudly, Who is this? Old ancestor Van Qian pulled people around both of them. The surrounding people began to make noisy voices. The group of people opposite that old ancestor 10,000 swords wasn't the one who beheaded the Dechin's divine immortal sword Divine Sword Wind. Do I know that woman? I have to congratulate the family. Why are they with the great concubine's people? Why are these two groups of people confronting each other? He grinned. Finally out here. The great sword was firmly pinned to the ground. Old ancestor Van Qian was distracted on the first floor. His whole body exuded a fiery aura and said, I wish you all the best, I am in love with you. If you don't agree then stop it. Why did you seriously injure him? She spoke up and replied, You guys have mistaken the person here without any greetings and I don't know your disciple. He shouted angrily, You said nonsense and someone saw it with their own eyes. The aura in the great knife became even greater. He said, It followed you into the Tian Company Lao, and it didn't take long for you to be carried out covered in blood. You still said it wasn't you. She lowered her head and said, Then you should ask him what he did to make someone beat him until he was covered in blood. He pulled out his scimitar. Glaringly said, It seems you don't intend to admit your guilt today. He swung his knife and rushed at her, saying, If that's the case, I'll destroy your bastard's cultivation base and tie you up as a toy for my disciple. Tuian continued to summon two swords to block his attack. She waved her hand and said, Releasing Wushuang, two swords rushed forward. Old Master Van Qian quickly pinned the great sword, successfully absorbed her attack. She was surprised that the twin swords could not break the protective spiritual power of his great sword. He smiled happily, clenched his fists and said with strength, It's a pity that women also have some bravery. He punched her in the stomach and said, The gap between the spirit and the golden pill is not something you can make up with the help of the evil cult. She was thrown back after his punch. Li Qianfan shouted in panic. The sect master, Tit Vo Song, saw this and shouted loudly, Monk. Li Qianfan angrily rushed forward, but he blocked the attack with his bare hands. He was surprised. You. He sneered, This sword of yours isn't bad, but it's a pity you're just an original. How about you donate this sword and become a slave to me? Suddenly his murderous intent became strong. No one dared to be rude to the crown prince. Suddenly someone appeared to block his attack. Both Li Qianfan and Tit Vo Song Tuian were surprised. The man shouted loudly, His Highness the Crown Prince, put down his weapon and knelt down to pay his respects. He said in surprise, Crown Prince. The group of people carrying the palanquin slowly approached from behind the row of people who were buzzing. What prince? The man ordered, Go home, old farmer. The crowd quickly knelt down and said in unison, To see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, to see His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Qianfan and Tuian clasped hands and said, Great Qin of Hong Meng Tong Dynasty, Chuk Li Qianfan, thank you for your help. Old Patriarch Van Qian spoke up and said, What is the matter with Crown Prince Long Yan coming here? I will say bad things before today no matter who comes if the old man does not get a satisfactory answer. He smiled evilly, These two people don't want to leave here. Crown Prince Long Viam Company Di Hien stepped down from the palanquin and said, The noble bard of the country is truly arrogant and aggressive. He continued calmly, What answer does the 10,000 swords ancestor want? He pointed at Tuian and said, I want her to abolish her cultivation and from now on be my disciple's slave. He glared and frowned and said, "So do you know that this woman, whom my father saw in my eyes, will one day become the concubine of Emperor Long Yan of Tianjin Kingdom?" The crowd exclaimed in surprise, "What Emperor Long Yan of our country wants to marry the eldest lady of the Cook family as a concubine? A secret that moves the heavens, a secret that moves the heavens." He laughed happily. Old Patriarch Van Kiem said, "Wouldn't it be better to be able to avenge my disciple and hit the old seven man in the face? That's killing two birds with one stone." The man next to him shouted angrily and was rude. He laughed, "Ha ha." He spoke up and said, "Don't be rude. If you offend the 10,000 Swords ancestor, it will affect the relationship between our Long Yan Tianj nation and Tan Viet Tianj Quoc. Even if you have 10 heads, it won't be enough to compensate." He walked closer to her and continued, wishing her that the current situation is very difficult for me. As the crown prince, casually offending a strong man of the upper country is not a good thing for me. He smiled contemptuously and said, "But if you agree to marry me as a concubine, then you are the crown princess of Long Viêm Tianj Kiem country. The crown princess willing to humiliate me is also a name that will not let anyone in the future. How does it feel to hold her fontanelle?" The crowd became more and more surprised. Even the crown prince said, "Oh my god, this is truly a myth." Tuian frowned in displeasure. "It seems that this crown prince Long Yan of Tianj Kiem did not really have the heart to come to my rescue. He was just a house fire and looting." She held her weapon tightly in her hand. If she risked her life. Suddenly there was a loud, slow scream. Tuian was already behind Van Kiem Old 2, making him momentarily surprised. He swung his sword and cut the entire ground. He glanced at it and said, "The guest from the upper country is indeed very skilled." He stood up straight and continued, "Being able to avoid one of my swords was hardly considered a character." He held the wound on his shoulder and grimaced in pain. The crowd became more and more excited. Who was this person who couldn't even hit anyone with one move? But his tone was really loud. He even judged the ancestors of the people who were half a dozen thousand swords. Maybe they wouldn't let him in at all. He looked at the wound on his shoulder and gritted his teeth. Looking at his aura, he was nothing more than a first-level sword divination, so why was it so amazing? The power of my divining body was just passed by his sword light. The skin was torn again. He gathered strength in both hands and had to be careful to deal with it. Tuian rushed forward and said, "If you offend the head of my Hongmeng sect, you choose for yourself. Cut off your arm or I will come and take your head." He tried to resist and said, "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The power from the sword becomes stronger and stronger. His arm seemed numb. He took the opportunity to swing his sword and said eagerly, "It seems you have made up your mind." The sword was at his neck. He panicked and said loudly, "Wait a minute, you can't kill me. I have the honor of Tan Viet Tianj Quoc. Kill me Tan Viet Tianj Quoc and then I can declare war on Long Yan Tianj Quoc." Old Van Kiem closed his eyes and prayed, "I willingly cut off one of my arms and asked him to raise it high and hit me gently." The crowd discussed in surprise. The 10,000 Swords ancestor admitted defeat. That was the powerhouse in the period of distraction. Tuian frowned angrily and said, "Then please." He gritted his teeth. Things had come to this. He touched the wound on his shoulder and gasped, his buttocks turning pink. He gritted his teeth and left angrily, "I remember it well." Cody Hien frowned slightly. Where did this kid come from? Yet even the 10,000 sword ancestors were not his opponent. He clasped his hands and spoke up, thanking this friend for helping out and asking for his name. He leisurely replied, "My name is Tuian. You don't need to thank me. It's a family matter after all. My Hongmeng sect, on the contrary, I should apologize to His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm just a petty traitor and it's really making things difficult for the Crown Prince." He looked coldly. What a sharp tongue. Dihien turned around and said, "Let's go." He went to Tuian and asked if senior sister was okay. She replied, "I'm fine. On the contrary, junior brother went out on a trip, so why did his aura become so much stronger?" He recounted that the successful transaction between me and Tian Company Lao not only gave me the whole set of techniques of Tian Company Lao, but also the resources of Tian Company Lao and has now been smoothly promoted to a split spirit, worthy of being a heavenly god. It took less than half a day for Ji Lao to become famous in the world to prepare the divine pill. Li Qianfan opened his mouth in surprise. Didn't the spirit master just break through the original spirit? He broke through the spirit so quickly. He looked at the palm of his hand and said, Long Yan's country is truly as strong as a cloud. I heard that among those participating in the Great National War, there are quite a few powerhouses in the divided realm. I can only take advantage of it. Tuian advised, tomorrow I have to go out for a trip and wait for me to come back and we will go to wish the family. Tuian and Li Qianfan said at the same time, okay. At night outside Huangthang Long Viêm Tianj Quoc. Tuian said, "It is true that a good day with a hazy moon and a howling wind is suitable for doing bad things. It seems that I am late, so let's fight quickly and win quickly." Jia Cat Tan Van replied, "Tuian master." Cody Lam was annoyed, turned away and said, "Calling someone late to enter the royal mausoleum is truly inhumane." He answered her, "If the princess is dissatisfied, then go home first." She said angrily, "How can you just throw it away after using it, you bad person?" Zhuge Lin quietly observed, according to the previous investigation, this Xiao Xuan was the first time he came to Long Yantian's Kingdom. On the contrary, he could instruct Princess Dai Lam, who is famous for her stubbornness, to be arbitrary, to see that this person is not alone, as simple as it looks. She recalled, she slammed her hand on the table and said, "Begging the fairy master to save my life." He replied, "What does Mr. Jia Cat mean? Tu Mo saved her." She said angrily, "The owner of this Tian Company Lao branch is also my father's father, Cat Tan Van, in order to have the inheritance in the relic to open his stepping stone." She lowered her head and continued, "Now please, Master Chu Tian, save my life, I'm willing to be a buffalo and a horse to repay you." They gathered in a large place, hoping he could be Jia Cat Tan Van's opponent. He glanced over slightly and said, "Since the two of you have received Dao Quang Tian's inheritance, you surely know that opening this relic requires a large amount of blood, spiritual energy and divine power." Jia Cat Tan Van smiled and slid one hand behind her back. He strangled Zhuge Liang. He smiled evilly and said, "When I first bought you from the slave market and taught you for so many years, it's about time you repay me." She looked at him indignantly and said, "Your sister-in-law was also killed by you." Delightful laughter rang out, "Ha ha ha ha, so what?" She weakly reached out her hand and trembled and said, "Save me." Zhuge Qingyun grabbed the back of Zhuge Liang's neck with one hand. Under his strength, she was in pain, her whole body convulsed and trembled, her eyelids closed in suffering. He, with the opposite attitude, grinned, delighted. His other hand raised his hand to pretend to negotiate. Tuian master certainly doesn't want to bring trouble to himself, right? Just help me get the relics of the opening ceremony. I can take the position of the deputy castle master of heaven, Long told Master Tu. Tuian relaxed his facial muscles, closed his eyes and smiled softly, then really, Tuian master. The next second he spoke sharply, "What a pity." Along with his words, he waved his hand to create a bright slash straight towards his opponent's position, making him jump in surprise. The closer the murderous force got, the more scared he appeared on his thin face. His eyes tightened, his mouth was open, his hands were half covered as if he wanted to catch him. Just as expected, the slash cut across his arm and then disappeared. Jia Cat Tan Van's sleeve was torn off. Although that move did not leave a big wound, it was enough to cause pain as evidenced by his face. The victim's pale eyes and white eyes took advantage of that opportunity. Jia Cat Lam escaped from his grip and rushed away. Quick as lightning, she ran towards Tian Wian, bending down and coughing heavily. Tian Wian turned slightly to block the girl. Jia Cat Tan Van hugged his injured arm and shouted, "What do you mean?" Faced with this senseless question, Tian Wian responded with a reluctant and sarcastic smile, without any special meaning, just dissatisfaction with the price offered. He held out his hand to the angry Jilin next to him, calmly said, "Anyway, this righteous woman who offered it, really let me be in charge for a long time." The other person immediately stared so wide that the blood vessels in his eyes were clearly visible, his eyebrows were furrowed and stiff. He loudly slandered, "Okay, so you already wanted to cooperate with outsiders to plot against me." Zhuge Lin had now regained his composure and responded, "No way, father, if you weren't someone who saw me as a tool, I wouldn't have thought of this tactic." She clasped her hands, bowed down and asked the hero for help. In the future, she had to bother Master Tu. Tian Wian happily accepted, "No problem." Having finished speaking, he confidently performed the move. His right hand folded the last two fingers to put pressure on his left hand. That hand radiated powerful streams of energy, bright yellow like sunlight. The energy flow transmitted to the body. That terrible energy seemed to penetrate every corner and escape through Zhuge Qingyun's eyes and mouth and then covered it all. He screamed in pain. He moved his arm high, energy beams from the surrounding pillars followed, lifting the target's body. Zhuge was extremely overwhelmed. Suddenly, the floor of the area where they stood collapsed. A cylindrical hole was created with the floor of Tian Wian and Jia Cat Lam at the bottom, and yet, rays of energy continued to emit, illuminating all directions. This sudden scene couldn't help but surprise newcomers like Jia Cat Lam. She looked around in confusion and wondered, "What is this?" Tuian looked up at the hole divided into many levels. Each level was engraved with incomprehensible ancient lines. They emitted a magical green light. He clasped his hands behind his back and answered, "The ruins opened. Yang has started. Now it is the identity of the relics of Kai Yang." Jia Cat Lam is once again surprised. She shrank back, her eyes filled with fluctuations. The relic had already started, but I hadn't had time to leave yet. Remembering the old days, when she was still oppressed under the overbearing Juga Qingyun's school, he said that once the ruins started, of all the people who entered, only one person would live. Her mood was disturbed, her face darkened and turned pale. Could it be that I had difficulty avoiding Jia Cat Tan Van and ended up dying in the hands of Xiao Xuan? Not letting the darkness in her soul occupy the spotlight for too long, a loud explosion came from the stone chest next to her, attracting the attention of both of them. The source of energy glowed like fire accompanied by loud laughter. "Foreigner, do you know that this is the place of inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Void Abyss?" Loud laughter. "Outsiders, do you know that this is the place of inheritance of the immortal Emperor of Void Abyss?" That burning red energy came from a strong young man. His blonde hair stood up, his face had a scar extending from his forehead to his jaw. He clenched his fists complacently declaring war. If he wanted to achieve inheritance, you must accept the challenge. You too, whoever lives to the end will be qualified to obtain the inheritance of the first emperor. In contrast to the burning enthusiasm that was the cold, dark atmosphere coming from Jia Cat Lam and Tuian, the girl frowned and worriedly asked the boy who was standing still like a statue. As a result, she still fell into the trap. "What about this scene?" Tuian's response time was probably too slow, so she had to do it herself. Jia Cat Lam took the treasured sword and thought, "Sorry, even though I didn't want to do that, but things have come to this. Sorry, even though I don't want that, but things have come to this." How could a 5-year-old man have to ask a girl to protect him? He raised his own sword and rushed into battle, his eyes shining with excitement. "Stop wasting words." Jia Lam went from one surprise to another. His face gradually became distorted because he had to change 7, 4 or 9 shades. "What?" Tuian's body and the edge of the sword formed a perfect straight line. The tip of the sword stabbed into the middle of the opponent's chest. The place of contact flashed with dazzling power, then pierced his back. He strained his eyes to receive information. "You." Taking advantage of this short time, Tuian gathered his sword and rushed forward to attack. "Stop pretending to be a fool, bring out the inheritance." I don't know why, maybe the move just now was too strong and caused the muscular boy's body to gradually disappear. He mumbled absent-mindedly, "A small mortal, to have such strength, it's really amazing, obnoxious." His entire huge body shrunk into a ball of energy. Tuian showed a satisfied expression as if he was firmly holding a small sun in his hand. This was probably the second part of the Void Abyss Immortal's inheritance. Kai Duang Tian. Jia Lam stood behind, still attentively watching his next move. Everything happened so fast that she was completely speechless. It took a few moments to regain my composure and then turned to despair. "What? So this is the way to obtain the true inheritance? So, what does my sister count?" She covered her face and sat down, screaming and crying. At Tian Company Tower, a voice rang out, "The dead cannot be revived. The living must live well to not disappoint the expectations of the deceased." Zhuge Lin leaned down and said, "Thank you, Master Tu, for helping me avenge my sister. In the future, I will wholeheartedly assist Master Tu in managing the heavenly structure, and repay Master Tu's kindness." After hearing this, Wien immediately replied, "Yes." After that, Jia Cat Lam left. Behind her was Tuian, thinking to herself, would it be too showy to take advantage of Tian Company Lao's intelligence network to collect information on the remains of other emperors? Then he stretched and thought again. He didn't know what the system's feedback mechanism was. He still needed a little more time to research. Besides, this time he really wouldn't have a chance for long, so he had to find time, think about it for a bit, see how you can take advantage of it. Tuian complained tiredly, he was really busy. At this time outside it was very noisy. People gathered around and said, "Look quickly, isn't that the family's greeting?" Many men gathered around and exclaimed in surprise, "How could the eldest lady come to a place like this to drink tea? I saw her coming this morning, continuously drinking tea, perhaps waiting, someone. I don't know how divine it is to be able to make the eldest lady wish me come here. I don't know how sacred it is." At this time, Tuian and Tuian arrived. Because he saw the noise, he asked, "Oh, it's so noisy today." After the other people heard it, they said, "Nothing." Tuian immediately noticed the appearance of Tuian and Tuian. She immediately stood up and screamed, stopping. The two immediately turned to look. Tuian wondered, "Hey, this person looks a bit like her sister." Tuian immediately recognized her and called, "Tuian." She immediately grasped the weapon in her hand and shouted, "Who told her to come?" Tuian opened his hands and said, "Come with me." Hearing that, Tuian immediately stood in front of Tuian and said, "Oh come on, I know my sister is beautiful, but you can't even move your hands or feet, right?" Tuian looked at him with scary eyes and said, "You'd better not stay here and get in the way." She held the sword tightly and said, "If not," then she pointed the sword at his face and shouted, "Don't blame me for being impolite." Tuian stopped the sword in her hand and said, if the lady did not agree with her words, she would draw the sword, asking what she meant. He looked at Tuian's appearance and thought to himself, looking closely, this person looked almost exactly like his sister. Hearing his sister call her to congratulate her, could it be that the magnet dressed in black that day mistakenly recognized her as a sister, her? After that, Tuian immediately looked at Tuian and said, "Father told me to take you home." After hearing that, Tuian became angry. She shouted in frustration, "Since she has come, then please send a message to the homeowner, wishing that from now on, I will no longer have any relationship with him, with blessings." She angrily continued, "The appointment between the Chu family and the Emperor Longvium of the kingdom had nothing to do with me." After hearing that, Tuian looked down. She suddenly took the sword and rushed to Tuian and said, then she could only knock her out and bring her back. However, her sword was blocked by something. It turned out that Tuian had already used his weapon to block it. He coldly said, "If you want to touch the head of our Hongmen sect, you have to go through me first." At this time Tuian was extremely angry. She tightened her sword and said, "Dare to stop me, I don't want to implicate innocent people but..." Suddenly the men outside rushed in and said, "Why is there a woman who looks exactly like Tuian? I've never heard of the Chu family having a character like that." Looking at the situation, it looks like there's a good drama to watch. Wishing Yan used her power, around her was a glowing circle of fire. Seeing this, Tuian felt very strange. Suddenly a man came up and said, "Let's see, I'm afraid the lady wants to use her ultimate sure-kill move." After hearing this, several people around burst into tears and said, "Quite sure-killing move." He immediately explained to everyone around him. He heard that the blessing had the 9 sons, so it was noticed by the immortals in the fairy pavilion. The immortals crystallized the swordsmanship that they had mastered over the years into one secret technique, imparted to Chaknyan. Therefore, Chaknyan is not the person with the strongest cultivation level in the Long Yantianj kingdom, but in real combat, he is the leader with a reputation worthy of reality. Tuian was furious, grabbed a sword and rushed forward. He looked at it and said, "Look at the moves, I see that little brother also uses a sword. I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat this sword." Suddenly Tuian pushed all of them away with one hand, and Tuian fainted on Li Qianfan's shoulder. Tuian said complacently, "Wishing the homeowner invited us to his house, why did he close the door?" Tuian immediately launched a clever sword technique, using spiritual energy to focus on his eyes to see more clearly. Observing the opponent's moves, he muttered and admired this sword. "It's not simple." After seeing clearly, Tuian stood proudly, one hand clasped behind his back and the other hand gently shot a golden light sword, sending the sword in Tuian's hand flying away. The passionate move was easily defeated, causing Tuian to glare at him in panic. The crowd watching also opened their eyes and gasped in admiration. Tuian had already lost, and yet she was defeated in one move. Where did the young man who was fighting her come from? Who was there? Realize he doesn't. Tuian lowered his eyes and looked at the peerless sword in his hand, thinking to himself that this innate sword body is truly a good thing. After being immersed in the state of intelligent sword sect, every movement of the sword is possible, clearly visible. Tuian, after being beaten, fell to the ground. Her face became confused and she said to me, "Have I lost?" Tuian clearly heard the pounding sound in his chest and frowned in confusion, wondering why his heart was beating so fast. I had never felt this feeling before. Could this be what the world calls fear, or not? The panicked girl raised her face to look at Tuian and wondered if this man was the reason why her sister didn't want to go home. He looked deeply into Tuian's eyes and slowly said in a cold voice that I originally wanted to have breakfast before coming to Chuk family, but because you guys couldn't wait. Chuk lady, are you planning on going home yourself or are you planning on going home? Let me tie you up here. Having been humiliated, her face darkened, anger flared up, and she replied in a harsh voice that no one had ever made me feel afraid at all. Immediately, Tuian, his face full of anger, waved his hand and rushed towards Tuian to attack and shouted loudly, "I have to see how much bravery you really have." He quickly turned around and easily avoided it, not forgetting to mock her as if she was only good at swordsmanship. Compared to just now, this time she was truly incompetent. Meanwhile, Tuian lost his momentum and rushed forward, but Tuian quickly pressed his hand and hit her on the back of the neck, causing her to scream. Then he put his hand in front of her stomach and caught it. Tuian helped Tuian, who was unconscious, put him on the ground and said to senior sister Tuian, "Do you recognize this person? She looks very similar to you." Tuian sighed sadly and softly answered, "This person is my sister. Her name is Tuian, and the man yesterday probably mistook me for her." Li Qianfan was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, so the sect master also has a younger sister." Vo Song widened his eyes and asked in bewilderment if the monk's relationship with the family was good. Tuian patted her shoulder. With a calm and cold expression, he replied strongly that I no longer had anything to do with them. Tuian waved his fan. He walked towards the door and excitedly urged us to go. Since the Chuk family had so enthusiastically invited us, of course we should also visit their house. Arriving at the Chuk family's house, the servants' voices rang out. Filled with panic, the old man was in serious danger. Chu Kong stood facing the pot of ornamental flowers, leisurely swinging the watering can. Hearing the screams, he sternly asked what was going on. "Why were you so careless?" The servant, with a scared face, quickly reported that there was someone, hid it all the way to the door. He turned around in shock and shouted something. The servant remembered the scene in which Tuian and his group brought Tuian and kicked in the door. His voice trembled with fear and told him that there was a woman who looked very much like the eldest lady, leading 2 men and a little girl, along with each other entered the house. All the guards took action, but they could not stop him. The eldest lady was also beaten unconscious and brought here. After hearing this, Chu Kong's face changed and she secretly wondered if he had been knocked unconscious. How could she not be Chu Tuian's opponent? It seems that over the years at Hong Meng Tong, Chu Tuian has improved a lot, right? Seeing him just standing there without doing anything, the servant worriedly said, "Master, please think of a way quickly, they are about to rush past here." Chu Kong suddenly woke up and walked towards the door and told you to quickly go and invite Mon to serve you here, and I will go see them first. The servant replied clearly and ran away on all fours. Outside, the tightly closed door was kicked open. Tuian used both hands to strike the door, causing the 2 servants at the door to be pushed back. He glanced everywhere, tapped the fan in his hand and sarcastically asked Chuk family to invite us to visit, so why did they close the door like this? As soon as the words ended, Chu Kong also walked out to face Tuian and Chuk Tuian. He frowned angrily and raised his voice to shout, "Wishing my family a prosperous and inviting you to come. If you don't want to, then stop, but what's the point in being like this now?" Tuian saw his plan and smiled disdainfully and said frankly that the rescue force had not yet arrived, so he wanted to buy time. "Right, that's fine. I really want to see your Chuk family prosper. In the end, what reinforcements can be invited here?" His arrogant and confident appearance made Chu Kong slightly startled. He felt guilty and silently admired this name Tuian, but he was so arrogant, not considering anyone else like this. Having been silenced by Tuian's words, Chu Kong turned to Chuk Tuian and expressed a deep reprimand to Tuian. "All these years, you've been with this type of person, don't you want to go home?" She contemptuously repeated, "Go home." Chuk Tuian calmly looked him straight in the face and continued with a sarcastic tone, "What he meant was that the Chuk family had rejected me outside the door when I was 10 years old, even leading me to a deserted place without paying any attention." Hearing that accusation, he was stunned and his eyes opened wide. Wish Hong felt guilty and turned away, lowering his voice to avoid these old things and not mentioning them again. At that moment, there were footsteps approaching. 3 men with large bodies and luxurious clothes slowly approached behind Chuk Tuian. The man in purple clothes clasped his hands and pretended to be surprised, wondering if this was Chuk Tuian. These 3 people are the 2nd elder of the Chuk family, the 3rd elder of the Chuk family, the 4th elder of the Chuk family, the 4th elder clasping his hands behind his back, moving his lips and smiling, asking what's going on. "It's not easy to come back. Why don't you go inside and talk with parents?" Remembering the bad things I did in the past, the 2nd elder smiled evilly and looked at little Tuian. "Do you still remember the 2nd uncle?" Chuk Tuian turned to look at him, showing indignation and laughing loudly, confirming that if I forget anyone, I will not forget 2nd Uncle Chuk tricked me into abandoning him in a deserted place. Hearing her sharp words, Chu Kong glared at Tuian, not being rude. The 3rd elder frowned angrily and at the same time raised his hand to release his aura like a roaring fire. It was not easy to return home in one go, but it turned out to be a complete mess. "What's the point? I see you've spent more and more time outside these years. Life has gone backwards, and when we go back, we have to relearn good rules." Chuk Tuian's face turned black and was uncomfortable because of his fake teachings. She cautiously grabbed the twin swords and responded in a cold voice, "Far from the rules of your Chuk family, what does it have to do with me? Today, now I'm here to make it clear to you that the Chu family and I have long since ceased to have a relationship. From now on, you guys will go your own way, and it has nothing to do with me." The fourth elder was not happy and scolded him, but he said this, it was ridiculous. The second elder softly and apologetically admitted that what happened that year was all the second uncle's fault. He blamed the second uncle for not taking good care of him and not being careful enough to let him go. Lost, the third elder frowned and acted like a superior to advise him not to mention the previous matter again. You are also the one who is about to enter the palace. Be a little more mature, stay at home well. Tuian felt extremely ridiculous, expressed her dissatisfaction and raised her voice to refute, thinking I was a little girl who let you guys control me like before. Today who dares to stop me? She pulled out her sword, pointed it straight at the four elders' faces, and coldly declared that my sword has no eyes, making the three old men startled. Elder Nin rolled his eyes fiercely and shouted at me that I'm really used to being rash outside. I've forgotten what my own family is like. The fourth elder frowned and threatened that I really think the first world of the Long Yan Kingdom is a place. If you want to come, then come. If you want to go, then go. The third elder also frowned and said indignantly, adding that it seems like I have to help you remember the feeling of being at home. After taking turns scolding them, they demonstrated their authority by mobilizing Chukjia soldiers. Immediately a group of soldiers gathered to surround Tuian and his group. Seeing that they decided to use military power to suppress them, Chu Kong immediately came forward and spoke up to everyone. After all, Chu Tuian is my daughter. Chu Kong, now like this, don't you want to give me face? Third elder, pointing to his face, he smiled mockingly and scolded me for seeing you as an incompetent teacher, allowing this girl to become as arrogant as she is now. The second elder also laughed when he bullied Chu Kong. It's my father's fault. The third elder raised his face and smiled happily. If you don't take care of the prison, then let us take care of it for you. Is that okay? Having finished speaking, they loudly called out to everyone to protect the homeowner. Immediately two soldiers stepped forward and put their swords in front of Chu Kong. They looked down on him and smiled and said that we were also thinking about the family. Lord, please respect yourself. Don't enter the wrong battlefield and seriously injure yourself. That action made him dark and angry, but he couldn't do anything but helplessly scream at you guys. The defeated Chu Kong silently cursed these three old men in his heart, relying on himself to have the Chuk family soldiers, and basically did not let the Chuk family owner like me in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and swore to himself that sooner or later, he would make you three old men look good. Chu Tuian held both swords in both hands, thoughtfully estimating the strength of his opponent. The Chuk family soldiers were all orphans bought by the Chuk family. Since childhood, they have been subjected to cruel training and are absolutely loyal to the Chuk family. At the lowest level, it is at least a golden pill, with good aptitude, and can even be distracting. Looking at the prestige of the Chuk Jiabin in front of her, she worriedly told herself that the Chuk Jiabin could become the first generation of Long Yan family in the country. Half of the credit belongs to the existence of the Chuk Jiabin. While she was still wondering, Tuian appeared in front of her, smiling and exclaiming. He really had prepared quite a few people. His hand reached out and gathered strength, aura radiating everywhere. Not long after, it turned into a peerless sword in Tuian's hand. He looked at them with a black face and arrogantly announced that I would see who dared to take a step forward. The four elders pointed their fingers at him and loudly ordered him, but they were still dumbfounded, got rid of unrelated people, then took the young lady down to rest well. When the Chuk family soldiers heard that, they fiercely replied yes. They stomped on the ground so hard that the surface cracked. The group of people stood in a defensive stance, one hand holding their sword high and the other hand clasped in front of their chest, shouting loudly. The three heads of Chuk Jia soldiers were distracted by a powerful aura that enveloped their bodies. On this side, Tuian decisively slashed his sword and attacked with disdain, saying it only depends on you guys. Looking at the sword energy like a giant side rushing towards the Chukjia soldiers, they simultaneously directed the tip of the sword to the ground and mumbled loudly, forming a concentric formation, immediately creating a golden barrier ball to support them. The two forces collided. The sword energy created by Tuian shattered while the barrier created by Chukjia only cracked a little. Witnessing that scene, he couldn't help but frown in surprise and thought to himself that the sword just now could be blocked by just one person's spiritual shield, not to mention that all three of these people are level 1 spirit clones on par with me. Even though as a peak spirit splitter, being able to condense such a solid spiritual shield is not simple. Li Qianfan behind him suddenly said, "Master, I'm with you," but Tuian cut me off with a sharp face, so I retreated and took good care of Vo Song and senior sister. Tuian worriedly reminded his younger brother that he had to be careful when he was alone. He turned to look at her and smiled to reassure her. Chu Kong looked at Tuian's strength and horror. The copper center formation could condense the cultivation level of the people in the battle together. These three people were the leaders of the general Chuk family. The protective shield borrowed from the concentric formation to condense it together, at least able to withstand one powerful attack from the peak of the split god. This Tuian was able to break this shield. The four elders of the Chuk family saw Tuian break the center formation and angrily pointed and scolded, "A bunch of trash, they can't defeat this guy within 10 moves, I'll let you know." He looked at the stunned soldiers standing there and became even angrier. He didn't hurry up. The soldiers heard his anger and then regained their composure. They quickly put down their swords and urged the spiritual energy in their bodies to shout in unison, "Dong Tam formation, up!" With the Chuk family soldiers as the center, a ball of energy was gradually formed and hovered in the air. From the ball emitted electric rays that created deafening noises. Seeing this, the Chuk family soldiers tried even harder to urge their spiritual energy to be poured into the formation. They shouted with enthusiasm, "Hey-ya!" Tuian stood from afar watching them form a formation and silently assessed. The aura of these three people was constantly increasing. In the space of a few breaths, it had skyrocketed several times. The three soldiers of the Chuk family, after being infused with everyone's spiritual energy into their bodies and feeling the powerful source of energy, proudly raised their swords to fight. "I am ready to fight a big battle. Boy, I advise you, you better surrender now, hey-ya." He frowned as he looked at the three of them. The aura around them was stronger than before and secretly thought, even if he initiated the practice, he could not improve his cultivation to this level in such a short time. This did not seem simple. Simply transmit the practice. Looking down at the formation at their feet, his head moved quickly and he gradually understood the principle of this, which was to use the formation under their feet to temporarily concentrate everyone's power on the three people there. Seeing that he didn't pay any attention to them, the big brother angrily swung his sword and slashed down. Daring to underestimate us, he easily jumped up to avoid it. The ground where the sword slashed cracked, causing rocks to fly up. Understanding the principle of the formation, he curled his lips and smiled, but felt a pity in his heart. This formation really made others crave it. Unfortunately, his own sword gradually appeared in his hand. Tuian summoned Sword Heart Intelligence, with Sword Heart Intelligence in hand, in the same realm. Wanting to see the direction of the opponent's spiritual energy is as easy as the palm of your hand. Seeing this, my second brother, with a proud look on his face, grabbed his sword and rushed over, shouting, "Big brother, I'm coming to help you." Seeing that, he did not hesitate to raise his sword and slash. The slash containing his spiritual energy immediately hit him in the stomach. Being hit, he sat down in pain, his whole body trembling, clutching his stomach and groaning. The group of Chuk family spirits standing behind saw this scene and were stunned. He clutched his stomach and gritted his teeth in disbelief, thinking, "What's going on?" The location that was hit by the sword light, his body refused to be harmed, and the operation of his spiritual energy was hindered. His pale face raised his eyes to look at him, silently speculating, could it be that his sword just now predicted the flow of my spiritual energy, based on the sword energy that just hit my body, hinder our spiritual energy from operating? He turned the sword in his hand and shot out a sword of light, then looked at him and said, "It's not over yet." Tuian's attack rushed forward and hit his shoulder. That familiar feeling appeared again. He clenched his teeth to understand. It was still the same feeling. Sure enough, he intentionally blocked the way to operate spiritual power. I absolutely cannot let him have his way. His sword light once again rushed forward. The second brother saw this and immediately rushed behind Big Brother to avoid it. "Be careful, Big Brother." The big brother couldn't avoid it and was hit by the sword's light. He knelt down and trembled, holding his stomach like the second brother. His voice became trembling. My spiritual power, can no longer function." Seeing that the second brother had avoided him, he moved quickly and rushed in front of him, swinging his sword and reacting quickly. Having said that, he slashed down. This time the second brother quickly picked up his sword to block the slash. The sound of the weapons hitting each other was heard. Feeling the power from the slash, the second brother gritted his teeth and watched him defend. Tuian curled her lips and looked at him with a complacent smile. The third brother saw that his two older brothers were both beaten at his hands and shouted loudly in worry, "Big brother, second brother." At this moment, he immediately retreated and kept a safe distance from me. The second brother's hand holding the sword lost strength and let down. Even the sword could no longer hold it and fell out. His hands were trembling without any strength. He looked at his hands in panic. My hands, my arms, were no longer conscious. Without giving him a chance to catch his breath, he once again swung his sword, accumulating spiritual energy on the sword, watching them say, "The spiritual energy of hundreds of people converged on the three of you, that's really good." His voice contained a bit of regret. "If this kind of strength belongs to you, then I'm really a bit scared, but it's a pity." As he finished speaking, he swung his sword and slashed horizontally. A powerful stream of spiritual energy radiated from the sword, sending the Chuk family soldiers flying into the air. A group of people were thrown into the air. They didn't even have a chance to fight back. The sword in their hand also flew out and broke into many pieces. Looking at them being sent flying, he somewhat regretfully commented that you only have great spiritual power, but do not have the ability to control the essence and level. The way your spiritual energy operates is clearly similar to like a fire in the dark night. You don't need any strength to deal with it. The soldiers who were blown away tried to stand up, but then suddenly realized that they could no longer transport their spiritual energy. A group of people cried out in panic, "My spiritual energy could no longer operate, neither could I," and at that moment, he sealed everyone's spiritual energy. Looking at Tuian, everyone in the group was scared and thinking, is this person a monster? He strongly swung his sword down to mock, unable to withstand a single blow. Chu Kong stood to the side and witnessed the unbelievable expression looking at him. This Tuian actually had this much strength. He stood in front of the soldiers collapsed on the ground, with a proud posture, asking them if anyone else wanted to come up and fight with us. The whole group's faces changed when they heard that, so no one would dare to fight anymore. The 4 elders of the Chuk family appeared behind him and spoke up, saying that they could take action to destroy the Dong Tan formation of our Chuk family army. Please forgive the previous old man's blurred vision. This person must be the Elder Tuian and it's a legend. I really didn't expect Elder Tuian to be so young, yet he had this much strength. I didn't know. Pausing for a moment, he opened his mouth to ask, how much is his monthly allowance now? Tuian didn't understand what he meant by asking so he replied, how much is my salary per month? It has nothing to do with you. He quickly revealed a sinister smile, and his tone also tried to attract him back to the Chuk family. I mean, Elder Tu is young and talented, why should he suffer in a Hongmeng sect? Small, not as good as joining the army for my family. 10,000 taels of gold, magical treasures and beauties, my family has it all. He looked at Chuk Tuian behind him and continued, Chuk Tuian is the one who will be the king in the future, but there are many beautiful daughters of our Chuk family. Elder Tu really doesn't think at all. She listens, then his face changed in surprise. Seeing that he was still unmoved, the 4 elders of the Chuk family immediately changed their tone. Although the Chuk family's army was defeated by you, today only a small part went to battle. The 2nd elder of the Chuk family also went forward. To add, the Ju family army is the one I have raised thousands of. If you agree, you can become their leader. The 3rd elder standing by did not stand still and stepped forward to say, I don't know how many people begged, wanting to be a guest of my Chuk family. Unfortunately there is no way. Tuian, think carefully. He heard them talking for such a long time and finally spoke up. Chuk family is truly the first family of the Longvium kingdom, talking to the point that I was a little moved. Chuk Tuian heard that and looked at him in shock. Junior brother. Playing with the sword in his hand, he pulled out the lion's kung fu and took it out to see if they dared to spend it. That said, if I join the Chuk family can freely give me 100,000 top-quality spirit stones. 3 When the elder of the Chuk family heard his lion-snatching effort, he backed away a bit, fearing that he wouldn't join them, so he equivocatedly said, 10, 100,000, just after Elder Tu joined the Chuk family. If you donate enough, you will definitely have it in the future. Tuian knew they couldn't afford it, but still pretended to step back and ask for something else. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones couldn't be taken out, so an immortal-grade magic weapon was just fine. When the 3 elders heard that, their faces darkened. The 4th elder of the Chuk family rubbed his hands with a shy smile and replied, fairy-level magic weapon. Haha, Elder Tu's imagination is truly rich. Seeing them like that, he immediately had the heart to tease and mock them. He didn't even have fairy-level magic tools. Well, the fairy-level magic tools weren't bad either. The 3 elders of the Chuk family heard his ridicule and immediately got angry, shouted in anger, don't be too harsh. He picked up the sword and looked at them with contemptuous eyes. This little request could not be satisfied. He also wanted to recruit me. The sword in his hand emitted a stream of electricity that made a crackling sound. The 3 elders of the Chuk family saw that he wanted to attack them and cried out in panic, "Ha!" The 3 of them stepped back to give orders to the soldiers. They were still standing there, not stopping quickly. The Chuk family soldiers heard the order and immediately jumped to block the front to protect the 3 elders from facing Tuian. He picked up his sword and swung it fiercely at them, if that was the case. After saying that, he quickly rushed forward and sent the Chuk family soldiers flying. He did not forget to say a joke, so please try the power of my fairy-level magic weapon to open your eyes. After defeating the soldiers, he held the sword and stood in front of the 3 elders, smiling fiercely at them. It was their turn. What's up? Has anyone else raised the price? The 3 elders agreed. Series of tremors. All three at this moment were like good girls encountering an evil boss and trembled and hugged each other. The fourth elder looked at him in fear. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. The second elder stood beside him trembling and hugged him with an umbrella, scared but still speechless. This is the first family of Long Yan Upper Country. Dare to act here. Do you think you will have a good outcome? Third elder also tried to say cruel things like that, but I don't have any strength. Offending the Chuk family. It's difficult for you to act in Long Viam country. I advise you to think again. Hearing what they said, he laughed and swung his sword down, only relying on the first family to not be able to take out an immortal-level magic weapon. As soon as the sword fell, the three elders were so scared that they wanted to scream in fear. Chu Kong saw that the three elders were scared to death by him and gloated in his heart, truly God his eyes, if he could use Tuian's hand, destroy these three old men. But at this moment, suddenly there was a loud voice shouting, stopping, accompanied by a flying knife. A sharp knife was suddenly rushing towards me. Someone shouted loudly and stopped. Tuian rushed forward. He used his sword to deflect the sword that was rushing at the two elders. The two of them were so scared that they trembled and their faces turned pale. The sword continued to come back and stab at him. Tuian quickly turned to block the sword's path, making it unable to penetrate. He backed away at a quick pace, his hands on the ground to keep his balance. Mon Luong took the knife back into her hand. She said, you're still young. Being able to take my knife, you still have some strength. Hearing that, Tuian immediately thought to himself, the force of that knife just now was extraordinary. I'm afraid this person was suddenly distracted. The girl stood with a confident look but exuding strength. That was the Chuk family's servant, Mon Luong. She looked at him with an arrogant face and said, Brat, admit defeat, get out of the Chuk family. I can still respect you for the tricks of these three immortals. Do not be dishonest, spare your life. The three guys over there heard what she said and trembled in fear. They sat down on the ground and sighed. It was good to be strong enough to serve them, so lucky. Tuian seriously looked at her but didn't say anything. Chuk Tuian stood right behind him looking uneasy. This is the strong man that the Chuk family serves, Mon Luong. It is said that he is a strong man from the fairy court. We are still don't fight hard with her. Leaving is the best policy. Mon Luong stood in front of the two people. She smiled and said, You are still smart. You can rest assured. I don't approve of this group of old immortals interfering in other people's affairs for life. So, if you want to go, I will does not prevent. Mon Luong pointed the knife straight in front of Tuian. When he saw that, he immediately laughed. But if I am the servant of the Chuk family, I can't just take money for nothing, right? This kid has put Chuk's face on the line. Jia was very hurt. I had to keep one of his arms. Chuk Tuian standing there was also very surprised. Tuian smiled lightly. He raised the sword, wanted my arm, had the courage to come and get it. Chuk Tuian stood next to him and was about to stop him. Junior brother, he turned around and said, Don't worry, senior sister, I have my own plans. Chuk Tuian's face looked worried. She thought to herself, that was the human in the fusion phase. It was said that there were no mortals in the fusion phase. Is it really okay? At this time, Mon Luong had begun to attack. She jumped high, raised her sword and prepared to slash down. If you can't wait to die, then I will satisfy you. Tuian also aggressively rushed forward. He prepared to make a move. In response, he asked his seniors for advice. His sword radiates enormous power and spiritual power. The two rushed at each other, their two weapons clashing tensely, creating a heavy aura of pressure. Mon Luong's face grimaced, thinking uncomfortably, why this kid's sword skills were so strong. While fighting with her, Tuian chuckled. He thought to himself, the power of spirit is indeed extraordinary. With just a little use, he can touch the monk in the fusion stage. Suddenly his sword was broken in half. He panicked. What? A stream of power slashed through Mon Luong's body, and she dodged it. She glanced at him, thinking to herself, just a moment ago, the sword exploded with power. It's not like a monk was distracted. Then Mon Luong stretched out his hand, intending to create power. If it was just abundant spiritual energy and a different Dantian capacity than ordinary people, then that would be fine. I've met quite a few geniuses like this, but he used this kind of thing just now. It is not a normal calendar at all. On the contrary, it is like the power of luck. The two people directly confronted each other. Both of them had no weapons in their hands. The two streams of power collided directly into each other, creating an extremely powerful wave, the pressure radiating to everyone around them. Suddenly, Mon Luong was thrown quite far away. Tuian smiled lightly. His hand continued to perform the next move. That's all for immortals. Suddenly, the fifth brother took Chuk Tuian's hand and said, What my sister wanted to say, today has been said clearly. Tomorrow, don't bother her anymore. Shu Tuian looked at him bewildered. She still didn't understand what was going on. Tuian grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Sister, let's go. Everyone around was so surprised that their jaws dropped. They said loudly, you too, quickly follow, master is waiting for you. At this time, Chu Kong suddenly walked up to Mon Luong and asked, Mon Serve, what happened just now? A distracted boy was able to repel you. Could it be that he was hiding his guard? She immediately raised her hand, replied, no, this Tuian is truly a genius. The reason he was able to repel me was because of the technique he used. Mon Luong looked at him as he was walking boldly forward. The three elders came to Mon Luong and angrily told her, how could he leave like that? Just let him go like that. Then how should His Majesty's side respond? She immediately replied seriously, so then you go chase it yourself. I don't care if you die. The three elders all sweated when they heard that, not daring to continue speaking. This is still a long-term plan, right? It's still a long-term plan. Chu Kong silently turned away and said, I'm going to report to your majesty. Just say that Chu Tuian was bewitched by Hong Meng Tong's people, threatened with death, and refused to listen. I'm sure your majesty will also forgive them. Ta. He turned away, but actually chuckled in his heart, his face full of intrigue. Tuian, this time you actually did me a big favor. Elsewhere, four people were laughing and having fun. Tit Vo Song's face was full of admiration. Her eyes were shining as she looked at Tuian. Master, you were so cool just now. Can you teach me that trick when you have free time? Li Qianfan also said next to me. Junior sister, right now your foundation is not stable. It's not like you can learn if you want to learn. It's only possible if you have profound skills like your master. Outside the door, Chuk Tuian was banging on the door to check. Suddenly, Tuian fell out and bumped into Chuk Tuian. Everyone around him panicked and shouted loudly, Master! A lot of blood suddenly ran out of his hand. The blood kept flowing. Wish Tuian was worried, put his hand on his shoulder and said, Junior brother, you are injured. Tuian tried to endure. He replied, the wound is only small. Chuk Tuian sat him down on the bed. Junior brother, you are really being arrogant. Go to bed and lie down to rest. Tuian sat down. He replied, haha, isn't this the way when there is no other way? Hearing him say that, Chuk Tuian became even more worried, but fortunately, he was able to repel Mon Luong, who had reached the fusion stage more than 10 years ago. Mon Luong of more than 10 years ago, standing proudly above thousands of corpses, her hands were stained with red blood. Chuk Tuian continued, when I was a child, I also saw her wave her hand to destroy the army of a dynasty. That is a real collection by the way. After hearing what she said, Tuian became even more excited. It was so powerful, so I have to go back and brag to senior brother Trong. Today I have made the immortals suffer. Chuk Tuian suddenly got angry. She grabbed his hand tightly and said, I see you still have your life back. Tell me, today I almost died there. Tuian was holding her hand so tightly that it swelled, constantly screaming in pain. He smiled and said, don't worry, sister, I know my limits. Aren't I fine now? Although you have the power to attack one move, I am confident that this move can absolutely repel her. Chuk Tuian looked at him blushing. He continued, a person like that must have not seen an opponent for many years, and suddenly being repelled by a move that is no longer equal to his own, he will definitely choose to observe and improvise. He smiled confidently, looking at his palm. Although this move had exhausted all of my long accumulated spiritual power, in terms of results, it was not bad. From the window, a paper crane suddenly flew in. That was too rude. The crane flew to the four people. They were all surprised. Chuk Tuian said, isn't this the communication talisman senior brother Trong Hok likes to use the most? The crane flew over and shined a beam of light directly on Chuk Tuian's head. Surely there was something urgent. Her face sank. There was a problem from Duong Tong Mon. Senior brother Trong told us to return quickly. She looked at him worriedly. Tuian quickly said, the matter of Tong Mon is important. Senior sister should go home first. I won't go with you anymore. Just take advantage of the time to recuperate and prepare for the great national war. Chuk Tuian walked away. Suddenly she turned around. Okay, I'm at Hong Meng Tong waiting for you to come back. He smiled and replied, then Hong Meng Tong thanks sister. Tuian started recuperating in bed, cultivating himself. Recently his level has increased too quickly. It's time to train himself properly. He said, you too, prepare one master. Tomorrow, follow me to the highest mountain peak in this place to practice. You are not allowed to use swords. Carrying a weight of 100,000 pounds is 50,000 K6 to walk up the mountain. Tit Vo Song was extremely excited. She happily replied, it's great, I've learned something new. Li Qianfan was embarrassed and thought to himself, 100,000 sentences, didn't the master just say to train yourself? You turned into training us like that. After a while, the three of them each carried a large rock and enthusiastically practiced together. She taught her disciples to practice and gave them 200 days of cultivation. Compete in the martial arts arena, gain fighting experience, pure practice alone, realm up. Tuian and Tin Nguyen sat in front of the knife. He said, "Hey, this pain is not bad. Now I will send someone to bring it to your residence. Manage the long-term plan, bourgeoisie up." At another time, at the transmission formation, Long Diem Upper Kingdom, Tuian stood calmly holding a fan and said, "Why haven't they arrived yet?" His face was serious. It wasn't like he remembered the date wrong. Suddenly on the matrix, a sign appeared. They suddenly turned to look, and there was someone coming. Appearing in front of her eyes were Duan Tin Nguyen, Zungling Taoist, and Deep Pham. She clasped her hands and bowed to say hello. Something happened on the way. She made her master wait for a long time. "I'm really sorry."